In a world where everyone can change their profession, Qin Feng has become a beast master. Starting with a black iron-level beast, he suddenly discovers that he can accumulate evolution points at a rate of 1 per second. From a black iron-level ant beast to a stellar-level starry ant queen. From a black iron-level Xian snake to a stellar-level devouring dragon. From a black iron-level redbird to a stellar-level golden crow of the sun. And from a black iron-level ancient tree to a stellar-level world mother tree. The possibilities are endless. As time progresses, countless stellar-level beasts obscure the sky. Qin Feng sits upon his throne, gazing at the stars, declaring, "It is now time for you, insects, to tremble." Chapter 1. 1 evolution point per second. Qin Feng, profession, Beastmaster. The voice of the profession instructor echoed through the square. As soon as the words fell, a cacophony erupted among the crowd. What the heck? A Beastmaster? That's a prime profession. However, I recall Qin Feng is an orphan. With his abilities, he can probably only afford the most basic beasts. What a pity. The combat power of a beast master wholly relies on their beasts. Without a powerful beast, a beast master's combat capability is significantly diminished. Moreover, the risk of black iron-level beasts dying is considerable. Once they perish, a beast master without a beast is no different from a mere waste. Listening to the din of gossip below, Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, but soon relaxed. If this had occurred half an hour earlier, he might have felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. However, at this moment, a transparent panel suddenly appeared before him. Profession, Beastmaster. Level, LV1. Strength, 7. Constitution, 8. Agility, 9. Mentality, 15. Combat power, 11. Skills, Contract Art, Summoning Art. Beasts, none. Evolution points, 1807, 1808, 1809 note. Evolution points increase by 1 per second and can be used for beast evolution. Evolution points. Qin Feng murmured, staring at the last line of text. The evolution points pulsated with time, causing his heart to race. It is well known that beasts are categorized into 7 ranks: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, ancestral, ancient, and stellar. Each increase in rank brings about a profound transformation in the beast's attributes. However, higher-ranked beasts are exceedingly rare. Most beast masters, throughout their lives, can only acquire a single gold-ranked beast. The emergence of evolution points undoubtedly grants him boundless possibilities. Qin Feng's heart surged with excitement as he approached the crowd below. At this moment, the gazes of his classmates were laced with sympathy. The profession of Beastmaster is not uncommon and boasts considerable combat prowess. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in the exorbitant prices of beasts. Even a black iron-level beast commands a market price of at least several 100,000 alliance coins. For Qin Feng, this is an undeniably significant sum. Without a formidable beast, the profession of Beastmaster is rendered entirely futile. Feeling the weight of sympathetic eyes around him, Qin Feng maintained his composure but did not linger in the square. Instead, he made his way out, leaving the profession transfer square behind. For him, the opinions of others were inconsequential. His foremost priority was to acquire his first beast. In Lin'an City, at the 10,000 Beast Pavilion, the largest beast marketplace in the city, black iron, bronze, and silver-level beasts can all be purchased here. If fortune smiles, one might even encounter a gold-level beast. However, when a gold-level beast appears, it is typically auctioned off at an exorbitantly high price. Qin Feng stood at the entrance, surveying the scene for a moment before stepping inside. The first floor of the 10,000 Beast Pavilion is dedicated to black iron-level beasts. Transparent crystal boxes lined up in rows, each housing a beast in a languid pose. The first floor was not crowded, and Qin Feng stepped forward to examine them closely. Each crystal box bore a description: Xian snake. Rank, black iron. Skills, none. Price, 110,000 alliance coins. Ling cat. Rank, black iron. Skills, none. Price, 130,000 alliance coins. Monster wolf. Rank, black iron. Skills, none. Price, 130,000 alliance coins. Chapter 2: The First Beast, Commencing Evolution. As a first-tier beastmaster, one is permitted to contract only a single beast. For every 20 levels gained, an additional beast may be contracted. Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings before ultimately focusing his gaze upon the Xianxi. The reason was simple. His entire fortune amounted to a mere 120,000 alliance coins. Apart from the Xianxi, no other option was within his financial reach. He picked up the crystal box containing the Xianxi and approached the payment counter. A chime sounded, indicating a successful transaction. Upon hearing this, the attendant returned the alliance card to Qin Feng and kindly informed him, "Sir, we have a complimentary contract room. Just proceed straight ahead and take a left." Although Qin Feng had purchased only a black iron tier beast, the professionalism of the sales staff rendered them unfazed by such transactions. Therefore, no mockery was displayed. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement and expressed his gratitude. As the largest beast marketplace in Lin'an City, Yanhuo Lu maintained commendable service standards. Instances of condescension were nearly non-existent here. After all, in an era where everyone transitions careers, the unexpected can happen at any moment. No one could predict whether the individual mocked today might seize an opportunity tomorrow and ascend to become a formidable figure. Creating unnecessary enemies is an act reserved for the foolish. Upon entering the contract room, he closed the door behind him and placed the crystal box on the floor. Opening it, the ebony-hued Qianxi raised its head within the box, its curious serpentine eyes fixed on Qin Feng. Their gazes locked, and Qin Feng summoned his internal energy. Softly uttering, "Contract," as the words left his lips, intricate patterns imbued with the essence of rules began to materialize in the air. These patterns then spread, gradually merging into the body of the Qianxi. The success rate for contracting a black iron tier beast is a staggering 99%. Barring misfortune, failure is nearly inconceivable. Soon, as the patterns completely integrated into the Qianxi's form, the contract was finalized. The Qianxi, previously contained within the crystal box, abruptly vanished and reappeared in Qin Feng's beast space. Contract successful. Current beast, Qianxi. Tier, black iron. Level, LV1. Strength, 11. Constitution, 12. Agility, 7. Spirit, 6. Combat power, 10. Skills, none. Evolution value required for next evolution, 1000. Current evolution value, 3033, can evolve. Note, the first evolution will trigger a critical effect. Following the completion of the contract, a multitude of information surged into Qin Feng's mind. Indeed, black iron tier beasts typically possess a woeful combat power of merely 10. Qin Feng silently scoffed. A combat power of 10 is roughly equivalent to a level 1 monster in a dungeon, rendering it quite weak. However, his brows arched as he fixated on the phrase "can evolve." Could the first evolution truly trigger a critical effect? Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement and promptly declared, "Commence evolution." As the words left his mouth, the Qianxi within the beast space trembled violently. Instantly, a cloud of inky black smoke erupted from its form, intensifying and gradually coalescing into a massive dark cloud above. The once bright sky of the beast space turned ominous and heavy, as if a fearsome entity were about to emerge. Chapter 3 Ancestral Level, Abyssal Dragon Python. My heavens! Feeling this monumental shift, Qin Feng was left astounded. What was happening? This evolutionary effect seemed excessively exaggerated. As time ticked away, a full 10 minutes passed. A resounding roar erupted. Ding! Evolution complete. Critical effect triggered on first evolution. Qianxi has successfully evolved. Evolution result, Abyssal Dragon Python. Evolution complete. Qianxi transformed into Abyssal Dragon Python. As the notification echoed in his mind, the oppressive dark clouds in the beast space gradually dissipated, revealing the newly transformed entity. Before him loomed a colossal, pitch-black dragon python, stretching an impressive 100 meters in length. Its massive serpentine body coiled on the ground, its upper half rearing up, covered in glistening black scales, while its cold, piercing eyes radiated an aura of terror as they bore into Qin Feng's consciousness. A faint black mist swirled around the dragon python, exuding an indescribable sense of oppression. Current beast, Abyssal Dragon Python. Tier, Ancestral Level. Level, LV1. Strength, 17500. Constitution, 20970. Agility, 12100. Spirit, 9990. Combat Power, 35900. Skills, Dragon Roar, Devour. Evolution value required for next evolution, 1 million. My goodness. Gazing at these magnificent figures, Qin Feng was utterly taken aback. All values, save for spirit, exceeded 10,000. This is what an ancestral level beast looks like. Over 30,000 in combat power. This is an unfathomable concept. Level 1 monsters in novice dungeons typically hover around 10 points in combat power, and even the boss rarely exceeds 50. With over 30,000 combat power, a boss in a novice dungeon would be a mere glance away from annihilation. The most critical aspect is the next evolution requiring 1 million evolution points. Calculating the evolution points gained at a rate of 1 per second, that amounts to 60 points per minute, 3,600 points per hour. A staggering 86,400 points per day, and in 10 days, it would total 864,000 points. This means that in just 12 days, The abyssal dragon python could undergo its next evolution. Currently at the ancestral level, wouldn't the next evolution lead to the ancient level? Holy cow! 12 days to acquire an ancient level beast? This is simply outrageous. With a first-tier ancestral level beast already this formidable, one can only imagine the strength of an ancient level beast. As his own level increased, the number of beasts he could contract would soar. In combat, should several ancient level or even stellar level beasts emerge, the sheer overwhelming presence would be astonishing. Qin Feng's breath grew heavy, and it took him a full 2 minutes to regain his composure, taking several deep breaths to quell the excitement bubbling within. Although an ancestral level beast is undeniably powerful, this is not the time for pride. He must swiftly elevate his own level. Only by advancing further can he contract more beasts and truly stand unafraid of any threat. Exiting Wanshou Lu, Qin Feng made his way directly toward the wilderness dungeon, having essentially bypassed the novice dungeon altogether. Do not speak of novice dungeons. Even those of slightly higher levels are swiftly dealt with by his abyssal dragon python, epitomized in a single word, annihilation. Since annihilation is the order of the day, one must naturally opt for a dungeon that offers greater experience. Chapter 4. Entering the dungeon. The terrifying abyssal dragon python. Qin Feng pondered as he continued on his path. Soon arriving at the location of a dungeon, a pale blue, whirlpool-like orb of light materialized before him. Beside it stood a wooden sign detailing the current dungeon's introduction. Heishui Zhaoyuan. Recommended level, 10 to 15. Upon glancing at the sign, Qin Feng smiled gently. This dungeon represented the highest level he could currently access. With only a level 1 status, he could only traverse dungeons up to 10 levels higher. This dungeon was indeed the best choice available to him, sufficient for his needs. Without hesitation, Qin Feng stepped forward, his figure vanishing from sight. As he entered Heishui Zhaoyuan, Qin Feng was immediately enveloped by a palpable sense of humidity. Not far ahead lay a vast expanse of marshland. Strange fish and shrimp lay in wait within the mire, anticipating Qin Feng's advance. Strange fish. Level, LV11. Skill, Bite. Man-eating shrimp. Level, LV13. Skill, Pincer Attack. Elite man-eating shrimp. Level, LV15. Skill, Powerful Pincer Attack. Qin Feng surveyed the grotesque creatures before him. The monsters lurking in the marsh were typically formidable, with some capable of ambushing unsuspecting adventurers. Given their sheer numbers and the restrictive nature of the marsh, even seasoned adventurers in their teens would need to exercise caution. Consequently, among dungeons of similar levels, Heishui Zhaoyuan was a place most adventurers would prefer to avoid. However, to him, they were merely opportunities for experience. With a soft smile, Qin Feng slowly raised his hand. Summon, Abyssal Dragon Python. As the words left his lips, the already dim sky within the dungeon grew darker. Above, ominous clouds gathered. Suddenly, large bubbles began to rise from the marsh beneath him. The humidity in the air intensified, becoming somewhat viscous. Boom. In an instant, a thunderous explosion resonated as the roiling marsh erupted violently. Qin Feng's body ascended rapidly. Beneath him, a colossal figure, exuding a terrifying aura, descended into the mire. Measuring 100 meters in length, its serpent-like body was cloaked in dragon scales, an impenetrable blackness surrounding it, while its tail swept through the marsh like a golden staff. It was none other than the ancestral abyssal dragon python. The tremendous tremors and explosive sounds startled the adventurers within the dungeon, who were diligently battling monsters. Had the ground quaked? What was happening? How could the small monsters be obliterated so effortlessly? Could earthquakes occur in a dungeon? A few adventurers exchanged bewildered glances, confusion evident on their faces. Suddenly, one of them changed expression, pointing skyward and exclaiming in terror, "Look! What is that?" Upon hearing the cry, the others quickly looked up, their gazes following the direction of his finger. Before them loomed a massive, pitch-black creature, poised menacingly on the ground. Its towering figure emanating an overwhelming aura as it gazed down upon them. The sheer pressure made several adventurers feel as though they might collapse to their knees. Where did this monster come from? It must be 100 meters long. How could such a being exist in Heishui Zhaoyuan? Good heavens, it's terrifying. Just a glance from it could cause me to perish on the spot. Wait, isn't the dungeon boss the Blackwater Fish King? What is this giant python? Has the dungeon mutated? Panic surged among the group until one individual, eyes wide with fear, pointed at the python's head and shouted, "No! There's someone on top of it." As the words echoed, everyone turned to look, their eyes widening in shock. Chapter 5. One-click monster slaying, rapid leveling up. Congratulations, you have slain strange fish, earning 170 experience points. Congratulations, you have slain man-eating shrimp, earning 200 experience points. Congratulations, you have slain elite man-eating shrimp, earning 700 experience points. A milky white radiance enveloped Qin Feng as his experience points surged, levels ascending rapidly. How delightful, Qin Feng murmured to himself before adding. No time to waste, let us test the skill effects. With a mere thought, the head of the abyssal dragon python, positioned at the center of the marsh, slightly lowered. Its cold reptilian gaze fixated on the agitated small monsters below, its mouth opening wide. Roar. Skill, Dragon Roar, activated. Instantly, a visible wave of sound surged forth from the head of the abyssal dragon python. Boom, boom, boom. The sound waves coursed through the dungeon, causing the marsh to erupt continuously. Damage values appeared before Qin Feng's eyes. 15700, 13633, 17121, 19899, 10700. Congratulations, you have slain strange fish, earning 170 experience points. Congratulations. You have slain elite man-eating shrimp, earning 700 experience points. Congratulations, you have slain man-eating shrimp, earning 200 experience points. Congratulations, you have slain the boss Blackwater Fish King, earning 3,000 experience points. You leveled up, earning 10 free attribute points. You leveled up, earning 10 free attribute points. You have reached level 30. A class promotion quest has been issued. You have reached the level cap. Monster slaying no longer yields experience. An array of notifications flooded his vision. The boss of Heishui Zhaoyuan, the Blackwater Fish King, had not even had the chance to reveal itself before being obliterated by the abyssal dragon python skill. The entirety of the monsters in Heishui Zhaoyuan had been completely eradicated in the wake of that dragon roar. Indeed, completely eradicated, not a single one left. Fortunately, Qin Feng had exercised restraint. Otherwise, the distant adventurers might have perished as well. The ground was now littered with a myriad of materials, equipment, and items. The kaleidoscope of colors dazzled Qin Feng's eyes. Goodness, this is simply delightful. One-click monster slaying, one-click leveling up. Truly, the ancestral beast's combat prowess is unparalleled. Opening his character panel, Qin Feng spoke softly, and an array of information materialized before him. Class, Beast Tamer. Level, LV 30. Strength, 152. Constitution, 153. Agility, 153. Spirit, 160. Free attribute points, 290. Combat power, 310. Skills, Contract Art, Summoning Art. Beast, Abyssal Dragon Python. Evolution points, 60796080. Observing the character panel, Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Each increase in the 4 main attributes raised them by 5 points, while free attribute points increased by 10 with each level. In comparison to other professions, this attribute growth is indeed quite ordinary. Certain combat professions can increase their 4 primary attributes by 10 or even 20 points with each level gained. However, it is only natural for a beast master to rely on their beasts for combat, resulting in their own frailty. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng decisively allocated all 290 points of his free attributes to spirit. The primary attribute of a beast master is indeed spirit. The higher the spirit value, the more potent the effects of skills and the greater the control over the beasts. Chapter 6, Acquiring the Second Beast. Spirit value 160450. Delightful. Qin Feng smiled, then reopened the attribute panel of the Abyssal Dragon Python. Abyssal Dragon Python. Grade, Ancestral Level. Level, LV 33. Strength, 33500. Constitution, 36970. Agility, 28100. Spirit, 25990. Combat Power, 57900. Skills, Dragon Roar Devour. Evolution value required for next evolution, 1 million. Does each level increase the 4 primary attributes by 500 points? Qin Feng mused. Despite having cleared the entire Blackwater Marsh, the Abyssal Dragon Python had only reached level 33. Nevertheless, Qin Feng felt quite satisfied. After all, it was only the first day of his job change, and such an upgrade efficiency was already remarkably terrifying. Once he had reviewed everything, Qin Feng began to gather all the dropped treasures into his portable space. You have picked up material, fish bones. You have picked up material, shrimp claw. You have picked up equipment, decayed staff. You have picked up equipment, resilient fish skin armor. A plethora of loot was secured in Qin Feng's backpack, based on his acquired knowledge. Equipment is also categorized into 7 grades: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, epic, legendary, and stellar. Although most of the dropped equipment was of the black iron grade, this was within Qin Feng's expectations. After tallying all his gains, he chose to exit the dungeon. Several adventurers lay sprawled in the mud, exchanging glances, their faces still etched with terror. Is this for real? That enormous python was a beast of an adventurer? After a long silence, one finally swallowed hard and uttered incredulously, "My heavens, what level of beast must that be? Gold level, perhaps?" In Lin'an City, after organizing the items in his space. Qin Feng sold everything to the Tiana trading house. A total of 3,700,000 union coins. Please verify. The auction house beauty in a cheapao flashed a sweet smile as she returned the union card to Qin Feng. A transaction exceeding 3 million is considered a significant client in Lin'an City, thus her attitude was exceptionally warm throughout the process. Qin Feng expressed his gratitude as he accepted the union card. After leaving the trading house, he made his way back to the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. A Beast Master can contract a beast every 20 levels. Now, he was set to select his second beast. On the first floor, the Black Iron Beast exhibition case displayed. Spirit Cat. Grade, Black Iron. Skills, none. Price, 130,000 union coins. Demon Wolf. Grade, Black Iron. Skills, none. Price, 130,000 union coins. Crimson Bird. Grade, Black Iron. Skills, none. Price, 180,000 union coins. Ant Beast. Grade, Black Iron. Skills, none. Price, 150,000 union coins. Gazing at the beasts within their crystal enclosures, Qin Feng pondered. Although they were all of Black Iron grade, there remained slight disparities in combat prowess among them. With over 3 million coins in hand, he was not short on funds, so he focused his interest primarily on the Ant Beast and the Crimson Bird. Chapter 7. Crimson Bird. Commence Evolution. As a flying beast, the price of the Crimson Bird was understandably higher than that of equivalent beasts, perfectly aligning with his requirements. Now at level 30, once he completed his first job change, he could soon ascend to level 40. Thus, he resolved to purchase both and store them in his space. Grasping the crystal case, Qin Feng decisively approached the front desk to make his payment. The cashier, upon seeing Qin Feng, was momentarily taken aback, somewhat surprised. She recalled that this individual had only recently visited. How could he be back to purchase beasts again, especially Black Iron ones? Typically, a novice beast master, even if starting with a limited budget, would aim for a bronze beast for their second contract. After all, for a beast master, beasts are fundamental. Contracting a second Black Iron beast would likely complicate even the first job change task. Could he be buying for someone else? As she pondered, Qin Feng reached the counter and handed over his union card. Ding. Payment successful, 330,000 union coins. The cashier, still dazed, accepted the union card for the transaction and returned it to Qin Feng, watching him stride towards the contracting room. No way. He intends to contract a beast? Just hours after his job change, and he is already at level 20, ready to contract a second beast? When did Black Iron beasts become so formidable? The cashier was left speechless. In the contracting room, Qin Feng placed the two beasts on the ground. After much contemplation, he ultimately focused on the Crimson Bird. His current level was only 30, allowing him to contract but one beast. He did not lack in output, and in his view, a flying beast represented a higher cost performance option. Lin'an City is merely a small city, and after the first job change, many high-level dungeons and secret locations are rather remote. Having a flying beast would significantly facilitate his leveling process. With this thought, he no longer hesitated and gently tapped the top of the Crimson Bird's head. Skill, contract. Mysterious runes converged in the air, gradually merging into the Crimson Bird's body. Within seconds, the Crimson Bird in the crystal case vanished and appeared within the beast's space. Contract successful. Current beast, Crimson Bird. Grade, Black Iron. Level, LV1. Strength, 20. Constitution, 5. Agility, 15. Spirit, 10. Combat power, 15. Skills, none. Evolution value required, 1000. Current evolution value, 83578,358. Note, the first evolution will produce critical effects. Contract completed. A series of information suddenly emerged in Qin Feng's mind. However, upon reading the final line, he was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with astonishment. The first evolution will trigger a critical hit effect. Qin Feng exclaimed, what? So it's not just the first evolution that triggers a critical hit effect, but rather every beast's initial evolution will activate this effect? What a revelation! Qin Feng was instantly filled with excitement. Without further ado, he commenced the evolution process. Gently closing his eyes, he entered the beast space. 1,000 evolution points transformed into shimmering lights, flowing into the body of the red bird. Boom. The sky underwent a dramatic transformation. Chapter 8. The second ancestral level beast, Yanhuo. The crimson sky was ablaze with vast stretches of fiery clouds. An intense sense of scorching heat began to fill the entire beast space. The red bird, standing on the ground, was engulfed in fierce flames, morphing into a colossal fireball that continuously expanded and burned, growing larger, growing brighter. The abyssal dragon python, which had been nearby, seemed to sense the overwhelming heat and retreated from the red bird. The entire beast space had nearly transformed into a searing sea of fire. Were it not for the fact that these flames posed no threat to Qin Feng, he would have been reduced to mere ashes by now. Goodness! Is this effect indicative of yet another ancestral-level beast? This seems even more terrifying than the evolution effect of the abyssal dragon python. Qin Feng's heart raced, and he instinctively swallowed hard. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the massive fireball suspended in the sky appeared to have reached its limit and suddenly exploded. A piercing cry echoed through the heavens. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in Qin Feng's mind. The red bird has successfully evolved, triggering a critical hit effect. Current beast, Yanhuo. Rank, ancestral level. Level, LV1. Strength, 20, 900. Constitution, 12, 100. Agility, 20, 500. Spirit, 16, 000. Combat power, 40, 500. Skills, Heavenly Fire Meteor, Flame of Yanhuo. Evolution points required for the next evolution, 1 million. What the heck? Another ancestral-level beast. Qin Feng was astounded. He looked up at the sky. There, hovering above was a Yanhuo with a wingspan of several hundred meters, its entire body of brilliant crimson, flames dancing upon its feathers. Each flap of its wings sent waves of scorching heat that seemed capable of incinerating anyone in proximity. What an intimidating presence. Qin Feng felt an exhilarating surge of energy. Strong. Exceedingly strong. After exiting the beast space, Qin Feng suppressed his bubbling excitement. His gaze shifted downward, fixating on the crystal box containing the diminutive ant beast. Anticipation swelling within him. One abyssal dragon python, one Yanhuo. He wondered what the ant beast would evolve into. Surely, it would not disappoint. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng stored the ant beast into his personal space. He then opened his profession panel. Profession, Beastmaster. Level, LV30. Strength, 152. Constitution, 153. Agility, 154. Spirit, 450. Combat power, 390. Skills, Contract Technique, Summoning Technique. Beasts, Abyssal Dragon Python, Yanhuo. Evolution points, 9, 871, 987. Current task, First Transition, pending completion. Checking the task. Qin Feng spoke aloud. Current task, First Transition. Task requirements. Proceed to LV30 Black Valley, defeat the boss Phantom Wolf, and obtain the Phantom Wolf Skull. Task deadline, 3 days. Note: failure to complete within the time frame will result in task failure and a 1-month cooldown before attempting another transition. Evolution points required, 50,000. Would you like to view? Qin Feng was momentarily stunned, baffled. What? This can evolve too. After a brief pause, he decisively chose to view further details. Post-evolution task, professional advancement to Life Sovereign. Task requirements. Proceed to the Lava Secret Realm, defeat the Lava Lord, and obtain the Lava Lord's heart. Task duration, 3 days. Note: after professional task evolution, subsequent task difficulty will significantly increase. Please choose wisely. Chapter 9, Professional Evolution to Life Sovereign. Advancement to the profession of Life Sovereign? Qin Feng murmured to himself. Professional evolution? While others undertake first, second, or even third transitions, mine is a direct evolution of the profession. It makes sense. If beasts can evolve, then it is only reasonable for my profession to evolve as well. Unfortunately, my current evolution points are insufficient. However, it matters not. Gaining 1 point per second means it will only take a few hours, a mere trifle. Rising to his feet, Qin Feng stretched lazily and turned to leave the myriad beasts tower. Stepping outside, he found it was already dusk. The neon lights of various shops that opened at night dazzled him. After casually grabbing a bite to eat, Qin Feng strolled down the street, surveying his surroundings. His gaze quickly settled on a shop named Yishi. Melodious piano music wafted from within, and through the first-floor window, he saw a veiled woman playing the piano. Her delicate fingers dancing over the keys, every movement exuding an exquisite grace. Elegant. So very elegant. At that moment, Qin Feng felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, compelling him to step inside uncontrollably. The following day, as the sun reached its zenith, Qin Feng exited Yishi, squinting at the blinding sunlight and yawning. The evolution points should be sufficient by now, he murmured to himself, opening his panel to check. Current evolution points, 61, 333. That suffices. Without hesitation, Qin Feng opted for evolution. Immediately, a flurry of information appeared on the panel, and the task panel opened automatically. Evolution complete. Consumed 50,000 evolution points. Transitioning the first task to professional advancement to Life Sovereign. Current task, professional advancement to Life Sovereign. Task requirements. Proceed to the Lava Secret Realm, defeat the Lava Lord, and obtain the Lava Lord's heart. Task duration, unlimited. Opening the task panel, He glanced once more at the task requirements. Qin Feng muttered, Lava Secret Realm? I've heard of that realm before. However, unlike regular dungeons, entry requires an invitation. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng decided to visit the trading hall. If he could purchase it, that would be ideal. If not, he would need to devise alternative strategies. Strolling along the street for 3 minutes, a pale blue building suddenly came into view. The grand letters of Tianhe Trading Hall greeted his eyes. Qin Feng entered the establishment, and a stunning beauty clad in a qipao promptly approached him. She had been the one to assist him with his transactions the previous day, so upon recognizing Qin Feng, she hurried over. Hello, Mr. Qin. What brings you here today? Do you have any invitations for the Yanhuo secret realm for sale? Qin Feng inquired directly, omitting any unnecessary pleasantries. An invitation for the Yanhuo secret realm? Please hold on a moment. I will check for you, the qipao-clad beauty responded, swiftly beginning her search. Before long, a minute had passed. I found it, Mr. Qin. There is one invitation left, priced at 1 million alliance coins. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nodded and produced his alliance card to complete the transaction. All right, please process the payment. The invitation to the Yanhuo secret realm was not particularly rare, and the price of 1 million was deemed reasonable. Ding. Payment successful, 1 million alliance coins. Chapter 10. The invitation to the Yanhuo secret realm with the transaction concluded. A servant approached steadily, carrying a tray. Upon it lay a crimson envelope, radiating a faint red glow. Invitation to the Yanhuo secret realm. Description: an invitation letter from the Lord of Yanhuo, granting access to the Yanhuo secret realm. Usage level, LV30, LV60. Note: the dungeon opens at midnight on the 1st of each month, lasting for 7 days. Can it be used by those between level 30 and 60? Qin Feng pondered internally, feeling a slight sense of relief. After the awakening of professions, the first transition occurs at level 30, while the second occurs at level 60. This meant that any professional above the second transition would be unable to enter the Yanhuo secret realm, which was indeed fortuitous for Qin Feng. He had initially worried about higher-level professionals competing for monsters, but now he felt reassured that he would not face competition from the Lord of Yanhuo, allowing him to focus on his own transition. With his Abyssal Dragon Python and Golden Crow, he was confident he could easily dominate within that realm. After contemplating briefly, Qin Feng tucked the invitation to the Yanhuo secret realm away and departed from the trading hall. The location of the Yanhuo secret realm was fixed, situated atop a dormant volcano approximately 100 kilometers from Lin'an City. Glancing at the time, Qin Feng noted that tomorrow was indeed the day the Yanhuo secret realm would open. However, it was still early afternoon, and he had ample time to find a place to rest and regain his energy. Later that evening, he could simply have the Golden Crow guide him there. As he contemplated this, he arrived at a tea house. After ordering a pot of tea, he settled into a comfortable spot, passing the time leisurely. The fragrant aroma of the tea enveloped him as he leaned back in his chair, listening to the soothing music within the tea house, feeling particularly relaxed. As time flowed by and the tea cooled, an unexpected voice broke the tranquility. Qin Feng. Upon hearing the voice, a gentle breeze wafted toward him, and Qin Feng opened his eyes to find a striking figure before him. Dressed in white, her voice like a clear spring, she possessed a tall, elegant stature. Her hair neatly tied up, and her face exuded a vibrant charm. Su Mingyue. Qin Feng recognized the person before him. Though they were classmates, their interactions had been minimal. Qin Feng, what are you doing here? Su Mingyue inquired, observing the relaxed posture in which he reclined, pointing at the tea on the table with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Just enjoying some tea, Qin Feng replied, raising his cup in a gesture. Drinking tea? Su Mingyue was taken aback. At this hour, newly awakened professionals should be diligently leveling up in dungeons, battling monsters to achieve their first transition. After all, only upon completing the first transition could one truly be called a professional. Yet here was Qin Feng, leisurely sipping tea. As she regarded Qin Feng's relaxed demeanor, her gaze shifted to the nearly empty and cooled tea. A flicker of complex emotions crossed her beautiful eyes, as if she began to grasp something. Was he resigning himself to his beast master profession, abandoning his future? It was understandable. The path of a beast master was indeed a formidable mountain that the less fortunate could scarcely surmount. Chapter 11. Su Mingyue's gift. Even if he could afford a black iron-level beast, what would it accomplish? With a battle power around 10, even defeating minor monsters would require considerable effort. Perhaps, for him, it was wiser to save his resources rather than squander them on a beast, pursuing a nearly invisible path as a beast master, and instead enjoy life. Su Mingyue gazed at Qin Feng, her eyes revealing a touch of pity. Sighing, she contemplated how different her life might have been had she awakened a different profession. Even a lifestyle profession would surely be preferable to her current situation. After a moment's hesitation, Su Mingyue retrieved an item from her spatial storage and placed it in Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng, Please don't give up so easily. I can't help you much, but take this. It should have some value. Don't lose hope. Keep pushing forward. With that, she swiftly turned and departed, not allowing Qin Feng the chance to refuse her kindness. Despite their limited acquaintance, she hoped for Qin Feng's resurgence. Hey! Qin Feng stood there, mouth agape, watching Su Mingyue's figure fade away. Did she think he was giving up on becoming a professional because he couldn't afford a beast? It made sense, considering he was here enjoying tea just a day after completing his profession awakening. Embarrassed, he chuckled awkwardly and looked down at the item in his hand. Dark Night Cloak. Category, Item. Description, the wearer will be shrouded in darkness, impervious to detection spells. Attribute, None. Usage level, LV 30. A cascade of information unfolded before him. The Dark Night Cloak? Qin Feng mused. This was an item-type cloak that did not fall under the category of equipment and offered no attribute bonuses. Its sole purpose was to conceal the wearer's information, which he could indeed utilize. However, Qin Feng glanced out the window at the street beyond the tea house. He was aware that Su Mingyue's family was not particularly affluent. Though such item-type gear had minimal utility, it was exceedingly rare. If traded at the marketplace, it would fetch at least several tens of thousands of alliance coins. For Su Mingyue, it was undoubtedly a precious gift. That she would so decisively give this cloak to him was quite touching. Was it merely for the sake of camaraderie? Qin Feng felt a stirring in his heart and soon sighed. Very well. When they met next, he would repay her kindness. He remembered Su Mingyue's profession, sharpshooter. If he were to find suitable items in the Yanhuo secret realm, he could certainly set some aside for her. The night was enchanting. Qin Feng glanced at the time. Only half an hour remained until midnight. The neon lights of Lin'an City flickered, illuminating the bustling night establishments that bathed the entire city in brilliance. It was time to depart. Qin Feng stretched lazily, donning his dark cloak, which enveloped him in a shroud of inky mist. With a surge of will, he summoned the Golden Crow. A sizzling wave of intense heat enveloped the air. In the next instant, the sky ignited. The once vibrant Lin'an City was suddenly cloaked in a searing crimson hue. High above, a colossal firebird materialized, its wings unfurling majestically across the heavens. The scorching aura emanating from it made even those hundreds of meters away feel the oppressive heat. The Golden Crow had descended. Chapter 12. The Golden Crow Soars. The shock of Lin'an City. What is that? Good heavens. What a massive fireball. Nonsense. That is clearly a bird. My word. Has a world boss descended upon Lin'an City? It's enormous. At the city lord's mansion, Lu Tianquang had just settled into bed when he leapt up at the sight of the gigantic golden crow in the sky, his expression turning grave. As the lord of the city, he understood that this was not merely a world boss but the summoned beast of a formidable beast master. Lu Tianquang stared incredulously at the flaming golden crow soaring above. My goodness, what tier of summoned beast is this? Which esteemed beast master has raised such an ancestral-level creature to cause such a commotion? Let us hope there's no trouble. Lu Tianquang swallowed hard, refusing to delay, and shattered the window as he flew out. Such a spectacle could mean disaster for Lin'an City if the beast master harbored ill intentions. Though he was only a fourth-tier practitioner, as the city lord, he felt compelled to confront any danger head-on. On the streets, Su Mingyue stood transfixed, her figure awash in the firelight. She looked up just in time to see a figure draped in a black cloak, partially obscured by mist, descending onto the back of the firebird. Wait, is that the dark cloak I gifted to Qin Feng? Su Mingyue murmured, her lips curling into a smile. Has he already found his footing enough to wear the dark cloak so soon? She arched her brows, observing the colossal golden crow in the sky. Could he also be a beast master? However, what level of summoned beast is this? Such a terrifying presence. Noticing the gazes of numerous practitioners in the city, along with the hurried approach of the city lord, Qin Feng decided not to linger. With a thought, the golden crow spread its wings. Boom. A long trail of fiery light streaked across the sky before vanishing into the horizon. Elder. As Lu Tianquang approached, he was left only with a fading red glow. Has he departed? Lu Tianquang let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this beast master bore no malice. Otherwise, he feared he would not be able to protect Lin'an City. Although the highest level beast masters today were only 5th tier, in terms of combat prowess, a beast master wielding an ancestral level creature would not be easily defeated, even by 6th tier practitioners. The distinction between golden tier and ancestral level is a qualitative leap. The measure of a beast master's prowess is whether they possess an ancestral level beast. While there are ancient level beasts beyond ancestral, they are almost universally believed to be extinct in the present age. Ancient level beasts, as the name suggests, existed only in antiquity. In today's world, they have vanished. Lu Tianquang observed the receding tail of light, his taut nerves finally easing. Suddenly, he recalled that among the practitioners who awakened yesterday, there had been a beast master. However, it was said that this individual was an orphan, which was indeed unfortunate. Lu Tianquang shook his head, dispelling his thoughts, and vanished from the spot. At the dead volcano, numerous practitioners had gathered, forming small teams. The lava secret realm imposed level restrictions on entrance. Without a team, the challenges were exceedingly formidable. The invincible team was still one member short. Any aspiring mage sisters wanting to join? Within 7 days, the invincible team will surely defeat the lava lord and acquire the lava heart. Clad in luxurious attire, Zhou Baibai proudly surveyed his surroundings, his belly protruding. Chapter 13. Entering the lava secret realm. Brother Bai is invincible. My brother Bai is already a level 55 first tier. The lava heart must surely belong to him. Stay humble. Stay humble. Listening to the flattery of his team members, Zhou Baibai puffed out his chest even further. While claiming humility, he summoned a towering 3-meter-tall ice bear, specially contracted for this lava secret realm. It is well known that water extinguishes fire, and ice reigns supreme over water, making it an invaluable asset in the lava secret realm. Those wishing to join, hurry, only one spot remains. To the impoverished, beast masters are a calamity, yet for him, it is an exceptional vocation. Having contracted 3 silver-tier beasts, he was nearly unmatched among peers. Brother Bai is amazing. Brother Bai is invincible. That mere lava lord is no match for him. The 2 nearby team members began a fresh round of flattery. The surrounding teams glanced at Zhou Baibai, their expressions swiftly turning sour. Early-stage beast masters are indeed incomparable to ordinary professions. However, while they may not claim the lava heart, acquiring other items within the secret realm should not be too difficult. A mage girl still without a team hesitated, preparing to approach Zhou Baibai and his companions. Suddenly, the previously calm dead volcano trembled violently. It was dawn. The lava secret realm was about to open. Someone exclaimed in delight. With this announcement, the volcano's mouth lit up, resembling flames on the verge of eruption. As a surge of red light burst forth, growing increasingly brilliant. Soon, a crimson vortex-shaped entrance appeared before the crowd. A warrior wiped the sweat from his brow, puzzled, and remarked, "Something's off. Why is it so hot?" Normally, when the lava secret realm opens, the external temperature rises, but it shouldn't be this intense. Indeed, it shouldn't be. It feels as if the sky itself is ablaze. What is happening? Good heavens! Look at the sky. It's truly on fire. Someone suddenly shouted. My God! What is that? A meteor from the heavens is crashing down. No, wait. There is someone on it. Good heavens! A firebird. Someone is riding a firebird? Which esteemed beast master has descended? It's so hot. Help! I'm going to melt. Good heavens! Scatter! He is coming towards us. A throng of practitioners widened their eyes, their screams echoing in a cacophony. Boom! The enormous firebird showed no signs of slowing down, crashing directly into the newly formed secret realm passage, vanishing before their eyes. What did I just witness? Such a colossal firebird. Is this real? Did it just enter the secret realm? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, rooted to the spot. Zhou Baibai's eyes were nearly bulging from their sockets. As a beastmaster, no one understood that aura better than he did. It was of the ancestor level, undoubtedly an ancestor-level beast. What was even more astonishing was that a beast master who had tamed an ancestor-level beast had entered the lava secret realm. Was it not so? In the entirety of the Qin kingdom, and indeed the world, how many beast masters possessed an ancestor-level beast? Each of them was a renowned top-tier beast master of at least the 5th rank. Now you tell me, a beast master who had yet to reach the 2nd rank had tamed an ancestor-level beast? Even Zhou Baibai, who prided himself on his extensive experience, could not help but doubt his own eyes. He glanced at the trembling ice bear on the ground, its snow-white fur scorched and curled by the fiery bird, and fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 14. Every action leaves a trace. The commotion was too great. Qin Feng sighed. There was no way around it. All of his beasts were of ancestor level, making it difficult to maintain a low profile. However, he had no intention of hiding. Every action leaves a trace. His abilities would eventually be revealed to all. Rather than timidly restraining his growth, it was better to unleash his potential and accelerate his advancement. The overwhelming presence of 100-level stellar ancestor beasts would naturally deter any threats. Returning to his senses, he sat atop the head of the golden crow, surveying the environment of the secret realm. This was a valley strewn with crimson stones, resembling a fiery mountain. The scorching heat waves surged towards him, yet were blocked by the golden crow. Fire Rock Beast. Level, LV33. Skills, Rock Throw, Stone Explosion. Flame Spirit. Level, LV47. Skills, Incineration, Fire Attachment. Giant Stone Beast. Level, LV40. Skills, Giant Stone Slam, Charge. With a mere glance, a multitude of monsters appeared before Qin Feng's eyes. Suddenly, a massive stone projectile hurtled towards him, easily intercepted by the golden crow. Caw! The golden crow let out a fierce cry, its menacing gaze fixed upon the monsters below. Sensing the Golden Crow's emotions, Qin Feng no longer hesitated. His gaze sharpened as he commanded, "Start the cleanup." Boom. Upon receiving the order, the Golden Crow spread its wings and dove down. Its scorching aura was unleashed without reservation. With a flap of its wings, a torrent of heat cascaded down. 38, 88, 79, 62, 65, 77, 84, 44. The terrifying damage values reduced the monsters to half health upon contact. Although the Golden Crow was only at level 1, its ancestor bloodline still swept through this secret realm. Monsters fell like wheat before the scythe, and the experience points surged. You have slain the giant stone beast, gaining 0 experience. You have slain the flame spirit, gaining 0 experience. Your level has reached its limit, unable to gain experience. The Golden Crow has leveled up to 5. The Golden Crow has leveled up to 8. The Golden Crow has leveled up to 15. Notifications continued to refresh. The Golden Crow's level rose exponentially, and the damage it dealt became increasingly outrageous. Initially, it required 2 attacks to defeat a group of monsters, but now a single wave of heat was enough for an instant kill. Nevertheless, it was still too slow. The Golden Crow's attack, though area-based, only dealt significant damage at the center, with diminishing returns towards the edges, resulting in a limited effective attack range. Qin Feng glanced at the Golden Crow's skill panel. Heavenly Fire Meteor, Golden Crow Flame. Heavenly Fire Meteor summons a meteor shower of fire, causing extensive area damage. Cooldown of 12 hours. Golden Crow Flame. A blazing fire from within the Golden Crow, capable of melting ice and scorching seas, cooldown of 3 days. It was time to test the effects of the skill. He activated Heavenly Fire Meteor. With a thought, the Golden Crow soared high into the sky, flames engulfing its body, each feather ablaze. In the next moment, it flapped its wings, and it seemed as if a rain of fire fell from the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions reverberated. Almost half of the secret realm was engulfed in chaos. Damage values flooded the screen, and a myriad of luminous treasures began to drop. 34576, 31667, 41302, 33879. The Golden Crow has leveled up to 30. The Golden Crow has leveled up to 33. Chapter 15. Advancement complete, Master of Beasts. It felt satisfying. The Golden Crow's damage was significantly higher than that of the Abyssal Dragon Python. However, comparatively, its defense was considerably lower. Qin Feng mused to himself. Surveying the multitude of treasures scattered on the ground, his mood uplifted. Nevertheless, his mission was to slay the Lava Lord and obtain its heart. According to his understanding of the Lava Secret Realm, the Lava Lord would emerge once the majority of the smaller monsters had been defeated. Now, it should be sufficient. Qin Feng squinted, observing his surroundings. Boom. Suddenly, the rocks exploded. Right beneath Qin Feng's feet, a towering hill engulfed in flames abruptly stood up. A pair of fiery eyes locked onto him from 100 meters above. Human. It emanated a terrifying aura, its body and limbs composed entirely of colossal stones. Without hesitation, it hurled a punch directly at Qin Feng. Boom. Without needing a command from Qin Feng, the Golden Crow flapped its wings and shot forth. Simultaneously, a panel appeared before Qin Feng's eyes. Lava Lord. Level, LV60. Type, Boss. Health, 100,000. Skills, Heavy Hammer, Sea of Fire, Charge. 100,000 health. Qin Feng murmured. This amount of health was exceedingly exaggerated for any profession below the second rank. Especially considering the high defense typical of such a boss, the damage would be significantly mitigated, making it even more challenging to defeat. Then let us test the Golden Crow Flame. Qin Feng grinned and gave the order. Suddenly, the Golden Crow soared high into the sky, its brilliant golden eyes growing ever brighter. In the next moment, it opened its beak wide, unleashing a torrent of nearly molten gold flames. Sizzle, sizzle. Under the terrifying heat, the very fabric of space seemed to warp. The air began to show signs of combustion. The golden flames descended like a meteor from the heavens, streaking towards the Lava Lord. Boom. The flames struck the Lava Lord's head. Sizzle. Like fire melting ice. The Lava Lord's body began to dissolve at an astonishing rate, starting from its head, disintegrating into sand that was blown away by the wind. 117280. Instant kill. The terrifying damage value left Qin Feng momentarily speechless. One must recognize that the defensive capacity of the Lava Lord is entirely distinct from that of ordinary monsters, with a disparity exceeding several folds. Yet, before the flames of the Golden Crow, it remains susceptible to instantaneous annihilation. Such damage is indeed exaggerated. Even a third transition professional may not withstand such an onslaught. Upon vanquishing the Lava Lord, a series of notifications promptly appeared. Various treasures scattered across the ground shimmered brilliantly, overwhelming the senses. Qin Feng, riding the Golden Crow, began to collect fervently. He retrieved items such as the Fire Elemental Magic Stone, the Giant Stone Armored, and the Fire Elemental Spirit, as well as the equipment known as the Lava Shatter Mountain, gathering all drops into his spatial inventory. Qin Feng then reopened the quest panel, revealing the current task, Career Advancement, Master of Beasts, with the requirement to venture into the Lava Secret Realm, defeat the Lava Lord, and acquire the Lava Lord's heart. The task status indicated it was ready for submission. Could he advance? Qin Feng murmured, resolutely opting to submit. The profession advancement to Master of Beasts was confirmed as completed. Chapter 16. A brand new skill, Mastery over all directions. The current status has been updated. Profession, Master of Beasts. Level, First Transition, Level 30. Strength, 1050. Constitution, 1055. Agility, 1100. Spirit, 2590. Combat Power, 2050. Passive Skills, Invisible, Symbiosis. Skills, Enslavement, Summon, Life Lock, Mastery over all directions. Beast Companions, Abyssal Dragon Python, Golden Crow. Evolution Points, 605,336,0535. Attributes have multiplied several times, and 4 additional skills have emerged, with the original skill of Contract transforming into Enslavement. Qin Feng contemplated the changes on his panel. Typically, a normal profession's attributes would increase by 1 to 2 times after the first transition, and one could only comprehend a single new skill. However, his attributes surged 6 to 7 times, and he gained 3 additional skills. Furthermore, he was aware that the first transition skill for Beast Masters should be Fury, enhancing their companions' abilities, yet his skills were entirely different. Qin Feng began to examine them one by one. Symbiosis. Description: a passive skill wherein damage absorbed by the Master of Beasts is transferred entirely to the Beast Companion. What? 100%? The first skill rendered Qin Feng momentarily speechless. He rubbed his eyes, nearly doubting his vision. While ordinary Beast Masters possess a similar skill, the transfer rate is typically 50%, still incurring damage upon themselves. His current 100% implies that as long as his Beast Companion remains alive, he is virtually immortal. This is extraordinary. Qin Feng felt exhilarated and continued to read. Life Lock. Description: forcefully locks the Beast Companion's life value for 3 seconds, during which life value cannot decrease, with a cooldown of 12 hours. Incredible. This skill is equally remarkable. Qin Feng's heart raced. Though the duration is merely 3 seconds, against certain lethal attacks, this is nothing short of miraculous. For instance, against a high-damage assassin skill with an extended cooldown, if he can withstand the attack with Life Lock, the subsequent window of vulnerability can be easily managed. Invisible. Description: your attributes cannot be forcibly inspected by higher-level professionals. Enslavement. Description: with a mere thought, all things are subservient. With a 100% success rate for contracting Beast Companions. Cooldown none. Mastery over all directions. Description: all creatures within my domain are at my command, upon use. Can forcefully control non-hostile creatures within a 100-meter radius for 60 seconds. Cooldown, 30 days. Incredible. Qin Feng was utterly astounded. This career advancement is simply astonishing. Each of these skills is more extraordinary than the last. Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the Mastery over all directions skill. Though the specific effects remain unclear, the extensive cooldown alone suggests its formidable power. Additionally, he noted the evolution points. They now increase by 2 points per second, doubling from before. This implies that in approximately 6 days, his Beast Companion could evolve once more, reaching the ancient level. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled, and his breathing grew heavy. Once he possesses an ancient-level beast, his combat power will undoubtedly reach a terrifying peak. As for the equipment obtained, that is secondary, given his rapid leveling pace. Even suitable gear would soon become obsolete. It would be wiser to await the 3rd or even 4th transition before acquiring a fitting set of equipment. Chapter 17. The Descent of the Divine Seed. Dead Volcano. At the entrance of the Lava Secret Realm, a multitude of professionals stared at one another, paralyzed by uncertainty. Despite half an hour having elapsed, none dared to venture into the depths of the realm. The pressure emanating from that firebird was overwhelming. Who knows if they would be directly eliminated upon entry? Suddenly, a brilliant red glow erupted from the entrance. Following that, a scorching aura surged forth as a colossal golden crow soared out. The crowd collectively took a step back, their faces filled with trepidation, hesitant to move. Since the realm's opening, it had only been a little over half an hour. Was the individual uninterested in the secrets within the realm? Uncertainty filled their minds as they watched the golden crow's tail flame vanish into the horizon, finally prompting them to rush eagerly into the Lava Secret Realm. However, amidst the crowd stood a man with a horse-like face, rooted in place, gazing up at the direction in which Qin Feng had disappeared, his brows furrowed. A return to ancestor-level beast? Which top-tier beast master has arrived here? He could not discern this person's aura. Even with his detection techniques, the individual seemed to be non-existent, impervious to scrutiny. Yet, he was not foolish enough to believe this was a mere beast master, yet to transition twice. Within the borders of Qin, only those at the 5th transition could command return to ancestor-level beasts. Although the lava secret realm imposes level restrictions, he was aware that there exists a type of item capable of breaking such limitations, enabling forced entry. However, such items are exceedingly rare and typically not utilized lightly. Yet, what could compel a top-tier beast master to enter the lava secret realm? He shook his head, his eyes glinting with a crimson hue, a smirk creeping across his face. A single beast master cannot alter the outcome. Even an army of ants can fell an elephant beneath the celestial cave. Even a 5th transition beast master may not escape unscathed. As he spoke, the man with the horse-like face gently raised his hand, and a dark blue talisman slowly emerged in his palm. He then cast it skyward. Cherish your final moments in this city. If you must place blame, direct it towards the divine seed that has descended here. You are merely sacrificial offerings. With these words, the horse-faced man ceased to linger and vanished from sight. As the talisman ascended, a flash of dark light crossed the sky, as if a rift had torn open above. In the grand palace of Qin, an elderly man, appearing to be in the twilight of his years, sat regally upon a grand chair. Though advanced in age, his eyes shone brightly, emanating an unfathomable authority that deterred direct gazes. Lin'an City? Has the divine seed of this generation descended upon Lin'an City? He spoke in a deep voice, turning to the individual beside him. Yes, your majesty, do you wish to seek him? Replied an elder holding a glowing tome. A 9-turn prophet who had divined the news of the divine seed. Unfortunately, even he could not ascertain the precise location or details of the divine seed. Only the general vicinity, which was already a formidable limit. The monarch of Qin's gaze flickered with intensity, and he nodded slightly. The Tower of Talents can be activated. Let us present that item as a reward this time. That item? The elder trembled in shock, his expression revealing his astonishment. After a few moments, he regained his composure and respectfully acknowledged, understood. Chapter 18. The Third Beast, the Ant Beast. In the high skies, Qin Feng looked down upon the valley below. Within a certain gorge, practitioners were diligently battling monsters. The Black Mountain Valley was a naturally occurring wilderness dungeon, with monsters ranging from levels 35 to 40. Observing the scene, Qin Feng realized that with the completion of his career advancement quest, he could level up once more. This location perfectly suited his needs for progression. Since that's the case, I might as well level up a bit, Qin Feng murmured to himself, issuing his command. In an instant, the golden crow flapped its wings. A scorching wave of heat surged downward. Boom, boom, boom. The practitioners, who had been grinding monsters, were left dumbfounded. Although the heat wave from the golden crow's attack deliberately avoided them, the intense warmth made them sweat profusely, leaving them unable to discern whether it was from the heat or fear. Under the onslaught of the golden crow, the entire valley ignited in flames. 18999-21300. 20,533. You have leveled up, gaining 10 free attribute points. You have leveled up, gaining 10 free attribute points. You have leveled up. Various notification messages flooded the screen. After a sweeping assault, Qin Feng checked his level, finding it had risen from 30 to 45. Nodding in satisfaction, he collected the dropped treasures and swiftly departed, leaving several practitioners in a state of bewilderment. Upon returning to Lin'an City, after resting for several hours in an inn, Qin Feng went directly to the Beast Pavilion the next morning, entering the free contract room. The contract room of the Beast Pavilion could enhance the success rate of beast contracts. However, this function was entirely superfluous for Qin Feng. His primary purpose for visiting was the tranquility of the space, free from disturbances. Inside the contract room, Qin Feng placed the ant beast before him, scrutinizing it carefully. Measuring merely a few centimeters in length, it appeared utterly devoid of combat prowess compared to the red bird and black snake. It seemed as if a mere step could crush it. Historically, the ant species was renowned for their sheer numbers, possessing extremely weak individual strength. Could it be that this ant beast, upon evolution, would transform into a colossal ant spanning 100 meters? Shaking his head, Qin Feng found the notion peculiar. Never mind. I'll proceed with the evolution and see the outcome. If it can evolve to the ancestral level, it wouldn't be a loss. Pushing aside his thoughts, Qin Feng pointed decisively. Skill, enslave. Instantly, patterns manifested in the air, imprinting themselves upon the ant beast. In but a second, information flooded Qin Feng's mind. You have acquired a new beast, ant beast. Current beast, ant beast. Rank, black iron. Level, LV1. Strength, 10. Constitution, 1. Agility, 2. Spirit, 10. Combat power, 10. Skill, none. Evolution points required, 1,000. Current evolution points, 689,016,8903. Note: the first evolution can trigger a critical effect. Looking at the attribute points before him, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of defeat. 2 points in agility and 1 in constitution indeed rendered it exceedingly fragile. He even questioned what its combat capabilities would be post-evolution. Forget it. No need to dwell on it. I'll commence the contract evolution. Consuming 1,000 evolution points, the Ant Beast begins to evolve. Chapter 19. Ant Beast Evolution. The first ancient level, War Ant Queen. Boom. In the beast space, the earth trembled. Clouds of ash enveloped the ant beast. Subsequently, its body began to swell, as if something were being crammed into its tiny abdomen, causing it to bulge. With its body expanding, its abdomen followed suit. Scree. Roar. In the beast space, the golden crow and the abyssal dragon python simultaneously emitted a cry. Within their voices lingered a hint of terror, prompting them to swiftly retreat from the area. Were they afraid? Qin Feng was astonished, struggling to believe his eyes. Just then, the tremors ceased. The ant beast had grown to a staggering 100 meters. Lying low to the ground, its massive abdomen resembling that of an immensely inflated balloon. Evolution complete. Ant Beast, War Ant Queen. Current Beast, War Ant Queen. Rank, Ancient Level. Level, LV1. Strength, 20,000. Constitution, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 250000. Combat Power, 200000. Skill, Infinite Reproduction. Evolution points required, 1 million. Heavens. Ancient Level. Qin Feng was taken aback. His luck was simply extraordinary. He had initially anticipated that it would take at least 6 days to acquire his first ancient level beast, yet this time, it had succeeded outright. However, aside from its spirit, was its strength, constitution, and agility not a tad low? These attributes were even inferior to the ancestral level golden crow, and compared to its spirit, the other attributes were alarmingly lacking. Moreover, it possessed only one skill, the name of which was rather abstract. Infinite Reproduction? Giving birth on sight. Qin Feng was perplexed by this skill. He chose to examine it further. Skill, Infinite Reproduction. Effect, the queen enters battle mode, reproducing ant beasts for combat. Cooling time, 72 hours. What the heck? Is this actually a live birth? This is somewhat abstract, isn't it? Qin Feng felt a bit perplexed. The attributes and skills were rather difficult for him to comprehend. It was simply too outrageous. Sighing, he exited the Beastmaster space. He then checked his personal space. This journey had been quite fruitful. The drop rate in the Lava Secret Realm was commendable. Moreover, he had nearly monopolized the entire Lava Secret Realm, and his personal space was brimming with treasures. Aside from a variety of materials and items, there was also a considerable amount of equipment. Qin Feng retrieved one piece of equipment to inspect. Lava Shattering Staff. Category, Weapon. Grade, Gold. Applicable professions, Mage, Beastmaster, Priest. Usable level, LV 60. Attributes, Strength 800, Constitution 200. Special effects, Attack inflicts fire attribute splash damage. Special effects, when worn by a Beastmaster, increases beast damage by 10%. Attached skill, Heavy Strike. Attached skill, Summon Lava Lord, can summon Lava Lord to fight for 1 minute. This is a staff-type weapon, entirely composed of fiery red rock. At the head, a volcanic stone is embedded, weighing heavily. The entire staff weighs at least 100 pounds. A combat-type staff? This is absurd. Qin Feng raised his hands in exasperation. As a Beastmaster, it was improbable for him to wield a staff in one-on-one combat. Nevertheless, despite this, the attributes of the staff, along with its special effects and skills, were quite impressive. Once he reached level 60, he could certainly make use of it. Just then, a deep alarm suddenly blared. Chapter 20. The Celestial Abyss Descends. Qin Feng was taken aback and looked up. Level 1 alarm. This alarm only sounded when a catastrophic calamity of city-destroying proportions was imminent. What was happening? Qin Feng sprang to his feet. Outside the contract room, an array of chaotic sounds erupted, creating a scene of utter disarray. He opened the door and stepped out. The hall was filled with people, all gathered at the entrance of the Yanhuo building. Their faces stricken with terror as they gazed into the sky. What is that? Seeing this, Qin Feng hurried forward to look up. He was immediately struck with dread. Above, a massive rift had appeared in the sky. This fissure radiated an ominous black glow and continued to expand. Within the rift, pairs of glimmering eyes could be seen, greedily watching the world below. The Celestial Abyss. It is indeed the Celestial Abyss. Someone screamed in panic, collapsing to the ground in fright. What? This is it. How could the Celestial Abyss manifest in the small city of Lin'an? Even Lord Lu was merely at the 4th transition level. How could he possibly withstand the onslaught of millions of ferocious beasts? The crowd was engulfed in despair, terrified to the extreme. Qin Feng furrowed his brows. The celestial abyss was something he had heard mentioned by his schoolteachers. Each appearance of the celestial abyss heralded an incredibly terrifying disaster. Beyond the stars, there existed countless beings from other realms. Despite the presence of ninth transition powerhouses guarding the cosmos, they were still at a loss when faced with the overwhelming numbers of these extraterrestrial entities. Once a rift appeared in the sky, these beings would surge in like cats drawn to the scent of blood, descending in their hundreds of thousands, even millions, in an extraordinarily exaggerated manner. Even 5th and 6th transition professionals would feel their nerves fray. The adage a multitude of ants can kill an elephant was not mere talk. It was not uncommon for a level 50 beast to besiege a level 100 professional. In the city lord's mansion, Lu Tianquang's brow was deeply furrowed. His expression darkened to the utmost. The city's high-ranking officials had gathered here, their faces tense. Damn it! How could the celestial abyss appear so suddenly, without warning? We cannot handle this. We can only wait for reinforcements. The alarm had been sounded, and the protective formation had been activated, but it could only hold for 2 minutes at most. The strong from Shanghai City would require at least 20 minutes to arrive. 20 minutes would be sufficient for the extraterrestrial beings to ravage Lin'an City multiple times over. We cannot hold them off. It is utterly impossible. The high-ranking officials exchanged worried glances, their expressions grim. We must hold them off. Lu Tianquang abruptly stood, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. No matter what, we must endure until reinforcements arrive. Before that, I shall perish before you all. His voice was resolute, filled with a determination to face death. Suddenly, he recalled the beast master who had recently commanded a primordial-level beast. However, that thought was swiftly dismissed. While a primordial-level beast was indeed powerful, a single beast could not alter the course of events. In the face of millions, even the top beast masters would only succumb to exhaustion. Although it could buy them a bit more time, with his flying beast, escaping was not difficult. How could he throw his life away for this? Recollecting his thoughts, Lu Tianquang no longer hesitated. He shattered a window and soared out. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, their expressions grim, and after a deep breath, they swiftly rose to follow suit. Chapter 21. The Endless Extraterrestrial Beings. Boom. At this moment, the rift in the sky reached its limit. A tremendous sound erupted. Subsequently, like a torrential rain, dark gray beings began to rain down from the fissure. This scene was utterly terrifying. An endless cascade of dark gray beings poured toward Lin'an City like a waterfall. They blanketed the area, thick and overwhelming. Thud, thud, thud. Above Lin'an City, a green protective shield unfurled. The countless beings landing upon it produced a series of dull thuds. As soon as the dark gray beings touched down, they wasted no time and began to assault the city's protective formation with fervor. In merely a matter of seconds, Lin'an City was completely enveloped. The protective formation's radiant glow was entirely obscured by the extraterrestrial beings, resembling a dark shroud that blocked out even the sunlight. It is over. Completely finished. How are we supposed to fight this? This is too outrageous. Is this truly the celestial abyss? A disaster, an absolute disaster. Where can we run? Are we merely waiting for death? Some individuals had already slumped to the ground, their eyes vacant. Lin'an City was but a small town. The professionals here were not of high level, most hovering around the second transition, and even third transition professionals were scarce. Many were merely newly awakened practitioners. They had only ever heard their teachers speak of such scenes. They had never witnessed it firsthand. Now, seeing the swarm of monsters that completely covered the city, they were nearly paralyzed with fear, unable to muster the will to fight. Damn it! Lu Tianquang hovered in midair, his scalp tingling at the sight before him. Every hair on his body standing on end. There are too many. This is too exaggerated. Moreover, beasts continued to drop from the rift within the celestial abyss. The light of the city's protective formation was growing weaker. It would likely shatter in less than a minute. City Lord, this is... The high-ranking officials accompanying him felt as though their heads might explode. Even for them, it was the first time witnessing the spectacle of the Taiyang. In such circumstances, let alone survival, they feared even their bones would be obliterated. Kill. Lu Tianquang's face twisted in a grimace as he forcefully suppressed the terror within him. A long knife suddenly materialized in his hand, and he charged forward. The others, upon witnessing this, exchanged glances with the crowd below, gritted their teeth, and unleashed their full power to follow suit. It was the city lord and his group. Could they succeed? The numbers were overwhelming. Victory seemed impossible. The city lord had gone with a resolve to perish. What should we do? Wait for death? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, his expression dark. Claw Beast. Level, LV 55. Health, 10,000. Combat Power, 9,900. Winged Beast. Level, LV 45. Health, 6,000. Combat Power, 6,500. The information about the extraterrestrial beings materialized before his eyes. Below the same level, the combat power of these beings far surpassed the monsters of Lin'an. Compared to combat professions of the same rank, they were equally formidable. Although he had the Yanhuo and Abyssal Dragon Python at his side, the sheer number of these extraterrestrial beings was staggering. Even if the Yanhuo's skills were off cooldown and Meteor Fire Rain could be cast again, it would be of no use. Could he kill 1,000 or even 10,000? Could he really eliminate 100,000 or 1,000,000? He was certain that he would ultimately be completely drained. If only the Yanhuo could evolve to the ancient level, perhaps he could give it a try. Wait, ancient level? Qin Feng paused, a thought occurring to him. With a flicker of his mind, a series of information reappeared. Current beast, Warlord Ant Queen. Rank, ancient level. Level, LV1. Strength, 20,000. Constitution, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 250,000. Combat power, 200,000. Skill, infinite reproduction. Evolution value required, 1,000,000. Chapter 22. Summon. Warlord Ant Queen. Ancient level, Warlord Ant Queen. Should I attempt this? Qin Feng murmured to himself. Although the attributes of this Warlord Ant Queen were somewhat peculiar, it was still an ancient level creature. He had heard his teachers mention that ancient level beasts were those that existed in ancient times. Any ancient level being was undoubtedly one of the strongest creatures on the surface. Furthermore, once a beast reached the ancient level, it was bestowed with a new title, Great Menace. Qin Feng pondered. To be deemed a great menace was sufficient testament to the terror of an ancient level beast. Given the current situation, perhaps he could take a chance. Even if he failed, with the Yanhuo, he could still escape from this place. With this thought, Qin Feng decisively stepped forward, squeezing through the crowd, focusing on the nearly collapsing city defense array above. With a subtle movement of his mind and a light step, his body instantly levitated. Boom! Amidst the fearful and astonished gazes of the city, a torrent of flames illuminated the surroundings. The searing heat swiftly dispelling the chilling aura emanating from the extraterrestrial beings. A Yanhuo with a wingspan of 100 meters let out a resounding cry. Descending into the air above Lin'an city. On top of the Yanhuo, Qin Feng stood with an indifferent expression. He then commanded the Yanhuo to break through the city's protective formation, soaring into the sky. Ah, it is that renowned Beastmaster. We are saved. With this esteemed figure here, as long as we can hold on until reinforcements arrive, we will be safe. Someone exclaimed, their eyes brightening with hope. However, their joy was short-lived as an older professional doused it with cold water, their voice laced with bitterness. It's futile. The Taiyang is deemed a disaster precisely because of the overwhelming number of extraterrestrial beings. Even the top beastmasters commanding reversion-level beasts won't last long. Indeed, the city Lord Lu was already struggling after merely half a minute of combat at the 4th transition level. An aging professional echoed this sentiment. His weary eyes fixed on Lu Tianquang's figure as he wielded his knife, revealing a pained expression. In the sky, Lu Tianquang's grip on his knife began to tremble. His body already adorned with numerous wounds. Even with his 4th transition level, he could slay several monsters with a single strike, but facing the relentless onslaught, he was on the verge of collapse. Those beside him fared even worse. One had completely lost his left arm, and it had barely been a minute since the chaos began. With a sorrowful expression, Lu Tianquang felt his blood boil, ready to burn his life in this battle. At that moment, a resounding explosion echoed. A crimson light engulfed the sky. A torrent of heat surged down, alleviating the pressure on him as he looked up in astonishment. Is it that esteemed Beastmaster? Lu Tianquang exclaimed in surprise. He had not anticipated that this elder would truly intervene, especially considering the presence of winged beasts in the Taiyang. A moment's carelessness could spell disaster for the elder. As if to validate Lu Tianquang's thoughts, countless winged beasts surged toward the Yanhuo. Despite each flap of the Yanhuo's wings obliterating numerous winged beasts, it was of little consequence. Within half a minute, it was engulfed by a relentless tide of black and gray winged beasts, only faint glimmers of red occasionally breaking through. Elder, Lu Tianquang's expression shifted dramatically, a wave of sorrow rising within him. Would a top beastmaster perish here? His lips trembled, his heart weighed down with despair. Standing atop the Yanhuo, Qin Feng surveyed the overwhelming swarm of winged beasts, yet his demeanor exhibited no signs of disturbance. As his internal energy surged, he declared, Summon, Warlord Ant Queen. Chapter 23, Great Menace. The terrifying Warlord Ant Queen. Summon, Warlord Ant Queen. As the words echoed, a humming sound reverberated through the air. It felt as though a unique aura rippled through the atmosphere. Lu Tianquang, drenched in blood, felt an intense tremor run through him. His heart began to race uncontrollably. A chilling sensation prickling his skin, an indescribable feeling of dread enveloping him, giving rise to profound fear. What is happening? His face twitched, his pupils dilating. As a fourth transition berserker, his sense of impending crisis was acute. This sensation had never manifested throughout his career. It was a sense of menace, unparalleled menace. Almost instinctively, Lu Tianquang looked up. In the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply. The countless winged beasts that had been enveloping the JNW began to stir restlessly. Then, one by one, glistening black giant ants, each a meter long with sharp fangs, emerged from the swarm, climbing onto the winged beasts and launching frenzied attacks. These giant ants possessed combat power that far surpassed that of the winged beasts and other extraterrestrial beings, and their sheer numbers were astounding. The winged beasts were already overwhelmingly numerous, amounting to hundreds of thousands. However, now, the giant ants continued to pour forth in waves, each wave more astonishing than the last. On each winged beast, there were nearly 4 or 5 colossal ants crawling, and more of these giant ants were continuously pouring forth, descending to the ground to commence their assault, gnawing at the otherworldly beings below. Within the celestial abyss, a dense swarm of otherworldly creatures continued to descend. Yet as soon as they touched the ground, they would be overrun by countless black, gleaming giant ants. In mere seconds, they would be completely devoured. The situation had abruptly reversed. Extreme malevolent soldier ant. Grade, ancestral level. Level, LV1. Strength, 20,000. Constitution, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 5,000. Combat power, 20,000. Skill, rebirth. Lu Tianquang's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, ancestral level. Is this the beast of that esteemed beastmaster? How could this be possible? Absolutely impossible. He felt as though his mind had utterly crashed. To be able to control a single ancestral level beast is the hallmark of a top-tier beastmaster. Yet now, to witness such an overwhelming number, millions, even tens of millions, of ancestral level beasts is utterly absurd. The city lord? What is happening? The otherworldly beings had been thoroughly suppressed, perishing in droves, and the onlookers, devoid of any pressure, trembled in shock. The 3-turn high-ranking individual, who had lost an arm, even stabbed at his severed limb, questioning whether he was dreaming. In the sky, winged beasts continued to plummet, and the vast crimson light cast by the golden crow illuminated the scene once more. Simultaneously, a colossal ant queen exuding a terrifying aura made her presence known. The countless soldier ants cascading down were evidently birthed from the enormous abdomen of that ant queen. Is she reproducing? Breeding ancestral-level beasts. Lu Tianquang's scalp prickled. Not only he, but the others also felt their bodies stiffen, their hearts racing. The overwhelming ferocity emanating from the incessantly breeding ancestral-level soldier ants indicated one undeniable truth. Ancient level. Great malevolence. The crowd in Lin'an City had long since gaped in astonishment. Good heavens! What have I witnessed? This is nothing short of a miracle. The aged practitioner, his face lined with wrinkles, trembled as his hands shook, his face alight with excitement. We survived? We survived! People in the crowd gasped, tears of joy streaming down their faces. You have leveled up and gained free attribute points. You have leveled up and gained free attribute points. You have leveled up and gained free attribute points. You have reached level 60, and the second transition task has been issued. You have reached the first transition at level 60, and monster kills will no longer yield experience. By defeating the winged beasts, the war ant queen has advanced to level 5. By defeating the winged beasts, the war ant queen has advanced to level 25. By defeating the clawed beasts, the war ant queen has advanced to level 50. The level up notifications continued to pour in. Qin Feng's level and the war ant queen's level were both soaring. It was astounding. Qin Feng stood atop the golden crow, his astonishment rivaling that of Lu Tianquang and the others. The war ant queen's terror exceeded his imagination. Her infinite reproduction ability was simply outrageous. No wonder she was deemed a great malevolence. The strongest creature on the surface could hardly be surpassed. The celestial abyss? Outnumbering. Forgive me, but overwhelming the few is precisely my forte. Chapter 24, New Task, The Path of the 9-Turn Deity. In the sky, a blue thunder dragon, radiating magical energy, flew at breakneck speed. On the dragon's back, 2 individuals wore grave expressions as they gazed toward Lin'an City. 3 minutes have passed. Who is the current city lord of Lin'an City? What level are they? An elderly man clad in a white mage robe suddenly inquired, his voice solemn. His name was Lin Yuanzhou, a 6th-turn thunder mage. Master, the city lord of Lin'an City is called Lu Tianquang. He has only recently reached the 4th turn. Beside the elder stood another man in mage robes, named Su Changgang. Originally, only his master was meant to come, but due to the rarity of the celestial abyss, he had been brought along for the experience. Just reached the 4th turn, Lin Yuanzhou felt a heavy weight in his heart. Against the celestial abyss, a 4th turn practitioner would last no more than 2 minutes. Lin'an City is likely doomed. He sighed inwardly and shook his head. The thunder dragon beneath him was a 7th tier spell he had cast, reaching its maximum speed. However, even at this pace, it would still take approximately 5 minutes to reach Lin'an City. 5 minutes. By the time he arrived, it would be difficult to find a single intact corpse in Lin'an City. In Lin'an City, Qin Feng sat cross-legged atop the Golden Crow, accessing the task panel. At that moment, the otherworldly beings continuously descending within the celestial abyss had become mere experience fodder, swiftly defeated upon landing, posing no threat whatsoever. Next, he merely needed to await reinforcements to seal off the celestial abyss. During this time, he could review the requirements for the 2nd transition task. The task panel unfurled. Current task, the path of the 9-turn deity, I. Task description. The majesty of the deities is not to be infringed upon. The lurking insects must be eradicated. Task requirements. Eliminate the watchers from distant realms. You have acquired the temporary skill, divine perception. Task duration, unlimited. The path of the deity? Qin Feng was momentarily at a loss. What is this? After evolving into the sovereign of beasts at the 1st transition, the 2nd transition task has transformed into the path of the deity? The path of the 9-turn deity, I? This implies there will be a total of 9 transition tasks? The limit for practitioners is 9 transitions, yet I am currently at the 1st. Undertaking 9 more tasks would lead to a 10th transition, beyond the 9 turns? The 10th turn deity. Qin Feng's breath quickened, his eyes gleaming with intensity. 2 full minutes passed before he managed to quell the excitement bubbling within him. Fixing his gaze on the task description. Watchers from distant realms? Does this imply I am being monitored? Qin Feng pondered. Simultaneously, the skill divine perception activated. Instantly, his expression shifted as he turned his head in a certain direction, sensing a hostile aura. Moreover, within the celestial abyss, there lingered a trace of an identical presence. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Is the celestial abyss the work of that watcher? Just as he was engulfed in doubt, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. A blue thunder dragon appeared like a bolt of lightning, racing toward him at great speed. Reinforcements have arrived? Qin Feng remarked. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward the distance. Since the reinforcements had arrived, he intended to make his departure. The 2nd transition task could not be delayed. If the watcher from another nation were to leave the Great Qin, completing the 2nd transition task would become even more challenging. According to the aura detected by divine perception, the watcher should only be at the 3rd transition level. San Juan, relying on the abyss dragon python and Jin Wu, was sufficient to vanquish. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened as Jin Wu's wings trembled, vanishing from sight. Chapter 25, Instant Kill. The Sovereign of Divine Beings. At this moment, atop a mountain peak, a man with a horse-like face halted, his brow furrowed. He awaited the summons of the divine envoy to recall him directly from the Qin kingdom. However, just moments ago, for reasons unbeknownst to him, an intense sense of foreboding surged within his heart. His blood felt frozen, as if some monstrous flood or beast had targeted him. This should not be. He had come here under the direct application of the divine envoy's concealment technique. He should not have been detected by Qin. Yet, why did the feeling of impending doom grow ever more intense, as if death were imminent? His complexion darkened. His heart raced, and he gazed into the distance. There, at the edge of a mountain peak, a faint red glow unexpectedly emanated, continually expanding and intensifying. Something was amiss. The horse-faced man displayed a wary expression, instinctively preparing to flee. At that moment, the sky darkened abruptly, and an inexplicable metallic scent filled his nostrils. The horse-faced man's expression changed dramatically as he turned abruptly. Before him loomed an enormous, pitch-black maw, adorned with menacing fangs. Boom. In the next instant, a terrifying suction force surged forth. The giant mouth snapped shut, and the horse-faced man was swallowed whole before he could even resist. In the distance, behind a mountain peak, Qin Feng sat atop the head of Jin Wu, his eyes narrowed. Quite smoothly, he murmured. Although the adversary was a level 103rd transformation practitioner, their combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the Abyss Dragon Python. Moreover, the adversary had been distracted by Jin Wu, and the Abyss Dragon Python had immediately employed the Devour skill upon its appearance. Thus, the instant kill scenario unfolded. You have slain the hidden observer. Task completed. The notification appeared on the panel. Qin Feng withdrew the Abyss Dragon Python and opened the task panel. The task panel unfolded. Current task, the path of the 9-turn divine, I. Task description. The majesty of the divine cannot be infringed upon. The lurking insects must be eradicated. Task requirement. Eliminate the observer from a distant land. Temporary skill acquired. Perception of the divine. Task duration, unlimited. Task status, ready for submission. Would you like to submit? Have I completed it? Qin Feng decisively chose to submit, a faint smile gracing his lips. With the submission of the task, a rich milky white radiance enveloped him. The path of the 9-turn divine, task completed. Current status updated. Profession, sovereign of divine beings. Level, second transformation. Level 60. Strength, 3300. Constitution, 3400. Agility, 3550. Spirit, 9000. Combat power, 6000. Passive skills, invisible symbiosis. Skills, summon, insight, edict of beings. Life lock, control of the 4 directions. Beasts, abyss dragon python, Yanhuo, war ant queen. Evolution points, 12488712 for 890. Sovereign of divine beings? Qin Feng gazed at the change in his profession's name, murmuring softly. The prefix, divine, had been added, and the skills had changed. Furthermore, the evolution points had increased from 2 points per second to 3. Qin Feng scrutinized the panel, reflecting on the alterations following the task's completion. The increase in attributes was, in fact, the least noteworthy aspect. Chapter 26. That senior, commanding an ancient grade beast. Insight. Skill effect. You can see through all disguises, concealments, and falsehoods. Edict of beings. Skill effect. Bestow an edict, subjugating all beings. Success rate influenced by one's own spiritual power and the combat state of the beings. Subjugating all beings? Qin Feng paused at the sight of the Edict of Beings skill, which had transformed from subjugation. Typically, beast masters contract their beasts from eggs, which bear no animosity towards humans, rendering the contract possible. If this condition is unmet, completing the contract is utterly impossible. Yet, the current Edict of Beings targets living beings? What constitutes a living being? Any entity with consciousness can be termed a living being. Beasts are living beings, demon beasts are also living beings. And even humans are living beings. Could it be that this skill allows for the contracting of humans as well? My goodness, this is rather absurd. Qin Feng felt a buzzing sensation in his mind. Lin'an City. Master. Su Chong gazed in shock at the ground strewn with white bones. What is this? The handiwork of Lu Tianquang? He widened his eyes, focusing on the blood-soaked Lu Tianquang, incredulous. Lin Yuanzhou stood dumbfounded. The pile of corpses on the ground resembled a small mountain, utterly shocking. Although foreign beings still descended within the heavens cave, their numbers had significantly dwindled. He summoned a dark cloud crackling with lightning to cleanse the remaining foreign beings. Subsequently, he presented the sky-mending stone to seal the heavens cave, then turned his attention back to Lu Tianquang. A series of revelations unfolded before him. Fourth transformation berserker? Lin Yuanzhou shook his head resolutely. Impossible. A fourth transformation being could not contend with the heavens cave. Moreover, the berserker profession is particularly ill-suited for such a confrontation. Even I, during my 5th transformation, could not withstand the heavens cave, Lin Yuanzhou remarked. Historically, the mage profession has always been the pinnacle of combat prowess, especially since he is a lightning mage, making him extraordinarily powerful. Yet, even he, in his 5th transformation, could only ensure his escape when faced with the heavens cave. Achieving such a feat is entirely impossible. Could it be that a 6th or even 7th transformation expert has already been here? He pondered, dispersing the lightning dragon beneath him and approaching Lu Tianquang. Senior. Lu Tianquang respectfully addressed him. Lin Yuanzhou waved his hand, directly inquiring. Has a 6th transformation expert been here? With your capabilities, you should be insufficient to annihilate the entire heavens cave with its millions of beast hordes. Upon hearing the question, Lu Tianquang hesitated and replied. Senior. It was a beast master senior passing through this place who saved the entire Lin'an city. A beast master? Lin Yuanzhou frowned. To his knowledge, no beast master in the Qin kingdom had reached the 6th transformation level. A 5th transformation beast master, even if commanding a primeval grade beast, should be unable to directly annihilate the millions of beasts in the heavens cave. Even if one were to disregard all costs and sacrifice several beasts, it would still be unachievable. Could it be that more than one has come here? He looked back at Lu Tianquang and asked, how many beast masters? Only one. Lu Tianquang managed a bitter smile, knowing this senior likely would not believe him, then added, the esteemed beast master, commanding an ancient grade beast. Chapter 27. The Mirror of Reflection. Nearly 10 million ancestral grade beasts. What? What did you say? Lin Yuanzhou's eyes widened, his 6th-turn momentum nearly spiraling out of control. A gust of air erupting behind him as he stared at Lu Tianquang in disbelief. The esteemed beast master is indeed wielding an ancient grade beast. Lu Tianquang. unfazed by Lin Yuanzhou's reaction, reiterated his statement. Boom. In an instant, lightning erupted in the air. Lin Yuanzhou's eyes were wide, his breath quickening. He ceased to question the truth of the matter and, with a swift motion, created a ripple in the space around him, revealing a circular mirror that gradually came into focus. Skill, mirror of reflection. He intended to witness the events unfold directly, trusting that Lu Tianquang would not deceive him. However, the concept of an ancient-grade beast was too extraordinary. He needed confirmation. As the image materialized in the mirror of reflection, the scene of Lin'an's city appeared within. It began with a rift in the sky, followed by chaos in the city and widespread panic. Subsequently, the city's protective formation activated, and a deluge of extraterrestrial beings descended. Lu Tianquang and others charged forth, engaging in a desperate battle. Then, a brilliant red light illuminated the sky as the golden crow descended. Lin Yuanzhou frowned, glancing at Lu Tianquang. This golden crow was clearly an ancestral-grade beast. How could it possibly be ancient-grade? Sensing Lin Yuanzhou's gaze, Lu Tianquang spoke. Senior, please continue watching. Lin Yuanzhou redirected his focus and continued to observe. As the golden crow appeared, a multitude of extraterrestrial beings seemed to find a new target, swiftly surrounding the golden crow. At that moment, a distinct earthy aura spread through the throng. The extraterrestrial beings encircling the golden crow appeared to sense something, becoming frenzied. One by one, glossy black giant ants began to emerge from the mass. More and more, an endless swarm that soon enveloped all the extraterrestrial beings, surging towards the ground. What is this? Lin Yuanzhou's expression shifted. Even through the mirror of reflection, he could clearly discern that these were not merely beasts, but a swarm of ancestral-grade beasts. How many beast masters have sought ancestral-grade beasts throughout their lives, only to find them here in such abundance? Su Changjin watched the scene before him, trembling slightly, feeling a chill run down his spine, unable to believe his eyes. Although Lu Tianquang and the others were witnessing this for the second time, their sense of shock was undiminished. This spectacle was nothing short of terrifying. Nearly 10 million ancestral-grade beasts. Lin Yuanzhou felt parched, swallowing hard. At that moment, as countless extraterrestrial beings perished, the red light of the golden crow re-emerged in the sky. Accompanying the golden crow was a massive shadow hovering in the air, the war ant queen. And the seemingly endless ancestral-grade beasts were indeed spawned by this terrifying war ant queen. Ancient grade. A great calamity. Just seeing the war ant queen for an instant. Lin Yuanzhou exclaimed 5 words, his expression one of profound shock. Perhaps Lu Tianquang and the others were unaware of the true terror of ancient-grade beasts. But he was acutely aware. If an ancestral-grade beast were cultivated to its limit, it would only be comparable to a 6-turn being. However, an ancient-grade calamity, once cultivated to its peak, would possess combat power rivaling that of a 9-turn titan. The reason no 6-turn beast masters currently exist in the world is due to a stringent requirement in their 6-turn quest, possessing an ancient-grade beast. Chapter 28. The cleansing begins. The territory of Deqin shall not be infringed upon. The mirror of reflection dissipated. Lin Yuanzhou gazed in the direction Qin Feng had departed, his emotions a tumultuous tide. A beast master capable of commanding an ancient-grade beast has the potential to ascend to 9-turn in the future. No, there is no need to reach 9-turn. An 8-turn beast master, with this ancient-grade beast, would be no weaker than a 9-turn titan. Currently, in Deqin, the number of 9-turn titans is scant. Half of them guard the starry skies, leaving only a few within Deqin. Meanwhile, the 10 nations beyond their borders eye Deqin with envy. Long dissatisfied with its supremacy, in recent years, they have frequently infiltrated Deqin's territory, waiting for an opportunity to strike. If not for Deqin's insufficient reserves of strength, how could they allow these vermin to act with such impunity? Lin Yuanzhou's gaze turned frigid. This beast master has a boundless future. Once they grow, they will surely add another 9-turn force to Deqin. Currently, there are far too many pests in the country. Before he has even grown, should he become a target, he may find himself in peril. Lin Yuanzhou furrowed his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he retrieved a pitch-black token from his waist, examining it closely. The next moment, his face lit up with joy. The token conveyed a clear message. Cleansing commences. The territory of Deqin shall not allow foreign enemies to intrude. Simultaneously, Su Changjin and Lu Tianquang also received the order, their expressions filled with delight. Has Deqin finally decided to retaliate after enduring for so many years? Lu Tianquang felt a surge of blood rush through him. He had harbored a great deal of pent-up frustration, knowing instinctively that this time, the celestial rift was undoubtedly the work of those vermin. Previous minor disturbances were one thing, but to dare create a celestial rift in Deqin's territory was akin to pulling teeth from a tiger. Did they truly believe Deqin had no temper? At the same time, across Qin, every professional received a new task on their panel. Task: Foreign Cleansing Operation. Task Type: Qin Exclusive Task. Task Description: Eliminate intruding vermin from foreign lands. Task Rewards: 100 merit points for killing a first-turn invader, 1,000 merit points for killing a second-turn invader, 10,000 merit points for killing a third-turn invader, and 50,000 merit points for killing a fourth-turn invader. Qin Feng gazed at the sudden new task on his panel with surprise. A foreign cleansing operation? An exclusive task issued by Qin? Such tasks are rare. Yet their rewards are typically quite generous. Merit points can be exchanged for various treasures within Qin's treasury, whether it be equipment, items, materials, ancient tomes, or entrance tickets to various secret realms. Almost everything can be redeemed. Naturally, the merit points required vary according to the value of the items. Qin Feng opened Qin's treasury to take a look. A series of treasure information immediately flooded his vision. He randomly selected an item for more details. Staff of the Lost. Type: Weapon. Grade: Gold. Applicable professions: Mage, Priest, Beast Master. Usable level: LV 60. Attributes: Strength 700, Agility 300. Special effect: Attacking has a 5% chance to cause the target to enter a state of confusion for 3 seconds, during which they cannot discern friend from foe. Special effect: When worn by a Beast Master, it increases the agility of their beasts by 10%. Additional skills: None. Required merit points: 2,000. 2,000 merit points for a golden grade staff? Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback. It was no wonder that whenever a mission exclusive to Qin was issued, it was typically completed swiftly. The reward was indeed tantalizing. Chapter 29: The Merit of Qin. A level 60 golden staff, although devoid of additional skills, would nonetheless fetch at least 1 million in the marketplace due to its attributes. 2,000 merit points required meant having to vanquish 2 second transformation invaders, which was certainly a bargain. Qin Feng stroked his chin, his gaze wandering, and suddenly he froze. In the upper right corner of the Qin treasury panel, a line of information boldly appeared. Current merit: 10,000. Qin Feng paused momentarily. 10,000 merit points? He pondered whether the observer he had just slain was accounted for. Was this included? He was momentarily bewildered, but quickly regained his composure. It was likely that upon completing the kill, the mission had been issued almost instantaneously, thus it was counted. Such occurrences had happened before, but usually only with national missions, marking it as a normal phenomenon. Luck was on his side. Qin Feng smiled. With 10,000 merit points, a plethora of items could be exchanged. And he continued to browse. Blade of the Celestial Guardian. Type: Weapon. Grade: Golden. Applicable class: Warrior. Required level: 100. Required merit: 5000. Prayer of the Soulbinder. Type: Item. Required level: LV1. Description: After use, forcibly binds a professional under level 6 for 10 seconds. Required merit: 5000. Qin merit. Type: Item. Required level: LV1. Description: Charges for 1 month. Can protect the wearer from a fatal blow once. Required merit: 100,000. Revival Scroll. Type: Item. Required level: LV1. Description: After use, can revive a being that has perished within a minute. Required merit: 20,000. A dazzling array of items left Qin Feng in awe. He lingered a moment longer on the revival scroll. Although he possessed the symbiosis skill, which allowed him to transfer damage to his summoned beast, the damage tolerance of the beast was limited. If the beast were to perish, the Beast Master would also suffer a backlash to some degree. Furthermore, once the beast died, it would mean a permanent loss of that companion, and he could not contract a new one to replace it. Thus, revival items were crucial for Qin Feng. Even if his beast died, he could promptly use the revival scroll to bring it back. 20,000 merit points. It seemed he needed to slay a few more invaders. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth, his thoughts racing. With Qin initiating a cleansing plan, it indicated that numerous invaders lurked within its borders. Merit was scarce, and this was a rare opportunity. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with intensity as he glanced again at Qin merit. The ability to withstand one fatal blow was even more significant than the revival scroll, and unlike the latter, it was not a consumable item. If possible, he might exchange for Qin merit. With the triple protection of symbiosis, lifelock, and Qin merit, it would not be so simple for someone to target him. 100,000 merit points equated to 10 third transformation invaders or 2 fourth transformation ones, Qin Feng murmured. Given his current strength, even without deploying the ancient war ant queen, defeating a 4th or average 5th transformation foe should not pose a problem. But for a top-tier 5th transformation adversary, he would need the assistance of the war ant queen. Chapter 30: The Entry Token for the Legendary Secret Realm. With this thought, Qin Feng opened the attributes panel of the War Ant Queen. He recalled that when he annihilated the beast tide in the heavens abyss, there seemed to be some changes during the War Ant Queen's level up, but at that time, it was quickly overshadowed by various kill notifications, and he did not pay much attention. Now he could take a closer look. Current summoned beast, War Ant Queen. Grade, Ancient. Level, LV 77. Strength, 96,000. Constitution, 86,000. Agility, 86,000. Spirit, 326,000. Combat power, 300,000. Skills, infinite reproduction. Fierce God Ant Bug. Evolution points required, 1 million. Each attribute increases by 1,000 points per level. Another skill? Qin Feng stroked his chin. Does this imply that leveling up an ancient grade beast has a probability of acquiring new skills? Fierce God Ant Bug. Qin Feng chose to investigate. Skill, Fierce God Ant Bug. Skill effect. The Ant Queen reproduces a Fierce God Ant Bug that exists for 30 minutes and can be controlled by the Beast Master. Cooldown, 24 hours. Reproducing a Fierce God Ant Bug. Qin Feng noticed that unlike infinite reproduction, this skill only produces a single bug. Does this indicate that the combat prowess of this Fierce God Ant Bug is extraordinarily formidable? The name alone suggests it should not be underestimated. Closing the panel, Qin Feng sat atop the Golden Crow, contemplating. The nearest level 2 city to Lin'an should be Shanghai City. Now that he was in his second transformation, there were not many suitable dungeons for leveling near Lin'an. Moreover, he had a plethora of items and equipment in his personal space that needed to be dealt with. If he went to Shanghai City, he should be able to sell them for a higher price. Additionally, as a level 2 city, the trading house there might offer revival scrolls for purchase. There was one more thing. Qin Feng suddenly remembered something. He opened his personal space and retrieved a spherical object that emitted a faint glow. This was an item that dropped randomly when he defeated that third transformation professional, and it was the only one of its kind. Although professionals had personal spaces, once slain, their spaces would collapse, randomly dropping equipment. Typically, only 1 or 2 items would drop, not everything. This spherical object was what had emerged from the third transformation professional. Qin Feng examined the information. Dull Holy Light Sphere. Type, Item. Required level, LV 80. Item description, a token of light from the City of Holy Light, can be used to enter the legendary secret realm. City of Holy Light. A token for entering a legendary secret realm? Qin Feng's heart leapt with joy. The level of a secret realm corresponds to that of equipment. Categorized into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, epic, legendary, and stellar. For instance, the lava secret realm is merely a silver-grade secret realm. In comparison to a legendary secret realm, it is several tiers lower. Moreover, entry tokens for legendary secret realms are exceedingly rare and are considered priceless. When they appear, they are sure to incite a frenzy among countless individuals. In the legendary secret realm, not only is the drop rate for epic and legendary equipment significantly enhanced, but there exists a chance to obtain fragments of divine artifacts and other treasures of unparalleled rarity. At level 80, Qin Feng observed for a moment, suppressing his inner joy, and returned the dim holy light sphere to his spatial pouch. Without further delay, he summoned the Yanhuo and soared towards Shanghai City. Chapter 31. Goodness. Are all the staff at the second transition level? Shanghai City, a secondary city of the Deity nation, is nearly 10 times larger than Lin'an City. The city bustles with activity, teeming with various professionals. What was a 4th transition expert in Lin'an City is merely a common sight here, with even a fair number of 5th transition individuals present. Long before reaching Shanghai City, Qin Feng had already summoned the Yanhuo back into his beast taming space and proceeded on foot into the city. The sheer number of formidable individuals here is overwhelming. With his current power, he was not yet capable of flying above Shanghai City without drawing the attention of the city lord. As he walked along the streets, Qin Feng surveyed the shops lining the sidewalks, and his mood lightened considerably. There was no urgency regarding his upgrade. He intended to first sort through the items in his spatial pouch. The materials from the lava secret realm held little use for him, and he possessed a considerable amount of equipment. Upon inspection, he disregarded the bronze and silver tier items. Besides the lava shattering mountain staff, he found 2 pieces of golden tier equipment. Lava shield bow, grade, golden required level, LV 60 applicable profession, divine archer attributes, strength 500, agility 400 special effect. Attacks inflict flame critical damage, causing additional fire attribute damage attached skill. Fire attachment. Inflicts continuous fire attribute damage on enemies for 3 seconds. Lava heavy blade. Grade. Golden required level. LV 60 applicable profession. Warrior attributes. Strength 800. Constitution 300 special effect. Attacks have a 30 chance to trigger an explosion effect attached skill. None. The golden equipment obtained from the lava secret realm is superior to ordinary golden gear. Qin Feng planned to keep the lava-shattering mountain staff for himself. Although Su Mingyue is a divine archer, her current level is likely quite low. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng resolved to retain the equipment for now. If he were to find higher-level gear later, it would only become less suitable for Su Mingyue. The lava shield bow would surely be usable by her in the near future. At worst, he could assist her in leveling up. Soon, Qin Feng halted his steps before a grand and imposing edifice. Under the sunlight, the structure gleamed brilliantly, seemingly constructed from some extraordinary gem, exuding an air of opulence. The building bore the words, Hurricane Trading Hall, in resplendent gold. Truly, the trading hall is a veritable treasure trove. The construction cost alone must be nearing 100 billion alliance coins. Observing the lavish structure, Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in awe before stepping inside. Upon entering, a stunning woman clad in a qipao approached gracefully. Qin Feng's surprise only deepened as he took in her details. Profession, sorceress level, second transition. Level 61 combat power. 4,000. A stream of information appeared before Qin Feng's eyes, leaving him momentarily stunned. Remarkably, even the staff here are of the second transition level. Chapter 32. The expert who conquered the lava secret realm? Hello, sir. Welcome to the Hurricane Trading Hall. I am your service consultant. You may call me Qingqing. The qipao-clad beauty greeted with a voice as melodious as silver bells, smiling warmly. In fact, her astonishment far surpassed Qin Feng's. As an sorceress, she inherently possessed the ability to see through panels. At her second transition level, even a third transition individual would not escape her scrutiny. Yet, when she looked at Qin Feng, it was as if he were invisible. She could not glean any information about him. Such an occurrence had only been experienced with individuals of the fourth transition and above. And how old could Qin Feng be? He appeared to be no more than 20 years old. A 20-year-old fourth transition professional? Awakening at 18 and rising to the fourth transition in just 2 years? This situation suggested either a profound background or the awakening of a top-tier combat profession. In either case, she resolved to treat him with utmost caution. I have a collection of equipment and materials that I wish to sell, Qin Feng stated plainly. Very well, sir. Please follow me, Lu Qingqing replied. Her face adorned with a professional smile as she gestured for him to proceed toward the second floor of the trading hall. Upon reaching the second floor, they entered a room imbued with an ancient charm. In the center stood a circular platform, behind which loomed a massive screen. Sir, you may place the items you wish to sell upon the circular platform. The system will categorize them and provide you with a price, Lu Qingqing explained. Qin Feng nodded, his thoughts shifting. In the next moment, an array of materials and equipment materialized from thin air, filling the platform to capacity. Despite the platform being enchanted with spatial magic, several items overflowed from its confines. No way. Lu Qingqing's eyes widened. While she had anticipated a significant quantity from Qin Feng's mention of a collection, she had not expected such an abundance. Moreover, it was not merely the quantity that caught her attention. She noticed that these items all seemed to emanate a similar aura. Essence of flame. Type. Material description. Essence of fire from the lava secret realm. Crimson rock. Type. Material description. A rare mineral from the lava secret realm, containing intense energy. Fragmented flame chestplate. Type. Armor grade. Silver required level. LV55 applicable professions. Warrior, Knight, Divine Archer attributes. Constitution 400 special effect. None. Lava heavy blade. Grade. Golden required level. LV60 applicable profession. Warrior attributes. Strength 800. Constitution 300 special effect. Attacks have a 30 chance to trigger an explosion effect attached skill. None. It seems these items are all products of the lava secret realm. So many? Has the entire lava secret realm been completely conquered? She suddenly recalled the scene from early this morning when the adventurers from Shan Haicheng who ventured into the lava secret realm returned in a disheartened state. It is said that a formidable beast master emerged within the realm, effortlessly piercing through its depths in a mere half hour. Those who entered afterward were left with nothing, not even a drop of broth. Initially, she had her doubts, but now it seems the rumors may indeed hold truth. Chapter 33. Harvest. 70 million alliance coins. Lu Qingqing cast a peculiar glance at Qin Feng. The lava secret realm restricts entry to those below level 60. This implies that this individual has yet to undergo their second transition. Does he possess skills or equipment that conceal his level? No, it doesn't add up. To breach the lava secret realm in half an hour while still under the second transition? What a jest. Lu Qingqing prided herself on having encountered numerous top-tier adventurers. Yet, even a mage specializing in ice attributes, which counter the lava secret realm, equipped in golden gear, could not accomplish such a feat. The more she pondered, the more perplexed she became. utterly unable to comprehend the situation. Qin Feng, observing Lu Qingqing's ever-changing expression, inquired with confusion, "Is there a problem?" "Oh no. No problem at all." Lu Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly suppressed her doubts and began reviewing the system-generated statistics. "Sir, we have 18 pieces of black iron equipment, 25 pieces of bronze equipment, 11 pieces of silver equipment, 1 piece of golden equipment, along with various materials and items, totaling." Lu Qingqing tapped on her control device to calculate. 75 million alliance coins. This sum would constitute a significant transaction in Lin'an City. However, in Shanhaicheng, it does not amount to much. Qin Feng nodded and asked, "Do you have resurrection scrolls or similar items for sale?" His primary purpose for visiting was to procure resurrection items, so he directly posed the question. "Yes, we do." Lu Qingqing nodded and then clicked a few buttons on her device. A series of item information promptly appeared on the screen behind the counter. Resurrection scroll. Type, item. Usable level, LV1. Description, can resurrect a being that has perished within 1 minute of use. Price, 50 million alliance coins. What an exorbitant price. Qin Feng inwardly grumbled. Indeed, resurrection items are not inexpensive. They are all priced at astronomical figures. "I will take 1 resurrection scroll. Transfer the remainder to my alliance card," Qin Feng stated, handing over his card. Soon, the alliance coins were credited. Simultaneously, a resurrection scroll appeared abruptly on the counter. After confirming the details, Qin Feng stowed the item into his personal space. Though the price was steep, preserving one's life takes precedence. Upon exiting the trading hall, Qin Feng suddenly pondered whether he could contract a defensive-type beast. The higher the defense of the beast, the greater his own defense would be, would it not? The abyssal dragon python is more balanced in nature and cannot compare to a purely defensive beast in terms of defense. Currently, he lacked damage. With the combined prowess of the abyssal dragon python, the golden crow, and the war ant queen, his attack power rivaled that of his 6th transition adventurer. The only concern remained his survival capability. Although the war ant queen possesses formidable combat strength, her defense is quite lacking. Having already attracted attention, he could not afford to be complacent. This 3rd transition adventurer merely stirred the heavens. Who knows what 5th or 6th transition adventurers might come next? If a 5th transition adventurer were to set their sights on him, the damage would be immense, and even the abyssal dragon python would likely struggle to withstand several blows. Even with a resurrection scroll and life preservation measures, countering such an assault would be exceedingly challenging, especially since he would be in the open while the opponent remained hidden. In direct confrontation, he might leverage the golden crow to create distance and use the war ant queen to dominate. However, in the event of a surprise attack, it would only take a moment for the abyssal dragon python to succumb to the massive damage transferred through symbiosis and perish. Chapter 34. Journey to Xiangui Haiwan. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Qin Feng retrieved a map from his personal space to examine. This had been gifted to him upon leaving the trading hall. The map indicated that traveling east from Shanhaicheng for 100 miles would lead to a marine-themed dungeon known as Xiangui Haiwan. The monsters within range from LV-60 to LV-100. Most importantly, it is said to harbor turtle-type demon beasts, renowned for their unparalleled defense. He could also test the efficacy of the skill, Edict of Living Beings. The following day, at the eastern gate of Shanhaicheng, several massive teleportation stone tablets stood tall. These tablets, constructed by 7th transition mages, were imbued with teleportation magic, capable of transporting individuals up to 500 miles. They were established to facilitate adventurers in the city to access various leveling zones. Of course, there was a fee involved. These teleportation tablets were also a significant source of revenue for Shanhaicheng. At this moment, numerous adventurers gathered by the teleportation tablets, forming small groups. Miracle Forest, seeking an 80-level mage. Phantom Valley, looking for several 100-level experts to form a team, no class restrictions. Xiangui Haiwan, looking for 60-level adventurers. Training in shallow waters. Hey, priestess over there, join our team, and you'll have priority for any equipment that drops. Each group called out to recruit members, creating a lively atmosphere. Qin Feng glanced around and made his way to the teleportation tablet designated for Xiangui Haiwan. A few adventurers waiting their turn to him. Momentarily taken aback. Class. Level. Combat power. The panel was unviewable. Had he employed a skill or item to conceal his information? The leader of the group murmured to himself, observing Qin Feng. He did not believe that Qin Feng's level was too high for his information to be viewed. On one hand, Qin Feng appeared exceedingly youthful, and on the other, those in the 3rd or 4th transitions typically wouldn't venture into a leveling area like Xiangui Haiwan. Friend, would you like to team up? The demon beasts at Xiangui Haiwan have tough hides and thick meat. Soloing it is quite thankless. The leader inquired. No need. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively and proceeded to step forward, paying 1,000,000 alliance coins before stepping into the stone tablet to begin the teleportation. The moment he entered, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming surge of magic swirling around him. His body was enveloped in a warm current, providing an exceptionally comfortable sensation. 3 seconds later, splash! The humid air brushed against his nostrils, and the refreshing sea breeze caressed him. Qin Feng opened his eyes. The scenery before him was no longer that of Shanhaicheng, but rather a sandy beach by the sea. The air was fresh, the sea breeze moist, and the azure waves lapped against the shore, evoking a sense of vacation. He found himself on the edge of Xiangui Haiwan, which did not even fall within the realm of the dungeon. Along the beach, occasional low-level demon beasts around LV5 and LV10 roamed, posing minimal danger. Even upon this stretch of beach, there indeed exists a cadre of professionals who take their respite here, savoring the pleasures of life. Qin Feng inhaled a deep breath of the moist sea breeze, gazing out at the azure expanse of the ocean. The essence of magic began to course through him. Summon, Jinwu, he declared, his eyes igniting with flames. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed as flames enveloped the sky. Following this, a piercing cry resonated, and the blazing fire instantaneously transformed into a colossal Jinwu, spanning 100 meters, soaring across the heavens. Chapter 35, Meteor Shower of Flames, Turtle-type Demonic Beasts. Under the influence of the intense heat, Qin Feng gently descended atop the head of the Jinwu. In the next moment, the Jinwu flapped its wings vigorously. A fiery streak tore through the sky, darting towards the depths of Xiangui Bay. The bay was not far from the coast, and with a single flap, the Jinwu hovered in midair. Through the crystalline blue waters, various demonic beasts lurked beneath the surface. Xiangui. Level, LV70. Health points, 100,000. Combat power, 7,000. Skills, Xiangui Iron Armor, Water Control. Li Qiao Gui. Level, LV75. Health points, 100,000. Combat power, 7,500. Skills, Spiked Carapace, Blood-Tooth Bite. Indeed, these turtle-type demonic beasts possessed formidable defenses and substantial health. Qin Feng observed the attributes of the demonic beasts and sighed in contemplation. He recalled that in the Lava Secret Realm, even the Secret Realm boss had merely 100,000 health points. Although these beasts were of higher levels, they were merely minor foes. If even the minor foes boasted such health, one could only imagine the strength of the boss here, the Xiangui King. Fortunately, with the elevation of Jinwu's level, the cooldown of the original Jinwu's flame had diminished from 3 days to 1, allowing for another invocation. Otherwise, while dispatching minor foes would be straightforward, confronting the Xiangui King would prove to be a far more daunting task. Let the heavenly fire meteors commence. To inflict intensity upon these creatures, Qin Feng smiled broadly and commanded. His reasoning for this choice was apparent. The minor foes within Xiangui Bay resided in the water, and the Jinwu's heatwave attacks would likely be mitigated by the sea, causing minimal damage. It would be far better to initiate with heavenly fire meteors, directly unleashing their might. With his command, the Jinwu immediately complied. Its wings unfurled, and its already fiery red feathers blazed with an even deeper crimson. In an instant, the Jinwu ignited in a fierce conflagration, each feather ablaze. A torrent of heat swept across the sky, warping the very air around it. In the next moment, with a powerful flap of its wings, it seemed as though a meteor shower of fire rained down from the heavens. The flames struck the water surface, resulting in a cacophony of explosive sounds. The previously tranquil surface of the water suddenly boiled and evaporated. In mere moments, the entire sea level had dropped by several centimeters. Damage values floated up one after another, astonishing Qin Feng. To his surprise, none had been instantly vanquished. With Jinwu's level ascent, the damage of its skills had also increased. Although the seawater had diminished some of the damage, he had anticipated a swift conclusion. Truly, these turtle-type demonic beasts were remarkably resilient, Qin Feng mused. Yet he remained unconcerned. Tianhua Lu Xing was not an instantaneous damage spell, but rather a sustained one. As meteoric fireballs continued to descend, even if one failed to obliterate, another would surely follow. Indeed, as fireballs rained down one after another, the overwhelming damage eventually brought the Xiangui's life to an end. You have slain the Xiangui, earning 30,000 experience points. You have slain the Li Qiao Gui, earning 32,000 experience points. You have slain the Xiangui, earning 31,000 experience points. You have slain the Lan Lin Hai Shi, earning 35,000 experience points. Chapter 36, a top-tier beast master idly bombing the sea for fun? You have leveled up, gaining 10 free attribute points. You have leveled up, gaining 10 free attribute points. Your Jinwu has reached level 45. Your Jinwu has reached level 50. As the white light of experience surged forth, Qin Feng's level ascended rapidly. However, compared to his initial ascent, the pace of leveling had noticeably slowed. Qin Feng gazed down at the ocean, his mana swirling within him, and suddenly spoke again. Summon, Abyssal Dragon Python. Boom. The azure waters erupted as though a deep-sea bomb had been thrown in. A colossal creature, entirely black with a serpentine body covered in dragon scales, emerged abruptly. The dark shadow enveloped the sea, and a pair of lantern-like crimson eyes opened wide within it. The Abyssal Dragon Python thrived in damp environments, unlike the Jinwu, whose attacks were weakened by seawater. For the Abyssal Dragon Python, the water instead enhanced its combat prowess by at least 20%. Roar. The moment it descended into the sea, the Abyssal Dragon Python opened its massive jaws, unleashing a thunderous roar. Dragon Roar activated. The waters churned violently, as if a series of bombs had detonated in succession. Towering waves surged, one after another, causing the entire sea to tremble. 76800, 78790, 77500, 73300. Terrifying damage values cascaded forth. In its original state, the Abyssal Dragon Python's attack power did not match that of the Jinwu. However, in the water, it transformed into a deep-sea leviathan. Under the influence of Dragon Roar, it descended like a true dragon, suppressing the defenses of these aquatic beings. Moreover, the Jinwu's damage had been diminished by the seawater, leading to the Abyssal Dragon Python inflicting significantly higher damage. On the shore, an elderly man, leisurely basking in the sun, suddenly rose to his feet. His keen eyesight caught sight of Qin Feng, standing atop the Jinwu far in the distance. Which esteemed beastmaster has the leisure to come to Xiangui Bay and bombard the sea for amusement? A hint of perplexity crossed the elder's weathered face. He could clearly discern that the massive Jinwu in the sky was a return-to-ancestor-level beast. The deluge of fire raining down had evaporated a considerable portion of the sea surface. This beast's level was not particularly high. Was he merely leveling his beast? The elder shook his head, somewhat helpless. A fire attribute flying beast coming to Xiangui Bay to level up. Wasn't he that a rather frivolous endeavor? One would think having a water-type beast would be more sensible. The elder sighed in resignation, yet just as he finished speaking, a resounding dragon roar pierced the air. Simultaneously, the previously calm sea erupted once again. Waves surged violently, creating an effect even more terrifying than that caused by the Jinwu. What is this? A dragon? No. There's only a hint of dragon might. It's not a true dragon, but a flood dragon? The elder's eyes widened in astonishment. With a swift step, he seemingly traversed the air, ascending into the sky. Looking down, he beheld a massive black silhouette roaring beneath the waves, exuding a faint dragon might. Another return-to-ancestor-level beast? The elderly man gazed in astonishment at the young figure atop the Jinwu. Could it be that the Beastmaster Association had produced a second Beastmaster capable of commanding two ancestral-level beasts? He had never heard Old Joe mention such an individual. Ancestral-level beasts are exceedingly rare. To his knowledge, only the president of the Beastmaster Association possesses two of them. And now, a second contender has emerged? The pivotal aspect was the youth of this individual. Although Qin Feng had activated the concealment ability of the Dark Knight cloak upon summoning the Jinwu, it proved utterly ineffective against the elder, who easily discerned his visage. How could one be so young? No more than 20 years, perhaps? The elder squinted, murmuring to himself. Then, his gaze sharpened as he attempted to peer into Qin Feng's attribute panel. However, he was taken aback when a panel appeared before him. Class. Level. Combat power. I cannot see through his class panel. The elder found this hard to believe. It is known that the highest level of Beastmasters today is only at the 5th transition, while he himself is a 7th transition professional. Within the 5th transition, even with hidden artifacts, one cannot escape his scrutiny. Unless. The elder furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing something. His eyes widening in surprise as he hastily retrieved his phone, preparing to make a call. Yet, at the moment of dialing, he hesitated. The hidden class of a Beastmaster is not a certainty. This alone cannot guarantee absolute confirmation. I must observe further. He muttered, his gaze fixated on the swirling area below. At this moment, with the emergence of the Abyssal Dragon Python, the waters of Xiangui Bay churned violently, waves surging and gradually forming a colossal vortex. Is the Xiangui Wang about to appear? Noticing this scene, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. The Mandate of Life is perfectly suited for its inaugural application on the Xiangui Wang. He fixed his gaze on the vortex below, which grew increasingly larger and more tumultuous, eventually spiraling upwards to form a massive waterspout. With a furious roar, two ethereal blue lanterns lit up, followed by the emergence of a gigantic tortoise-like creature at the water's surface. Those ethereal blue lanterns were, in fact, the creature's eyes. Xian Gui Wang. Category Boss. Level LV 100. Health 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Combat Power 40, 0, 0, 0. Skills Xian Gui Water Armor, Great Water Tornado, Tsunami. 1,000,000 health points. 40,000 combat power. Qin Feng's eye sparkled. It is indeed a naturally defensive beast. Although its combat power is somewhat lacking compared to the Abyssal Dragon Python and the Yanhuo at present. Both the Yanhuo and the Abyssal Dragon Python skills are on cooldown. Furthermore, given the Xian Gui Wang's high defense and substantial health, the damage it would inflict is unlikely to be significant. Nonetheless, that is of little concern, for Qin Feng's objective is not to slay the Xian Gui Wang. As the magic flowed within him, the Mandate of Life had already been activated. An information panel materialized before his eyes. Target, Xian Gui Wang. Current status, enraged. Success rate, 10. Enraged, you say? A smirk crept upon Qin Feng's lips. Then let us temper its fury. Upon uttering those words, the Yanhuo released a shrill cry, unleashing a wave of heat. Subsequently, the Abyssal Dragon Python also roared, charging towards the Xian Gui Wang. Although their skills were on cooldown, the sheer force of their combat power still imposed significant pressure on the Xian Gui Wang. Yet, the damage dealt was quite meager. 13, 500. 12, 900. 15, 800. The damage values barely exceeded 10,000, akin to mere tickling against the Xian Gui Wang's 1,000,000 health points. Then, the Xian Gui Wang exhaled a stream of white mist from its nostrils, and its shell was enveloped in a layer of transparent water. Xian Gui Water Armor activated, further reducing the damage. 6, 500. 7, 100. 5, 900. 7, 300. With a ferocious roar, the Xian Gui Wang unleashed both Great Water Tornado and Tsunami simultaneously. The sea surface erupted into chaos, with towering waves surging to a height that seemed to reach the heavens as the waterspout howled, seeking to crush the Abyssal Dragon Python and the Yanhuo. Adding fuel to the fire, Qin Feng remained unfazed as the information regarding the Mandate of Life shifted before him. Target, Xian Gui Wang. Current status, agitated. Success rate, 30. Lava Lord. Qin Feng raised his staff. Lava Smash comes with the skill, summon Lava Lord to fight for 1 minute. Although he surmised that the Xian Gui Wang's skills would not inflict much damage on the Yanhuo and Abyssal Dragon Python, avoiding harm altogether would be ideal. With a thunderous crash, the Lava Lord descended under Qin Feng's control into the heart of the waterspout. The waterspout dissipated instantly, and under the combined assault of the waterspout and the tsunami, the Lava Lord's health plummeted in an instant. It managed to deliver a single punch of heavy smash upon the Xian Gui Wang before its life was extinguished, vanishing completely. The Xian Gui Wang staggered from the impact, momentarily disoriented. The damage inflicted was secondary. The crucial point was that it had lost its skills. That towering figure descending from the sky had absorbed all of its skill damage and then disappeared. With its skills on cooldown, it would now face a relentless onslaught. Gradually being worn down, the Xian Gui Wang emitted a mournful cry, desperately struggling to retreat beneath the waves. However, ensnared by the Abyssal Dragon Python, it found no means of escape. Target, Xian Gui Wang. Current status, frustrated, panicked. Success rate, 80. Almost there. Qin Feng chuckled. An 80 success rate was quite favorable and worth attempting. Moreover, the cooldown time for the Mandate of Life is merely 10 minutes. Should it fail, he could always delay and try again later. He raised his hand, and soon, golden runes began to coalesce into a radiant decree. An air of authority emanated from the decree, and a massive character for taming materialized, pressing down upon the Xian Gui Wang. The Xian Gui Wang, gazing at the enormous golden decree, let out another mournful cry before being enveloped within it. Half a minute later, as the Xian Gui Wang's aura weakened, a message appeared on the panel. Successfully enslaved the Xian Gui Wang. You have acquired a new beast, Xian Gui Wang. Xian Gui Wang. Tier, Golden. Level, LV 100. Power, 10,000. Constitution, 35,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 15,000. Combat power, 40,000. Skills, Xian Gui Water Armor, Great Water Tornado. Tidal Wave. Note: evolution requires an evolution value of 100,000. The first evolution can trigger a critical effect. Success. Is this the golden tier? Qin Feng gazed at the information panel before him. The golden tier boasts over 30,000 in constitution and once evolved to the ancestral tier. The constitution would at least double. A defensive type beast at the ancestral tier, even when confronted by a 5th tier professional, would afford him ample time to react. After instructing the Abyssal Dragon Python to collect all the loot, he recalled it. preparing to return to Shanghai City to find a tranquil spot to complete the evolution of the Xiangui King. Chapter 39. The President of the Beastmaster Association. Zhou Fu's excitement. Forcefully controlling a dungeon beast. In the distance, Huang Sandao's aged face was utterly unable to maintain composure, his wrinkles trembling uncontrollably. This scene was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary beastmaster. He hesitated no longer and promptly dialed the number in his hand. Beastmaster Association Office. Zhou Fu, with his head full of white hair, was sifting through a stack of documents. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone beside him vibrated. Zhou Fu glanced at it, momentarily taken aback. What is old Huang calling for this time? Another attempt to mock me? He shook his head, a hint of resignation in his expression. He and old Huang were peers from the same era, but now old Huang had reached the 7th tier, not far from the 8th. Meanwhile, he was trapped at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, nearing the end of his lifespan, and likely would never break through to the 6th tier. Sighing, Zhou Fu turned his gaze to the stack of documents on his desk, revealing a glimmer of hope. This document detailed a hidden realm. According to the records, this hidden realm was formed from the beast space of a long-deceased ancient being. It contained even ancient-grade beasts. Unfortunately, due to the restrictions of the hidden realm, only those of the beast sovereign profession could enter. The beast sovereign, as a hidden profession for beast masters, had not been seen in ages. He even doubted whether such a profession still existed in this era. Since the end of ancient times, beast masters had remained as they were, with no hidden professions appearing. Shaking his head, Zhou Fu answered the call. Soon, an excited voice came through. Old Zhou, do you remember the hidden profession of beast masters we spoke about? Zhou Fu was taken aback, frowning. What? You don't mean to tell me you've seen one, do you? This is no joke, believe it or not. It's up to you. Huang Sandao's eyes widened as he decisively hung up the phone. He was tired of idle chatter, knowing that Zhou Fu would undoubtedly call back. The emergence of a beast sovereign would be explosive news for all beast masters. Indeed, on the other end, Zhou Fu listened to the dial tone, his expression shifting constantly. He held the phone tightly, pacing the room. The hidden profession of beast masters. Had the beast sovereign truly appeared? A hidden profession that had not been seen for a millennium suddenly resurfacing. Who would believe it? It seemed absurd. Yet, what if it were true? His time was short. And if the beast sovereign truly appeared, he would have a chance to step into the 6th tier. For too long, beast masters had been trapped at the pinnacle of the 5th tier. The emergence of the beast sovereign signified the possibility of breaking limitations, ensuring that they would not be confined to the 5th tier for another millennium. The brilliance of the leader's breakthrough would benefit all beast masters. His expression filled with excitement. He looked at his phone and redialed urgently. It wasn't long before Huang Sandao answered the call. Old Huang, tell me, is what you said true? Zhou Fu asked earnestly. Huang Sandao sensed the seriousness and excitement in Zhou Fu's voice and replied solemnly. It should not be mistaken. I cannot see his profession panel, but he possesses 2 ancestral-grade beasts. More importantly, I witnessed him transform the boss Xiangui Wang of Xiangui Bay into his own beast. Chapter 40. The Expensive C-Tier Room. Transforming Xiangui Wang into his own beast. Zhou Fu's skin quivered, his aged eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. It must be true. If what Huang Sandao said is accurate, then this indeed mirrors the accounts of the beast sovereign's abilities recorded in ancient texts, commanding all living beings, the true power of sovereignty. Xiangui Bay, I shall arrive at once. Zhou Fu did not pursue further inquiries and immediately hung up the phone. He crashed through the door and summoned a colossal 3-headed tiger with wings, soaring towards Xiangui Bay. 89 levels, just 1 level shy. Upon returning to Shanghai City, Qin Feng gazed at his profession panel, feeling a twinge of regret. Though Xiangui Bay is a dungeon for monsters ranging from level 60 to 100, the number of monsters exceeding 90 levels was scarce, typically hovering between 60 and 85. Consequently, despite nearly clearing the entire Xiangui Bay, he had only just reached 89 levels, still a hair's breadth from the 3rd tier at 90 levels. However, there was no need for immediate concern for him. The strength of the beast was paramount. Guanhai Lu Qin Feng paused, admiring the opulent structure before him, then stepped inside. He sought a tranquil place to facilitate the evolution of Xiangui Wang. As he entered, a special aura enveloped him, inducing a sense of ease. The interior was exquisitely arranged, with intricate patterns carved into the walls. The soothing aura emanated from these patterns, a special item crafted from the hidden realm. Highly effective for restoring spirit. Though the first-floor hall was populated, it did not feel noisy. I would like a C-tier room, Qin Feng stated at the front desk. He had learned that Guanhai Lu's rooms were categorized into 4 levels: mountain, river, lake, and sea, with the C tier being the highest. Each tier featured different magical arrays within the rooms. C-tier rooms not only offered soundproofing, calming, and protective arrays, but also some temporary attribute enhancements. Naturally, the price was steep. Certainly, a C-tier room is 2 million alliance coins per day, the receptionist replied with a smile. Qin Feng handed over his alliance card. This price was indeed exorbitant. His entire fortune would only suffice for a little over 10 days. However, this was not the time to be frugal. He could still manage the 2 million. Ding. Payment successful. As a prompt chimed, the alluring receptionist returned the alliance card to Qin Feng. The card, entirely azure, bore intricate oceanic designs. Sir, your room card. It is for the first room on the 9th floor. Qin Feng nodded and proceeded to the nearby elevator. Upon reaching the 9th floor, he verified the room number and, finding it correct, swiped his card to enter. The Heisey room was spacious, replete with various amenities. A vast single-sided floor-to-ceiling window offered a direct view of the distant sea. After surveying the surroundings, Qin Feng entered the bedroom and closed the door. Sitting down, he closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve into the Beast Master space. Within this realm, for summoned beasts occupied distinct corners. The Xiangui Wang, overwhelmed by the presence of the other 3 beasts, huddled in a corner, appearing quite reserved. Although conflicts among the beasts were non-existent, the pressure from their auras left the Xiangui Wang retracting its head deep into its shell. Observing the Xiangui Wang's demeanor, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He shook his head and opened the panel for Xiangui Wang. Xiangui Wang, grade, golden, level, LV 100, strength, 10,000, constitution, 35,000, agility, 10,000, mentality, 15,000, combat power, 40,000, skills, Xiangui water armor, great water tornado. Overturning waves. Note, evolution requires 100,000 evolution points. First evolution may trigger critical effect. You will soon overcome this fear. Qin Feng mused before solemnly declaring, commence evolution. Consuming 100,000 evolution points, Xiangui Wang begins to evolve. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of crashing waves resonated, accompanied by a potent, humid aura. As he inhaled gently, Qin Feng felt as though his mouth and nose were instantly filled with the briny essence of the sea. At that moment, the entire expanse felt akin to a water-soaked towel, immersing him in the sensation of being enveloped by the ocean. Noticing an unusual sensation in his body, Qin Feng raised his arm to find it covered in dense beads of water, inexplicably appearing as if squeezed from the air. Roar! Xiangui Wang had, unbeknownst to him, extended its head, greedily inhaling the moist atmosphere. With each breath, the moisture around it intensified, gradually forming a colossal water sphere that enveloped its form. Qin Feng observed as Xiangui Wang continued to voraciously draw in the air within the immense water sphere. The sphere expanded further, eventually manifesting a miniature ocean within. Waves crashed, surging with a ferocious roar, casting a shadow over the surrounding realm, reminiscent of an apocalyptic ocean scene. Time passed unnoticed until a deafening roar erupted from the ocean, emanating from the water sphere. Subsequently, the sphere rapidly contracted. An unending torrent of seawater surged into the Xiangui Wang, causing its body to swell and grow. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters. Boom. The water sphere vanished entirely, revealing an extraordinarily colossal turtle-like entity, bearing the likeness of a black serpent, resting upon the ground. Evolution complete. Xiangui Wang evolves into Tongtian Xuanwu. Current summoned beast, Tongtian Xuanwu. Grade, ancient. Level, LV 100. Strength, 150,000. Constitution, 400,000. Agility, 150,000. Mentality, 200,000. Combat power, 450,000. Skills, Tongtian Barrier, Deep Sea Surge, Songhai Tornado. Next evolution requires 1,000,000 evolution points. 400,000 Constitution. Ancient grade. Qin Feng's heart raced. Prior to the evolution, he had surmised that Xiangui Wang's first evolution might reach the ancient grade. After all, Xiangui Wang began at the golden grade, and the likelihood of a critical hit enhancing such an evolution was considerably higher than for other summoned beasts. Yet, he had merely entertained this thought fleetingly, never considering its realization. Ancient grade, with an astounding 400,000 Constitution. If he encountered a fifth-turn practitioner, it was likely that even the defenses of Tongtian Xuanwu would prove insurmountable. As Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement, he recognized that with the evolution of Xiangui Wang into Tongtian Xuanwu, its life force had soared from 1 million to nearly 10 million. It seemed that any threats below the 7th turn were now negligible. The defensive capabilities of Tongtian Xuanwu would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge even to 6th-turn practitioners. Reflecting on this, Qin Feng recalled that the peak combat power of 6th turn practitioners seldom exceeded 300,000. Even among hidden professions, achieving 400,000 was reserved for the elite. Yet, in comparison to Tongtian Xuanwu, there remained a discernible gap. His current strength was roughly equivalent to a top-tier 6th turn practitioner or perhaps a half-step into the 7th turn. Half-step to 7th turn, pinnacle perfection? Qin Feng suddenly smirked, finding the notion somewhat amusing. Such a description felt rather abstract. After all, this was not a fantasy novel. Exiting the Beastmaster space, Qin Feng contemplated his current state. He was now a 2nd turn practitioner at level 89, just one level away from the 3rd turn. Wait, Qin Feng suddenly recalled. At level 80, he could indeed contract another summoned beast. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, but he shook his head. Rapid advancement posed its own challenges, with endless responsibilities to attend to. Unlike his classmates, who were likely still carefree, grinding through dungeons at levels 20 or 30, he felt a pang of envy. With a sigh, Qin Feng returned to his thoughts and retrieved the glowing sphere from his spatial storage. Dull Holy Light Sphere. Type. Item. Usable level. LV 80. Item description. A token of light from the City of Holy Light, granting access to the legendary secret realm. The City of Holy Light. Now, he was of sufficient level to enter this legendary secret realm. However, after some contemplation, he decided to postpone this exploration until after reaching the 3rd turn. His understanding of the legendary secret realm was minimal, limited to superficial knowledge. Yet, it was evident that the challenges within were formidable. The realm was akin to a small world, necessitating vigilance not only against dangers within, but also against other practitioners. The pursuit of immense wealth often led to treachery and bloodshed. Stowing away the dull Holy Light Sphere, Qin Feng's gaze shifted to evaluate his current evolution points. Current evolution points: 205 for 110, 205 for 13. Evolutionary value is fundamental to him. After his 2nd transformation, his evolutionary value has increased from 1 point per second to 3 points per second. This translates to approximately 260,000 points of evolutionary value each day. In roughly 4 days, he could reach the first million. According to the evolutionary requirements of the YSHU, the evolution from golden level to ancestral level requires 100,000 evolutionary points, while the evolution from ancestral level to ancient level necessitates 1 million points. However, the transition from ancient level to stellar level also requires 1 million points. Which raises a question for Qin Feng. Why has the demand for evolutionary points not increased? Logically, the stellar level is a transcendent rank, and it should not be this straightforward. Qin Feng opened the professional panel of TNDN Su NW and glanced at the final description. Next evolution requires 1 million evolutionary points. The description did not clearly state that the next evolution would lead to the stellar level. Could it be that he misunderstood? Perhaps the next evolution does not necessarily imply reaching the stellar level? Or, in addition to the million points, does evolving to the stellar level require some special materials? Chapter 43, D and Go N. Fiendish Antworms. Shaking his head, Qin Feng temporarily set aside these thoughts, as they were merely conjectures. To verify this, he would need to wait until his evolutionary value reached 1 million. However, this was not far off. 1 million evolutionary points could be attained in just a few days. The primary task at hand should be the merit mission of DQN. As he contemplated, a message appeared before him. Mission: Foreign National Purge Plan. Mission type: Exclusive task of DQN. Mission description: Eliminate the invaders from foreign lands. Mission rewards: 100 merit points for defeating a first transformation invader, 1. 000 merit points for a second transformation invader, 10, 000 merit points for a third transformation invader, and 50, 000 merit points for a fourth transformation invader. Qin Feng had previously considered this task. The invaders infiltrating DQN would undoubtedly disguise themselves in various forms, hiding their true identities. Whether through items, skills, or equipment, they possessed abilities to conceal themselves. Perhaps among the throngs of people on the streets, there were invaders blending in. Some high-level concealment techniques would not be easy to discern unless one relied on advanced eye techniques or specific special items to fully identify the invaders. However, Qin Feng's gaze flickered slightly. D and Go N. Skill effect. You can see through all disguises, concealments, and falsehoods. Under D and Go N, all facades appeared as clear as lights in the dark. Qin Feng smiled, stood up, and walked to the window, observing the flow of people below. A glint of golden light had subtly enveloped his pupils. D and Go N activated. Name: Li Di Zhuing. Profession: Knight. Level: Second Transformation, level 77. Country: DQN. Strength: 4000. Constitution: 10,000. Agility: 3000. Spirit: 5000. Combat power, 8,000. Name, ZHUWN. Profession, assassin. Level, third transformation, level 95. Country, DQN. Name, SH Nexi ZH Ingi. Profession, assassin. Level, third transformation, level 106. Country, KUKU country. QN effing raised an eyebrow. The effects of D and GU-in were remarkably powerful. All information appeared incredibly clear under its gaze. Although he had anticipated this, being able to see names directly surprised him. SH Nexi ZH Ingi, KUKU country? QN effing murmured. Among the 10 countries, the one with the most significant grievances against DQN was undoubtedly KUKU country. Then let us commence with you. With that thought, the mana within him surged. A tiny antworm, the size of a fingertip, sprouting wings and exuding a dangerous aura, materialized from the spatial fluctuations. Fiendish antworm. This was a new skill learned from the war ant queen, compared to the overwhelming quantity produced by infinite reproduction. This skill appeared rather ordinary. Even the worm's body was minuscule. QNF-ing observed the antworm closely. Its slender body measured only 2 to 3 centimeters, with eyes resembling tiny red beans radiating a crimson glow. Despite its diminutive size, it emanated an indescribable sense of danger. Chapter 44, Thrift and Frugality. A traditional virtue of DQN. After watching for a while, QNF-ing opened its panel information. Fiendish antworm. Rank, ancient level. Level, LV 70. Strength, 300,000. Constitution, 30,000. Agility, 200,000. Spirit, 10,000. Skills, none. Combat power, 300,000. Ancient level. QNF-ing gasped involuntarily. He never expected this fiendish antworm to be of ancient level. It is worth noting that even the war ant queen is merely of ancient level, and yet it can produce ancient level offspring. However, it makes sense. Since the vicious soldier ant from infinite reproduction has already reached ancestral level, it seems reasonable that the fiendish antworm would also be ancient level. With this thought, QNF-ing gradually suppressed his astonishment. This fiendish antworm excels in strength and agility, and its small size makes it quite suitable for his current needs. Although the fiendish antworm only lasts for half an hour, it is more than sufficient. In terms of attributes, not even a third transformation could withstand it, let alone a fifth transformation. With a swish, QNF-ing cracked open a window. With a subtle thought, the fiendish antworm transformed into a shadow and flew out. On the street, SH Nexizich Ingi paced restlessly, glancing around with an air of agitation. Spitting on the ground, he stepped over it disdainfully. He had arrived in DQN just a day ago. According to the orders of the KUKU country's king, every resource seized in DQN would yield rewards for KUKU country. Not only KUKU country, but several other nations also had professionals competing for resources within DQN. For a long time, DQN had remained inactive. He valued his life. After all, DQN was a dominant power, and any single nation would face annihilation if confronted alone. Although the 10 countries were united now, one could not predict DQN's intentions. Thus, he had observed for several years and concluded that DQN had become like a toothless tiger under the pressure of the 10 nations, posing no threat, which emboldened him to infiltrate DQN's territory. To his astonishment, merely a day prior, he had set foot in the Qin kingdom, and after a brief slumber, the very heavens seemed to collapse. The Qin kingdom had abruptly sealed its borders, initiating a purge against the invaders. Such misfortune was utterly catastrophic. It is imperative to note that he had merely come to rest, yet had done nothing to provoke such a fate. How could they deny him existence so abruptly? Matabaga. At the foot of the mountain, Zhongyi could only curse in frustration. He shook his head, when suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he noticed a small insect settle upon his neck. In the next instant, darkness enveloped him. His body inexplicably withered in an instant. There was no time to resist, let alone summon his powers. He had scarcely glimpsed the insect when his flesh and blood were drained, and consciousness faded away. All that remained was a desiccated human skin, which fell to the ground with a dull thud. You have slain a Tier 3 invader, earning 10,000 merit points. On the rooftop, Qin Feng stood by the window, observing the restless crowd below, his expression revealing no surprise. A mere Tier 3. If one could respond to the assault of the ancient grade fierce god ant, that would indeed be a rarity. His pupils shimmered with golden light. Under the influence of, a series of information reappeared. Qin Feng licked his lips. Slaying just one would certainly not suffice. The half-hour existence of the fierce god ant should not be squandered. Frugality and diligence are the cherished virtues of the Qin. Chapter 45, A Frenzied Massacre. The breaking limits brought by the leader. As Qin Feng selected his next target, the fierce god Ant commenced a slaughter upon the streets of Shanghai City. You have slain a Tier 3 invader, earning 10,000 merit points. You have slain a Tier 4 invader, earning 50,000 merit points. You have slain a Tier 3 invader, earning 10,000 merit points. You have slain a Tier 2 invader, earning 1,000 merit points. One by one, the invaders fell like dried corpses. Qin had been invaded for many years, and the number of infiltrators from various nations within Qin was certainly not small. Under the assault of the fierce god Ant, deaths occurred continuously in the streets. Fortunately, upon the death of a professional, their panels could not be concealed and would appear directly before the public. This prevented any significant unrest. In contrast to the citizens of Qin, the invaders were utterly panicked. Watching their fellow invaders drop one after another, they could find no enemy. This sensation was far more terrifying than death. It was as if a grim reaper lurked in the shadows, silently wielding a scythe, reaping life after life. And soon, their turn would come. Meanwhile, within the inn, Huang Sandao and Zhou Fu sat together, facing an elderly man, Lin'an. You mean to say he has tamed an ancient grade beast? Zhou Fu's heart raced with astonishment. According to Lin'an's description, he and Huang Sandao were clearly speaking of the same individual. This meant that this beast sovereign had successfully tamed an ancient grade beast. This was simply unbelievable. In his view, it was impossible for an ancient grade to appear in the current era. The materials required to evolve a golden grade beast to an ancient grade were exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced. Countless Tier 5 beast masters had gone bankrupt, investing nearly 100 billion, and yet still failed to succeed in evolving their golden grade beasts. The ancient grade was no longer a matter of finances, but rather a matter of gathering the necessary evolution materials. For centuries, the Beastmaster Association had only discovered remnants of the beast sovereign from ancient ruins, speculating that there might still be living ancient grade beasts. However, only the beast sovereign could enter these remnants, and similarly, only the beast sovereign could conduct a second contract with the ancient grade beasts. Indeed, there was no mistake. Lin'an replied with certainty. The terrifying scene still sent shivers down his spine. Ha ha. Upon hearing Lin'an's response, Zhou Fu suddenly burst into wild laughter. He had suppressed his emotions for too long, believing he would be trapped within Tier 5. Now, a turning point had emerged. He believed Lin'an would never deceive him, even though he had yet to meet the individual and was uncertain of their true identity as the Beast Sovereign. However, this was no longer significant. All he needed was a leader capable of breaking the Tier 5 limitations. The reason countless Beast Masters remained trapped in Tier 5 was the lack of an ancient grade beast. Once this individual achieved Tier 6 and completed the task involving the ancient grade beast, the demand for ancient grade beasts in the Tier 6 tasks of other Beast Masters would completely vanish. At that time, several Tier 5 Masters on the brink of advancement would directly reach Tier 6, successfully extending their lives. This was the limit-breaking effect brought by the leader. Breaking limits. The pioneers pave the way for those who follow. Chapter 46. Half an hour, over 400,000 merit points. Alas, half an hour passed swiftly. With a subtle fluctuation in space, the fierce god Ant vanished quietly. The golden light in Qin Feng's pupils gradually receded, and he exhaled softly. In that half hour, over 20 invaders had perished beneath the wrath of his fierce god Ant. His merit points surged from 10,000 to an impressive 433,000. However, he felt a tinge of regret. The experience points gained from slaying professionals were surprisingly meager. At level 89, even after vanquishing so many, he had yet to attain level 90. Sighing, Qin Feng opened the treasury of the Qin kingdom. Current merit points, 433,000. Gazing at the merit points before him, his momentary disappointment dissipated. With 400,000 merit points, a plethora of items could be exchanged. His eyes wandered, and he selected an item to examine. Qin Kingdom Medal. Type, item. Usable level, LV1. Description, charges for 1 month. Capable of protecting the wearer from a fatal blow once. Required merit points, 100,000. Exchange. Without hesitation, Qin Feng opted for the exchange. Consumed 100,000 merit points, successfully exchanged for Qin Kingdom Medal. Current merit points, 333,000. In an instant, amidst a flash of dark radiance, a completely black circular badge materialized in the palm of Qin Feng's hand. The Qin Kingdom Medal. Qin Feng scrutinized it for a moment before promptly choosing to use it, adorning himself with it. Although the Qin Kingdom Medal fell under the category of items, it bore a striking resemblance to equipment, save for the absence of attribute enhancements. After donning it, Qin Feng continued to browse the treasures in the Qin treasury. A few minutes later, his gaze suddenly halted, drawn to a particular item. Essence of the sun. Category, material. Description, a mystical essence derived from the core of the sun, infused with indescribable scorching energy, suitable for aiding fire-type beasts of level 100 and above in overcoming tribulations. Required merit points, 100,000. Essence of the sun? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. The level of a beast tamer differed from that of a professional. Reaching level 100 was the pinnacle. After attaining this level, further growth could only be achieved through evolution or tribulation. To his knowledge, only beasts of the ancestor level and above could undergo tribulation. The ancestor level could undergo tribulation 3 times, while the ancient level could do so 9 times. Each tribulation would result in a significant enhancement of various attributes. Currently, his level 100 Tongtian Xuanwu had a comprehensive combat power of 450,000, which was merely equivalent to a top-tier 6th transition or an average 7th transition professional. However, after undergoing 9 tribulations, the combat power of Tongtian Xuanwu could rival that of a top-tier 9th transition. At that point, it would truly be the strongest creature on the surface of the earth. Nevertheless, the success of a beast's tribulation was not guaranteed. As the number of tribulations increased, the success rate gradually diminished. Coupled with the scarcity of materials and their exorbitant prices, nurturing an ancient-level beast capable of 9 tribulations would amount to a staggering figure. His gaze swept over the essence of the sun, pondering for a moment before settling on another item. Experience pill. Category, medicine. Usable level, LV 30. Description, an experience pill crafted by an alchemist, which grants 50,000 experience points upon consumption. Required merit, 1,000. Chapter 47, the opening of the talented tower. 1,000 merit points were still acceptable. Qin Feng murmured to himself and chose to exchange. He was merely a step away from reaching level 90, and the 50,000 experience was just enough to propel him directly to the next level. As spatial fluctuations occurred, Qin Feng extended his palm. In a flash of white light, a milky white pill appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he placed the pill in his mouth. Though the milky white pill appeared solid, resembling candy, it melted instantly upon contact, transforming into a vapor that flowed into Qin Feng's body. As a surge of milky white radiance erupted, several prompt messages emerged. You have consumed the experience pill, gaining 500,000 experience points. You have leveled up, receiving 10 free attribute points. You have reached level 90, and the 3rd transition task has been issued. Your level has reached the upper limit of the 2nd transition, and you will no longer gain experience points. With the appearance of the prompt messages, Qin Feng opened his task panel. Current task, the path of the 9 transition deities, 2. Task description, the prestige of the deity. Task requirements, suppress the talented tower, bringing a measure of divine astonishment to the talented. Task duration, none. The talented tower? Qin Feng gazed at the task panel before him. The so-called talented tower was a 100-story pagoda within the territory of the Qin kingdom. The pagoda opened once a year, each time for 7 days, and anyone under the age of 20 could participate. After 7 days, rewards would be distributed according to the rankings. However, it seemed that the talented tower had yet to open this year. Each time the talented tower opened, tasks would be issued to all professionals in the Qin kingdom. Aside from the rewards for the top 100, every participant would receive a basic participation prize. Qin Feng recalled that this task had never appeared on his task panel. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, the task panel flickered. Task, talented ranking. Task type, exclusive to the Qin kingdom. Task requirements, proceed to the talented tower, vying for your rightful place among the talented. Ah, speak of the devil, and he shall appear? A momentary look of astonishment crossed Qin Feng's face, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, this was a divine task, and possessing some foresight was not beyond reason. Qin Feng reassured himself, and then clicked to view the task details and rewards. Task, talented ranking. Task type, exclusive to the Qin kingdom. Task requirements, proceed to the talented tower, vying for your rightful place among the talented. Task basic reward, 1,000 merit. Task ranking rewards, for ranks 50 to 100. A reward of 20,000 merit and a piece of golden equipment. For ranks 30 to 49, rewards. For ranks 20 to 29, rewards. 3rd place reward, 200,000 merit and a profession-specific epic set. 2nd place reward, 500,000 merit, a profession-specific epic set, and a profession-specific talent skill book. 1st place reward, 1 million merit, a profession-specific legendary set, a profession-specific talent skill book, and a fragment of divine authority. As his gaze descended, Qin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. The 1st place reward was a fragment of divine authority. While the other rewards were indeed remarkable, they paled in comparison to the ultimate reward. A fragment of divine authority? Qin Feng murmured, his expression one of profound astonishment. Chapter 48. Talented Tower Rewards. Fragment of Divine Authority. He stared at the phrase Fragment of Divine Authority in the task rewards for quite some time before finally regaining his senses, confirming that he had not misread. However, a Fragment of Divine Authority? Was this truly something to be offered at this year's Talented Tower? It was said that Divine Authority was a genuine product of the deities. Although merely a fragment, it was undoubtedly something that every professional would covet. Even 8th or 9th transition powerhouses would be no exception. Yet, was this Fragment of Divine Authority not destined for his own path of the 9 transition deities? A smile crept upon Qin Feng's lips, and his heart swelled with joy. The Talented Tower restricted entry to professionals under the age of 20. Professionals awakened their careers at 18, meaning that those under 20 had only 2 years of experience. In that time, even the top professionals, bolstered by powerful backing, could only attain a limited level. It was time to bring them a taste of divine astonishment. Shanghai City. In the prestigious villa district, the Feng family. In the hall, a woman with fiery red, slightly curled long hair stood in place, gazing at the task panel before her, slightly dazed. The first place reward for this year's Talented Tower was unexpectedly extravagant. Feng Hongyu's face was a picture of shock and disbelief. Oh, opposite Feng Hongyu, a middle-aged man seated in a chair opened his eyes. Hongyu, what kind of reward could possibly astonish you so? Feng Jingshan inquired with a smile. As the top family in Shanghai City, the Feng family wielded influence over several surrounding cities. Their family treasury contained countless treasures. Feng Hongyu, as his daughter and a top talent of this generation, was supported by the family's power. There were few treasures that could genuinely astonish her. Fragment of Divine Authority. Feng Hongyu suddenly spoke. She then waved her hand gently, and the task panel immediately revealed itself to Feng Jingshan. Task, Talented Ranking. Task Type, Exclusive to the Qin Kingdom. Task Requirements. Proceed to the Talented Tower, vying for your rightful place among the talented. Task Basic Reward, 1,000 merit. Task Ranking Rewards. For ranks 50 to 100, rewards. For ranks 30 to 49, rewards. For ranks 20 to 29, rewards. Third place reward, 200,000 merit. Profession-specific epic set. Second place reward, 500,000 merit. Profession-specific epic set. Profession-specific talent skill book. First place reward, 1 million merit. Profession-specific legendary set. Profession-specific talent skill book. Fragments of Divine Authority. Feng Jingshan looked at Feng Hongyu with a puzzled expression, struggling to comprehend the sudden mention of divine authority. However, as Feng Hongyu waved her hand, and the Tianjiao task panel appeared before Feng Jingshan, his expression changed dramatically, and he instantly stood up from his chair. Fragments of Divine Authority. He was taken aback, completely unprepared for the presence of such an item here. The first place in the Tianjiao Tower indeed represented a top genius with boundless potential, but potential is merely potential. Who among those who reached the 8th or 9th transition was not once a top genius? The fragments of divine authority are treasures of immense value. Even he had only heard of them and had never truly seen one. It was inconceivable that they would be bestowed upon this so-called group of Tianjiao. Feng Jingshan's expression shifted multiple times, and taking several deep breaths, he spoke. Hongyu, notify everyone to convene a family meeting. Chapter 49. Chun Sheng, the Divine Messenger. Tianjing, a certain courtyard. Fragments of divine authority? I never expected the king of Qin to produce such an item. An elderly man clad in a grayish-white robe sat at the head, his voice deep and resonant. Grandfather, rest assured, I will secure first place this time. Chun Sheng, with short hair, suddenly spoke from the left side seat. His appearance was strikingly handsome, his demeanor unperturbed, exuding unparalleled confidence. Father, regardless of the king of Qin's intentions in offering the fragments of divine authority as a reward, with Sheng heir present, this divine authority will surely belong to us. A tall middle-aged man beside the elderly spoke up. As Chun Sheng's father, no one understood his child better than him. Indeed, with Sheng heir's prowess, no contemporary genius could rival him. Exactly. Trust in Sheng heir. The others echoed in agreement. Elder Qin Qinghua, wearing the grayish-white robe, surveyed the crowd and shook his head lightly. It is good that Sheng heir is confident, but this time, the Tianjiao Tower may not be as simple as it seems. He rose, his gaze profound. The fragments of divine authority are exceedingly rare. The fact that the king of Qin is offering them as a reward likely indicates a predetermined candidate. A predetermined candidate? The tall middle-aged man, Chen Xiao, exclaimed in surprise. If there is a predetermined candidate, why then place the fragments of divine authority as a reward in the Tianjiao Tower's tasks? Would it not be simpler to present it directly? Does the king of Qin believe that the first place in the Tianjiao Tower will undoubtedly be claimed by this individual? Does he hold such confidence in this predetermined candidate? Moreover, the king of Qin is aware of Chun Sheng's capabilities. Knowing this, he still chose to include the fragments of divine authority in the Tianzhao Tower tasks as a reward. This indicates that, in the eyes of the king of Qin, this individual far surpasses Qin Feng, perhaps even rendering Qin Feng a non-threat. How could that be? Qin Feng's profession is the top-tier hidden profession, divine messenger. In other words, his abilities stem from the power of the divine. Coupled with the support of the Qin family, he has now reached the 4th transition level. He could not fathom who could stabilize and suppress Xing Heir before the age of 20, rendering him entirely non-threatening. Impossible, Uncle Yu. How could there exist someone capable of completely overshadowing Xing Heir? Indeed, Xing Heir's profession, divine messenger, is truly a top-tier profession. You must be mistaken. Even if the king of Qin has a predetermined candidate, it must surely be Xing Heir. Upon hearing Chen Qingyue's speculation, the others fervently disagreed, unable to accept it. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened as he turned to Qin Qingyue. The mention of a predetermined candidate startled him as well. In the eyes of the king of Qin, is that predetermined individual deemed far superior to him? Since the day his profession awakened, his path has been exceedingly smooth. At the same level, he can easily overpower his opponents. Even against others of top combat professions, he feels no threat. He could not comprehend who could command such esteem from the king of Qin, even surpassing him as a divine messenger. For the first time, doubt crept into Qin Feng's heart regarding his own strength. Qin Qingyue waved his hand, signaling for silence. To be honest, even he found it perplexing that anyone could be more valued by the king of Qin than Xing Heir. The divine messenger profession is a top-tier vocation that has not been seen for centuries. Theoretically, no one could surpass Xing Heir's strength. Chapter 50. The Imperial Palace. The terrifying elder with white brows. However, deep down, he understood that if his speculation were true, then the predetermined individual could not possibly be Xing Heir. Although he had not entered the Imperial Palace for a long time, if Xing Heir were indeed favored by the king of Qin, he would surely have been notified. Forget it. Qin Qingyue suddenly rose. It has been a long time since I last saw the king of Qin. It is time to pay a visit. Meanwhile, in Shanghai City, Zhou Fu, Huang Sandao, and Lin'an Zhou sat across from each other. Watching the commotion in the streets gradually return to normal, they refilled their cups as the tea ran dry. Has that lad gone to sleep during the day? Zhou Fu was growing increasingly impatient. He was eager to meet Qin Feng. Forget it. I won't wait any longer. I'll just go knock on the door. It's not impolite. Suddenly, he stood up and spoke. However, just as he rose, and before Lin'an Zhou and Huang Sandao could respond, a hand was placed on his shoulder, and a calm voice came from behind him. No need to rush. No need to rush. In an instant, Zhou Fu's expression changed dramatically. As a 5th transition beastmaster, someone had approached him silently and without detection. Instinctively, he sought to summon his energy, only to find that under the pressure of that hand, the flow of his power within had come to a complete halt, rendering him unable to mobilize it. What kind of technique is this? Zhou Fu looked up in terror at Lin'an Zhou and Huang Sandao across from him. At that moment, both had also risen, their gazes fixed on the figure behind him, as if facing a formidable foe. Not only Zhou Fu was terrified, Huang Sandao and Lin'an Zhou were equally alarmed. The flow of their energy had also ceased, leaving them as powerless as ordinary individuals. Who are you? Huang Sandao asked, his voice trembling. Standing before them was an elder with white hair and beard. His white brows hung like dragon whiskers, merging with his abundant white beard, and his aged face exuded a gentle demeanor, embodying an ethereal aura. Upon hearing Huang Sandao's question, he smiled slightly and produced a pitch-black token from his robe. At the center of the token was an intricate dark golden character for Emperor. The moment they laid eyes on that token, the expressions of Huang Sandao and the others transformed instantly. The reason was simple. The character for Emperor symbolized the imperial palace of the Great Qin. A person close to the Qin king, Huang Sandao, though the lord of Shanghai City, had never encountered an individual from the imperial palace. He was merely aware of its existence. Conversely, Zhou Fu, the president of the Beastmaster Association, had not laid eyes on such figures at all. As the three became aware, they hastily attempted to pay their respects. However, under the influence of the elder with white brows aura, they found themselves unable to kneel and could only clasp their hands in greeting. The elder gestured dismissively. Return now. The matter concerning that young friend has been taken over by the imperial palace. The three were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances, momentarily stunned. Surely, even if that individual were the sovereign of beings, it wouldn't necessitate the imperial palace sending someone personally. They exchanged glances yet dared not speak further, decisively turning away to depart. Wait. The elder with white brows suddenly spoke, directing his gaze towards Zhou Fu. You are Zhou Fu, the president of the Beastmaster Association? Yes, my lord, Zhou Fu replied respectfully. Is the key to the ancient ruins of beings in your possession? Upon hearing this, Zhou Fu instantly understood, swiftly retrieving a silver-white, disc-shaped key the size of a finger from his spatial pouch and handing it to the elder. The elder nodded. This item is of no use to you. You are permitted to select one item from the Imperial Treasury of Qin. Now, you may leave. Chapter 51. Evolution Value of 1 million. Zhou Fu complied, not daring to linger further. The trio quickly departed from the location. Once the three had left, the elder with white brows poured himself a cup of tea, leisurely settling down and wearing a benevolent smile as he gazed at the Guanhai Tower across from him. Old Huang, why have individuals from the Imperial Palace arrived? The three continued their journey until they returned to the Lord's Manor of Shanghai City, where Zhou Fu expressed his confusion. Even if it is the sovereign of beings, it shouldn't warrant the Imperial Palace sending someone personally, right? Huang Sandao also appeared puzzled, shaking his head. Could there be matters we are unaware of? Merely the sovereign of beings and an ancient-level beast master should not provoke the Imperial Palace. Lin Yuanzhou also shook his head. Forget it. There's no need to dwell on it. Since the Imperial Palace has taken over, it is only a matter of time before he achieves the 6th transformation and breaks through the limits. We shall simply wait. Zhou Fu decisively cast aside his thoughts, unwilling to continue fixating on this issue. The key to the ancient ruins of beings had already been surrendered, and there was nothing further for him to do but await his limit-breaking life extension. In the room of Guanhai Tower, Qin Feng reclined upon the soft bedding, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Ever since his occupational awakening, he had not truly rested. For several days, he had been leveling up frantically, hardly pausing for breath. Now, he could finally afford to relax a bit. Regarding the matter of the Tianjiao Tower, he was not anxious. The tower was open for a total of 7 days, with the rules based on a territorial occupation system. As long as one was present at the corresponding tower level at the end of the final day, they would be counted in the rankings and receive rewards. Thus, Qin Feng was not in a hurry. During these days, he could take the opportunity to rest and wait for his evolution value to increase, attempting to see if he could evolve his first stellar-level beast. As the moon rose and the sun set, 3 days swiftly elapsed. During this time, apart from resting, Qin Feng also visited the trading hall. He had acquired numerous items from the Xiangui Bay, and after selling them all, he purchased some teleportation scrolls and various items for reserve. Upon returning to his room, he opened his panel and checked his evolution value. Current evolution value, 1123003. 1 million evolution points would suffice. He contemplated for a moment before accessing the information panel of the Tong Tian Xianwu. Current beast, Tong Tian Xianwu. Grade, ancient level. Level, LV 100. Strength, 150000. Constitution, 400000. Agility, 150000. Spirit, 200000. Combat power, 450000. Skills, Tong Tian Barrier, Deep Sea Frenzy, Song High Tornado. Next evolution required evolution value, 1 million. With the current attributes of Tong Tian Xianwu, he would be fearless within the 6th transformation. He might even possess a certain degree of self-preservation against the 7th transformation. If one were to factor in the War Ant Queen, he might even have the capability to slay an ordinary 7th transformation opponent. Yet, it had not even been 10 days since his occupational awakening, and his combat power had risen remarkably. However, one must remain vigilant. Although his strength had indeed increased rapidly, it still fell short in the face of true powerhouses. In the future, he could very well encounter top-tier 7th transformations, or even 8th or 9th transformation titans. He had already drawn the attention of the 10 nations beyond the borders. They would undoubtedly not allow him to develop unimpeded. Although Qin had currently sealed its borders, one could never be certain that the adversaries would not possess other means of entry. Chapter 52. Abyssal Dragon Python Evolution, Ancient Level Black Dragon King. One must not become overly complacent. Qin Feng gazed at the attribute panel of Tong Tian Xianwu, his attention drawn to the final piece of information. Next evolution required evolution value, 1 million. Although he possessed 2 ancient-level beasts, if he were to choose one for evolution, it was evident that Tong Tian Xianwu would be the optimal choice. After all, only by remaining alive could one provide output. Commence evolution. He spoke decisively. Though uncertain if the evolution would succeed, he resolved to make the attempt. Should he succeed, a stellar-level defensive beast would render him virtually invulnerable. As his command fell, a series of notifications appeared. Evolution failed. Evolution value returned. Please select 19 Calamity Ancient-Level Beast to initiate evolution again. Current evolution value, 1123233. It was indeed unsuccessful. Qin Feng let out a slight sigh. While he had anticipated this outcome, witnessing it manifest before him still stirred a sense of regret. After all, had the evolution been successful, his combat power would have soared once more, rendering him truly unafraid of any threats. However, Fortunately, despite the failure, his evolution value had not vanished, allowing him to attempt evolving another ancient-level beast. He had two ancestral-level beasts, the Abyssal Dragon Python and the Golden Crow. After a brief contemplation, Qin Feng decisively chose the Abyssal Dragon Python. The choice was not rooted in any particular reason. It was simply due to the more balanced attributes of the Abyssal Dragon Python, allowing for both defense and offense. With a thought, the attribute panel unfolded before him. Abyssal Dragon Python. Grade, Ancestral Level. Level, LV 75. Strength, 54500. Constitution, 57970. Agility, 49100. Spirit, 46990. Combat Power, 80,000. Skills, Dragon Roar. Devour. Next evolution required evolution value, 1 million. Begin evolution. He concentrated his spirit into the Beast Master space. Qin Feng focused on the Abyssal Dragon Python before him and slowly spoke. Consuming 1 million evolution value. Evolution commencing. As the information appeared, the evolution value transformed into countless specks of white light, surging towards the Abyssal Dragon Python. Gradually, they enveloped the Abyssal Dragon Python completely, forming a colossal sphere of light. The luminous sphere hovered in the sky, and with a thunderous roar, it began to darken rapidly, transitioning from a pearly white to a deep gray. It ultimately transformed into an entirely pitch-black orb. Simultaneously, vast swathes of ominous clouds gathered, shrouding the entire sky in darkness. The clouds swirled like dragons, and with the sky completely engulfed, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air. The ebony sphere commenced to expand, gradually merging with the clouds, before it continuously diffused until it became one with them. Another thunderous clap resounded. Amidst the flickering lightning, a serpent-like creature, stretching immeasurable lengths, wove through the dark clouds, twisting and dancing in all directions, before slowly revealing its enormous head. The aura of the dragon was palpable, its fierce demeanor evident. Evolution complete. Abyssal Dragon Python. Black Dragon King. Current familiar, Black Dragon King. Rank, Ancient Level. Level, LV 75. Strength, 250,000. Constitution, 225,000. Agility, 185,000. Spirit, 180,000. Combat Power, 330,000. Skills, Overwhelming Dragon Might, Annihilating Dragon Breath, Endless Abyss. Evolution value required for next evolution, 1 million. Chapter 53, The Familiars in the Great Qin National Treasury. The Black Dragon King? Following its evolution, its skills had also changed. Exiting the familiar space, Qin Feng gazed at the newly updated skill panel of the Black Dragon King. His spirits lifted. Though he could not evolve his first stellar-level familiar, acquiring an additional ancient level 1 was still commendable. After all, one must not be overly hasty. Once the task at the Tianjiao Tower was concluded, he would complete his third transition. Then, he could begin the arduous journey of familiar trials. It was likely that the materials required would be astronomical, necessitating a gradual accumulation. However, the combat power of an ancient-level familiar was already comparable to that of a 9th transition practitioner. What sort of power would a stellar-level familiar possess? Qin Feng pondered with intrigue. In truth, although stellar-level familiars were consistently included in the hierarchy of familiars, no one had genuinely comprehended their combat capabilities. Even in ancient times, there was a complete lack of records concerning stellar-level familiars. All that humanity had learned about familiars contained no explanations for the stellar level. They merely acknowledged its existence without any knowledge of its specific combat strength. However, ancient texts referred to the ancient level as the strongest beings on the surface, suggesting that the stellar level might transcend even that. A flicker of thought crossed Qin Feng's mind, prompting him to gaze skyward through the window. His sight seemed to penetrate the heavens, reaching beyond the starry expanse. Countless entities, the size of planets, drifted through the cold, desolate cosmos, devouring and obliterating worlds in their wake. To them, a planet was merely a richly flavored morsel of chocolate. Shaking his head, he dispelled the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. There was no need to dwell on it. When his strength was sufficient, understanding would come naturally. Reorienting himself, Qin Feng realized he still had time to contract another familiar. However, the question remained, what type of familiar should he choose? While he could enforce the enslavement of a familiar in the wild using Spirit's decree, if it were of a common category, it would offer little benefit to him. For flying familiars, there was the Yanhuo. For balanced types, the Black Dragon King. For defense, the Tongtian Xuanwu. And for combat, the War Queen Ant. If he were to select another, should it be a support type familiar? Or perhaps a control or stealth type? Qin Feng pondered incessantly. Yet, where could he find such familiars? A sense of direction eluded him. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he opened the Great Qin National Treasury. He recalled having a substantial amount of merit points. Surely, the treasury would house various categories of familiars. As this thought arose, the interface of the Great Qin National Treasury unfolded. Current merit points, 332,000. Over 300,000 merit points were more than sufficient. Qin Feng smiled, directly accessing the treasure classifications of the Great Qin National Treasury and selecting the familiar series. Instantly, a dazzling array of familiars was displayed before him, varieties he had never even heard of. With a casual glance, he spotted at least 3 golden-tier familiars. Among the treasures in the Great Qin National Treasury, black iron-tier familiars were surprisingly scarce, numbering merely 2, and their prices were exceedingly low. He casually clicked on one to take a look. Flame Demon. Rank, Black Iron. Skill, None. Required Merit, 100. Chapter 54. Recovery Type Familiar, Qinglian. The name alone suggested that it was a fire attribute familiar. Although the price was modest at only 100 merit points, it held little significance for Qin Feng. He skimmed past this familiar and continued his search. Ice Bear. Rank, Silver Level. Skill, Ice Hammer. Required Merit, 2000. Crimson Python. Rank, Silver Level. Skill, Crimson Flame. Required Merit, 2000. Earth Bull. Rank, Bronze Level. Skill, None. Required Merit, 500. Qin Feng continued to browse. Most of the familiars did not align with his desires. The Earth Bull, for instance, seemed more defensive in nature. Yet even at the ancient level, it could not possibly compare with the Tongtian Xuanwu, a mere trifle. He shook his head and continued scrolling. Suddenly, a familiar caught his attention. Qinglian. Rank, Silver Level. Skill, Recovery. Required Merit, 3000. Recovery? Qin Feng paused for a moment. This skill was clearly indicative of a support-type familiar. Moreover, while typical silver-level familiars required 2,000 merit points for exchange, this Qinglian demanded 3,000. The items within the Great Qin Treasury could not possibly be arbitrarily priced. The rarity of an item dictated its value, suggesting that this Qinglian was indeed exceptionally rare. Furthermore, it was a recovery-type familiar, precisely what he sought. Without hesitation, Qin Feng opted to redeem it, consuming 3,000 merit points to exchange for silver-level familiar Qinglian. Redemption successful. As the information on the panel appeared, a radiant light flashed, and a crystal box materialized before Qin Feng. Within the box lay a lotus flower emanating a gentle azure glow, beautifully positioned at its center. The azure light enveloped the lotus, creating a striking appearance. Qin Feng pointed at it, activating Spirit's Decree. Mystical runes gathered in the cosmos, instantly forming a decree radiating golden light. Then, the Qinglian was enveloped within it. As the decree descended, the bond between Qin Feng and Qinglian began to deepen. In just a few seconds, Qinglian completely vanished, reappearing within the Beast Master space. A message emerged on the panel. Contract successful. You have successfully contracted the Silver Tier Beast, Qinglian. Current Beast, Qinglian. Tier, Silver. Level, LV1. Strength, 100. Constitution, 100. Agility, 100. Spirit, 2000. Combat Power, 500. Skill, Restoration. Evolution value required for evolution, 20,000. Note, the first evolution will trigger a critical effect. Among the 4-dimensional attributes, the attack, constitution, and agility all stood at a mere 100, while the spirit soared to 2000. Observing the attribute panel before him, Qin Feng felt a sense of awe and then proceeded to check the skills. Skill, Restoration. Effect, restores the target's wounds to their state 3 seconds prior, with a maximum restoration of 50,000 health points. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Restoring the target to 3 seconds prior, a maximum restoration of 50,000 health points? The presence of such a skill in a silver-tier beast is indeed remarkable. One must note that the boss of the Magma Secret Realm, the Magma Lord, possesses only 100,000 health points. This skill effectively restores half of that. Naturally, this skill is most effective against instantaneous damage. If faced with gradual attrition, its efficacy diminishes. Chapter 55, Evolution. The 4th Ancient Tier, Transformation Qinglian. Let us observe the results of the evolution. Qin Feng glanced at his remaining evolution points. Current evolution points, 124, 190. Evolving from silver to gold requires 20,000 evolution points, which is more than sufficient. Subsequently, Qin Feng's consciousness sank into the Beastmaster space, and he spoke slowly. Begin evolution. Consuming 20,000 evolution points, Qinglian begins to evolve. As the evolution points transformed into glimmers of white light flowing into Qinglian, a vibrant azure radiance enveloped it. The lotus petals swayed, and the azure light, guided by the petals, diffused outward. The azure light emanated a rich aura of life, spreading throughout the Beastmaster space. Unlike previous evolutions where other beasts would shy away, this time, wherever the azure light spread, all beasts stretched their necks, greedily inhaling the essence of the air. It seemed that the azure radiance was akin to a delectable feast for them. Qin Feng could sense the elation of the beasts. They were exceptionally excited. As the azure light grew increasingly abundant, the entire realm was engulfed in its embrace. Qin Feng gazed at Qinglian, which was now obscured by the intense azure glow, rendering its form indistinguishable. Yet, he could feel an overwhelmingly potent aura of life emanating from beneath the azure veil. Suddenly, a brilliant azure light flashed. In the realm, a colossal illusion of Qinglian appeared. This massive Qinglian illusion connected the heavens and the earth, exuding an ineffable vitality. It unfurled its form, dancing gracefully in the wind, akin to a celestial being in a mesmerizing ballet, showering the surroundings with a torrent of vibrant life energy. Within the Beastmaster space, the formerly desolate world now thrived with flourishing vegetation, and even withered trees blossomed, presenting a scene of exuberant life. As time passed, the azure light gradually dissipated. A Qinglian, now standing half a person tall, re-emerged before Qin Feng. Simultaneously, a series of messages appeared. Evolution complete. Qinglian has transformed into Transformation Qinglian. Current beast, Transformation Qinglian. Tier, Ancient. Level, LV1. Strength, 1000. Constitution, 1000. Agility, 1000. Spirit, 500,000. Combat power, 200,000. Skills, Source of Life, Rebirth Transformation. Next evolution value required, 1 million. Ancient tier. Qin Feng's eyes widened. How extraordinarily fortunate. Initially, he believed that obtaining another ancestor tier beast would have been excellent. To his astonishment, he acquired yet another ancient tier beast. By this calculation, Tongtian Xuanwu, War Ant Queen, Black Dragon King, Transformation Qinglian. A total of 5 beasts, 4 of which are ancient tier. Once the evolution points accumulate sufficiently again, the Golden Crow can also evolve into an ancient tier. At that time, possessing 5 ancient tier beasts, he would fearlessly confront even the 7 turns. Qin Feng continued to examine the attributes of Transformation Qinglian. In the 4-dimensional attributes, strength, constitution, and agility were all at 1000, yet the spirit reached an astonishing 500,000. This attribute is even more extreme than that of his War Ant Queen. However, given that it is a support-type beast primarily focused on healing and recovery, it is within reason. As for the combat power, it seems somewhat absurd. Although combat power is merely a rough estimate based on attributes, it is implausible for Transformation Qinglian to possess any real combat capability. Chapter 56, Source of Life, Rebirth Transformation. After a brief moment of reflection, Qin Feng's gaze continued to descend, settling on the skills section. The original restoration skill had vanished, replaced by 2 new skills. Skills, Source of Life, Rebirth Transformation. He began to review them one by one. Skill, Source of Life. Effect, allies within range recover 10% of their health per second, lasting for 1 minute. Cooldown time, half an hour. Skill, Rebirth Transformation. Effect, revives a target that died within the last hour, restoring them to their optimal state. Cooldown time, 1 day. Passive effect, Rebirth. If the Beast Master dies, the Rebirth effect will automatically trigger, reconstructing the body and placing it in a weakened state. Cooldown time, 30 days. Qin Feng's breath quickened. These 2 skills are utterly remarkable. To begin with, the Source of Life restores 10% of the target's health per second for a duration of 1 minute. This implies that under the effect of Source of Life, his beast effectively gains 6 additional lives. Take Tongtian Xuanwu as an example. Its current health is approximately close to 10 million. Under the effect of Source of Life, its health would surge to 60 million. Not to mention the already extraordinary defensive capabilities of Tongtian Xuanwu. Just the sheer health alone could send shivers down one's spine. More importantly, the effect of Source of Life is a range effect. It equates to all his beasts gaining 6 additional lives, a truly absurd notion. As for the second skill, Rebirth Transformation, if the first skill is merely astonishing, then the second skill is nothing short of divine. Revives a target that died within the last hour, restoring them to their optimal state. To comprehend the resurrection skill is to acknowledge its extraordinary rarity. Common resurrection abilities. Even upon revival, restore at most 10% of one's health, rendering the individual nearly devoid of combat capability. However, the Wangsheng Zhaohua stands in stark contrast. Reviving to an optimal state? What does optimal state entail? It signifies not merely a full restoration of health, but also the complete absence of injuries. Coupled with all skills having fully cooled down. Upon revival, one can immediately engage in battle at peak condition, capable of unleashing powerful skills once again, an astonishing phenomenon indeed. Yet, what excites Qin Feng even more is not this aspect, but rather the passive effect of Wangsheng Zaohua. Passive effect, Wangsheng, when the host experiences complete death. The Wangsheng effect will automatically trigger, randomly selecting a location for bodily reconstitution, followed by a state of weakness. It is essential to note that all resurrection skills are designed to revive others, not oneself. When one faces death, hope rests solely in the hands of others for salvation. This skill, however, ensures that if no one revives you upon death, your body will begin to dissipate. Transitioning into data. The passive effect of Wangsheng will then take effect, initiating bodily reconstitution at a random location, leading to revival. This means he can nearly dismiss any fear of death, as during the activation of this skill, he remains impervious to threats. Naturally, the specifics of the weakened state post-reconstitution remain uncertain. One should not seek death when survival is feasible. Chapter 57. The Blessing of Life. Qin Feng's astonishment. Unbelievable. Absolutely astounding. Upon exiting the Beast Mastery space, Qin Feng found his elation nearly uncontrollable. If he still had concerns about death after acquiring Tongtian Xuanwu, all such worries dissipated with the evolution of Qinglian into Zaohua Qinglian. From this moment forward, he could display his prowess without reservation, accelerating his strength without hesitation. Even if he were targeted again, he would remain unfazed. Setting aside whether those who might pursue him possess the strength to eliminate him, he feels invincible with Wangsheng Zaohua as his safeguard. Tianjing, the Qin family manor. A new divine power? Qin Feng sat cross-legged on his bed, his eyes suddenly opening wide. A flicker of azure divine light flashing through. He sensed a unique divine power, entirely distinct from the other four. Lowering his gaze, he attuned himself to the divine revelations conveyed within his consciousness. In his mind, a vast expanse of azure light enveloped him, akin to an infinite azure mist. Around him, a torrent of azure light surged, continuously swirling about his form. Such a robust life force. Qin Feng felt a tinge of astonishment. In his mind, the boundless azure mist began to coalesce. As time passed, the mist gradually transformed into azure light, which then morphed into a swaying blue lotus. Qin Feng's breaths quickened, each inhalation releasing a wisp of azure mist. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, now entirely shrouded in azure brilliance. A full minute elapsed before the azure glow gradually receded, restoring his gaze to its original state. The life force, a new divine power. Joy illuminated Qin Feng's features. Up until today, he had comprehended 5 types of divine powers: the power of devouring, the power of divine fire, the power of manifestation, the power of invulnerability, and now the power of life. With the understanding of one more, he could complete the 4th transition task and achieve the 5th transition. Each divine power is immensely potent. Although he may not fully harness the divine powers, they suffice to render him invincible among equals, even capable of countering 5th transition levels with 4th transition strength. Each additional divine power acquired represents a qualitative enhancement to his abilities. Qin Feng rose, casting his gaze upon his panel. A new skill emerged on the interface. Skill, Blessing of Life. Effect, within 30 seconds, every time your health decreases, it will automatically restore 50% of the reduced value. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. This skill may appear ordinary but is, in fact, exceedingly remarkable. Each reduction in health will restore 50% of that decrease. For instance, if health is 100 and an opponent inflicts 100 damage, he would regain 50. Should the opponent inflict another 50 damage, his health would drop to 25, only to restore half once more. This implies that within 30 seconds, regardless of the opponent's attacks, he remains impervious to death. While his health may dwindle, it will never reach 0. Although his health may be exceedingly low after 30 seconds, during the duration of Blessing of Life, he is utterly immortal. A 30-second invulnerability skill. Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 58. The Designated One of the Great Qin King. Qin Feng's eyes widened. Even with his composure, he could hardly contain his excitement. Truly, the divine power is extraordinary. Had he not been a divine messenger, it would have been improbable for him to encounter such a formidable skill at the mere 4th transition. However, Qin Feng regained his focus, recalling his grandfather Chen Qingyue's hypothesis. Especially since his grandfather's visit to the Qin Wang Palace, this conjecture had been entirely confirmed. The great Qin King indeed has a designated candidate. Even with his profession as a divine messenger, could the great Qin King truly believe that this individual surpasses him, or even far exceeds him? Why? Even in the first 2 years following his occupational awakening, when he could not comprehend any divine powers, he possessed combat prowess comparable to that of top-tier professions solely based on his foundational talents. since he first grasped divine power a few days ago. His combat strength has surged dramatically. He can now suppress top-tier professions. Recently, with the infusion of 5 divine powers, the disparity between him and top-tier professions is akin to that between ordinary and elite professions. Even the top-tier Thunder Mage poses no challenge to him. He possesses absolute dominance over top-tier professions. Yet, in the eyes of the great Qin King, is this still insufficient? What kind of profession could hold such weight in the great Qin King's mind? Qin Feng found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend. His heart was a tempest of confusion, reflecting a hint of bewilderment. Half a minute passed. Qin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, and his gaze regained its determination. Let it be. Regardless of how extraordinary the talent may be, the Tower of Talents will reveal the truth. I hope you do not disappoint the great Qin King's expectations, nor mine. Time slipped by. At noon, the blazing sun blazed overhead. It was the 7th day. The elder with white brows lifted a cup of tea to his lips, savoring it with a nod. The aroma of fresh tea is delightful. He gazed at the Guanhai Lu across from him, and suddenly shook his head. This lad possesses remarkable composure. Today marks the final day for the Tianjiao Tower to open. If you do not make your move soon, the old man will certainly come to summon you. The elder with white eyebrows spoke languidly, his expression tinged with a hint of helplessness. His gaze swept over the streets of Shanghai City. Since the Deqin Wang issued the cleanse plan, the various pests accumulating within the realm of Deqin have been largely eradicated, although they have concealed themselves well. Practitioners need only assemble a high-level technique practitioner to render most invaders exposed. At least, thus far, within Shanghai City, he had yet to encounter any traces of invaders. Of course, to claim complete eradication would be utterly impossible. Naturally, some elusive remnants still exist. Moreover, it is likely that these remaining pests will not quietly await their demise. Presently, the Tianshu Dao Run has already discerned detailed information regarding the divine seed. The prophets of the 10 kingdoms should not be far off from the insights of the Tianshu Dao Ren. At that time, these surviving remnants may pose a threat to the divine seed. However, a glimmer of killing intent flickered in the elder's gaze. Should these remnants choose to hide quietly, it would be acceptable. Yet, any who dare to reveal themselves shall not escape his wrath, as he would gladly send those rodents to meet their deity. The elder swallowed his tea, and a breath of energy surged into the sky, parting the clouds with a gaping chasm, akin to a long blade slicing through the heavens. The imposing aura of the 9 turns giant head was unmistakable. Chapter 59, Journey to Tianjiao Tower. It was time to depart. Qin Feng stretched languidly. Today was indeed the final day for the Tianjiao Tower, and it was time to make his way there. The distance from Shanghai City to the Tianjiao Tower was considerable, and traveling by Jinwu would consume a significant amount of time. Fortunately, Shanghai City had a dedicated teleportation array leading to the Tianjiao Tower, which he could utilize. Stepping out of the Guanhai Lu, Qin Feng felt the scorching sunlight above and took a deep breath. He had spent 7 days residing in the Guanhai Lu, at the extravagant cost of 14 million alliance coins. This price was indeed exorbitant. Fortunately, he had sold some items he acquired at Xiangui Haiwan along the way, alleviating his financial strain. The teleportation array to Tianjiao Tower was located in the heart of Shanghai City, not far from the Guanhai Lu. Qin Feng took a few steps, casually grabbed a bite to eat, and soon arrived at the teleportation stone monument. The ancient stone monument stood atop a circular platform, and at that moment, numerous individuals were stepping into it to head towards the Tianjiao Tower. Qin Feng approached, blending into the crowd, and stepped inside. To his surprise, the teleportation stone did not charge any fees. It was completely free of charge. It is worth noting that the teleportation stones require regular maintenance, and each instance incurs a significant cost. Was this measure taken to ensure that every practitioner could participate in the Tianjiao Tower? The teleportation fees are typically not low, and for some impoverished practitioners, such costs could extinguish their hopes of competing for the Tianjiao list. Qin Feng mused. At that moment, spatial fluctuations began to emerge, signaling the commencement of the teleportation. The space warped and spun, plunging the surroundings into darkness. After approximately 1 minute, faint glimmers began to materialize within the pitch-black void, growing brighter with each passing moment. Accompanying this illumination was a cacophony of sounds that reached his ears. Once the spatial fluctuations ceased entirely, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Before him stood a colossal tower, towering at nearly 500 meters with 100 floors. Beside the tower was a leaderboard displaying the information of practitioners on each floor, available for anyone to challenge. Qin Feng stepped forward to take a closer look. Tianjiao Tower, Floor 100, Wang Long, Profession, Dual Blade Knight, Level, 4th Transition, 130th Rank. Tianjiao Tower, Floor 99, by Lin, Profession, Star Sorcerer, Level, 4th Transition, 137th rank. Tianjiao Tower, floor 98. Su Lang, profession, storm mage, level, 4th transition. 129th rank. Tianjiao Tower, floor 97. Qin Feng stood before the leaderboard, examining the ranking information. Currently, it appeared that the top 5 practitioners of the Tianjiao Tower were predominantly of the 4th transition level. This level posed no pressure to him whatsoever. However, he wondered whether the current rankings included yet-to-arrive Tianjiao. After all, there were surely others with similar intentions, aiming to make their mark on the Tianjiao list at the last moment. At that time, the base of the Tianjiao Tower was already crowded with people, fervently discussing the Tianjiao list. The rewards for this round's first place were astronomical, fragments of divine authority. Who knows who might seize them? Who is currently the first in the Tianjiao Tower? Wang Long, the one from the Wang family in Qinghe City? Qinghe City is merely a tier 3 city. If it were to produce a first Tianjiao, even the city lord would bask in that glory. The first Tianjiao? That is merely because the true Tianjiao have yet to arrive. Just look at Feng Hongyu from the Feng family in Shanghai. The fire mage is surely not someone Wang Long can compare to. Chapter 60, Thunder Mage, Lei Zhenghao. The fire mage is a truly top-tier profession. Not only is it a top-tier profession, but she also has the backing of the Feng family, with her level already reaching the pinnacle of the 4th transition. Thus, it is highly probable that Feng Hongyu will claim the top spot on this Tianjiao list. The crowd discussed, expressing great confidence in Feng Hongyu. Just then, a derisive snicker suddenly broke through the chatter. Feng Hongyu. In the past, she might have truly claimed the top spot on the Tianjiao list, but this time, she is simply not qualified. Not qualified? The crowd turned to the speaker. A top-tier profession like the fire mage is deemed unqualified? What profession, then, does your esteemed self consider worthy? The person shook his head. You do not dwell in Tianjing. Thus you are unaware that a true prodigy has emerged in this generation. The gap between a top-tier profession and his is as vast as that between an ordinary profession and a top-tier profession. His voice carried a hint of reverence. As a fellow resident of Tianjing, the name Chen Sheng stands as a mountain, pressing down on them, unbreakable by anyone. A prodigy? The disparity between a top-tier profession and his is akin to that between an ordinary profession and a top-tier profession. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Yet, it did not take long for one person to uncontrollably burst into laughter. My friend, before you boast, at least think it through in your mind. To assert that the gap between a top-tier profession and his is as vast as that between an ordinary profession and a top-tier profession. How could you even utter such words? One must speak with basis. Fabricating tales is unacceptable. Indeed, you startled me. I almost believed there was really such a profession. You spoke so earnestly that I nearly took it for truth. Surely, even those who have taken basic vocational courses would not harbor such delusions, right? Listening to the mocking tones of the crowd, the individual did not grow angry. Rather, his gaze betrayed a look akin to observing a fool. Fabrication? Basis. He stood tall, his entire being trembling. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of magical power erupted forth. The occupational information panel was displayed unabashedly before all. Occupation, Thunder Mage. Level, 145. 4th Transcendence. The laughter abruptly ceased. The crowd gazed at the man before them as if they had seen a ghost. A top-tier occupation, Thunder Mage? Thunder Mage. Tianjing. Are you Lei Zhenghao from the Lei family of Tianjing? Someone recognized the man. Instantly, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Evidence. Lei Zhenghao's identity was the most compelling proof. Both the Thunder Mage and the Fire Mage are esteemed top-tier occupations. His ability to utter such words could not possibly be mere fabrication. This implies that what Lei Zhenghao claimed might indeed be true. The disparity between top-tier occupations and his own was as vast as that between ordinary and top-tier occupations. What could possibly surpass a top-tier occupation? It was unfathomable. Perhaps the reason they offered fragments of divine authority as rewards was due to the prodigy Lei Zhenghao spoke of. The number one they sought had already been predetermined by that prodigy. Chapter 61. Chen Sheng arrives, and the designated one is not him. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. A profession that transcends top-tier occupations? Intriguing. One wonders about its true battle prowess. While Qin Feng pondered, a figure emerged from the nearby teleportation stele, flashing with brilliance. It was Feng Hongyu. Someone spoke up. Feng Hongyu approached, her gaze fixed on Lei Zhenghao, who stood aside. I heard a prodigy has emerged from Tianjing, correct? She inquired pointedly, clearly already aware of the matter. Lei Zhenghao scoffed. What? Do you wish to vie for the top position? Is that not foolish? If one lacks the will to fight on the path of a practitioner, they might as well return home to raise pigs. Feng Hongyu cast a sidelong glance at Lei Zhenghao, her tone laced with provocation. It was evident she intended to mock his timidity in the face of that individual. Lei Zhenghao's expression shifted momentarily, but quickly returned to normal, showing little sign of being affected by Feng Hongyu's words. Ignorance breeds fearlessness, Feng Hongyu. Should you encounter him, you will understand that even among prodigies, there exist disparities. All I know is that before me, there shall never be an insurmountable mountain. Feng Hongyu snorted coldly, choosing not to continue the argument, and directly stepped into the prodigy tower. As soon as Feng Hongyu entered the prodigy tower, the teleportation steel trembled once more. A short-haired man emerged from within. Qin Feng. Lei Zhenghao's voice lowered as he regarded the man. Qin Feng approached and nodded at Lei Zhenghao, a silent greeting. His mind was occupied with thoughts of the so-called designated individual, scanning the surroundings for the likely candidate. However, Lei Zhenghao regarded Qin Feng with a cold smirk. Qin Feng, why complicate matters? Is it to make us covetous of the fragments of divine authority that the great Qin King placed within the tasks of the Prodigy Tower? If I am not mistaken, the reason the great Qin King produced this fragment of divine authority is indeed because of you, right? In this generation, who could possibly be your opponent? As the designated one, do you not find this tactic repugnant? Lei Zhenghao looked at Qin Feng with disdain. There could be no rival to the profession of divine envoy. The fragment of divine authority would be privately awarded to him by the great Qin King. Why bother pretending there is fair competition as if the others lack strength? Bah! Disgusting. Having just arrived, Qin Feng was immediately met with Lei Zhenghao's scathing remarks, leaving him somewhat dazed. Designated? He murmured. After a moment, he grasped that Lei Zhenghao had taken him for the designated individual of the great Qin King. Qin Feng forced a bitter smile and shook his head. You are mistaken. I am not the designated one. Not you? Lei Zhenghao was taken aback, stunned. Then who could it be? He knew Qin Feng's character well. If Qin Feng were indeed the designated one, he would never deny it. After all, being designated signifies being valued by the great Qin King, an unparalleled honor. Though he derided it, it was merely because the designated one was not him. Had he been that designated one, he would have been elated, perhaps even dedicating a page in the family genealogy to his name. Chapter 62. Is there another hidden prodigy? Qin Feng shook his head, gazing at the sky, his tone tinged with bitterness as he spoke. I do not know. How could this be? Lei Zhenghao found it hard to believe. In this generation, who could possibly rival you? Qin Feng? If there were another designated individual, who could surpass you within the Prodigy Tower? Could it be that the great Qin King wishes for you to hold back? Impossible. The great Qin King would never resort to such underhanded tactics. Lei Zhenghao promptly dismissed his own thoughts. The great Qin King is an extraordinary figure. It is inconceivable that he would engage in such base actions. Even if it were true that Qin Feng held back, what of him? With his strength, who besides Qin Feng could assuredly defeat him? Even Feng Hongyu, another top-tier profession, would find it difficult to claim victory over him. Qin Feng remained silent, equally perplexed. Observing Qin Feng's demeanor, Lei Zhenghao ceased to press further. Very well, after today, the answers shall reveal themselves. I am eager to see who could possibly be stronger than you, Qin Feng. Lei Zhenghao left that remark before turning away and entering the Prodigy Tower. Once Lei Zhenghao had entered, Qin Feng first glanced at the Prodigy rankings. Prodigy Tower, level 100. Wang Long, profession, Dual Dagger Knight, level 135, 4th Transcendence. Prodigy Tower, level 99. Bai Lin, profession, Star Sorcerer, level 137, 4th Transcendence. Prodigy Tower, level 98. Su Lang, profession, Storm Mage, level 129, 4th Transcendence. Prodigy Tower, level 97. Current challengers, Feng Hongyu, Lei Zhenghao. Prodigy Tower, level 33. Feng Hongyu, profession, Fire Mage, level 148, 4th Transcendence. Prodigy Tower, level 1. Lei Zhenghao, profession, Thunder Mage, level 145, 4th Transcendence. Qin Feng shook his head. The only challenger was Feng Hongyu. The current leader was Wang Long, a person he remembered, who could not possibly be the designated individual of the great Qin King. As for Feng Hongyu, who was currently challenging the tower, he knew her well enough to ascertain that she also could not be the designated one. This meant that the designated individual had yet to arrive, or perhaps they had already arrived but had not yet begun their challenge. Qin Feng pondered, surveying his surroundings, his gaze briefly landing on Qin Feng before swiftly moving on. He shook his head, no longer entangled in his thoughts, and directly made his way into the Tianjiao Tower. There was no point in lingering. He would first occupy the 100th floor, and then he would see what awaited him. Once Lei Zhenghao and Qin Feng entered the tower, the previously silent crowd began to murmur once more. The designated individual? Did this mean that the great Qin King had already predicted who would seize the top position in this round of the Tianjiao Tower? Was the fragment of divine authority prepared specifically for that individual? Moreover, The person mentioned must be the prodigy Lei Jinghao referred to, right? A professional beyond the pinnacle level? What profession could that possibly be? However, he claimed that the designated individual was not himself. Who could it be? Did that imply someone even more formidable existed? Could this be true? This iteration of the Tianjiao Tower was exceedingly exaggerated. Typically, the pinnacle professionals were already at their limits. Now, not only was there one prodigy, but also an additional hidden genius. Chapter 63, Beastmaster? It turned out to be a mere participant award seeker. The designated individual? A hint of confusion flickered in Qin Feng's gaze. No wonder the Tianjiao Tower offered the fragment of divine authority as a reward. Was this the underlying reason? However, it remained uncertain whether the great Qin King had anticipated the existence of such an anomaly as himself. A smile crept onto Qin Feng's lips as he shifted his attention back to the leaderboard of the Tianjiao Tower. Current challengers: Fang Hongyu, Lei Jinghao, Chen Sheng. Tianjiao Tower, level 41. Fang Hongyu, profession, Tianhuo Mage, level, 4th transition, 148. Tianjiao Tower, level 11. Lei Jinghao, profession, Thunder Mage, level, 4th transition, 145. Tianjiao Tower, level 13. Chen Sheng, profession, Divine Envoy, level, 4th transition, 150. As he scanned the list, Qin Feng paused momentarily. Chen Sheng's profession was Divine Envoy. Was this indeed the profession that Lei Jinghao described as surpassing the pinnacle level? Divine Envoy? For some reason, upon seeing this profession, Qin Feng was suddenly struck by an odd thought. He opened his task panel to check. Current task: 9 transformations to Divine, 2. Task description: the prestige of the Divine. Task requirements: suppress the Tianjiao Tower, bringing a measure of divine shock to the Tianjiao. Task duration: unlimited. 9 transformations to Divine Envoy? Qin Feng murmured softly, pondering the implications, as the strange thought in his mind grew ever stronger. Surely, this profession could not be linked to him, could it? After all, one was a quest aimed at ascending towards divinity, while the other was a profession, making it difficult not to draw connections. Qin Feng's expression turned peculiar as he shook his head, dismissing the bizarre thoughts that plagued him. Such notions were indeed absurd and clearly implausible. Observing the rapid progress of the 3 challengers on the Tianjiao leaderboard, Qin Feng waited a while longer. When he noticed that the teleportation array remained inactive and no one else ventured into the Tianjiao Tower, he took a step forward and entered. As Qin Feng stepped into the Tianjiao Tower, information about him simultaneously appeared on the leaderboard. Another challenger had entered. Whose prodigy was this? Wait, that's not a prodigy. Upon seeing Qin Feng enter, someone hurriedly glanced at the Tianjiao leaderboard. A new name appeared prominently. Current challengers: Fang Hongyu, Lei Jinghao, Chen Sheng. Tianjiao Tower, level 43. Fang Hongyu, profession, Tianhuo Mage, level, 4th transition, 148. Tianjiao Tower, level 15. Lei Jinghao, profession, Thunder Mage, level, 4th transition, 145. Tianjiao Tower, level 20. Chen Sheng, profession, Divine Envoy, level, 4th transition, 150. Tianjiao Tower, level 1. Qin Feng, profession, Beastmaster, level, 2nd transition, 90. At the 2nd transition, level 90, Beastmaster? Initially thought to be a prodigy, it turned out to be a mere participant award seeker. Even those on the 1st level of the Tianjiao Tower were at least of the 3rd transition level. A 2nd transition Beastmaster would likely exit soon. Yet, one wondered when the designated individual Lei Jinghao mentioned would appear. It would be fascinating to see what profession could garner the great Qin King's attention so profoundly. Chapter 64, Come Forth. Summon your strongest beast. Inside the Tianjiao Tower, a circular mirror emanating a gentle ripple reflected a series of information. Name: Qin Feng. Profession: Beastmaster. Level: 2nd transition, 90. This was the primordial mirror, capable of revealing the information of professionals. Qin Feng gazed at the wall before him, where the mirror flowed like water. However, his current profession should rightfully be Divine Spirit Sovereign. Was the primordial mirror displaying only the profession granted at the moment of awakening by this realm? Qin Feng murmured softly. No, certain professions could be enhanced or altered through special items, and they too would be manifested by the primordial mirror. As Qin Feng pondered, he recalled the King Dragon at the 100th level of the Tianjiao Tower. As he understood, the King Dragon's profession of Dual Blade Knight was not the initial profession but had evolved from the warrior profession through a special item. The Dual Blade Knight profession had been specifically illustrated by a teacher in the profession class. In this light, could it be that the evolution point caused the primordial mirror to present his profession as Beastmaster? Qin Feng reached a conclusion within himself. His profession's transformation had initially derived from the evolution point leading to a 1st transition task. It seemed that his evolution point was an unexpected product, not belonging to this realm. Nonetheless, presenting himself as a Beastmaster was indeed fitting. A smile played on Qin Feng's lips as he turned his gaze towards the stairs and ascended. Tianjiao Tower, Level 1. From the outside, each level of the Tianjiao Tower appeared to be merely 5 meters high, with cramped space. However, once inside, one would discover that this space formed its own distinct realm. Above, the sky stretched endlessly, devoid of sun or moon, yet illuminated as if one had entered another world. At this moment, Wang Hao sat cross-legged on the ground, feeling quite dejected. He had originally been on the 4th level of the Tianjiao Tower, though he was still in the bottom ranks. He was not entirely at the very end. He had hoped that no prodigy would arrive and push him out of the tower. However, unexpectedly, 3 prodigies had challenged the tower in quick succession, relegating him from the 4th level to the 1st. Should another prodigy appear, he feared he would be completely ousted from the Tianjiao Tower, losing all chance of rewards. Wang Hao's heart was heavy with frustration as he eyed the nearby blue vortex of light, feeling a tinge of anxiety. Just then, the light suddenly flickered, and a figure cloaked in black appeared before him. Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly stood up. Could it be? Just as he had mentioned it? He felt a slight tingle in his body as he glanced at the water ripple mirror beside the blue vortex entrance. Challenger, Qin Feng, Profession, Beastmaster, Level, Second Transition, 90. A second transition, Level 90 Beastmaster? Wang Hao was momentarily stunned, then let out a sigh of relief. In a moment of surprise, he thought his luck had taken a turn for the worse, with 3 exceptional individuals appearing consecutively, and now another one threatening to push him out of the Tianjiao Tower. Fortunately, it turned out to be just a participant vying for a mere consolation prize. The Beastmaster profession relies on the mastery of beasts for combat. While it holds an advantage among ordinary professions, this edge becomes less pronounced when facing such prodigies, especially considering his level was significantly higher than theirs. Even with an opponent commanding a golden tier beast, victory was utterly unattainable. Of course, if the adversary possessed a primordial beast, the situation could be different. However, the likelihood of finding one was exceedingly slim, as very few beast masters in the world had ever tamed a primordial beast. The resources required to evolve a golden tier beast into a primordial one could easily suffice to cultivate a powerful 6-turn expert. Moreover, it is imperative that a practitioner reaches the 4th turn to initiate the evolution of a golden tier beast into a primordial tier. Thus, without reaching the 4th turn, even if one gathered the necessary evolution materials, the beast could not be evolved. There exists, of course, an alternative path to possessing a primordial beast before reaching the 4th turn, directly contracting a primordial beast without evolution. Yet, it is worth noting that no original primordial beast has been seen in a century. Even if one were to possess extraordinary fortune and encounter one, the success rate of contracting a primordial beast at the 2nd turn is less than 1 in 100,000. This is not merely foolishness. It is akin to an insurmountable challenge. Wang Hao shook his head, gazing at Qin Feng, awaiting his withdrawal. According to the rules of the Tianjiao Tower, once one enters the challenge zone, participation is deemed to have commenced. Contestants may choose to fight based on their own strength, and if they feel inadequate, they can simply withdraw and claim a basic participation reward. Wang Hao's attention lingered on Qin Feng for a moment before he prepared to sit down. His profession was that of a greatsword fighter. While not the pinnacle of professions, it was certainly regarded as a respectable one. Furthermore, he had attained the impressive level of 3rd turn, level 112. In his estimation, Qin Feng would likely forfeit and exit the Tianjiao Tower. However, the next moment, his brows furrowed slightly in surprise as he observed Qin Feng approaching him slowly. Wang Hao, taken aback, inquired, "Are you not going to withdraw? Surely, you can see the disparity between us." Qin Feng halted before Wang Hao, arching an eyebrow. "The disparity between us? Indeed, I can see it." He confirmed Wang Hao's assessment, though his implication was entirely different. "Then what about you?" "Oh, I see now." Wang Hao's tone shifted as if he had come to a realization. "You wish to hone your combat skills through battling me, don't you? After all, aside from the Tianjiao Tower, finding someone who completely surpasses you in combat strength without posing a lethal threat is quite rare." With a smirk, he continued, "Very well, I shall oblige." Upon finishing his words, a surge of energy coursed through him. A massive greatsword abruptly appeared in his palm. He slightly turned, gripping the sword with both hands, emanating an overwhelming aura characteristic of a 3rd turn practitioner. "Rest assured, I shall not hold back. Out of respect, I will exert my full strength, allowing you to truly grasp the difference between us." Wang Hao's gaze fixed on Qin Feng, his aura rising steadily. As a greatsword fighter, the moment he gripped the sword with both hands, he began to accumulate power, awaiting the moment his opponent came within reach to unleash a strike infused with unparalleled might. This strike was one that even ordinary 4th turn practitioners would not dare to withstand. Wang Hao's voice boomed, "Come forth. Summon your beast. Bring forth your strongest beast." Chapter 65. I bet on the first place of the Tianjiao rankings, 100 layers. With that resounding declaration echoing in the air, Qin Feng felt the ever-strengthening aura of Wang Hao and momentarily froze. Subsequently, he suppressed his initial intention to summon Jin Wu. Casting a peculiar glance at Wang Hao, he queried, "Your strongest beast, are you certain?" "Absolutely certain," Wang Hao responded without hesitation, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Did he truly believe he could afford to hold back against him? It was utterly foolish for a second-turn practitioner to entertain such thoughts when facing a third-turn one. If they were mortal enemies, his opponent would undoubtedly be courting death. Very well. With Wang Hao's affirmation, Qin Feng no longer hesitated, raising his palm slightly. Boom. The sky darkened. In the next instant, ominous clouds swept across the horizon. And amidst flashes of lightning, a colossal dragon-like creature emerged, its massive head piercing through the clouds, coldly regarding Wang Hao. A terrifying draconic aura enveloped the surroundings, exuding a malevolent presence. Crash! Wang Hao's great sword, which he had been gathering energy for, fell helplessly to the ground, as his aura dissipated like a deflating balloon. He was utterly stunned. Under the gaze of that enormous creature, his body trembled uncontrollably. The overwhelming draconic might, laced with a dreadful ferocity, sent shivers down his spine, causing the hair on his body to stand on end, and his skin to prickle as if electrified. He swore he had never encountered such a terrifying being. Even world bosses had never instilled such an oppressive feeling within him. It felt as though his very life was no longer within his grasp. And with a mere opening of its mouth, he would be obliterated. Was this creature truly his opponent's beast? Wang Hao's neck stiffened as he turned to look at Qin Feng, who stood not far away. This can't be real, can it? Am I dreaming? He pinched the flesh of his arm, feeling the sharp pain to confirm that he was indeed awake. What in the world is this beast? A primordial tier? No. This aura is far beyond that of a primordial tier beast. Then, a terrifying thought flashed through Wang Hao's mind, causing cold sweat to break out instantaneously. An ancient tier beast? An ancient tier beast under the command of a second-turn beast master? How could this be? Is this some kind of cheat? Such an occurrence was beyond comprehension. And even though it unfolded before his very eyes, it was difficult for him to accept. Yet, the colossal creature that obscured the sky and radiated a terrifying aura was undeniably real. More importantly, there was the attribute panel materializing before him. Current beast, He Long Wang. Rank, ancient tier. Level, LV 75. Strength, 250,000. Vitality, 225,000. Agility, 185,000. Mentality, 180,000. Combat power, 330,000. How on earth can I contend with an ancient tier He Long Wang boasting over 300,000 combat power? Wang Hao gazed at Qin Feng, his face contorting into a smile more grotesque than tears. I surrender. Please, spare me your divine powers. His voice trembled, as he suddenly comprehended why Qin Feng had reiterated those two sentences. The gap between us, I can indeed perceive it. The strongest beastmaster, are you certain? You mean to imply that I am vastly inferior to you? Damn it. Had I known you commanded an ancient-level beast, I would have withdrawn immediately. There was no need for you to exert yourself so. As he spoke, Wang Hao's eyes reflected a newfound bitterness, and he felt his defenses crumbling. Seeing Wang Hao capitulate, Qin Feng hesitated no longer and gently waved his hand. The He Long Wang was instantly withdrawn into the beast space. Simultaneously, a beam of light dispelled the encroaching darkness. As the ominous clouds gradually dispersed, the sky regained its brilliance. The oppressive aura brought by the He Long Wang vanished, and Wang Hao, who had been barely holding his composure, lost control of his body and collapsed to the ground. He sat there, legs weak and drenched in cold sweat, his complexion pale as he gasped for breath, gazing at Qin Feng as though he had encountered a specter. A full minute elapsed before he finally regained his senses, slowly pushing himself to his feet. He looked at Qin Feng, his eyes still tinged with lingering terror, his lips pale. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "May I ask, was that truly an ancient-level beast?" Though he had already accepted the truth within himself, he yearned for confirmation from Qin Feng. Qin Feng met his gaze and nodded. Indeed, it is an ancient-level beast. The He Long Wang. He did not deny it. Having summoned it, there was no longer a need for him to conceal the truth. Hearing Qin Feng's affirmation, Wang Hao's lips curled into a dry smile as he clasped his fists in salute and decisively exited the Tianjiao Tower. He understood that it would not be long before all the talents within the tower would be awestruck by this beast master. Outside the Tianjiao Tower, voices murmured. Someone has emerged. A keen-eyed observer was the first to spot the figure stepping out of the tower. It must be that beast master, but he is merely a second tier. Merely a participation prize, so his exit is quite ordinary. No, it is not that beast master, It is Wang Hao from the first tier of the Tianjiao list. As Wang Hao fully emerged from the tower, his figure became clear to the crowd. Eyes widened in disbelief, gasps filled the air. What? Wang Hao? What is going on? How can it be Wang Hao? He is a third-tier 112 level, heavy sword fighter. How could he be pushed out of the Tianjiao tower by a mere second-tier beastmaster? Exactly, what is happening here? Even if that beastmaster has contracted 2 golden-level beasts, he should not be a match for Wang Hao. The onlookers exchanged glances, unable to fathom the situation. Could it be that he was given a pass? Perhaps some powerful faction promised Wang Hao benefits? Speculation swirled among the crowd. Just then, as Wang Hao approached, one person boldly asked, Wang Hao, what benefits did they promise you to make you willingly forfeit your position in the Tianjiao rankings? The rankings are not merely about task rewards, they carry prestige. For those in the top 100 of the younger generation, this title makes it easier to join certain factions. Thus, the promised benefits must be substantial. Hearing the inquiry, Wang Hao, still somewhat pale, was momentarily taken aback. But he quickly realized they suspected him of throwing the match. A wry smile crept upon his lips as he gazed at the rankings displayed in the Tianjiao tower. Shall we make a wager? A wager? On what? The questioner was momentarily perplexed, as were the surrounding spectators. Wang Hao pointed towards the Tianjiao tower's leaderboard. You all suspect I threw the match, correct? Let us bet on how far this beastmaster can ascend. Finally comprehending, the questioner laughed heartily. Ah, so that is the wager. What do you mean by that? Wang Hao? With his agreement, a smile broke across Wang Hao's face as he slowly raised a finger. I wager he will reach the first level of the Tianjiao tower. 100 layers. As this proclamation escaped his lips, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, staring at Wang Hao as if he were a fool. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, raucous laughter erupted, sending waves of mirth through the crowd. What did he just say? Did I hear that correctly? 100 layers of the Tianjiao tower? Ha! A mere second-tier beastmaster dares to aspire to the top of the Tianjiao tower? Does he take us for fools? I doubt he can even surpass the second layer. Indeed, the guardian of the second layer is Su Bin. Known for his rigid demeanor, he would never be swayed. Right? Wang Hao cannot expect others to be as easily tempted by fleeting gains as he was. Amid the mocking, Wang Hao remained unfazed, his smile growing ever more radiant. The pallor of his complexion fading. Since you all are so confident, why not raise the stakes? Oh, pray tell, Wang Hao, how high are you willing to wager? A young man, whose chin bore a distinctive mole, stepped forward with an air of arrogance. His name was Lin'an, the very individual who had first questioned Wang Hao's integrity. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, feeling a flicker of delight. The bait had been taken. He slowly extended a finger. 10 million. 10 million alliance coins. I wager he will reach 100 layers of the Tianjiao tower. While I may not be a top-tier figure, I have managed to accumulate some wealth. Shall we play? Upon hearing this, Lin'an burst into laughter. 10 million alliance coins? Wang Hao, is that what you consider a high-stakes wager? That amount is trivial. I propose 100 million. How does that sound? You surely have that much at your disposal, right? Lin'an's words dripped with provocation. He calculated that 100 million would likely be Wang Hao's upper limit. Even if Wang Hao could muster such a sum, it would undoubtedly be a painful sacrifice. Having grown up in the same second-tier city as Wang Hao, he had always harbored animosity towards him. Now, with the opportunity to take advantage of Wang Hao's predicament, he would not let it slip away. As anticipated, Lin'an's challenge caused Wang Hao to momentarily display a look of hesitation, wrestling with his decision. Seizing the moment, Lin'an pressed on. What is the matter? You, Wang Hao, can't even come up with that much? Perhaps it would be best for you to scurry back home and hide your tail between your legs, lest you embarrass yourself. At this, Wang Hao's head snapped up, fury igniting in his eyes. You, Lin'an, who says I cannot come up with it? Fine. 100 million it is. I accept the wager. His complexion flushed crimson, exhibiting a visage of indignation and embarrassment, yet deep within, he was brimming with delight. Only he understood the sheer terror that the so-called second-turn beast master possessed. Very well, Lin'an decisively declared, seemingly apprehensive that Wang Hao might retract his words. At that moment, the onlookers began to stir with excitement. Come on, what's the fun in just the two of you? Let us place our bets as well. Indeed. Count us in. I wager 5 million that the beast master cannot surpass the 20th level, otherwise, I shall concede. 20th level? I bet 10 million on the 10th level. If he exceeds that, I will accept defeat. You two are far too cautious. I wager 50 million on the 5th level. If he goes beyond that, I will concede. Listening to the crowd's fervent chatter, Wang Hao's heart soared with joy, nearly prompting him to laugh aloud, though he maintained an outward facade of struggle. After a brief moment, he gritted his teeth and proclaimed, All right, I, Wang Hao, accept. What audacity! Lin'an laughed heartily. To prevent any foul play, I will personally provide a contract scroll. Let us all sign a pact. With that, he raised his hand, and a scroll radiating a blue luminescence appeared in his palm. This was a rather ordinary contract scroll, capable of autonomously inscribing the terms of the agreement while accommodating multiple signatories. Once the contract was willingly signed, it became irrevocable. Otherwise, the violator would face divine retribution. As Lin'an inscribed the terms, the crowd eagerly signed the contract. Wang Hao, without hesitation, completed his signature. In the next moment, the contract scroll shattered, disintegrating into specks of blue light that infused into the bodies of each signatory. Ha! The contract is sealed, Wang Hao. It seems you shall be the one to bear the costs this time. Lin'an laughed exuberantly, his joy palpable. 100 million was not an insignificant sum even for him. More importantly, with the bets from others, the total amounted to at least 200 million alliance coins. Wang Hao was not merely shedding skin. He would likely require the aid of his family to settle this debt. He approached Wang Hao, intending to pat him on the shoulder and witness his despondent and enraged expression. However, as he halted, he found Wang Hao gazing up at him. In his eyes, there was not a trace of despondency or anger. Instead, they brimmed with derision. This sentiment was akin to observing a capering jester. A jester? Lin'an was momentarily stunned, soon engulfed by confusion. Why was he regarding me with such an expression? By what right does he regard me thus? He ought to feel anger and indignation. What does that look mean? Lin'an inquired. Oh, nothing, Wang Hao chuckled, raising his hand to pat Lin'an's shoulder. I merely feel sorry for the costs you will incur. Costs? You think I will incur costs? Lin'an nearly burst into laughter from indignation. You don't truly believe that this beast master can ascend to the 100th level of the Tianjiao Tower, do you? Wang Hao shrugged nonchalantly. Well, we shall see. Heh, Lin'an scoffed coldly. I hope you can remain so defiant later. With that, he abruptly turned away, refocusing his gaze on the Tianjiao leaderboard. At that moment, his pupils abruptly contracted, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. The leaderboard displayed current challengers: Fang Hongyu, Lei Jinghao, Chun Sheng, Qin Feng. Tianjiao Tower. 57th level, Fang Hongyu, profession, fire mage, level, 4th turn, 148. Tianjiao Tower, 35th level, Lei Jinghao, profession, thunder mage, level, 4th turn, 145. Tianjiao Tower, 32nd level, Chun Sheng, profession, divine envoy, level, 4th turn, 150. Tianjiao Tower, 11th level, Qin Feng, profession, beast master, level, 2nd turn, 90. Chapter 67. The Ancient Level Great Menace. Is it merely talk? What the hell? Am I seeing things? When did he ascend to the 11th level? No way. Old Zhao, please check if my eyes are malfunctioning. A 2nd turn Beastmaster? The 11th level of the Tianjiao Tower? How do these terms even correlate? Holy moly. Old Zhao, are you insane? Why are you striking me with your sword? Oh, it's nothing. I was merely testing to see if I was dreaming. And it appears I am not. The crowd was utterly dumbfounded, questioning their own vision. They had only looked away for a moment. And this Beastmaster had already reached the 11th level? Is this for real? This is outrageous. Just as the crowd remained in shock, a voice suddenly cried out in despair. My money. This was the individual who had bet 10 million on the 10th level, initially hoping to earn some money to purchase equipment. Who could have known that at the very start, he had already lost? His profession was average, and at this point, he had scarcely reached the 2nd turn. 10 million was all he possessed. Now, it was as if he had regressed to square one overnight. How could he not weep? As he wiped away his tears, another person patted his shoulder, expressionless. Brother, stop crying. You've only lost 10 million. I, on the other hand, have lost 50 million. 30 million of that was borrowed money, which I had intended to use for my wedding. I possess average talent. And my father-in-law demanded a dowry of 50 million before he would allow me to marry his daughter. Now it is all gone. His voice was calm, devoid of any fluctuation. Holy moly. Upon hearing this, the first man ceased his tears immediately. Brother, you possess remarkable fortitude, taking a loan for marriage. And now that the money is gone, you remain so composed. How do you manage it? It's nothing. Once a person is dead inside, they find tranquility. His eyes were vacant as he spoke. Then he wandered off towards a distant river. Holy moly, brother, stay calm. Several individuals shook their heads in disbelief, intercepting the despondent man as they resumed their focus on the Tianjiao leaderboard. Fortunately, I placed my bet on the 50th level, so I am completely at ease. Indeed, reaching the 10th level should be the limit. Haha, luckily, I did not push my luck. I wagered on levels below 100. Damn, I bet on the 20th level. But it should be fine, right? By the way, what level are we at now? As he spoke, he glanced back at the Tianjiao leaderboard, his body suddenly jolting as he beheld. Tianjiao Tower, 23rd level. Qin Feng, profession, beast master, level, 2nd turn, 90. What? I can't believe it. He too was astonished. Li Shan's countenance darkened as he cast a glance at Wang Hao, who was leisurely seated nearby, a broad smile adorning his face. Deeply unsettling Li Shan's nerves. Do not celebrate too soon. Wang Hao, I now comprehend why you are so confident that a mere second-turn beast master could ascend to the pinnacle of the Tianjiao leaderboard. If I am not mistaken, he must have employed some method to contract a retrograde-level beast, correct? While this notion is difficult to believe, it is not entirely impossible. A top-tier fortuity, coupled with exceptional luck, could indeed allow a second-turn beast master to successfully command a retrograde-level beast. His voice lowered, shifting the tone. Alas, you remain unaware that this iteration of the Tianjiao Tower features an individual who transcends even the highest-tier professions. The ancestral-level beast tamers are undeniably formidable. However, at the second-tier level, they are still unable to transcend into the realm of beast taming tribulations, thus not ranking among the pinnacle of ancestral levels. Nevertheless, even so, he still holds a chance against the elite fourth-tier combat professions. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon a name on the Tianjiao ranking. Qin Feng, profession, Divine Messenger. Level, 4th tier, 150. In comparison to this individual, even an ancestral-level beast tamer would face certain defeat. He turned to Wang Hao, his voice resolute and filled with confidence. Yet, contrary to his expectations, he did not witness any change in Wang Hao's expression. Instead, Wang Hao merely yawned and nonchalantly dug at his ear with his finger. Are you done? Wang Hao scoffed, his demeanor entirely unperturbed, not even casting a glance at the Tianjiao ranking. What a farce. Although he was indeed unaware that a transcendent profession had emerged among the current contenders, what did it matter? Regardless of the profession, before the Heilong Wang, there was but one outcome: kneel obediently. The ancient grey dread beast was not merely a tale. Li Shan's fists clenched tightly. Wang Hao's demeanor made him feel as though he had struck a pillow, utterly ineffective. No matter what he said, his opponent seemed entirely indifferent, as if firmly convinced that the beast tamer would undoubtedly prevail. Enraged, Li Shan glared intensely at Wang Hao, thinking to himself that once the final moment arrived, he would realize just how naive his beliefs were. At that time, he would thoroughly humiliate Wang Hao, grinding his face into the ground. Time passed slowly. Within the Tianjiao Tower, on the 97th floor, after yet another opponent conceded, Qin Feng came to a halt. The Tianjiao Tower had automatically restored his body to its optimal condition. To ensure fairness, the tower possessed a remarkable feature. After each battle, it would automatically return both participants to peak condition for the next bout. This optimal state encompassed not only stamina, but also included cooldowns for skills. Under such circumstances, each battle allowed both sides to exert their utmost effort without holding back. When one party's health reached zero, the tower would automatically apply healing effects and intervene to conclude the combat. However, throughout these more than 90 floors, Qin Feng found no thrill in the battles. As soon as he summoned the Heilong Wang, his opponents would concede without exception. Though this process was somewhat dull, it did save him considerable effort. After all, these so-called prodigies, even in battle, could not compel him to take them seriously. A single breath from the Heilong Wang could extinguish an entire swathe of foes. Who would be next? He mused softly, recalling the three individuals from the outside world. Qin Feng had perused the Tianjiao ranking and remembered their names. Feng Hongyu. Profession, Celestial Fire Mage. Level, 4th tier, 148. Lei Jinghao. Profession, Thunder Mage. Level, 4th tier, 145. Qin Sheng. Profession, Divine Messenger. Level, 4th tier, 150. If all went as expected, it should not be that Qin Sheng. As for which of Feng Hongyu or Lei Jinghao it would be, that remained to be seen. With a gentle smile, Qin Feng approached the entrance and stepped inside. Chapter 68. I have no habit of holding back. Be cautious. Outside the Tianjiao Tower, those who were closely monitoring the Tianjiao ranking had their eyes wide open, breaths quickening. At this moment, the wealth they had lost was cast aside. They fixated intently on the ranking, their faces filled with astonishment. The rankings were starkly clear. Tianjiao Tower. 100th floor, Qin Sheng. Profession, Divine Messenger. Level, 4th tier, 150. Tianjiao Tower, 99th floor, Feng Hongyu. Profession, Celestial Fire Mage. Level, 4th tier, 148. Tianjiao Tower, 98th floor, Lei Jinghao. Profession, Thunder Mage. Level, 4th tier, 145. Current challenger, Qin Feng. Tianjiao Tower, 97th floor, Qin Feng. Profession, Beast Tamer. Level, 2nd tier, 90. 97 floors. He actually reached the 97th floor? What is going on? A 2nd tier Beast Tamer possesses such combat prowess? Is the Tianjiao Tower ranking display correct? At this moment, no one questioned Qin Feng's achievements in the Tianjiao Tower. What a joke. To bribe all prodigies would require an astronomical sum. Furthermore, not all prodigies could be bought with money. Among them, which powerful lineage prodigy is lacking in wealth? Could it truly be, as Lin'an suggested, that this beast tamer had contracted an ancestral-level beast? What extraordinary fortune! The next challenger would be Lei Jinghao from the Lei family in Tianjing, a top-tier thunder mage. It was uncertain how he would fare against this beast tamer. A fourth-tier mage at 145, a master of slaughter, nearing the fourth-tier limit, his true combat strength would not be inferior to certain fifth-tier professions. However, if the beast tamer indeed commanded an ancestral-level beast, the outcome was too unpredictable. Either could emerge victorious. The crowd gazed at the rankings, engaging in fervent discussions. At that moment, Lin'an also spoke up. The Thunder Mage boasts the strongest lethality, and given that Lei Jinghao hails from the Lei family in Tianjing, from the moment of his profession awakening, he has been subjected to various combat training arranged by his family elders. While ancestral-level beasts are indeed powerful, in my view, Lei Jinghao has the greater chance of victory. That reasoning holds merit. Lei Jinghao's inherent combat strength is formidable, coupled with his rich battle experience, giving him at least a 70% chance of success. Impressive. Brother Li's analysis is quite astute. The onlookers nodded in agreement, affirming Lin'an's words. Seeing this, a satisfied expression emerged on Lin'an's face. Although he had placed his bets on the ultimate Qin Feng, he would not miss the opportunity to belittle Wang Hao beforehand. However, just as their words fell, a derisive scoff interrupted the conversation. Analyzing so thoroughly, perhaps you should take a good look at the Tianjiao ranking first? Wang Hao's voice was languid, dripping with sarcasm. The Tianjiao ranking? Lin'an was taken aback. The crowd halted their discussions, turning to look. Tianjiao Tower, 97th floor, Lei Jinghao. Profession, Thunder Mage, level, 4th tier, 145. Current challenger, Qin Feng. Tianjiao Tower, 98th floor, Qin Feng. Profession, Beast Tamer, level, 2nd tier, 90. What on earth? 98 floors. How long has it been? A minute? Lei Jinghao, a top-tier Thunder Mage, lost in just a minute? This is utterly absurd. The crowd was left utterly bewildered. Initially, they believed the battle between the two would at least be evenly matched. Even if Lei Jinghao were to lose, it would take at least half an hour. Who would have thought that the fight would conclude in merely a minute? That beast tamer. Could he possibly command 2 ancestral-level beasts? Suddenly, someone trembled, articulating an exceptionally bold conjecture. 2 ancestral-level beasts? This. Some attempted to refute, but upon opening their mouths, found themselves utterly speechless. It is imperative to note that in this world, the only beast master capable of simultaneously commanding 2 ancestral-grade beasts is none other than the esteemed president of the Beast Master Association, Zhou Fu. Several 5th-tier beast masters toil endlessly to acquire their first ancestral-grade beast. Now, to suggest that a mere 2nd-tier beast master possesses not 1, but 2 ancestral-grade beasts? How can one possibly believe such a claim? Yet, if one were to dismiss this assertion, how then could one explain the ability to vanquish a 4th-tier Thunder Mage in a single minute? 1 ancestral-grade beast is already the epitome of fortune, possessing 2? Is this the chasm that separates individuals? The onlookers, with bittersweet smiles, pondered in silence. Individuals such as Lei Jinghao, Feng Hongyu, and Qin Feng felt no envy towards the pinnacle of professions, which is purely a product of innate talent. However, witnessing a fellow 2nd-tier beastmaster, akin to their own standings, summoned a twinge of jealousy within them. To command 2 ancestral-grade beasts at the 2nd tier is not merely talent, it is sheer luck. 2 ancestral-grade beasts? Lin'an turned his gaze slightly towards Wang Hao. No wonder you exude such confidence. Is this your source of strength? Alas, Qin Feng possesses the power to eclipse Lei Jinghao as well, making the presence of 2 ancestral-grade beasts not necessarily invincible. With that, Lin'an chose silence. Fixated on the Tianjiao ranking, awaiting the outcome. Wang Hao, overhearing the conjectures, shook his head. Indeed, 2 ancestral-grade beasts constituted the ultimate limit of their imagination. Regrettably, they had underestimated the individual in question. Within the 98th floor of the Tianjiao Tower, Lei Jinghao furrowed his brow as he observed the figure approaching him. A 2nd tier, level 90 beastmaster? He murmured softly, bewildered. Could this individual, who has reached such heights, truly be a person of great fortune, commanding an ancestral-grade beast? In an instant, a realization struck him. A grin spread across his face. This is intriguing. Although my family has arranged battles with beastmasters, encountering an ancestral-grade beast is a first for me. Just in time, I too possess the skill of lightning transformation. Let us see how this unfolds. Come, do not let me down. With his declaration, Lei Jinghao abruptly pointed skyward. Boom. His internal mana surged, transforming into a violet lightning that shot into the heavens. Without the need for incantation, a massive lightning python, shimmering with purple light, materialized in the sky above. This was a technique he had perfected through countless repetitions, capable of instantaneous activation. Standing atop the head of the lightning python, he gradually approached Qin Feng, a smirk on his lips. How does this lightning python fare? Come, summon your ancestral-grade beast. Do not disappoint me. An ancestral-grade beast? Qin Feng shook his head, chuckling softly. I fear I may disappoint you. At these words, Lei Jinghao paused, pondering, could I have misjudged? Yet, how could one reach this point without an ancestral-grade beast? His brow furrowed slightly, puzzled. Just as he was about to inquire further, he observed Qin Feng casually raising his hand. A voice echoed forth. However, an ancient grade should suffice for your taste, yes? In the next moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Boom. Dark clouds enveloped the sky, obscuring all illumination. Amidst the flickering lightning, a colossal dragon head emerged from the cloud cover. It's cold. Indifferent vertical pupils drew closer to the lightning python, locking onto Lei Jinghao. In an instant, Lei Jinghao's expression shifted dramatically, his shock reaching its peak. Compared to the gargantuan dragon head emerging from the dark clouds, the lightning python beneath him appeared as a mere worm. Moreover, the lightning python beneath him trembled, its form indicating signs of disintegration. Is this a form of rank suppression? Lei Jinghao's mouth gaped, his body quaking subtly. An ancient grade, the Black Dragon King? A monster has appeared in this round of the Tianjiao Tower. I concede. A dry voice escaped Lei Jinghao's lips. Qin Feng nodded, recalling the Black Dragon King. The dark clouds dispersed, and light returned. The lightning dragon beneath Lei Jinghao disintegrated as well, and he staggered slightly before sinking to the ground. Suddenly, he burst into a fit of laughter, supporting himself with his hands as he reveled in amusement. Qin Feng frowned, perplexed, yet watched as Lei Jinghao laughed uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. I understand now, I understand. Ha! That predetermined individual is certainly not you, Chen Sheng. Ha! This time, let you, Chen Sheng, experience the taste of defeat, the feeling of plummeting from the heights. His laughter echoed, unabated, until the notification of failure resonated within the Tianjiao Tower. A flash of light enveloped Lei Jinghao, transporting him from the 98th to the 97th floor, finally silencing his laughter in Qin Feng's ears. Qin Feng shook his head, choosing not to delve into the reasons behind it, and moved forward to the next level. On the 99th floor of the Tianjiao Tower, Qin Feng stood calmly, facing Feng Hongyu, whose fiery red hair cascaded down her shoulders. Oh, Feng Hongyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. A second tier, level 90 Beastmaster? Has he truly defeated Lei Jinghao? She marveled internally, striding toward Qin Feng. I am somewhat curious as to how you triumphed over Lei Jinghao. Even for me, overcoming him is exceedingly challenging, with the risk of failure looming. Even if you command an ancestral-grade beast, defeating him would be a formidable task. As she spoke, Feng Hongyu approached Qin Feng's side, her proximity exuding an enticing fragrance. He instinctively considered stepping back, yet Feng Hongyu moved closer. I am equal in strength to Lei Jinghao. If you can defeat him, you should be able to defeat me as well. However, I do not possess the habit of holding back. Be cautious. The final 3 words had barely left her lips when Qin Feng's expression shifted subtly. He witnessed Feng Hongyu, who had been so close, suddenly erupting in a fierce blaze, then promptly striking him with a palm. Chapter 69, Extinguishing Heavenly Fire, damage reduced by 1. Boom. The terrifying flames surged forth, engulfing Qin Feng entirely. Simultaneously, Feng Hongyu's figure retreated swiftly, murmuring incantations as she began to chant. 3 seconds later, a massive fireball materialized in the sky. Feng Hongyu pointed a finger, and the colossal fireball hurtled towards Qin Feng. Boom, boom, boom. It was akin to a meteor crashing down. The sounds of explosions spread, fire illuminating the heavens. Qin Feng's figure was completely submerged in the flames. Could he not summon his beast? A hint of confusion flickered in Feng Hongyu's beautiful eyes. While she had the advantage of a sneak attack, if he were a beast master of some capability, he should not have been unable to summon his beast by the time she released her second skill. How could Lei Jinghao have lost to such a beast master? Without summoning his beast, facing this attack with his physical body alone, at mere second-tier status, even with beast defense reduction and damage transfer skills, this strike could very well extinguish his life. Feng Hongyu was utterly confident. Without summoning his beast, a beast master's personal attributes were exceedingly frail. However, why has there been no news of the battle's conclusion at the Tianjiao Tower? Could it be? Feng Hongyu furrowed her brow, gazing intently at that location. As the flames gradually dissipated, a figure slowly emerged. Qin Feng appeared unperturbed as he stepped forward. Indeed, there is some skill involved, he remarked, having been somewhat taken aback by the deliberate approach followed by a sneak attack. Although such tactics are not particularly noble, within the confines of the Tianjiao Tower, They are merely enemies. To employ honorable methods against an enemy would only invite them to demonstrate the essence of darkness. Had this strike been executed by another Beastmaster, even one of the same 4th tier, the outcome would likely have been dire. Alas, she encountered me. Skill, Symbiosis. Description, a passive skill that transfers 100 of the damage taken by the Beastmaster to their summoned beast. Under the influence of Symbiosis, I fear no ambush. How could it be? How could you emerge unscathed? Feng Hongyu was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. It is unthinkable that Qin Feng, a mere 2nd-tier Beastmaster, could withstand the full brunt of her 2 skills, especially considering even a 4th-tier knight renowned for their defense would not emerge unscathed from such an onslaught. There is no rush. Qin Feng waved his hand, offering no explanation. The skill you just utilized cannot possibly be your most powerful one. I can grant you another opportunity. I am aware that the stronger a mage's skill, the longer the incantation required. I will give you time. Within 3 minutes, attack at will. If you manage to injure me, I shall concede defeat. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, his gaze steady upon Feng Hongyu. Though her ambush had not harmed him, it had nonetheless stirred some annoyance within him. He was also curious to witness the fullest extent of a 4th-tier elite's might. A 4th-tier, level 148 Celestial Fire Mage's damage is not inferior to that of some 5th-tier professionals. I wonder if it can breach the defenses of the Tongtian Xuanwu. Do you underestimate me? Anger flashed across Feng Hongyu's delicate features, her silver teeth clenched tightly. Even if you command a top-tier defensive ancestral beast, you have no right to be so arrogant before me. Flames flickered in her beautiful eyes. Although I do not know how you achieved that earlier feat, you shall undoubtedly regret your arrogance now. As her words fell, Feng Hongyu extended her arms, a low incantation escaping her lips. In an instant, the air grew arid, as if all moisture from the heavens had been evaporated. The fire elements floating in the air gradually became visible. Countless burning fire elements hovered in the space around them, infinite and omnipresent, as if the entire world was igniting. In the next moment, this boundless fire, seemingly summoned by some force, surged towards Feng Hongyu, enveloping her entirely. As the fire elements accumulated upon her, a loud explosion resounded, and she was instantly engulfed in roaring flames, transforming her into a colossal figure of fire. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. A martial arts magic, how rare. Typically, mages engage in ranged combat, striving to avoid close contact, as their physical forms are at a disadvantage compared to other professions. Yet this martial arts magic defies convention, attaching magic to oneself, rendering each attack as potent as a powerful spell. The fact that a woman could wield such magic astonished him. In the midst of his contemplation, Feng Hongyu completed her incantation. Her eyes, now shrouded in flames, locked onto Qin Feng as her crimson lips parted. I shall obliterate you. With that, she stomped down forcefully. The ground seemed to collapse as if struck by a meteor, creating a fiery pit. Simultaneously, her flaming figure launched forward, delivering a powerful punch to Qin Feng's face. Boom. The punch, imbued with formidable force and fierce flames, struck Qin Feng, yet he merely tilted his head slightly, sustaining no injury whatsoever. Feng Hongyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet she did not dwell on it. Instead, she spun around to deliver a swift kick towards Qin Feng. Boom, 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 boom. The relentless onslaught descended like a tempest. Each blow was no weaker than that of an ordinary 5th-tier professional. However, with each strike, her trepidation grew. Despite her continuous attacks, Qin Feng remained utterly unmoved, even neglecting to summon his beast. He stood there like an indestructible shield, impervious to all her assaults. How is this possible? How could this be? Feng Hongyu retreated a few steps, panting slightly. The astonishment in her eyes was nearly overwhelming. Not only was Qin Feng a beastmaster, but she even began to suspect he might be a 5th-tier knight. It seemed beyond belief that even a 5th-tier knight would struggle to match his current display. This was, without a doubt, an unwavering resistance to all her attacks. It was terrifyingly formidable. I refuse to believe I cannot harm you. As the flames upon Feng Hongyu gradually subsided, she glared with fierce determination, commencing another incantation. A complex melody of incantation echoed from her lips. Time trickled by, and this time her chant took significantly longer than the previous two. The sky was awash in crimson light, as if something were descending from the heavens into this realm. Feng Hongyu's incantation grew increasingly urgent, and even her countenance began to pale. After a full minute had elapsed, her chanting finally ceased. A weary smile crept across her lips. Skill, annihilating celestial fire. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted as the sky ignited completely. A dark purple dragon-shaped flame manifested in the heavens. The entire expanse above was engulfed in purple fire. The fabric of space itself seemed to warp under the intolerable heat. Qin Feng regarded it with keen interest. Surprise etched upon his face. This strike rivaled the golden crow flame of the Yanhuo, perhaps even surpassing it. This time, I refuse to believe it cannot harm you. Feng Hongyu's voice rang out. Instantly, the purple dragon in the sky, brimming with terrifying might, descended upon Qin Feng, crashing directly into him. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions reverberated incessantly. Where the purple dragon landed, flames erupted, and the scorching heat began to threaten to tear apart the very fabric of space. Amidst the chaos, even the formidable defenses of the Tongtian Xuanwu sustained damage. Qin Feng was astonished, but Feng Hongyu was even more taken aback. This was her most powerful skill, taking a full minute to complete the incantation. Now, as the annihilating celestial fire descended upon Qin Feng, it had indeed impacted him. Yet the damage it dealt left her utterly dumbfounded. 1. Reduced by 1? Feng Hongyu's mouth fell agape, nearly doubting her own eyes. After preparing for a full minute for this ultimate magic, you tell me it inflicted only a single point of damage? Surely, this cannot be a jest. What sort of monstrosity is he? Feng Hongyu was left in a daze. How could one contend against such an extraordinary defense? The crucial point was that the annihilating celestial fire was not a one-time damage effect. However, on the opposite side, there was merely a moment of explosion, causing only a slight injury, while subsequent damage was completely unable to penetrate the defense. No more fighting. Feng Hongyu completely surrendered, sitting down heavily on the ground. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Qin Feng. Within her gaze lingered a blend of curiosity, astonishment, and disbelief. How on earth did you achieve this? She inquired. Chapter 70. Tongtian Xuanwu, the mayfly shaking the tree. Amidst the purpling flames, Qin Feng slowly emerged. His garments billowed gracefully, his expression relaxed, and not a speck of dust clung to him. Indeed, the ability to breach defenses with such force was likely comparable to the full-strength strike of a fifth transition practitioner. Yet, you are clearly only at the second transition. Feng Hongyu regarded Qin Feng, who emerged from the flames, with confusion. Second transition? You are correct, Qin Feng nodded. However, you should understand that level is not the primary factor influencing a beast master's combat prowess. Feng Hongyu furrowed her brow. The combat strength of a beast master derives from their beasts. Even if you control a defensive-type ancestral beast, it should not reach such a level. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Qin Feng's lips as he looked at Feng Hongyu and slowly spoke. But when did I ever claim that I was controlling an ancestral beast? Boom. The moment those words escaped his lips, Feng Hongyu felt as though thunder had struck in her mind. She instantly turned her head, mouth agape, staring at Qin Feng. What did you say? Qin Feng did not respond, merely maintaining a smile, and said softly, Come. Suddenly, a clear sound of crashing waves, seemingly emanating from nowhere, reached her ears. The air became humid, and the once burning purple flames extinguished completely. An indescribable pressure inundated her body, and in that instant, Feng Hongyu felt as if she were submerged in the ocean. The heavy seawater battered against her form, making it difficult to breathe. She could even hear the roaring waves surging beside her. A look of horror crossed her eyes. Was she already rendered immobile by mere pressure? Boom. Before the shock could fade from her gaze, a tremendous sound echoed, and a colossal creature, several thousand meters in size, appeared between heaven and earth. It resembled a tortoise, its limbs resting on the ground, each massive limb akin to a towering pillar, imbued with the strength of the heavens, while its dark carapace emanated an eternal sheen. Coiled atop its shell was a massive black serpent, eyes brimming with ferocity, gazing down upon Feng Hongyu. Tongtian Xuanwu. Grade, Ancient. Level, LV 100. Strength, 150,000. Vitality, 400,000. Agility, 150,000. Mentality, 200,000. Combat power, 450,000. Skills, Tongtian Barrier, Deep Sea Frenzy, Song High Dragon Twister. Ancient Grade, Tongtian Xuanwu. Feng Hongyu's lips parted slightly, her delicate frame trembling as terrifying data unfolded before her. Under the gaze of those two enormous eyes, she felt as diminutive as an ant. Those four towering pillars could extinguish her very life with a single step. In the shadow cast by the immense form of Tongtian Xuanwu, Feng Hongyu turned rigidly, gazing into the distance at that figure. Her mind replayed her actions like a slideshow. No wonder Lei Jinghao lost. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she suddenly recalled a phrase. The mayfly shaking the tree. I concede. Outside the Tianjiao Tower, the standings began to shift. Tianjiao Tower, level 100. Shun Sheng, occupation. Divine Messenger, level. 4th transition, level 150. Tianjiao Tower, level 98. Feng Hongyu, occupation. Heavenly Fire Mage. Level. 4th transition, level 148. Tianjiao Tower, level 97. Lei Jinghao, occupation. Thunder Mage, level, 4th transition, level 145. Current challenger, Qin Feng, Tianjiao Tower. Level 99, Qin Feng, occupation, Beast Master, level, 2nd transition, level 90. Feng Hongyu had dropped to level 98. That Beast Master is about to ascend to the 100th level? This is simply unbelievable. This round in the Tianjiao Tower has been truly spectacular. If a 2nd transition Beast Master were to reach the pinnacle of the Tianjiao Tower, overshadowing all other geniuses, it would indeed be momentous news. Level 100? Even now? At level 99, being 2nd on the Tianjiao list is already noteworthy. However, it is unlikely that he can hold the 100th level against Qin Feng, who is significantly stronger than both Lei Zhenghao and Feng Hongyu. Indeed, he cannot possibly rival Qin Feng. Li Shan observed the Tianjiao list and spoke slowly. If I previously speculated, now I can affirm with certainty that he is certainly no match for Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, those around became intrigued. Li brother, why are you so certain? After all, he defeated Lei Zhenghao in less than a minute, which is not much different from facing Qin Feng. Indeed, the other two also fell to Qin Feng in around a minute. The gap between them is not substantial. About a minute to defeat? I wonder if anyone noticed how long that Beast Master took on level 99 of the Tianjiao Tower? Li Shan interjected, and without waiting for a response. He held up 5 fingers. At least 5 minutes, which is more than 5 times the duration when facing Lei Zhenghao. And is there a significant disparity in strength between Lei Zhenghao and Feng Hongyu? Not really. They are quite evenly matched, with only slight differences. Yet, it is precisely this minor difference that resulted in a 5-fold disparity in time. What do you think? As he spoke, the onlookers fell into silence. Indeed, the combat power difference between Lei Zhenghao and Feng Hongyu was not substantial. How could there be such a marked discrepancy in time? Could it be that Lei Zhenghao held back? Someone ventured a guess, but it was quickly dismissed by another. How could that be? Lei Zhenghao is exceptionally proud. With his lofty spirit as a genius, he would never allow himself to hold back. Li brother, what is your perspective on this? Someone inquired of Li Shan. Li Shan raised his head, a knowing expression illuminating his face, and replied, the brother who spoke earlier is correct. It is absolutely impossible for Lei Zhenghao to hold back. However, while he would not hold back, he might become complacent due to the Beast Master's level. Consider, facing a top-tier 4th transition opponent with a 2nd transition practitioner naturally breeds a sense of overconfidence. That Beast Master took advantage of this, catching Lei Zhenghao off guard and summoning an ancestral beast for a surprise attack, thus managing to defeat him in under a minute. When he faced Feng Hongyu, however, Lei Zhenghao's defeat instilled a sense of vigilance in her, which ultimately caused that Beast Master to expend more time before achieving victory. After Li Shan finished speaking, those around expressed understanding. While this explanation seemed somewhat forced, it did provide a relatively reasonable insight. I see, Li brother's analysis is thorough. Thus, even if that Beast Master truly commanded 2 ancestral-level beasts, surpassing Lei Zhenghao and Feng Hongyu, his actual combat prowess would still pale in comparison to Qin Feng. Indeed, there is no cause for concern. Those who wagered on the 100th floor are assured victory. Thank you, brotherly. Although I do not place much value on such trifling wealth, any profit is certainly welcome. Chapter 71. Having seen the divine, why not bow? Several miles from the Tianjiao Tower, beside a tranquil stream, an elderly man clad in a white robe, with 2 long white eyebrows resembling dragon whiskers, quietly fished with a rod in his hand. The stream was crystal clear, and beneath the calm surface, fish swirled around the bait, observing intently. The old man, with a serene demeanor, watched the fish's movements. Suddenly, the fishing line trembled violently. A fish, measuring nearly a meter in length, decisively seized the bait, ensnared by the hook. Upon witnessing this, the old man smiled, yet his gaze drifted skyward. The fish had taken the bait. With a gentle tug, the sizable fish soared into the bucket at his feet. Indeed, it was a fine catch. In the 100th floor of the Tianjiao Tower, Qin Feng maintained a tranquil expression, his eyes fixed on the entrance, awaiting the individual favored by the Qin Wang. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, a ripple emanated from the blue vortex at the entrance. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened as he looked over. Qin Feng stepped forth, meeting Qin Feng's eyes. The two regarded one another, neither speaking immediately. As moments slipped by, Qin Feng's brow furrowed gradually. A 2nd-tier Beastmaster? The challenger information for the Tianjiao Tower clearly displayed Qin Feng's details. A flicker of surprise washed over Qin Feng, accompanied by a hint of confusion. Why, despite being merely a 2nd-tier Beastmaster, did he sense an inexplicable dread and a peculiar familiarity emanating from Qin Feng? Qin Feng's frown deepened, puzzled. Meanwhile, Qin Feng experienced a similar surge of astonishment, albeit for a different reason. His surprise stemmed from the task panel. Just moments ago, upon locking eyes with Qin Feng, a new task had appeared on his panel. Task triggered, Follower of the Divine. Task description: as a deity, one must possess loyal followers. Please acquire your first follower. Task requirements: demonstrate divine power to gain followers. Having seen the divine, why not bow? Task duration: no limit. A follower of the divine. To acquire his first follower? Qin Feng blinked, momentarily perplexed by the absurdity of the task. He scrutinized Qin Feng, sizing him up. Was the individual referred to as the follower the one before him? This task seemed rather outrageous. Qin Feng's expression grew increasingly grim. Within him, the inexplicable fear directed toward Qin Feng deepened, evolving into an overwhelming sensation that rendered him almost incapable of action. This feeling was unprecedented. He had never experienced such profound terror, even in the presence of his uncles. It felt as though he were confronting not merely a man, but a true deity, an embodiment of the heavens. Should he act against him, it would be akin to rebellion, a mere insect attempting to overturn the sky. This sensation was intolerable, causing his body to tremble. Finally, Qin Feng took a step forward, preparing to speak first. Yet, at that moment, Qin Feng's voice resonated first. Having seen the divine, why not bow? The cold, indifferent voice pierced through Qin Feng's ears like a divine decree. Boom. In that instant, Qin Feng's body shuddered violently, rendering him utterly stupefied. He abruptly raised his head, his pupils quivering intensely, his gaze fixed on Qin Feng, filled with disbelief. Having seen the divine, why not bow? This phrase felt as though it had pierced through his flesh, crashing into his very soul. He stood there, his heart tumultuous like a tempest, struggling to regain composure. Was it truly effective? Qin Feng's gaze sharpened as he glanced once more at the task panel. Task requirements: demonstrate divine power to gain followers. Having seen the divine, why not bow? Demonstrate divine power to gain followers? Was he to showcase his strength? Understanding dawned upon Qin Feng as he observed Qin Feng's astonished expression. He hesitated no longer. His gaze narrowed, and his internal energy surged forth. In an instant, the skies transformed. Boom! Dark clouds gathered, casting shadows over the earth. Amidst the flickering lightning, a colossal black dragon emerged from the clouds, exuding a chilling aura. The world seemed to plunge into the depths of an ocean, fierce winds howling around him. A gargantuan entity, towering tens of thousands of meters, crashed to the ground, its legs akin to celestial pillars, supporting the heavens. Caw! A spark ignited amidst the overcast sky. Soon, flames spread rapidly, engulfing the area. A firebird, spanning 100 meters, hovered in the sky, resembling a sun rising in the firmament. Hiss! The earth trembled with a dusty hue. The ground shook violently, a palpable sense of ferocity permeating the air. In an instant, a massive ant, 100 meters in length and exuding a terrifying ferocity, appeared on the surface. Buzz! Space rippled as a thread of azure light materialized. Where the azure light passed, stones blossomed, and withered trees rejuvenated. It was as if the god of life swept through, causing flowers to bloom and a sense of peace to envelop the land. As the azure light coalesced, a blue lotus gradually emerged, swaying gracefully like a celestial maiden dancing, radiating a rich essence of life. Black Dragon King, Heavenly Xuanwu, Jinwu, War Ant Queen, Transcendent Blue Lotus. At this moment, the 5 great beasts manifested simultaneously. This marked Qin Feng's first instance of summoning all 5 beasts at once. The overwhelming pressure from 1 ancestral-level beast and 4 ancient-level beasts was staggering, causing the Tianjiao Tower to tremble slightly, with cracks forming in the very fabric of space. To Qin Feng, this spectacle was akin to being struck by 5 thunderbolts, his palms clammy, his pupils quaking. Devouring power, indestructible power, divine firepower, incarnation power, life power. He finally comprehended the source of that familiar sensation. The 5 beasts corresponded to 5 divine powers. Thus, the entity standing before him was indeed the deity who bestowed him his strength. Having seen the divine, why not bow? This phrase echoed incessantly in his mind. Qin Feng forced a bitter smile, struggling to swallow, his face pale, his body trembling as if he had lost all strength. Collapsing to his knees before Qin Feng in reverence. Chapter 72, the first on the Tianjiao list. Qin Feng stepped forward to stand before Qin Feng. Behind him, the 5 great beasts loomed, casting shadows that blotted out the sun, radiating an aura of terror. Qin Feng knelt on the ground, slowly lifting his gaze, his eyes reflecting the presence of divinity. Outside the Tianjiao Tower, 10 minutes had elapsed. That beast master had managed to withstand Qin Feng for 10 minutes? Unbelievable. Could he possibly surpass Qin Feng? It is indeed difficult to ascertain whether one can master 2 ancestral-level beast companions, potentially surpassing Qin Feng. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Li Shan's expression grew increasingly grim. In his mind, the beast master would surely succumb to Qin Feng within a mere 2 minutes, perhaps enduring no more than 5. Yet now, A full 10 minutes had elapsed. This duration indicated that the combat prowess of the two was remarkably close, if not evenly matched. Clenching his fists, beads of cold sweat began to form in his palms. He had wagered 100 million alliance coins. A loss for Qin Feng would spell a significant misfortune for him. Lin'an anxiously fixed his gaze on the Tianjiao Bang, awaiting the outcome. At that moment, the Tianjiao Bang finally shifted. The onlookers' expressions turned tense. Their eyes riveted on the board. Tianjiao Tower, 100th floor. Qin Feng, profession, Beastmaster, level, second transition, level 90. Tianjiao Tower, 99th floor. Qin Feng, profession, divine envoy, level, fourth transition, level 150. Tianjiao Tower, 98th floor. Feng Hongyu, profession, celestial fire mage, level, fourth transition, level 148. Tianjiao Tower, 97th floor. Lei Zhenghao, profession, thunder mage, level, fourth transition, level 145. The rankings updated, presenting clear data before the crowd. In an instant, the venue fell into an unprecedented silence. Everyone exchanged stunned glances, their eyes wide with shock. Despite previous conjectures, the actual result was hard for them to believe. The 100th floor of the Tianjiao Tower. How could this beast master truly have reached that height? Was Qin Feng not his opponent? Impossible. How could this be? Lin'an appeared almost deranged, collapsing to the ground, his eyes aflame with rage. What was impossible? Wang Hao approached with a smirk, looking down at Lin'an from a superior height, saying, "Surely you, Lin'an, can afford to lose a mere 100 million alliance coins?" "You." Lin'an glared at Wang Hao, his teeth clenched. "Don't celebrate too soon. The time has not yet come, and the rankings are not finalized. I have not yet lost." "Oh, is that so? Do you believe anyone else will ascend the tower to reach the 100th floor?" Wang Hao chuckled, shaking his head. "Indeed." Lin'an clung to a glimmer of hope, stating, "There is another designated person, another one who must surely arrive and will dominate the Tianjiao Tower, claiming the 100th floor." A designated person? Upon hearing this, Wang Hao frowned slightly, puzzled. The spectators seemed to recall something, exclaiming, "Yes, there is indeed the designated person mentioned by Lei Zhenghao." "Exactly. How could we have forgotten him?" Qin Feng explicitly stated that the designated person is not him, but someone else yet to arrive. With 6 hours remaining until the rankings are finalized at midnight, it appears this beast master may ultimately be unable to secure the top position in the Tianjiao Tower. A glint returned to Lin'an's eyes. "Wang Hao, await the arrival of that designated person. I shall ensure you bow your head in defeat." Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. He was filled with confidence in Qin Feng, knowing that with his ancient level, Black Dragon King, he possessed the strength to overshadow even a 6th transition. And if he did not ascend to the 7th transition, no one could challenge Qin Feng. Yet, he was also curious to see if the designated person Lin'an spoke of truly existed. He had time to wait. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Wang Hao stood by silently, while Lin'an began to fidget, his expression increasingly anxious as he frequently glanced at the clock. 5 hours. 4 hours. 3 hours. Lin'an's face grew dark, his mood agitated. 1 hour remained, just 1 hour left. Why had the designated person not yet arrived? He paced back and forth, attempting to alleviate his inner turmoil. The crowd also fell into doubt. Wait, there's only 1 hour left? Does that designated person truly exist? Given Lei Zhenghao's status, he would not fabricate a lie, would he? Indeed, and Qin Feng's words seemed to confirm the existence of a designated person, suggesting it was not mere fabrication. Yet, with less than an hour remaining, even if the designated person arrives now, will it be too late? They debated among themselves. At that moment, someone tentatively suggested, "What if our assumptions were misdirected?" "Misguided assumptions? What do you mean?" The crowd turned to him. "What I mean is, could it be that the designated person indeed exists, but is already within the Tianjiao Tower?" "Already within the Tianjiao Tower?" The crowd was taken aback. Yes. Could it be possible that this beast master is the so-called designated person? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Indeed. Could it be that this beast master is the designated person? How had they overlooked this beast master? To have surpassed Qin Feng only affirmed that this beast master was the designated individual. Realizing this possibility, Lin'an was utterly dumbfounded. Despite his meticulous calculations, he had never anticipated that the seemingly inconspicuous second transition beast master could indeed be the designated person. As time slipped away, the clock struck midnight, and the Tianjiao Bang finalized its rankings. All hope Lin'an harbored crumbled to dust. In an instant, his face turned ashen, his emotions plummeting like a roller coaster, descending from heaven to hell, and then back again, plunging him into despair. Above the clouds, a figure concealed in the void observed the crowd below with indifference. His aura was repressed, akin to a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment, until a figure slowly emerged from the Tianjiao Tower. His gaze sharpened as he identified his target. The rewards from the Tianjiaobang should be ready for collection. Qin Feng thought as he exited the tower and opened the task panel to review. Task, Tianjiaobang. Task type, exclusive task for the Deqin Kingdom. Task requirements, ascend the Tianjiao Tower and claim your rightful position among the heroes. Task basic reward, 1,000 merit points. Task ranking rewards, ranks 50 to 100, reward. Ranks 30 to 49, reward. Ranks 20 to 29, reward. Third place reward, 200,000 merit points. Profession-specific epic set. Second place reward, 500,000 merit points. Profession-specific epic set. Profession-specific talent skill book. First place reward, 1 million merit points. Profession-specific legendary set. Profession-specific talent skill book. Fragments of divine authority. You have secured the first place in the Tianjiaobang. The task is complete. Would you like to submit? Chapter 73, 7th Transition, Frenzied Poison Assassin. Gazing at the first place reward, Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement. 1 million merit points, a profession-specific legendary set, a profession-specific talent skill book, and the coveted fragments of divine authority. Each of these rewards held immense allure for him, poised to significantly enhance his strength. Submit the task. Qin Feng declared decisively. Successfully submitted task, Tianjiaobang. Your ranking is first in the Tianjiaobang. You have received rewards. Merit 1, 000,000. You have received rewards. Legendary Meteorite Gold, Legendary Meteorite Wood, Legendary Meteorite Water, Legendary Meteorite Fire, Legendary Meteorite Earth, Legendary Meteorite Wind, Legendary Meteorite Thunder. You have received rewards. Random Beastmaster Talent Skill Book. You have received rewards. Divine Authority Fragment. As the task was submitted, a multitude of rewards instantaneously flowed into the personal space, greatly uplifting Qin Feng's spirits. He opened his personal space and first checked the equipment. Meteorite Gold. Category, Weapon. Grade, Legendary. Applicable Profession, Beastmaster. Usable Level, LV90. Attributes, Spirit 10, 000, Constitution 10, 000. Special Effects, Attacks inflict penetration effects. Special Effects, when worn by a Beastmaster. It increases beast damage by 20%. Attached Skill, Meteorite. Set Effect, Meteorite Set. Beast attacks generate an additional 10% true damage. Meteorite Wood. Category, Armor. Grade, Legendary. Applicable Profession, Beastmaster. Usable Level, LV90. Attributes, Spirit 10, 000, Constitution 10, 000. Special Effects, Attacks inflict lifesteal effects. Special Effects, when worn by a Beastmaster. It increases beast health by 20%. Attached Skill, Meteorite. Set Effect, Meteorite Set. Beast attacks generate an additional 10% true damage. Meteorite Water. Category, Pants. Grade, Legendary. Applicable Profession, Beastmaster. Usable Level, LV90. Attributes, Spirit 10, 000, Constitution 10, 000. Special Effects, Attacks inflict corrosion effects. Special Effects, when worn by a Beastmaster. It reduces beast skill cooldown by 20%. Attached Skill, Meteorite. Set Effect, Meteorite Set. Beast attacks generate an additional 10% true damage. Meteorite Fire. Category, Necklace. Grade, Legendary. Applicable Profession, Beastmaster. Usable Level, LV90. Attributes, Spirit 10, 000, Constitution 10, 000. Special Effects, Attacks inflict critical hit effects. Special Effects, when worn by a Beastmaster. It increases beast critical hit by 20%. Attached Skill, Meteorite. Set Effect, Meteorite Set. Beast attacks generate an additional 10% true damage. Such attributes truly reflect the legendary nature of the set Qin Feng used. This journey had indeed yielded bountiful rewards, and he found himself eager to return and claim the other task rewards. After all, it was not only the rewards from the Tianjiao list. He had also completed the third transfer task, along with the task of Divine Believer. However, it was unfortunate that the teleportation stone tablet only allowed for one-way travel, preventing him from returning to Shanghai City through it, necessitating alternative means. Without hesitation, Qin Feng focused his intent. The space rippled, and the sky was suddenly illuminated by flames. A colossal golden crow, measuring 100 meters in length, appeared out of thin air, spanning the heavens. Qin Feng ascended, his form lifted by the searing warmth, landing atop the golden crow. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the golden crow flapped its wings, flames streaking across the sky. Within the Tianjiao Tower, Fang Hongyu, Lei Zhenghao, Chen Sheng, and others emerged in succession. They gazed at the vanishing figure in the sky, their expressions complex. The golden crow's speed was astonishing, and in an instant, it disappeared from the vicinity of the Tianjiao Tower. in the Ileo Mountains. 100 miles away from the Tianjiao Tower, the landscape was marked by towering peaks and ancient trees, reminiscent of a primeval forest. The golden crow let out a cry and halted in midair. The reason for this pause was not of Qin Feng's volition, but rather due to a figure appearing before the golden crow. The individual, shrouded in the darkness of night, hung suspended in the air, emanating a chilling aura. Qin Feng. The figure spoke coldly, seemingly confirming. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a surge of vigilance. He sensed the hostility emanating from the other, who had audaciously called out his name, clearly targeting him. He refrained from responding, his gaze sharpening as a layer of golden light enveloped his pupils. Activated. Hidden Soldier. Profession, Venomous Assassin. Level, 7th Transfer, Level 220. Combat Power, 650,000. Affiliated Nation, Storm Nation. A clear data panel materialized before him. Qin Feng's expression shifted slightly. A 7th Transfer Venomous Assassin with a combat power of 650,000? An invader from the Storm Nation? However, why was this individual fixated on him? Was it for the purpose of hunting the Tianjiao, or was there another motive? Just as Qin Feng pondered, the hidden soldier nodded slightly. Although the panel's information was concealed, the aura was unmistakable. It was indeed him. His voice steady, he regarded Qin Feng. As soon as his words fell, he vanished in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of danger wash over him. Before he could react, he was struck by a blade. The damage value materialized instantaneously. 125,000. You have entered a poisoned state, losing health. 12,500 per second. Damage transfer has taken effect. The damage you sustain is automatically transferred to your beast, Tongtian Xuanwu. A series of information appeared on the panel. Qin Feng furrowed his brow deeply. This strike had confirmed that the other harbored lethal intentions. A 7th transfer indeed regarded him highly. In such a situation, it would likely require the full strength of his beasts to have even a sliver of hope for survival. Yet, Qin Feng found himself perplexed as to why he was being pursued so ardently. First the Tian Cave, then the 7th transfer, all aimed at eliminating him? Chapter 74, Space Ceiling, the semi-divine artifact Zhentian Bei. In the dark of night, while Qin Feng remained in confusion, the adversary had already struck and retreated. Standing on the void and observing Qin Feng with keen interest. A mere 2nd transfer strength, yet able to withstand my strike and not perish, truly worthy of being a divine seed. No wonder the divine envoy is intent on killing you, should you grow. The Qin may indeed have the potential to pacify the 10 nations. As he spoke, the hidden soldier shook his head gently. Alas, today you shall surely perish here. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's gaze sharpened slightly. From the adversary's words, his confusion was partially clarified. Divine seed? Was it due to his 9 transfer divine path task? The so-called divine envoy referred to a foreign professional with prophetic abilities? A top-tier seer who foresaw his occupational uniqueness and aimed to eliminate him preemptively? No wonder. His doubts were dispelled as he gazed at Song Bing, his expression serene. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you truly so confident that you can eliminate me?" Had this been earlier, he might have felt a twinge of anxiety, but now, fortified by the triple assurances of De Qin Guisun, Revival Scroll, and Symbiosis, coupled with the terrifying defensive power of Tong Tian Xianwu and the aid of Zhao Hua Qing Lian, even a 7th transition would find it laborious to slay him. Moreover, even if he were to falter, he still had the retreat of Wang Sheng Zhao Hua from Zhao Hua Qing Lian. However, he was reluctant to reveal his trump card too easily. Song Bing lifted his chin, as if he had heard something amusing. Do you truly believe you have a chance to escape? With your mere 2nd transition, even with your celestial abilities, it is a dead end for you. A chilling smile crept across his lips as he added, Is your reliance on your beast? How about this? I shall grant you an opportunity to summon your beast. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression shifted slightly. Although he was unaware of the trickery at play, he hesitated not, channeling his mana as he commanded, Come. Buzz. As his words echoed, the space trembled. Yet, contrary to Qin Feng's expectations, the anticipated beast did not materialize. It seemed as though this realm was under some restriction, and the vibrations of space soon ceased, plunging into stillness. The space was locked, preventing him from summoning his beast. Qin Feng's pupils constricted as he turned to face Song Bing. How does it feel? Song Bing stood with his arms crossed, a cold sneer escaping him. In the next moment, the space before him distorted slightly, and a stone tablet appeared from thin air, hovering and slowly rotating in the void. The tablet was no larger than a palm, entirely black, inscribed with the character Jun. As it spun, the surrounding space seemed to be cloaked in an impenetrable, dark barrier. Originally, I would not have deigned to use such a method against a mere 2nd transition. However, The divine envoy has instructed me to hold your beast in high regard. Alas, to ensure absolute certainty, I must comply. Now, do you still believe you can leave here alive? Song Bing's expression dripped with derision as he stood confidently. Enough of this banter. I have grown weary of hiding in the shadows of Qin for days. If I slay you, the divine envoy will utilize the artifact to break the seal and summon me back. Rest in peace. With that final phrase, he raised his hand, poised to strike. Just as he prepared to act, Qin Feng sighed softly. A seventh transition, yet you still resort to sealing the space to restrict my summoning of beasts. You truly go to great lengths to kill me. Qin Feng shook his head slightly. However, I possess another method that is no less formidable than summoning a beast. This will be my first attempt, and though I am uncertain of its efficacy, I refuse to sit idly by. With that declaration, Qin Feng's gaze fell upon his skill panel. Si Feng Zhang Kong. Skill description. All living beings within a radius of 5,000 meters can be forcibly commanded for 1 minute, provided they bear no hostility. Cooldown, 20 days. As he ascended in level, this skill had undergone some modifications. The cooldown had been reduced, and the range had expanded from the initial 1,000 meters to 5,000. Qin Feng lowered his gaze, taking his time to prepare. As he had mentioned, Si Feng Zhang Kong was a skill he was using for the first time, and he was unaware of its precise effects. With the space locked and unable to summon his beast, he had but one opportunity to maximize the impact of this skill. He raised his hand, and a staff that glimmered with radiant light materialized in his palm. Xing Yunjin. Type, weapon. Grade, legendary. Applicable profession, Beastmaster. Usable level, LV 90. Attributes, Spirit 10,000, Constitution 10,000. Special effect, attacks carry a penetration effect. Special effect, when worn by a Beastmaster, increases beast damage by 20%. Attached skill, Meteor. Set effect, Xing Yun set, beast attacks will deal an additional 10% true damage. As Xing Yun Jin appeared, the other pieces of Xing Yun equipment adorned him simultaneously. Clad in the legendary Xing Yun set, a cascade of bonuses enveloped his panel. Gold, attacks gain a penetration effect, beast damage increased by 20%. Wood, attacks gain a lifesteal effect, beast health increased by 20%. Water, attacks gain an erosion effect, beast skill cooldown reduced by 20%. Fire, attacks gain a burning effect, beast critical hits increased by 20%. Earth, attacks gain a slowing effect, beast defense increased by 20%. Wind, attacks gain a repulsion effect, beast speed increased by 20%. Thunder, attacks gain a paralysis effect, beast penetration increased by 20%. Xing Yun set, beast attacks will deal 10% true damage. Gazing at the panel, a smile graced Qin Feng's lips as his surging mana began to flow. He lifted his head and spoke slowly, Si Feng Zhang Kong. Boom. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled violently. In a heartbeat, roars echoed across the sky. All creatures within a 500-meter radius of Ileo Mountain were awakening. It was as if countless invisible hands had emerged from nowhere, seizing every living being within that expanse. In the darkness, merely 200 meters from where Qin Feng stood, an elderly man with white brows hovered in the air, gazing at the two with indifference. He showed no rush with his strength. He was fully capable of intervening to save Qin Feng should he find himself in mortal peril. He had no intention of acting unless absolutely necessary. For the seed of divinity required tempering. True gods cannot be cultivated in a greenhouse. Seventh transition. This must be the highest intruder within the borders of Qin, he mused. In any nation, 8th and 9th transitions form the backbone and would not venture out lightly. A 7th transition is likely their limit. To eliminate the seed of divinity, even a 7th transition is insufficient. They have even brought the semi-artifact Zhentian Bei. How cautious they are. The elderly man chuckled. Yet, the seals of Qin cannot restrict the transmission of items. Item transmission is derived from the rules of this realm, and no one can impede it. Otherwise, Qin would never allow Zhentian Bei to appear here. With the beast space locked, only a single Jinwu remained, rendering it impossible for the seed of divinity to engage in combat training. The elderly man sighed. After all, as a beast master, being unable to summon beasts significantly diminished one's power. He hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene. Just then, Qin Feng's voice reached him. I possess another method that is no less formidable than summoning a beast. The elderly man paused, his steps faltering. No less formidable than summoning a beast. A spark of curiosity ignited within him as he continued to observe. The Xing Yun set? Is he preparing for an all-out effort without relying on beasts? I cannot comprehend. The skills of a beastmaster are predominantly related to their beasts, rarely possessing standalone abilities. Even if such abilities exist, their effects are often unimpressive. The elder with white eyebrows looked perplexed, his internal energy already mobilizing, ready to strike at any moment. At this juncture, Qin Feng's voice resonated once more. For directions control. Chapter 75, For directions control, all beings of the four corners shall serve me. Upon the utterance of this command, it was as if some celestial rule had been activated. The heavens and earth trembled violently. Following this, a series of thunderous roars erupted from the vicinity of Ileo Mountain. In that instant, every creature within a 5,000-meter radius of Ileo Mountain began to stir, as if summoned by an unseen force. Countless pairs of eerie green eyes ignited in the darkness, emanating a terrifying aura that surged forth from near to far. The earth quaked, and colossal trees swayed ominously. Even more terrifyingly, the elder with white eyebrows distinctly felt an invisible hand of immense power grasping his soul, attempting to compel him into submission. This sensation was overwhelmingly terrifying. At that moment, he felt as if he had become a mere puppet, devoid of control over his own actions. Describing this state was challenging. It was as if he had transformed into a beast under the command of some beastmaster, every action dictated by another. The elder's expression shifted dramatically, his imagination failing to grasp the reality before him. Were it not for the insufficient strength of that hand, could he have been entirely subjected to its will? What sort of celestial skill was this? His eyes widened, and his long, white eyebrows fluttered in the wind, unable to maintain his previous composure. At this moment, Songbing's countenance had also changed dramatically, fear evident in his expression. After the command of four directions control was issued, he could clearly perceive that the surroundings had undergone a seismic transformation. Even the very fabric of this world seemed to reject him. Countless eyes within Ileo Mountain turned towards him, brimming with hostility. 10,000-year with spirit. Level, LV 150. Combat power, 130,000. Storm Eagle. Level, LV 200. Combat power, 330,000. Pan Mountain Dragon Python. Level, LV 230. Combat power, 470,000. Mountain Moving Ape. Level, LV 270. Combat power, 600,000. Ileo Mountain is a realm of formidable wilderness, where each creature possesses terrifying combat prowess. With a mere glance, Songbing was inundated with countless panels of information detailing these beings. The weakest among them boasted a combat power of 130,000, while the mightiest, the mountain-moving ape, reached a staggering 600,000. This overwhelming strength, coupled with their numbers, rendered him utterly defenseless. What a farce! Songbing's body bristled with alarm, his mind momentarily blank. In the Ileo Mountain area, all beings were neutral. As long as one did not attack first, hostility should not arise. Why, then, did it feel as though these creatures were poised to tear him apart at any moment? His face twitched as he turned to Qin Feng. What the hell is this? The creatures were clearly fixated on him, disregarding Qin Feng entirely. At that moment, Qin Feng was also feeling the strain. The pressure exerted by the skill four directions control was immense. In contrast to commanding merely a few beasts, this skill required him to manage thousands simultaneously. Moreover, the stronger the beings, the greater the mental strain imposed upon him. Although the skill description indicated it could control creatures for a minute, he estimated that after 30 seconds, several would break free from his grasp. This was with the enhancement of the legendary Fallen Star set. Without it, he feared he would lose control within 10 seconds. In fact, at the skill's inception, he sensed an extraordinarily powerful being within the 5,000-meter radius. This being surpassed the combined strength of all the creatures he currently commanded, its terror eclipsing any he had encountered before. He had attempted to wield four directions control over it, but it merely shook off his influence with ease, leaving him powerless. Otherwise, he wouldn't even need the creatures of Ileo Mountain. That singular being could obliterate this 7th-tier professional in an instant, even if only controlled for a second. Ileo Mountain harbored great terrors. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. Though he lamented his inability to control the strongest creature, the outcome remained unaffected. The beings within Ileo Mountain were more than sufficient to obliterate this intruder. He looked up to find Songbing staring at him, his eyes bloodshot, veins protruding. How is this possible? You cannot possess such power. The divine message must be erroneous. You cannot be of the 2nd tier. A typical beastmaster would never wield such abilities. How have you achieved this? His voice was hoarse, disbelief etched on his features. The might to command tens of thousands of creatures was unlike anything he had ever witnessed, not even in hearsay. This power was too extraordinary. It should not belong to a professional. The dead require not such knowledge. Qin Feng's gaze turned icy, offering no response to Songbing's inquiries. 10 seconds had elapsed. He could no longer unleash four directions control. Time was of the essence. There was no room for waste. Kill. As Qin Feng's command echoed, The multitude of creatures in Ileo Mountain fixated their gazes upon Songbing. His expression shifted dramatically. As he attempted to flee, several branches ensnared his body. Almost immediately, the LV-270 mountain-moving ape leaped forth, its fist descending like a small mountain, crushing Songbing into the depths of Ileo Mountain. Countless creatures roared and surged forward in a frenzy. Chapter 76. The Great Transformation of 51 Escapes. In the Storm Kingdom, within a grand hall, a diminutive elder, his face etched with fine lines, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Before him, a small patch of profound, dark starry sky materialized in the void. Several stars twinkled with varying glimmers, interconnected by beams of light, weaving a complex tapestry. Suddenly, one star flickered a few times before extinguishing, vanishing from the cosmic tableau. Observing this occurrence, the elder's expression shifted slightly, muttering, "Songbing has perished?" Upon hearing this, a man in imperial robes beside him frowned. Songbing was already at the 7th tier, and with the heavenly suppressing steel sealing the Beastmaster's space, how could he fail to eliminate that divine seed? The elder scrutinized the starry scene before him, equally perplexed. The celestial display indicated that the divine seed had not yet attained the 3rd tier. With the heavenly suppressing steel in place, he should have had no chance of survival. Or had the oversight occurred? Did the divine seed possess abilities beyond his calculations? The elder contemplated the starry tableau, attempting to glean further information, yet found himself at an impasse. As a Jiuzhuan Zhanqing Shenshi, it is exceedingly rare for him to miscalculate. Could it be that someone else has intervened? The man in the imperial robe inquired. No, based on the information. Songbing indeed perished at the hands of the divine seed. The elder shook his head, dismissing this conjecture. This is truly troublesome. Upon hearing this, the man in the imperial robe waved his sleeve. Now that our 10 nations are united, with numerous Jiuzhuan at our disposal, could this divine seed truly possess the power to overturn the heavens? With the impending national war, if we do not eliminate this individual, we shall have no chance of victory. The elder gazed at the man in the imperial robe and sighed softly. The heavens manifest 51 must elude. Without the divine seed, once the national war commences, the Qin will inevitably collapse. Yet, everything is not predetermined, and there exists a glimmer of hope. The divine seed is that elusive element, the sole chance for the Qin. The elder's gaze deepened as he stirred the celestial phenomena, and after a moment, a brilliantly luminous star appeared before him. Fortunately, there remains a backup plan. This time, the divine seed shall have no escape. The methods left over from the 100 years of the state can now be put to use. Ileo Mountain. Perched atop the Yanhuo, Qin Feng sat calmly. 60 seconds had passed since Songbing's demise, and tranquility had returned below. He finally felt a sense of relief. The power of Sifang Zhangkong exceeded his expectations, forcibly compelling sentient beings to serve him. Such a capability is indeed tyrannical. However, he was also aware that his advantage lay in the Ileo Mountain region, in another location. Achieving such an effect would likely be arduous. He focused his spirit, slightly spread his palm, revealing a palm-sized, pitch-black steel within. Zhentian Bei. Category: Treasure. Rank: 9. Usable level: LV1. A brief glance was all Qin Feng needed, as he decisively stored it in his spatial pocket. With everything concluded, Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings, generally confirming the direction of Shanghai City, before preparing to depart. Just then, a voice suddenly resonated from behind him. To reverse kill a 7 Zhuan, truly. It has opened my eyes. Startled, Qin Feng swiftly turned around, only to find an elderly man with white hair and long brows standing before him. His expression changed dramatically. He had failed to notice when this elder had appeared. Moreover, the elder stood atop the Yanhuo, unnoticed even by it. More importantly, although the elder's aura was restrained, Qin Feng could sense the terrifying power concealed within his body. Without a moment's hesitation, a layer of golden light enveloped his eyes. Dongguan activated instantly. Baisu. Profession: 10,000 Methods Blade Master. Level: Jiuzhuan 283. Combat Power: 6, 310,000. Affiliated Kingdom: the Qin. A series of information materialized before Qin Feng, causing his heart to tremble. A 283-level Jiuzhuan behemoth. How few Jiuzhuan does the entire Qin possess, and yet one stands right before me. A terrifying combat power of 6, 310,000. Should this individual wish him harm, he would possess no means to resist. Even if he could unleash Sifang Zhangkong again, it would merely be akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. There is no need for you to be anxious, young friend. The elderly man with white brows smiled. I come bearing the decree of the king of the Qin, and I harbor no malice. At these words, Qin Feng paused in surprise. The decree of the king of the Qin? The white-browed elder gently stroked his white beard and continued. Indeed. The Tianshu Taoist has prophesied the arrival of the divine seed into Qin. I have come not only to ensure your safety during the Tianjiao Tower expedition, but also to escort you to meet the Qin King. To meet the Qin King? The elder's statement, combined with the words of the earlier Seven Zhuan invader, finally illuminated Qin Feng's understanding. His unique profession had already been calculated by the Tianshu Taoist, who viewed him as the divine seed. It was not solely the Tianshu Taoist. Even the prophetic figures from the 10 foreign nations had foreseen his existence and sought to eliminate him preemptively. The earlier Seven Zhuan invader had come from the Storm Nation. However, the current Jiu Zhuan giant had just mentioned, to ensure my safety during the Tianjiao Tower expedition? This implies that he had been concealing himself by my side since I arrived at the Tianjiao Tower? A thought struck Qin Feng. He suddenly recalled the incredibly terrifying being he sensed while attempting to use Sifeng Zhangkong. He had attempted to control that being, but had failed. Now that he thought about it, the aura of that being bore some resemblance to that of the Jiu Zhuan giant before him. Could it be? Qin Feng's expression turned somewhat peculiar. The being he had just attempted to control was him? In other words, he had just tried to manipulate a Jiu Zhuan giant? This is simply absurd. Qin Feng's thoughts drifted, his gaze flickering slightly. After a moment, he dispelled his distractions, looked at the white-browed elder, and nodded in agreement. Very well, shall we go now? The white-browed elder smiled and replied, there is no need to rush. We can first go to Tianjing and proceed after dawn. Young friend, may retract your beast. I will guide you there. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nodded and complied. With a thought, the Jinwu vanished instantly, returned to the beast space. In the next moment, he saw the white-browed elder extend his hand and lightly tap, causing the void before them to instantaneously crack open, creating a spatial rift. Subsequently, to Qin Feng's astonished gaze, the white-browed elder had already taken him by the hand and stepped into it. Chapter 77, The Land of Silence, The Awakening of the Corpse. As the two entered, the spatial rift closed instantly. Contrary to expectations, there was no sensation of pain. Stepping into the rift, Qin Feng felt as if his body had entirely lost its weight. The sense of time vanished. It felt as if days had passed, yet it seemed to be merely a fleeting moment. We have arrived. The elderly voice of the white-browed elder resonated. Simultaneously, a cacophony of sounds filled the air, and Qin Feng opened his eyes. Flashing neon lights greeted his sight. Despite the late hour, the streets were bustling with professionals, almost indistinguishable from daylight. In contrast to the opulence of Shanghai City, the architecture of Tianjing exuded an air of antiquity. Most buildings bore weathered patterns, as if they had endured the trials of time, imbued with an indescribable weightiness. The white-browed elder led Qin Feng into a towering structure, soaring into the clouds, its height indiscernible. Qin Feng looked up to see large characters inscribed upon the building. Qi Tian Lu. Such grandiosity. Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Upon entering the building, the white-browed elder approached the front desk and produced a black card, handing it over. 2 Tianzi rooms, please. Upon seeing the black card, the service staff was taken aback, not daring to show any negligence, swiftly retrieving 2 room cards and presenting them. Your room cards, left turn nearby, the top floor Tianzi Room 8 and Tianzi Room 6. The staff bowed their heads respectfully, aware that users of the Qi Tian Lu black card were exceedingly rare, each one a true top-tier figure, far beyond their capacity to offend. Understood. The elderly man with white eyebrows nodded in agreement as he accepted the room card, leading Qin Feng to a nearby portal marked with the character Tian. With a swift swipe of the card, the portal opened, revealing a transportation array that immediately caught their attention. Qin Feng's gaze flickered with surprise as he stepped onto it. In a mere 3 seconds, the environment transformed, and the two emerged from the array. The Tian character room number 8 faced room number 6. The elderly man handed the room card to Qin Feng with a chuckle, suggesting they rest here for the time being. After dawn, he would take Qin Feng to meet the Qin Wang. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement and entered the room. After a brief respite, he sat down, reflecting on his recent gains. Aside from the rewards from the Tianjiao Tower expedition, his evolution points had once again reached 1,000,000. He opened his panel to review the details. Current evolution points: 1, 188, 566. All 4 of his summoned beasts had attained the ancient level, with only the Jinwu still at the ancestral level. It was time to complete the evolution of the Jinwu. Qin Feng murmured to himself, recognizing that his summoned beasts were his primary source of combat strength. Thus, evolving the Jinwu was of utmost importance. He bowed his head, his consciousness sinking into the realm of his summoned beasts, where he accessed the Jinwu's attribute panel. Current summoned beast, Jinwu. Grade, ancestral level. Level, LV 81. Strength, 60, 900. Vitality, 52, 100. Agility, 60, 500. Mental strength, 56, 000. Combat power, 90, 000. Skills, Heavenly Fire Meteor, Yanhuo Flame. Next evolution requires evolution points, 1 million. Gazing at the panel before him, Qin Feng spoke slowly. Commence evolution. Consuming 1 million evolution points. Yanhuo begins to evolve. As his words faded, the million evolution points transformed into a radiant white light, merging entirely into the form of the Yanhuo. In an instant, as the white light enveloped the Yanhuo, its body seemed to swell slightly. Soon after, flames erupted wildly around it, as if an unending source of searing fire was being released from within. With a cry, the Yanhuo soared into the air, its form enveloped in a fierce blaze, rendering its original appearance unrecognizable. At that moment, the Yanhuo had completely transformed into a massive fireball. The fireball continued to expand, igniting the sky itself. A deep crimson hue spread across the heavens, illuminating the realm of summoned beasts into a fiery kingdom. Finally, after an unknown duration, the fireball seemed to reach its zenith. In that instant, the colossal fireball that enveloped the world exploded violently. Concurrently, a being of unparalleled brilliance, engulfed in divine flames, materialized before Qin Feng. Evolution complete. Yanhuo. Current summoned beast, Yanhuo. Grade, ancient level. Level, LV 81. Strength, 300, 000. Vitality, 185, 000. Agility, 305, 000. Mental strength, 250, 000. Combat power, 400, 000. Skills, Great Sun Descent, Scorching Divine Fire. Next evolution requires evolution points, 1 million. With 5 ancient level beasts now complete, Qin Feng took a deep breath. Next, he would focus on one of them, hastening to meet the evolution requirements for the stellar level. Once he achieved his first stellar level beast, he would no longer fear the 9-turn behemoth. At this moment, in a desolate land, a putrid atmosphere permeated the area. Trees stood withered, vitality extinguished, and a sense of decay lingered everywhere. Cawing crows flitted about, their sharp cries adding to the somber ambience. A grave mound lay in this place, scattered with dry branches. The soil of the grave had been thoroughly tainted by the abyssal aura of the land, taking on a ghastly hue. Suddenly, the long-forgotten grave stirred, vibrating ominously. In a swift motion, a desiccated arm shot forth from within. This arm was marked with dark, necrotic spots, ragged sleeves still clinging to it, creating a chilling, undead impression. In the next moment, the arm began to move, pressing against the grave mound in an odd manner. With a forceful push, a figure, emaciated and skeletal, gradually rose from the grave. Its body was devoid of color, skin shriveled, covered in corpse-like blemishes, appearing nothing like a living being. Yet it began to walk, its head slightly raised, and a flicker of ghostly green flame ignited in its hollow eye sockets. At last, is it time? Awaken me. It struggled to speak. Its voice fragmented as it adjusted to the long silent, desiccated body. Pausing, it sensed the information flowing into its mind. As the clarity grew, the green flame in its eye sockets danced gently. Divine seed, Qin. Understood. The fragmented voice emerged as it hoisted its withered leg, accompanied by creaking sounds. It began to move outward. Chapter 78. Memory. I am waiting for you. Inside the room, Qin Feng withdrew his consciousness from the realm of summoned beasts, exhaling deeply before accessing the task panel. Current task, the path of the 9-turn deity, 2. Task description, the prestige of the deity. Task requirements, suppress the Tianjiao Tower, instilling a sense of divine awe in the Tianjiao. Task duration, unlimited. Task status, completed. Submit? I will submit the task, Qin Feng declared. As his voice echoed, a radiant aura emanated from him, and a mysterious power surged forth from within. Task submission successful. The path of the 9-turn deity, 2. Current status updated. Profession, pseudo-deity. Level, 3rd turn, level 90. Strength, 15, 000. Vitality, 85, 000. Agility, 15, 000. Mental strength, 110, 000. Combat power, 50, 000. Passive skills, invisibility, symbiosis, absolute control. Skills, insight, life mandate, life lock, omnipotent control. Summoned beasts, Heilong Wang, De Ri Jin Wu, War Ant Queen, Tong Tian Xian Wu, Zhao Hua Qing Lian. Evolution points, 189, 887, 189, 891. The evolution points surged once more, increasing from 3 points per second to 4. Moreover, the profession had changed. Pseudo-deity? Qin Feng's expression sharpened with intrigue. Since his professional awakening, although his class has changed with each promotion, the Wei Shun, occupation has evidently surpassed the realm of conventional professions. Does the title, Wei Shun, signify a transformation towards divinity? What might the next class change entail? A deity, perhaps? Qin Feng murmured softly, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. This latest transition not only enhanced his attributes, but also brought forth a perplexing occurrence. Upon completing the class change, a chaotic surge of memories violently inundated his mind, resembling an entangled web of intricate threads, hopelessly jumbled and difficult to untangle. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng focused his intent and attempted to delve into this fragment of memory. However, the instant his consciousness brushed against it, the vast and intricate memories erupted like a fierce blaze within his mind. A sharp, indescribable pain filled his brain, causing Qin Feng's pupils to dilate as he let out an uncontrolled cry of agony. The inferno spread rapidly, encroaching upon his original memories, threatening to consume everything. Despite his immediate effort to sever the connection, the torment persisted for a full minute before gradually subsiding. Gasping for breath, Qin Feng lay back on the ground, his pupils constricted, inhaling deeply. The complexity of this memory was overwhelming. The moment he made contact, it was as if a wildfire had engulfed him, nearly obliterating his consciousness. Had he not swiftly disengaged from that memory, he might have been rendered a fool. Qin Feng panted heavily, fear gripping his heart. Yet, this encounter was not entirely fruitless. Within that chaotic memory, he caught a glimpse of a single phrase. Was I dang an I? I am waiting for you. Slowly rising, Qin Feng furrowed his brow, softly murmuring as he pondered the meaning of these words. A minute later, he gently shook his head, deciding against further exploration of this memory. With only 4 words, the information was too scant to comprehend. He resolved to await a time when he could fully absorb that memory before investigating further. Qin Feng's gaze lowered to his skills panel. This class change had altered his skills somewhat. Absolute control. Skill effect. Passive, you have completely mastered your summoned beasts. Impervious to any external forces. Every word and thought is a divine decree. Absolute control. Qin Feng scrutinized the skill description. Every word and thought serves as a divine decree. The disappearance of the summoning skill implied that he need not summon. With merely a word or thought, he could directly call forth his summoned beasts. Furthermore, being impervious to external forces suggested that abilities like Zhantian Bei could no longer confine his summoned beast space. Qin Feng contemplated this, grasping the implications. The confinement of summoned beast space had indeed posed a challenge. Thus, this skill suited his preferences. Taking a breath, Qin Feng opened his spatial pouch. The rewards from the Tianjiao Tower mission included not only 1,000,000 merit points and a legendary grade set, but also 2 items he had yet to examine. With a flicker of thought, a softly glowing skill book appeared before him. Talent skill book. Class, Beastmaster. Usable level, LV1. Description, upon use. There is a 50% chance to randomly comprehend a talent skill. A 50% chance to comprehend a talent skill? Qin Feng regarded the skill description with intrigue. Talent skills are exceedingly rare, with a mere 1 in a million probability of comprehension upon professional awakening at 18. Every individual capable of grasping a talent skill possesses formidable combat prowess. Even an ordinary class can wield strength comparable to top-tier professions through a talent skill. Typically, the opportunity for comprehending talent skills only arises during the initial awakening. Once completed, further comprehension can only occur through external assistance. The talent skill book serves as this external aid. However, as talent skill books are rare, even with a 50% probability, their market price remains exorbitantly high. Clenching his hand, Qin Feng hesitated not for a moment, decisively opting to use it. The talent skill book melted away, seeping into his body like a pool of water. Soon, a series of notifications emerged on his panel. You have used the talent skill book. Your luck is exceptional. Congratulations, you have comprehended the talent skill, break limits. Talent skill, break limits. Skill effect. You have shattered the barriers of class restrictions. You can learn skills from other professions. Staring at the skill description, Qin Feng was initially taken aback, but quickly grasped its significance. The ability to learn skills from other professions appeared somewhat underwhelming at first glance, yet upon reflection, it revealed considerable potential. As a Beastmaster, although he does not engage in direct combat, he could utilize this talent to acquire skills from support professions to enhance his summoned beast abilities. Alternatively, learning stealth skills from assassins to conceal himself also seemed a viable option. Chapter 79. Descend. Is she female? With the comprehension of the talent skill complete, Qin Feng reopened his spatial pouch to retrieve the final item. It was a palm-sized diamond-shaped fragment, radiating a 7-colored glow and exuding an aura of the extraordinary. Fragment of Divine Authority. Category, Artifact. Usable level, LV1. Description, a shard produced from the shattering of divine authority, containing terrifying divine power. Qin Feng frowned slightly. The specific application of this divine authority fragment remained unclear. He was uncertain how to utilize it. Perhaps multiple fragments are required to restore the divine authority before it can exert its power? He pondered this briefly, ultimately deciding to inquire about it with the Qin Wang the following morning. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng stretched his body, preparing for rest. Suddenly, a thought struck him. There was yet another matter. He opened the quest panel, revealing a task before him. Quest, follower of the divine. Quest description, as a deity, one must possess loyal followers. Please acquire your first follower. Quest requirements, manifest divine power, garner followers. If one sees the divine, why not worship? Quest duration, unlimited. Quest status, completed. Submit. This quest had unexpectedly triggered during his encounter with Chun Sheng on the 100th floor of the Tianjiao Tower. At that moment, with all 5 of his summoned beasts present, when Chun Sheng knelt in reverence, the quest was fulfilled, yet he had not submitted it until now. Gazing at the quest panel, Qin Feng calmly declared, "Submit." As his words faded, a series of notifications swept across the panel. Quest submitted successfully, follower of the divine. Quest completed. You have successfully garnered a follower. You have activated the skill, Faith. You have activated the skill, Descend. Skill, Faith. Skill effect. You may harvest the faith of your followers, and the faith value can be used to shape divinity. Faith, shaping divinity? Qin Feng murmured to himself. These terms were somewhat unfamiliar, yet not difficult to comprehend. He speculated that the subsequent developments of the path of 9 transformations of divinity might make use of them. He continued to examine the introduction of the skill, Incarnation. Skill, Incarnation. Skill effect. You can view the status of your followers at any time and may temporarily descend in their bodies. To view the status of followers at any time and temporarily descend in their bodies? Qin Feng repeated this to himself. After a brief contemplation, he decided to give it a try. He then closed his eyes, and with a slight movement of his mind, the observational capability of Incarnation activated. In an instant, Qin Feng sensed that he had seemingly entered a void space. His consciousness appeared to have detached from his body, rising higher and entering an indescribable realm. In this space, time and space ceased to exist. With a single step, he could traverse thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. With a glance, he could observe all things in the world. What an extraordinary sensation! Qin Feng marveled inwardly. Surrounding him were several small stars, most of which emitted a dim light. Lacking any brilliance, only one shone with a faint radiance, emanating a soft glow. Qin Feng raised his finger and gently touched it. Instantly, a vivid scene appeared in his consciousness. Mist began to rise. In a hot spring bath, a slender, pristine leg stepped in first. Shortly after, a smooth, bare body gently reclined, submerging itself in the water. What the heck? A woman. As this scene unfolded, Qin Feng was taken aback. His consciousness faltered, unable to maintain focus, and he uncontrollably exited the observational state of Incarnation. What was happening? How could it be a woman? Qin Feng could hardly believe his eyes. He distinctly remembered Chun Sheng being a man. How could he suddenly transform into a woman? This left him cursing uncontrollably, his heart racing, feeling utterly confused. This was simply absurd. Meanwhile, in the Chun family estate, within a room, the air was thick with mist, permeating the space. In the large hot spring bath, Chun Sheng stepped in, immersing her entire smooth body in the water, leaving only her head above the surface. She lowered her head, arms crossed, her eyes calm, lost in thought. Suddenly, Chun Sheng furrowed her brow and looked up sharply. Who? She sensed something. Although it was an extremely subtle sensation, she still perceived it. Was that a familiar presence? Chun Sheng pondered. Subsequently, she slightly shook her head. The Chun family estate was nearly impenetrable. She must have been overly anxious. As night faded and dawn broke, Qin Feng exited Qi Tian Tower, alongside the elder with white brows. The imperial palace was not far from Qi Tian Tower. Soon, under the elder's guidance, Qin Feng arrived at an ancient and imposing palace. The characters Di Gong shone like divine inscriptions, emanating an air of great authority. They entered, and along the way, the pavilions, towers, mountains, and waters left Qin Feng in awe. Before long, they came to a halt. Here we are, the elder said softly. Before them, the characters, Qin Wang Palace, came into view. You have arrived? Please enter. Before either could speak, a gentle voice resonated from within. Yes. The elder with white brows displayed a solemn expression, offering a slight bow, leading Qin Feng inside. Upon entering the hall, Qin Feng looked up to see an elderly man clad in a black dragon robe, wearing a crown, with a dignified visage, seated upon the dragon throne. Gazing at him with a smile. Greetings, Qin Wang. Qin Feng's heart beat slightly faster, his expression reflecting respect as he cupped his hands in greeting. This was his first encounter with the great Qin Wang, the supreme ruler of the Qin kingdom. It would be impossible to say he was not excited. There is no need for excessive formalities. Please take a seat. The great Qin Wang chuckled warmly, his demeanor benevolent. Yes. Seeing this, Qin Feng nodded in affirmation. He moved to sit beside the elder with white brows, who also took a seat nearby. I have summoned you here without prior notice. Is it inconvenient for you? The great Qin Wang's voice was gentle, his gaze kind. No inconvenience. Rest assured, Qin Wang. Qin Feng replied. Haha, that is good to hear. You must have already discerned the purpose of this summons, correct? Do you have any questions? If so, feel free to ask boldly. The great Qin Wang looked at Qin Feng and inquired softly. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment before speaking directly. In response to Qin Wang, I indeed have a question. Please feel free to speak. Chapter 80, 9 Transformations of Corpse Demon. Qin Feng organized his thoughts and asked, the reward for being first in the Tianjiao Tower is a fragment of divine authority. I have examined this fragment, but I do not know how to utilize it. Upon hearing this, the great Qin Wang, Tian, smiled slightly and explained, the fragment of divine authority contains remnants of divine power. You may immerse your consciousness within it to gain insights. However, this process requires time and patience. Do not be tempted by haste. Immersing consciousness for insights? Qin Feng murmured, gaining some understanding. The great Qin Wang nodded and continued, this is one aspect. Secondly, the fragment of divine authority needs to be repaired with divine power. But I do not know much about this. You will likely need to experiment on your own. Divine authority is inherently a divine object, even as a fragment. It can only function in your hands, requiring you to explore it further. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nodded slightly. Thank you, Qin Wang. He recalled the Tianjiao Tower and Lei Zhenghao's speculation about the predetermined individual. The Qin Wang presenting the fragment of divine authority was evidently intended for him. The great Qin Wang waved his sleeve lightly and said, there is no need for such formality. Your growth is also beneficial for the Qin. The 10 foreign nations are eyeing us closely. Time is of the essence for the Qin. Only through your rapid growth can the Qin find a glimmer of hope when the national war commences. National war? Qin Feng murmured. Indeed. Your rate of growth has exceeded my expectations. During the national war, you could play a decisive role. Even without reaching the 5th transformation, the Qin could revive its fortunes. If you can truly break through the limits of a practitioner and embark on the divine path, then the Qin may once again experience the glorious brilliance of the era of Emperor Shi. A hint of longing appeared on the great Qin Wang's aged face. The ancestor Emperor Shi once subdued the various nations, establishing the starry Great Wall to fend off the celestial demons beyond. Yet, after millennia, in his generation, the kingdom had fallen to such a state. How could he accept this? Qin Feng's eyes shone with determination as he nodded. Baisu will arrange accommodation for you in Tianjing. If you wish, you may reside there. Should you require anything, you can contact Baisu, who will make the arrangements. The great Qin Wang stated. Thank you, Qin Wang. Qin Feng bowed respectfully. The venerable Bai Mei Lao Run Baisu bowed slightly before leading Qin Feng away from the imperial palace. They arrived at Tianjing, in the luxurious Yuan Villa district, where Villa No. 1 stood majestically. The villa, vast in area and adorned with mountains and waterways, represented the pinnacle of luxury in Tianjing. Upon entering, Qin Feng inhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort wash over him, as if his spirit had been rejuvenated. It was evident that this place housed a spiritual restoration array or perhaps mystical artifacts. Baisu handed Qin Feng a key while also presenting a silver-white, disc-shaped object, explaining, this is the key to the Shengling ancient ruins, a remnant of the era when the Master of Life perished. It may contain ancient-level beast tamers, which should prove beneficial to you. Qin Feng's eyes widened in surprise as he received the item. And information materialized before him. Shengling Ancient Ruins Key. Description: can be used to enter the ancient ruins, Shengling Ancient Ruins, which may house ancient-level beast tamers. Usable level, LV1. The potential presence of ancient-level beast tamers stirred Qin Feng's heart, and he expressed his gratitude as he accepted the item. With the skill, Shengling Decree, at his disposal, the Shengling Ancient Ruins held significant promise for him. I shall take my leave now. Should you require assistance? Baisu began, but was suddenly struck with alarm, his expression shifting dramatically as he sensed an unusual aura. It was an overwhelmingly potent presence that instilled a slight fear within him. Jiuzhuanju Tu. Who? He exclaimed as he abruptly lifted his head and shouted fiercely. The Jiuzhuan momentum unfurled fully, unleashing a razor-sharp aura that surged skyward like a wild blade unsheathed. Qin Feng's expression also altered as he perceived the dangerous aura, realizing it was far beyond his capacity to confront. The voice that resonated through the air was fragmented. In the next moment, to Qin Feng's astonishment, a gaunt, emaciated figure emerged slowly from the air before him. The figure was eerily peculiar, clad in tattered garments that barely clung to its form. Its exposed skin bore large, dark, necrotic patches, and its sunken cheeks revealed glimpses of grayish bone. In the hollow sockets of its eyes, two flickering green flames danced, reminiscent of a long-deceased corpse. An overwhelming miasma of death permeated the space. Golden glimmers sparked in Qin Feng's eyes as he activated Dongguan. Name: Siyuan Liu. Occupation: Corpse Demon. Level: Jiuzhuan, level 290. Combat power: 7. 5 million. Affiliated nation: KUKU. A Jiuzhuan corpse demon? Combat power of 7.5 million? Qin Feng's gaze darkened, his heart racing in horror. Bai Su, in contrast, was even more taken aback. How could a Jiuzhuan corpse demon appear within the borders of the Qin? In a sealed nation-state, it was impossible for any of the 10 external nations to send a Jiuzhuan into the Qin undetected. Damn. Bai Su's expression grew grave as he immediately relayed the information to the Qin king. This level of power was far beyond his ability to contend with. Even with equal combat power, he had no confidence in overcoming the corpse demon, let alone the fact that its combat prowess exceeded his by 1,000,000. Let us depart. Bai Su's gaze remained fixated on the corpse demon as he waved his hand, conjuring a dark spatial rift before him. He intended to forcefully send Qin Feng through the rift to escape the perilous situation. However, just as he moved, a wave of potent death energy surged forth, instantly collapsing the spatial rift. Simultaneously, Qin Feng felt his body stiffening, unable to move. His mana, blood, and even his heart began to falter. Not only him. Bai Su was equally affected. As the primary target of the potent death energy, his body stiffened, and the blade aura within him surged, attempting to sever the control of the death miasma, but to no avail. Divine Seed. The withered corpse demon spoke once more, its hollow eye sockets glowing with a flickering green fire as it advanced toward Qin Feng. Chapter 81. With the Divine Seed dead, I shall select a nation to accompany it to the grave. Seeing this, Bai Su began to struggle violently. His entire being trembled as the blade aura vibrated, striving to break free from the shackles of the death miasma. The significance of the Divine Seed was paramount. It absolutely could not be compromised. His body quaked as radiant white light surged forth, dazzling like stars. In an instant, his eyes erupted with blinding divine brilliance, freeing him from the grasp of the death miasma. A violent white light erupted in the air, transforming into a colossal blade that tore through the death energy, soaring skyward. Bai Su grasped the blade as if wielding a divine weapon and struck downward with all his might. The radiant blade approached, rending the fabric of space. Yet, the corpse demon merely allowed the green flames in its eye sockets to flicker for a moment before it raised a withered claw, condensing the gray death energy, and gently clasped the blade of light. Boom. The radiant blade shattered instantly. In the following moment, a skeletal claw shot forth, piercing through Bai Su's chest and seizing his heart. Boom. The heart exploded. Bai Su's body slackened, collapsing uncontrollably. Witnessing this, a fierce flame surged within Qin Feng's chest. His gaze locked onto the desiccated corpse. Yet, even with 5 ancient-level beast tamers at his disposal, facing a Jiuzhuan was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, utterly futile. His body remained immobile, his consciousness fading. It is over. Fragmented words drifted from the corpse demon's mouth. The flickering green flames in its hollow eye sockets danced as it reached out, with its desiccated claw, toward Qin Feng. Under the vast disparity of power, there was no resistance. Qin Feng's life force was extinguished entirely. In that fleeting moment, Qin Feng resolutely relinquished the damage transfer effect of Gongsheng. The harm inflicted by the Jiuzhuan could not be mitigated by Tong Tianxian Wu. Even wagering all his beast tamers would be a futile endeavor. It was wiser to abandon such a preposterous plan and embrace his fate. He had one final safeguard. The Wangsheng Zhao Hua, effect of the Zhao Hua Qing Lian, would grant him rebirth. In his final moments, Qin Feng calmly regarded the withered corpse before him as its form gradually disintegrated into dust, carried away by the wind. Within the beast tamer space, the Zhao Hua Qing Lian emanated a soft azure glow, its 9 petals wilting rapidly. The dense azure light surged upward, enveloping the entire beast tamer space. Boom. In the instant Qin Feng's consciousness dissipated, a voice brimming with suppressed rage and immense authority resonated. Mouse. As the words fell, a withered figure clad in a black dragon robe and crowned with an imperial diadem slowly manifested before the corpse demon. Occupation, Emperor. Level, 9 turns, 300 levels. Combat power, 20 million. The astonishing attributes instilled a profound dread within the corpse demon. To my utter astonishment, there exists a 9-turn corpse demon within the borders of the Qin kingdom. It appears I have underestimated the situation, granting you this opportunity. The voice of the Qin Wang was deep, and an internal fury surged within him. A mere country? Humph. His tone was excessively somber as he gazed at the withered corpse demon. I wonder how long you have lurked within the Qin territory. If you are unwilling to live in hiding, then let us part ways. As the Qin Wang's words fell, the ghostly green flames within the hollow eye sockets of the corpse demon flickered violently, and it attempted to vanish from this space. However, the Qin Wang merely raised his hand slightly. In an instant, the corpse demon's body froze, and with a subtle exertion of force from the Qin Wang's palm, a thunderous boom echoed. The corpse demon's form disintegrated instantaneously, turning into dust and fading away. A mere country. The diminutive elder gazed intently at the starry sky before him. Among the interconnected constellations, a previously brilliant star suddenly dimmed, and then its radiance faded entirely, transforming into a pitch-black stone. Witnessing this scene, the elder's heart surged with joy. It has succeeded. As he spoke, the several crowned individuals beside him displayed expressions of delight. Has the divine seed finally perished? It was indeed no easy feat, even requiring the activation of the concealed 9 turns for success. Where's Zunlu? Prepare to use the boundary-breaking spike to dismantle the territorial restrictions and facilitate his return. The king of the mere country decisively commanded. The elder nodded in agreement, reaching out to manipulate the starry patterns. Soon after, a shining star was revealed. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this star, which had once emitted brilliance, extinguished, completely transforming into a black stone. The diminutive elder was taken aback. Zunlu is dead? Dead. The king of the mere country paused for a moment. Was it the Qin Wang who did this? Within the Qin territory, apart from the 9 turns guarding the starry sky, only the Qin Wang possesses the capability to slay Zunlu. Alas, to have eliminated the divine seed. All is worth it. The king of the mere country lightly brushed his sleeve, choosing not to elaborate further. With the demise of the corpse demon, the Qin Wang extended his hand, unleashing a wisp of ghostly light. Wherever the light spread, everything began to revive anew. Baisu's heart healed, a fresh heartbeat gradually resuming within his chest. Blood began coursing through his body, reanimating his vitality. Soon, half a minute passed. Baisu suddenly let out a cry, rising to his feet, his entire being emanating a surge of blade energy. Just as he was about to unleash it, he noticed the presence of the Qin Wang nearby. Wang of Qin, the divine seed? Baisu hastily bowed, instinctively inquiring. The Qin Wang's brow furrowed, suppressing a fierce rage within. The ghostly light had nearly enveloped the entirety of this space, yet it remained utterly ineffective. This wisp of ghostly light could completely resurrect any being that had perished within a day, but at this moment, it bore no effect whatsoever. This signifies that the divine seed has perished entirely. The 9 turns against the 3 turns. The corpse demon obliterated the soul of the divine seed to prevent any possibility of resurrection. The 10 nations. The Qin Wang abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes seemingly capable of piercing through endless distances, targeting the 10 nations beyond the borders. Baisu felt a tidal wave of hatred surge within him, his eyes burning with fury, his blade energy barely contained. He understood the significance of the divine seed. With its demise, Qin stands devoid of hope in the impending national conflict, destined to face annihilation at the hands of the 10 nations. The surroundings fell into a heavy silence. After a minute, the Qin Wang slowly withdrew his gaze. Baisu, Wang of Qin. Upon hearing his name, Baisu promptly responded. Summon the 2 from beyond the starry sky. With the divine seed dead, I shall select 1 nation for its burial. The Qin Wang's voice was calm, devoid of any emotional inflection. Yet, a hidden cruel intensity within his aged eyes sent chills down one's spine. Summoning those from the starry sky? Upon hearing this, Baisu's expression shifted slightly. Yet soon, he hesitated no longer, responding decisively. Yes, Wang of Qin. Chapter 82. The Wang of Qin seeks to annihilate a nation. In the Qin family estate, Qin Sheng donned white robes, her brow slightly furrowed. Just moments ago, the 5 divine powers within her had simultaneously stirred, and then the once surging divine energy inexplicably weakened considerably. What is happening? Her expression shifted, revealing a hint of confusion. This diminishment of divine power did not stem from a loss of control over it, but rather an anomaly within the divine energy itself. Suddenly, a tall figure flashed through Qin Sheng's mind. Then, she abruptly rose, a touch of unease gleaming in her eyes. At that moment, Qin Qingyue emerged from the side, his expression grave. Grandfather? Qin Sheng inquired. Sheng notify everyone and convene a family meeting, Qin Qingyue instructed solemnly. Before long, within the Qin family estate's conference hall, after all individuals had gathered, Qin Qingyue took his seat at the head, his countenance dark, and slowly spoke. The Wang of Qin has issued a decree, summoning me to the palace. The duration of my absence is uncertain. During this time, Qin Xiao shall act as the family's representative. Do any of you have objections? The mention of the palace elicited varied reactions among the crowd, their expressions reflecting surprise. They held no objections regarding Chen Xiao acting on behalf of the Qin family, as he was Qin Sheng's father and a formidable 8-turns practitioner, more than qualified to assume such a role. However, Chen Qingyue's sudden summons to the palace left them puzzled. After a lengthy pause, a tall, middle-aged man finally spoke. Uncle Yu, we have no objections regarding the representative matter. But the Wang of Qin's abrupt summons, could it signify some grave development? Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, inquiring. Father, is there something significant regarding this palace visit? Chen Qingyue's gaze swept over the assembly, gradually articulating. The divine seed has perished, and the Wang of Qin is furious. This visit to the palace is to confront the 10 nations directly. The divine seed has perished? Confusion spread across the faces of the gathered crowd. Chen Sheng's eyes widened suddenly, locking onto Chen Qingyue, her heart racing uncontrollably, pounding like a drum. Acknowledging Chen Sheng's gaze, Chen Qingyue gently nodded, explaining, the divine seed pertains to the individual predetermined for this celestial tower. The Book of Heaven's seer once foretold that in this national conflict, without the divine seed, the Qin kingdom may face perilous consequences. Now, as the national conflict approaches, the divine seed has been assassinated. The Wang of Qin is already enraged. It is not just me, all 9 turns will be summoned back. Without the divine seed, the Qin kingdom will face imminent danger in the national conflict. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, comprehending the grave nature of the situation. Chen Xiao's expression grew serious as he turned to Chen Qingyue. Father, does the Wang of Qin intend to seek retribution? Seeking retribution is futile. Chen Qingyue gently shook his head, responding, the conflict has not yet begun. The 10 nations are not united. The Wang of Qin intends to annihilate a nation. With the meeting concluded, Chen Qingyue headed straight for the imperial palace. Chen Sheng stepped out of the conference hall, gazing skyward at the heavens. Chen Xiao approached her, inquiring, Sure, do you have something to express? He had already noticed the unusual expression on Chen Sheng's face. She seemed to harbor differing opinions regarding the divine seed. Upon hearing these words, Chen Sheng withdrew her gaze and directed it towards Chen Xiao. After a brief moment of silence, she spoke with a calm demeanor, he is still alive. He will never perish. In Shanhai Cheng, at the Feng family residence, Feng Jingshan exhibited a look of astonishment as he turned to his father. Feng Lu nodded gently. Despite his advanced age, a fierce battle spirit surged within him. The 10 nations had taken significant risks, and Qin must make a statement. In this frail body of mine, there is still something I can do for Qin. Even in death, I would have no regrets. At the starry Great Wall, 2 imposing figures stood silently, their gazes icy, exuding an aura of terror. In the distance, countless beings from the vast outer realms, separated by the starry Great Wall, observed from afar, too fearful to encroach. Suddenly, the expressions of the 2 men shifted slightly as they simultaneously received a recall message. They exchanged glances, and without a moment's hesitation, their bodies moved, vanishing directly from atop the starry Great Wall. Chapter 83. As long as there is a health bar, even deities can be slain. In the court of KK Kingdom, within the Grand Hall, a sense of foreboding loomed. A short, elderly man furrowed his brow, fixated on the star map hovering in the void, muttering incessantly. 8 stars, radiating intense brilliance, erupted uncontrollably from the star map. As these 8 luminous stars manifested, the entire star map began to tremble ominously. Divine Envoy, what is happening? In response to this spectacle, the king of KK, Gongben Shixian, inquired urgently. The other kings, equally astonished, turned their gazes towards the elder. The star map's unusual activity indicated the approach of 8 9-turn powerhouses. The elderly man's expression grew grave as he spoke suddenly, a glint flashing in his small eyes. What? 8 9-turns? How could there be so many supreme beings? Gongben Shixian's face darkened instantly. The KK kingdom had only 4 9-turns in total. Without hesitation, he activated the National Protective Array. The territory of KK was not vast, resembling a massive island on the sea. If they did not respond promptly, the arrival of 8 9-turns could spell disaster for KK. The other kings were expressions of alarm. Indeed, 8 9-turn powerhouses were unfathomable. Could it be that the Qin monarch had come to exact retribution? However, how many 9-turns did Qin possess? Discounting those guarding the stars, even with the Qin monarch included, 7 was already their limit. Was there a mistake? The elderly man squinted, harboring similar doubts. The star map before him vibrated ominously, the brilliance of the 8 stars intensifying to a blinding level. He extended his frail arm, attempting to manipulate the star map for further information. Just as he reached out, a thunderous explosion reverberated. The Grand Hall shook violently, the entire star map collapsing in an instant. The KK kingdom felt as though it were experiencing an earthquake. with fissures appearing in the ground. Gongbin Shishuan's expression changed drastically. At that moment, he realized that the National Protective Array had shattered. A single strike shattered the protective array? He did not dare linger, his body swaying as he disappeared from the Grand Hall. The other kings also displayed expressions of horror, rushing to flee the hall. At that moment, chaos erupted within the KK kingdom. The city was in ruins. One strike had not only breached the protective array, but it also resulted in the deaths of countless practitioners. Countless practitioners trembled, wailing in terror as they gazed at the horrific figures looming in the sky. What is happening? Is it an enemy attack? 9-turn powerhouses. How could they be here? Where's the king? Alert the king. Why can't we resurrect? Has the resurrection scroll failed, even obliterating our souls? Run. They are here to kill us. Flee. There is no escape. We must unite to defend KK. With mere 9 turns, as long as there is a health bar, we can slay even deities. Well said, you go first. I will not go. Baka. Fear permeated every corner of the city, with cries echoing incessantly. In the void, 8 terrifying figures hovered, their cold gazes piercing as they surveyed the fleeing practitioners below. The Qin monarch, clad in a black dragon robe, bore a face devoid of joy or sorrow, his eyes calm. Just as he was about to strike again, he suddenly sensed something and turned his gaze to the distorted void. With a furious expression, Gongbin Shishuan stepped forth from the rift. Following him, 9 figures clad in distinct imperial robes emerged in succession. The Qin monarch, Gongbin Shishuan, seethed with rage, casting a sweeping glance at the crumbling structures and his fallen subjects. A conflagration igniting within him. The other kings of the 10 nations were equally astonished, having never anticipated that the Qin monarch would take direct action. Even if there were 8 9-turns, so what? United, the 10 nations possessed dozens of 9 turns. Was the Qin monarch unafraid? Tian, what are you planning? Gongbin Shishuan's voice trembled with anger, his 9-turn aura erupting as he glared at the Qin monarch. The alliance of the 10 nations did not fear Qin. I have only one purpose for coming here, annihilation. The Qin monarch's gaze swept over the kings of the 10 nations. The black dragon robe billowing without wind as he spoke. You may choose one nation to accompany the divine seed in its burial. Chapter 84. Qin's foremost sorcerer, Su Fu. You may choose one nation to accompany the divine seed in its burial. Upon hearing this proclamation, the kings of the 10 nations erupted in fury. How audacious, how arrogant was this statement? It was as if he regarded them as inconsequential. Gongbin Shishuan's gaze swept over the 7 figures behind the Qin monarch. Just as he was about to speak, a shudder coursed through his body as he beheld an elderly figure with a head full of white hair standing behind the Qin monarch. You, Zhou. Instantaneously, Gongbin Shishuan's expression morphed as if he had seen a ghost. As his words escaped, the other 9 kings also reacted, turning to gaze at the figure behind the Qin monarch. The elderly man smiled faintly, and beside him stood a tall figure with a visage akin to a deity, also grinning at them. Zhou, Fengshuangu. In an instant, their pupils widened, disbelief etched on their faces as they regarded the Qin monarch. They recognized these two as the guardians of Qin's celestial realm. Qin monarch, you have withdrawn the guardians of the celestial realm. Are you intent on leading Qin to utter destruction? If beings from the outer realms invade, it would spell an unimaginable catastrophe. Qin would be the first to perish, and subsequently, they too would face annihilation. Tian, even if the divine seed dies, the national war has commenced. Qin merely risks national fortune upheaval and may still choose to align with us, not face annihilation. Your actions, however, if outer realm beings invade. Are you seeking to bring about the complete destruction of the earth? The kings of the 10 nations were gripped by terror. They merely sought to engage in national warfare to seize Qin's fortune, not to destroy their very existence. The fortunes of the Qin have crumbled, resulting in the inability of all practitioners to advance, their lifespans and combat prowess in decline. Yet, by clinging to them, one can persist in a meager existence. However, the actions of the Qin king now are undeniably those of a nation on the brink of destruction. With a calm gaze, the Qin king proclaimed, "The starry great wall can hold for an hour. Select a nation to perish, and I shall depart." His voice, devoid of any emotion, bore an undeniable air of authority. The expressions of the 10 kings were grim. They had not anticipated such madness from the Qin king. It was a choice. Either select a nation for annihilation or face collective destruction. I grant you a minute to decide. With no precedent of relying on foreign nations, should one kingdom fall, the remaining 9 would be unable to seize the fortunes of Qin in war, allowing Qin to retain a flicker of hope. If all 10 nations remained intact, Qin would drag them down into ruin together. Make your choice. The words of the Qin king resonated with celestial might, his black dragon robe rustling ominously. The crowd, their eyes filled with despair, found themselves powerless. After a prolonged silence, they turned their gaze towards the king of KK, Gongbin Shixian. It was not a collective desire for the demise of KK, but rather, they were currently situated within its borders. Additionally, it was the 9 turns of KK that had slain the seed of the Qin divine. Thus, their instinctive response was to look upon the king of KK, Baka. Gongbin Shixian's face flushed crimson with rage. What do you mean? The kings of the 9 nations remained silent, shifting their gazes back to the Qin king. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from the Qin king. Lowering his gaze, he extended his palm slightly. Boom. It was as if divine wrath descended. An overwhelming force, akin to the heavens crashing down, reduced the city below to ruins in an instant. With a single strike, countless practitioners perished and an entire city was leveled. Gongbin Shixian trembled, his eyes ablaze. Simultaneously, the 7 behind the Qin king also made their move. Bai Su's long eyebrows, resembling dragon whiskers, fluttered in the wind, and a blade of energy surged skyward, coalescing into a fearsome heavenly sword. He grasped it and struck down with fury. This cut was executed without reservation, razor-sharp in its precision. Boom. Without the protective formation of the nation, the colossal island of KK was nearly severed in 2 by the blow. The blade's energy swept through, obliterating a city and extinguishing all life within. Immediately after, boom, 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 boom. Waves of terrifying power descended. As cities of KK were relentlessly shattered, countless lives lost. Gongbin Shixian gritted his teeth, yet dared not make a single move. The Qin king gazed down upon the countless dying souls below, his expression unchanged. Indeed, there may have been many innocents within KK, yet to be born in this nation was their fate, a calamity they were destined to face. The Qin king looked towards the last remaining city of KK. Gongbin Shixian's face had grown rigid, pale as a ghost, his lips trembling slightly. It is over. The Qin king said coldly. He then extended his palm once more, gently flipping it. Instantly, celestial wrath returned. Boom. It was as if the heavens had tilted. An invisible force pressing down. Just as he was about to annihilate KK entirely, a radiant light suddenly surged from below, gradually forming an ethereal figure. This figure was immense, raising one hand. With a resounding boom, the force of the heavens was directly blocked. Cease. The ethereal figure spoke, fixing its gaze upon the Qin king. Ancestral spirit. Upon seeing the apparition, Gongbin Shixian was filled with joy, tears of excitement streaming down his face as he knelt in reverence. The Qin king's expression shifted slightly, brows furrowing as he regarded the ethereal figure. He recognized it. The ancestral figure of Shi Huang had left an image, a true relic of ancient times. The first master of Qin, Su Fu. Chapter 85, Su Fu. I must see you, Su Fu. You have indeed not perished. The Qin king's eyes gleamed with intensity as he spoke solemnly. At the end of the 9 turns, your lifespan is but a mere 10,000 years, yet you have indeed found the elixir of immortality. At his words, the immense figure shook its head slightly, a trace of regret in its demeanor. Immortality is but an ephemeral concept. I merely extended my days. Compared to the methods of Shi Huang, mine can only be deemed inferior. Depart now, and I may spare your life. You have reached the end of the 9 turns, glimpsing a fragment of the 10 turns, and should understand that even if I am but a projection, the power I now possess is beyond your contention. The Qin king's aged visage was solemn as he gazed at the projection of Su Fu, declaring resolutely, I shall test the might of the 10 turns. Even in death, I shall have no regrets. As his words fell, his black dragon robe trembled violently, his palm drawing forth, causing a terrifying fluctuation to erupt in the space around them, as if calamity were imminent. Boom. In the next moment, a colossal wave surged from the sea, reaching heights of thousands of zhang. Lightning flashed in the sky, and countless purple bolts of lightning erupted, creating resounding thunder. The Qin king's gaze sharpened as he pressed down with his palm. The towering wave crashed down towards the projection of Su Fu. The purple lightning descended like relentless rain, heralding the arrival of doom. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying spectacle, Su Fu's expression remained unchanged, calmly uttering, merely dust in the wind. He slowly raised his hand, as if to support the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the cacophony, no matter how the waves and thunder struck, they could not harm him in the slightest. If you seek death, I shall grant it to you. Su Fu snorted coldly, then extended a finger. In an instant, the heavens trembled, the space warped, and numerous pitch-black fissures emerged. The Qin king sensed an overwhelmingly dangerous aura approaching him. There was no escape, no place to hide. Boom. In the next moment, the space before him suddenly ruptured, as if a tattered cloth had been torn apart, revealing a dark void. This fissure extended far and wide, directly engulfing him. An indescribable aura descended, threatening to tear his very being asunder. The Qin King, Qin Wang. Numerous cries of alarm rang out simultaneously. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying force, a mocking smile gradually spread across the Qin King's aged features. Clang! A sound akin to a dragon's roar resonated. At the Qin King's chest, a sword radiating a brilliant golden light materialized, intercepting the blow. Nonetheless, it left a grievous wound upon the Qin King's body, nearly cleaving him in two. The divine sword Tai. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Fu murmured, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. The Tai sword was a divine artifact, and having accompanied Shi Huang for so long, it bore his essence, making it unsurprising that it could withstand his strike. However, it was merely a single strike. As Su Fu prepared to strike again, a voice of derision emerged from the Qin King's lips. Su Fu, do you not know that Shi Huang is still searching for you? The essence of Shi Huang lingers upon the Tai. He has already sensed your presence. As the echoes of his voice faded, the figure of the king of Qin swiftly retreated, followed closely by the 7 other 9-turned giants, vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, a tall figure clad in a black robe stood with an imposing demeanor. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he abruptly lifted his gaze. Tai Jian Su Fu. He spoke, his eyes seemingly capable of traversing vast distances, reaching out to millions of miles away. In an instant, a shadow appeared as though reflected directly within his pupils, stirring a subtle change in his expression. After a prolonged silence, he spoke indifferently, Su Fu, I desire to meet you. At that moment, upon hearing the words of the king of Qin, Su Fu's countenance shifted dramatically. He suddenly raised his head, and in his gaze, it seemed he beheld a tall figure in a black robe, exuding an aura of authority, staring back at him. This gaze pierced through the fabric of space, akin to facing the first emperor himself. Su Fu felt every hair on his body stand on end, engulfed by an overwhelming terror. Despite not having seen him for millennia, the familiar aura of the first emperor evoked an almost celestial dread within him. His shadow abruptly scattered. In a desolate expanse, the true form of Su Fu, seated upon the ground, sprang to its feet. Simultaneously, a voice resonated within his mind, Su Fu, I desire to meet you. This proclamation was akin to a divine decree, imbued with unfathomable majesty. In an instant, Su Fu was drenched in cold sweat, his face a mask of fear, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. He dared not respond. His figure flickered and vanished from the spot. In the kingdom of Ko, Gong Ben Shixian stood in a daze, staring at the place where his ancestor had disappeared, a lingering confusion etched upon his face. The abruptness of the event left him disoriented. Yet, at the very least, Ko had managed to preserve its final city and had not succumbed to annihilation. A hint of color returned to his aged visage. Had the king of Qin departed? The hearts of the kings from the 9 nations finally found solace. Although Ko had suffered grievous losses, it had not been entirely obliterated, a small mercy amidst calamity. Their gazes toward Gong Ben Shixian were tinged with sympathy. After a lengthy silence, the king of Feng spoke. The king of Qin ultimately failed to achieve his desire for annihilation. That is, indeed, a fortunate turn of events. The other kings nodded in agreement. However, the king of Beiying regarded the direction in which the king of Qin and his entourage had departed, a frown creasing his brow as he voiced his uncertainty. But Qin lies to the east. Why did the king of Qin head west? Upon hearing this, several were taken aback. The king of Feng murmured, furrowing his brow. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically as he looked up, exclaiming, No, the west is the territory of my Feng. In that instant, he vanished in a flash. Chapter 86. What I do is the will of heaven. Within the borders of Feng, an overwhelming celestial might surged forth. Countless practitioners gazed skyward at the 8 terrifying figures, their faces reflecting despair. Above the kingdom of Feng, an aged 9-turned figure exchanged glances with the king of Qin from afar, his body trembling. Like Ko, Feng boasted only 4 9-turned masters. With 2 stationed in the starry sky, the Feng Wang was absent, leaving him alone. King of Qin, do you truly intend to carry out such an act of complete annihilation? Feng Gu's face was etched with wrinkles, his voice betraying an uncontainable fear. The king of Qin regarded him with cold indifference, declaring, When I decree the destruction of a nation, I shall see it through. With that, he pressed his palm down. Boom. An overwhelming celestial might descended. In an instant, a city was reduced to ruins. Bai Su and the others acted without hesitation, decisively unleashing their powers. A terrifying surge of magical energy rampaged throughout the borders of Feng. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, lives were extinguished. And under Feng Gu's gaze, the entire kingdom of Feng collapsed utterly. Feng Gu trembled, witnessing the scene of destruction, tears streaming down his aged face. Despair filled his eyes as he sank to his knees in the void. I had advised the Feng Wan. I had urged him. He cried, his voice trembling. What kind of figure was the king of Qin? One who could extract teeth from a tiger. How could he relent? At that moment, the king of Feng Shan, finally returned, his eyes turning bloodshot as he beheld the scene before him. Tian, how dare you? His gaze was fixed on the king of Qin, his teeth clenched, fury radiating from him. Do you harbor grievances? The king of Qin waved his sleeve dismissively, speaking with indifference. Feng Shan's anger flared as he glared at the king of Qin. Tian, you are pushing too far. Do you not fear retribution for this act of annihilation? Humph. The king of Qin snorted, a hint of authority flashing in his eyes. What I do is the will of heaven. Should there be retribution, I shall bear it all. Feng Shan seethed with rage, staring at the king of Qin. After a long moment, he lowered his arms, clenching his fists hidden within his sleeves, his voice quivering as he spoke, with Feng destroyed. If the king of Qin does not depart, shall we still request your leave? Depart? Upon hearing this, the king of Qin's gaze remained calm as he replied. If I am to destroy a nation, I have no habit of leaving survivors. At these words, Feng Shan's head snapped up, his pupils trembling violently as he stared in disbelief at the king of Qin. What do you mean? You intend to kill us? Do not forget. Feng also has 2 9 turns guarding the starry sky. Do you wish to invite invaders from beyond? The king of Qin looked down, stating, if you perish, Qin shall send 9 turns to guard the starry sky. There is no need for concern. You. Feng Shan was completely unsettled. With 9 turn giants in Qin, he indeed had ample confidence to utter such words. His expression shifted constantly as he breathed rapidly. Suddenly, his figure began to fade, leaving only a remnant image behind as his true self vanished without a trace. The king of Qin's expression remained unchanged as he simply lifted his gaze toward a point in the void and extended his hand. In the next moment, Feng Shan's fleeing figure abruptly materialized. He felt an overwhelming pressure from the heavens, as if grasped by an invisible hand. Terror flooding his features as he tried to scream, but no sound emerged. Boom. For protective lights flared up in succession, yet they proved ineffective. His body shattered completely, leading to his demise. The gap in power between him and the king of Qin was already immense, and with Feng's destruction, the absence of national fortune further diminished his strength. Before the king of Qin, even with protective artifacts, he was no more than an insect. Feng Gu, witnessing this scene, was rendered numb, his gaze vacant, devoid of any action. Behind the king of Qin, the silver-haired Zhou Zhan slowly stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon Feng Gu. You may join in the burial. As the words fell, Zhou Zhan took a step forward, his silver hair billowing in the wind. He extended his hand, and a golden spear materialized in his grasp. Subsequently, an unfathomable force surged into the spear as Zhou Zhan's body shifted slightly, and with all his might, he swung. Zzz. The golden spear, imbued with terrifying power, sliced through the void, tearing apart the very fabric of space. Boom. A single sound echoed as the long spear pierced through Feng Gu's heart, nailing him directly to the void. Chapter 87. So, you are still alive? Silence enveloped the surroundings. Several kings silently observed the scene before them. 2 of the 9 transcendents perished in front of them, yet none dared to intervene. The king of Qin harbored a resolute mindset. He would not rest until his nation was obliterated. Moreover, they were indifferent, with the divine seed extinguished. Once the war mission commenced, Qin would stand no chance. At that moment, the 9 nations could easily devour the remnants of Qin's fortune. While the loss of a nation could not entirely topple Qin, relying on the scant remnants of its fortune, Qin had already lost all hope of resurgence. The former hegemon would inevitably become a relic of history. Thus, extinguishing a nation to quell the king of Qin's wrath was not beyond reason, as long as the nation targeted was not their own. However, should the king of Qin threaten with external invasion, seeking to extinguish another nation, they would not acquiesce again. They were not fools. While the annihilation of one nation could be justified, further aggression would clearly indicate ulterior motives. They understood the principle of the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. The king of Qin scanned the 8 kings present, aware that there would be no opportunity for further annihilation. With a cold snort, he turned and departed. In Qin, Tianjing, at this moment, a dense green mist began to rise. The entirety of Tianjing was shrouded under a hazy green fog, particularly within the imperial palace, where the mist was even more pronounced, thick enough to seem as if it could drip with moisture. Upon returning, the king of Qin and others gazed at the pervasive green mist, their brows furrowing in unison. What a magnificent vitality! Baisu looked astonished, speaking in disbelief. The king of Qin regarded the green mist before him, equally puzzled. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he looked up. Within the thick green fog, a familiar figure emerged, slowly walking forth. With this person's appearance, the dense mist rapidly thinned. Subsequently, the fog swirled, forming a massive vortex that quickly funneled into this individual's body. In less than half a minute, the green mist vanished entirely. The once pale visage of the figure gradually regained a semblance of color. With the fog no longer obscuring him, his features became clear to all, tall and handsome. It was none other than Qin Feng. Upon seeing this figure, Baisu's expression stiffened instantly, rooted to the spot. He slightly turned his head, glancing at the king of Qin. The king maintained a calm demeanor, his aged face betraying no change, appearing as though he had anticipated this moment. Nevertheless, Baisu still caught a fleeting glimpse of embarrassment in the king's eyes. Qin Feng approached, bowing respectfully to the king of Qin. "I have come to pay my respects," he said, his voice weak yet crystal clear. As he drew near and his words reached the king's ears, the king finally parted his lips, a complex light flickering in his eyes as he spoke softly. "So, you are still alive?" "Indeed." Qin Feng nodded gently, sensing the king's gaze and feeling a tinge of confusion within. Even if his resurrection was somewhat unexpected, it should not elicit such a reaction. Moreover, as Qin Feng perceived the terrifying auras emanating from the 7 individuals beside the king, his heart involuntarily quickened, including Baisu. Each of these individuals exuded the presence of 9 transcendents. Furthermore, at least 4 of them possessed an aura even more formidable than Baisu's. 8-9 transcendent powerhouses? What could possibly necessitate the presence of 8-9 transcendent giants? Could it be that an enemy nation has invaded? Chapter 88. The war mission commences. The king of Qin remained silent for a moment. After a lengthy pause, a trace of helplessness surfaced in his gaze. "It is good that you are alive." Although he was unsure how Qin Feng had survived, it was of little consequence. With the divine seed still intact, he could use this as an excuse to extinguish a nation, which was undoubtedly a significant gain. Baisu stepped forward, looking at Qin Feng, his 2 dragon whiskers slightly quivering, a peculiar emotion crossing his face as he spoke. "Your timing is impeccable. It could not be better." Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what to make of it. Just as he pondered this, a voice resonated in everyone's minds. "Detection of the annihilation of the Storm Nation. The war mission has commenced ahead of schedule." Note: the war mission is divided into multiple stages. Failure at any stage will result in a loss of national fortune, while the victorious side will receive an increase in national fortune. The first stage of the mission will be released at dawn. All nations should prepare accordingly. Upon hearing this celestial announcement, Qin Feng's expression froze. The Storm Nation has perished? The war mission has started ahead of schedule? Wait a moment. Let us not delve into the details of the war mission just yet. How long has it been since his demise? The Storm Nation has already fallen? His gaze involuntarily shifted to the several 9 transcendent giants present, leaving him feeling somewhat bewildered. Thus, the reason for the congregation of so many 9 transcendent giants was due to the fact that during the brief time of his death, the king of Qin, accompanied by the 7-9 transcendent giants, had directly annihilated the Storm Nation? Qin Feng's eyes widened in shock as he looked towards the king of Qin, his heart racing with astonishment. Such a thunderous maneuver. No wonder Baisu's gaze towards him seemed peculiar. Piecing together the events in his mind, he began to comprehend the sequence of occurrences. First, he was ambushed, leading the king to believe he was dead. In a fit of rage, the king summoned the 9 transcendent giants to obliterate a nation, only to return and discover that he had miraculously survived. Baisu was right. His timing truly was impeccable. Qin Feng could not help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. At that moment, the king of Qin's gaze sharpened slightly, having also heard the announcement. "The war is about to begin," he murmured softly, then turned his attention to Zhou Zhan and the others, speaking in a serious tone. "Baisu, return to the palace with me. The rest of you proceed to the starry sky, eliminate the remnants of the Storm Nation, and leave 2 individuals to guard the original position in the starry sky." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhan and the others straightened, responding decisively, "Yes." As soon as the words left his mouth, they swiftly departed, vanishing from sight. The war was imminent. The forthcoming struggle for national fortune would determine Qin's future, and there was no time to lose. Moreover, with an hour approaching, they needed to return to the starry sky Great Wall to guard against external threats. As the group departed, the king of Qin withdrew his gaze, turning to Qin Feng, a hint of warmth emerging in his eyes. "Let us go? Return to the palace with me." Qin Feng nodded, and then followed the king of Qin alongside Baisu toward the imperial palace. Author's note: esteemed readers, I apologize. Recently, work has been exceedingly demanding, and I often return home past 10 o'clock. My writing speed is not fast, and I can only manage to produce a small amount within an hour. I understand your anticipation, and I sincerely apologize for the delay. However, starting tomorrow, I should be less busy and will strive to maintain 2 updates of 4,000 words. Thank you for your understanding and patience. I apologize once again. Chapter 89. The Key to Ascending from 9 to 10 Transcendence. The Imperial Palace. The king of Qin sat majestically upon the dragon throne, his gaze gentle as it fell upon Qin Feng. After a brief silence, he spoke. Your aura seems somewhat feeble. With the impending national war, you must recover swiftly. Feel free to express any needs you may have. He did not inquire how Qin Feng had returned to life, for prying into matters was not his habit and could provoke Qin Feng's disdain. Qin Feng nodded lightly, directing his attention to his status panel. A label reading, weak, appeared before him. This was a side effect of the skill, Wangxing Zhao Hua. However, Qin Feng did not feel overly anxious. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to the king of Qin and inquired, Your Majesty, could you enlighten me on the nature of the national war task? Upon hearing this, the king of Qin slightly nodded and replied, The so-called national war task is, in essence, a contest for national fortune. The losing side suffers a depletion of its national fortune, while the victorious side enhances its own. These national war tasks occur once every 1,000 years, and throughout the ages. Qin has never known defeat. A hint of pride flickered in the king's expression as he continued. However, this time, the national war will be different. Different? Qin Feng asked, confusion evident in his eyes. Indeed, the king of Qin affirmed, fixing his gaze upon Qin Feng. Qin's unparalleled record in national war tasks has amassed an extraordinarily formidable level of national fortune. Conversely, the fortunes of the other nations have dwindled to their utmost limits. Hence, this national war task will not resemble the usual chaotic confrontations among nations, but rather a united front against Qin. Should Qin falter, its national fortune will collapse, to be devoured by the other nations. Conversely, if Qin triumphs, it shall consume the national fortunes of all, achieving unification across the earth. At that time, Qin will be able to call itself a divine nation, gaining the right to open the divine realm. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression shifted. As he encountered a term he had not previously known, divine realm, he murmured, his confusion deepening. He noticed that when the king of Qin mentioned this term, Bai Su exhibited a fervent excitement, his body trembling slightly. A glimmer of light shone in the king of Qin's eyes as he slowly rose. Clasping his hands behind his back, his expression betraying a hint of longing. At the level of 1,000, one becomes a great demon, a supreme being of 9 transformations. Once one reaches this level, they have attained the pinnacle of the profession, with no path forward, awaiting the arrival of death. Yet the divine realm serves as a key to shatter this limit, a key to ascend from 9 transformations to 10. The king of Qin's demeanor turned solemn. From ancient times to the present, the pursuit of immortality has been the ultimate goal of every human. Even though I have reached the end of 9 transformations, with a lifespan extending to 10,000 years, I cannot ultimately escape death. The 10th transformation represents a means of prolonging life, perhaps even the sole path to immortality. The king of Qin's eyes sparkled with yearning. Both Su Fu and Shi Huang have entered the 10th transformation, albeit through different means. Not by unlocking the divine realm through national fortune. My aspiration is to genuinely enter the 10th transformation through the divine realm. At that time, not only I, but also within Qin, 9 transformations shall no longer be the end. In the future, should I have the opportunity to meet Shi Huang, I can proudly proclaim, after 10,000 years, Qin stands united, and the younger generation has lived up to Shi Huang's legacy. Chapter 90. Status. Weak. Can evolve. As the king's voice fell, Qin Feng pondered deeply, absorbing the information conveyed. The contest for national fortune, Qin standing against the other nations, the divine realm. The key to ascending from the 9th to the 10th transformation, the allure of immortality? His thoughts roiled, his gaze sharpening. Immortality, what a tantalizing temptation. Yet, while Qin was indeed powerful, facing 9 nations simultaneously still left slim chances of victory. Just as the king of Qin expressed, if victorious, Qin would unify and open the divine realm. But if defeated, Qin would likely find itself irreversibly diminished. After a moment of silence, Qin Feng raised his gaze to the king of Qin and asked, Your Majesty, what are Qin's chances of success in this national war? The king of Qin fixed his calm gaze upon Qin Feng and replied, Without you, Qin would undoubtedly face defeat. Yet your presence is the sole glimmer of hope in this national war task. Me? Qin Feng was taken aback. Indeed, the king of Qin affirmed with a gentle nod. While I am unaware of the specific tasks to be undertaken in this national war, you are indeed the only variable. At this, Qin Feng pondered, recalling Bai Su's earlier words about a Tianshu Daoren, who had foretold his existence, referring to him as a seed of divinity. Thus, it must be that he was seen as the only chance of survival in the national war task, and the king of Qin's pursuit of him was likely for this very task, just as the 10 nations were striving to eliminate him. Only with his demise could they feel confident of success in the national war task. Contemplating this, Qin Feng nodded slightly and said, I understand. With that, he fixed his gaze resolutely, taking a deep breath. He and Qin were one. Should Qin fall, the loss of national fortune would greatly impact him as well. Thus, he must exert every effort to secure this slender hope for Qin. He then focused his thoughts, and the career panel gradually unfolded before him. Career, Pseudo-Deity. Level, 3rd Transformation, Level 90. Combat Power, 20,000. Current Status, Weak, 7 days. Under the effects of Wangsheng Zhaohua, his attributes had been diminished by over 50%, reducing his combat power from 50,000 to 20,000. Not only him, but even his summoned beasts had experienced a similar reduction in strength, now barely surpassing the ancestral level. Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. The national war was set to commence tonight, and 7 days of weakness felt excessively prolonged. Was there any method to abbreviate this duration? He pondered, attempting to open the detailed description of weak. Status, weak. Description, side effect. The body has undergone reorganization and requires time to recover. Remaining time, 7 days. Note, can evolve. Evolution requires 100,000 evolution points. Qin Feng was taken aback. Can evolve? What is this? This status can evolve. Chapter 91. Weak. Evolves. Tribulation. Gazing at the panel before him, Qin Feng found himself lost in thought. Apart from his summoned beasts and his initial career, this was the third aspect he had discovered that could evolve. However, what effects would the evolution of the weak status yield? He speculated, a few thoughts blossoming in his mind. The weak status was a negative state. Could it perhaps transform into a beneficial state upon evolution? Surely it would not extend the original 7 days of weakness to 14? That would be absurd. Contemplating this, Qin Feng opened his attribute panel to check his evolution points. Current evolution points, 358, 566, 358, 570. Over 300,000 evolution points. Qin Feng felt a stir in his heart, and without further hesitation, he decisively chose to evolve. In an instant, a message appeared on his panel, consuming 100,000 evolution points. Evolution complete. Weak, 7 days, has evolved into weak, permanent. Current status, weak, permanent. Next evolution required evolution points, 100,000. Qin Feng, what the hell? It's certainly not 14 days. Have you directly evolved me into permanence? Is this for real? I wanted to evolve my state, and you accelerated the time instead? Qin Feng was taken aback, doubting whether he had misread the information. He stared at the panel for a full minute before reluctantly accepting reality, his mind clouded. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he redirected his gaze to the final line of information. Without hesitation, he chose to continue the evolution. Consuming 100,000 evolution points, evolution complete. Weakness, permanent. Evolved into enhancement, permanent. Current state, enhancement, permanent. Description, your state has been enhanced, granting a 20% overall boost. Next evolution required evolution points, 100,000. Enhancement, a 20% overall boost. Qin Feng let out a sigh, his anxious heart finally at ease. The state of weakness vanished, and he felt a marked sense of relief, accompanied by an inexplicable surge of strength. He glanced at his attribute panel. His combat power surged from 20,000 in the weak state to 60,000. Moreover, it was not just he who experienced this. His beast attributes also exhibited significant growth. However, could the current state continue to evolve? A faint smile graced Qin Feng's lips. With 100,000 evolution points, he had just enough to evolve once more. He murmured to himself to proceed with the evolution. As his thoughts settled, the next moment, a sensation entirely different from the previous 2 evolutions erupted within his psyche. Unlike the tranquility of the earlier evolutions, this moment brought a thunderous roar within his spiritual realm. Instantly, countless bolts of heavenly lightning took shape in his mental world and began to rain down in a frenzy, as if calamity had descended. Boom, 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 boom. The tremors of his spirit and the turmoil of his soul persisted until the thunder subsided, and only then did Qin Feng abruptly open his eyes, his expression slightly shaken. Concurrently, a series of information materialized, consuming 100,000 evolution points. Evolution complete. Enhancement, permanent. Evolved into Tribulation 1. Current state, Tribulation 1. Description, you have completed your first tribulation, resulting in a significant increase in strength. Next evolution required evolution points, 1 million. Tribulation 1. Staring at the state information before him, Qin Feng paused for a moment, then his thoughts shifted. The attribute panel unfurled before his eyes. Profession, pseudo-god. Combat power, 100,000. Current state, tribulation 1. His combat power had doubled, and the description of this tribulation, 1, indicated that he had completed the first tribulation. Would the next evolution lead to the second tribulation? Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, and suddenly he seemed to recall something. With a thought, he opened the attribute panel of his beasts once more. Chapter 92, 100-level creation Green Lotus, Severing Fate. As Qin Feng's thoughts settled, the attribute panel of his beasts slowly revealed itself. Current beast, Tantian Xuanwu. Rank, Ancient. Tribulation, First Tribulation. Level, LV100. Combat power, 1,450,000. Next evolution required evolution points, 1 million. Indeed, Qin Feng was jolted with excitement. The state of Tribulation 1 would similarly influence his beasts. Moreover, under the enhancement of the first tribulation, the combat power of Tantian Xuanwu surged by 1 million. This implied that with each additional tribulation, combat power increased by 1 million. Thus, it seemed that after merely 5 tribulations, his beast would be on par with ordinary 9 transitions. Qin Feng's heart swelled with joy as he further examined the attribute panels of his other beasts. Sun Golden Crow. Rank, Ancient. Tribulation, First Tribulation, not activated. Level, LV81. Combat power, 400,000. Not activated. Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, but quickly relaxed. His Sun Golden Crow was only at level 81, and the requirement for beasts to undergo tribulation was to reach level 100. Therefore, the tribulation effect would only activate once the beast attained this level. That tribulation, in his own state, could directly influence all his beasts. Once he reached the 5th tribulation, with 5 beasts achieving it simultaneously, it would be equivalent to having 5 9-transition titans. Such combat power, while possibly insufficient against kings with national fortune enhancements or top-tier 9 transitions, would certainly allow him to face ordinary 9 transitions, even enabling him to contend against that corpse demon. With 1 million evolution points, at his current rate of evolution point accumulation, he could begin evolving again in just 3 days. For now, his primary objective was to elevate all his beasts to level 100. Furthermore, Qin Feng harbored a hypothesis. He had once seen essence of the sun in the Great Qin treasury. Beasts typically required materials of this kind to undergo tribulation. In the present circumstances, could he use tribulation items to facilitate the tribulation for his beasts? A single essence of the sun required 100,000 merit points, and he possessed ample merit points. If it could be utilized, he might swiftly elevate one of his beasts to 5 tribulations or even 9 tribulations. Suddenly, Qin Feng lifted his gaze towards the Great Qin King, who seemed to require no merit points. If there was an opportunity to seize, he must take advantage of it. The Great Qin King's gaze was gentle, and sensing the shift in Qin Feng's aura, he felt a degree of astonishment at the speed of Qin Feng's recovery. He then flicked his sleeve and said, "Do you have any needs? Speak freely." Qin Feng nodded decisively, organizing his thoughts before speaking. "Your Majesty, I indeed have 2 requests. One is to rapidly elevate my beast levels, and the other pertains to the materials required for their tribulation." Upon hearing this, the Great Qin King chuckled. The first request is quite feasible. As he spoke, he subtly gestured, and 5 round pills exuding a rich white light appeared in his palm. He handed the pills to Qin Feng, stating, "This should suffice." Qin Feng received the pills and examined them, a series of information presenting itself. Extreme Experience Pill. Category, Pill. Usable level, LV1. Description, a pill containing 100 million experience points, crafted by an 8-transition alchemist. 100 million experience points. Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly administered all the experience pills to his beasts. Your Sun Golden Crow has consumed the Extreme Experience Pill, gaining 100 million experience points, and its level has risen to 100. Your Black Dragon King has consumed the Extreme Experience Pill, gaining 100 million experience points, and its level has risen to 100. Your Zhao Hua Qing Lian utilized the Extreme Experience Pill, acquiring 100 million experience points, thus elevating its level to 100. Your Zhao Hua Qing Lian has comprehended a new skill, Sever Life. On the panel before him, information continuously emerged. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened as he noted one particular message. Zhao Hua Qing Lian has grasped a new skill. He opened the attributes panel. Zhao Hua Qing Lian. Rank, Ancient. Tribulation, First Tribulation. Level, LV100. Combat power, 1,400,000. Skills, Source of Life, Rebirth of Creation, Sever Life. Evolution value required for next evolution, 1 million. Sever Life? An offensive skill? Qin Feng's eyes glimmered. After all, Zhao Hua Qing Lian is primarily a support-type beast, Its acquisition of an offensive skill surprised him, choosing to view it. A detailed introduction appeared before him. Skill, Sever Life. Skill description. Zhao Hua Qing Lian brandishes its lotus leaves to strike, unavoidable and unresistible, forcibly reducing the opponent's life limit by 50% for a duration of 24 hours. Cooldown, 24 hours. Astonishing. Qin Feng's eyes widened. This skill is rather exaggerated. Forcibly reducing 50% of the life limit is indeed a divine technique. It is known that damage to life points can be restored through potions and items. However, under the effect of Sever Life, the damage to the life limit cannot be recovered through items or potions. Truly, an attack skill of a support-type beast. It is indeed extraordinary. How is it? The Daqin King gazed at Qin Feng with a gentle expression, inquiring, if it is insufficient, Daqin still has ample stock. As he spoke, he slightly turned his palm, revealing several round pills radiating a strong white light. Qin Feng's eyes brightened, without pretense. He decisively accepted them and then bowed slightly, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Daqin King nodded lightly and continued, "Regarding your second request about the tribulation materials for beasts, there are some, but not many." As he spoke, he waved his hand in the air. 3 different gleams immediately manifested in the void. Taiyang Jing. Category Material. Description: Fire-type beast tribulation material. Taiyin Jing. Category Material. Description: Water-type beast tribulation material. Shi Ji Sui Pian. Category Material. Description: Time-type beast tribulation material. Chapter 93. Lucky Dice Skill Book. 3 beams of light hovered in the air, presenting different information before Qin Feng. The Daqin King observed Qin Feng and spoke. Tribulation materials are rather scarce. Currently, the Daqin treasury only has these. However, I will send someone to search, and if new tribulation materials are found, I will reserve them for you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qin Feng nodded, his expression slightly pleased. He raised his hand and stored the 3 different gleams into his spatial pocket. You have obtained Tai Yang Ji Jing X7. You have obtained Tai Yin Ji Jing X9. You have obtained Shi Ji Sui Pian X4. Tai Yang Ji Jing and Tai Yin Ji Jing can be used for the tribulation of Da Ri Jin Wu and Tong Tian Xian Wu. However, the Shi Ji Sui Pian stirred a hint of curiosity within Qin Feng. A time-type beast? He had never seen one, nor had he ever heard of it. Time has always been the pinnacle of natural laws. To be classified as a time-type beast undoubtedly means it has touched upon the laws of time. If one could master such a beast, the enhancement to one's strength would be immeasurable. Unfortunately, such beasts are seldom encountered. One should not be overly fixated. Qin Feng set aside his thoughts, choosing not to dwell on it. The Daqin King, seeing Qin Feng store the tribulation materials, spoke again. The success rate of a beast tribulation is not very high. If you wish to proceed, it is best to do so under the blessing of the Lucky Master skill. The Lucky Master can increase a certain amount of luck, slightly enhancing the success rate of the tribulation. Lucky Master? Qin Feng paused slightly, turning to the Daqin King, and suddenly asked, Your Majesty, does the Lucky Master possess a skill called Lucky Dice? He recalled hearing about this profession in his vocational class at school. The Lucky Master can enhance the luck of the practitioner through skill blessings. Theoretically, this profession should be quite popular. However, the issue lies in the fact that the skill's enhancement to one's own luck is substantial, while the blessings cast upon others yield only a modest increase. This renders the profession somewhat redundant, placing it in an awkward position. The Daqin King nodded slightly at Qin Feng's inquiry, puzzled, and said, Indeed, there is such a skill. The Lucky Dice has a probability of granting a substantial boost in luck, but this skill is only effective for the Lucky Master themselves and cannot be applied to others. It seems I did not remember incorrectly. Upon hearing this, a smile suddenly graced Qin Feng's lips as he regarded the Daqin King and asked, Your Majesty, do you have the Lucky Dice skill book? The Lucky Dice skill book? The Daqin King became even more perplexed. This skill book is not particularly rare. Indeed, there is stock in the Daqin treasury. However, Qin Feng is not a Lucky Master profession. What use would he have for this skill book? The Daqin King's brows furrowed, poised to speak, when suddenly his gaze shifted, a thought flashing through his mind as he looked intently at Qin Feng. You have comprehended the break limit talent. He almost blurted it out, his gaze trembling. Seeing Qin Feng nod, the Daqin King's shock intensified. The break limit skill is exceedingly formidable. If one were to rank all talent skills from high to low, break limit would undoubtedly hold the title of the foremost, even regarded as a chasmic leader. The effects produced by the combination of different profession skills, complementing each other, are undeniably powerful. In fact, the Daqin King believes this talent should not be possessed by mere practitioners. Breaking the rules of heaven and earth, unbound by the barriers of professions, is a capability that should belong solely to deities. Chapter 94. A surge in luck. Tong Tian Xianwu, third tribulation. The Daqin King's gaze flickered, a hint of delight crossing his weathered features. For him, the stronger the divine seed, the greater Daqin's advantage in national battle tasks. He slightly extended his palm, revealing a skill book radiating white light. Lucky dice. Category, skill book. Usable profession, Lucky Master. Usable level, LV 30. Description, upon use, one can comprehend the skill Lucky Dice. Qin Feng gazed at the information before him, extending his hand to receive the skill book, his face alight with excitement. He then chose to use it directly. The skill book, emanating a soft white glow, instantly transformed into fine shards of light that merged into his being. Qin Feng distinctly sensed a unique force surging from his palm, permeating directly into his mind. Clarity enveloped his thoughts as a six-faced die gradually took shape within his consciousness. You have utilized the skill book for the Lucky Die. The breaking limit talent is effective. You have successfully learned the skill of the Lucky Master, Lucky Die. Lucky Die? Skill description, grants varying degrees of luck upon use. Cooldown, 1 hour. Success. Qin Feng murmured to himself, a subtle smile gracing his face. He extended his palm, his inner magical energy surging, and in an instant, a die radiating with 6 colors floated above his hand. Qin Feng squeezed it gently and tossed it lightly into the sky. The die spun continuously in the air. Simultaneously, the 6 colors representing different values of luck transformed before Qin Feng's eyes: red, orange, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The vibrant hues flashed in succession. After a few moments, the color transition slowed, and the lucky die gradually ceased its rotation, erupting in a brilliant blue light. You have rolled the lucky die. Your fortune is exceptional, and your luck value has increased by 500 points, lasting for 30 minutes. Quite fortunate. The great Qin Wang gazed at the intense blue light, a gentle voice resonating. Qin Feng felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated such remarkable luck on his first use of the lucky die. An increase of 5,000 luck points was already splendid. However, the luck value could only last for half an hour and should not be squandered. Qin Feng pondered briefly before gently closing his eyes, his consciousness swiftly descending into the Beast Master space. Before him, several colossal beasts lay coiled. He focused his awareness on the Tongtian Xuanwu. Gazing at the immense creature before him, a formidable aura enveloped him. Without further hesitation, the Beast Master panel unfurled before his eyes. Tongtian Xuanwu. Tribulation. First tribulation. Consuming 1 Taiyin essence will unlock the second tribulation. Commence the tribulation. Qin Feng slowly uttered a few words. You have used 1 Taiyin essence. Your Tongtian Xuanwu begins the tribulation. Current luck value, 5,000. Success rate for the beast's tribulation increased to 50%. As the panel information emerged, in the next instant, the once massive Tongtian Xuanwu swiftly diminished in size. In no time, it transformed into a small sea turtle, no bigger than a palm. A massive water sphere encased it, within which tumultuous waves created a separate oceanic realm. Countless ferocious beasts prowled within the rolling sea, hunting for food. The little turtle swam desperately, seeking sustenance, gradually growing. At times it hid among the seaweed, at others, it concealed itself among the rocks. In this oceanic world, time flowed at an incomprehensible rate, until the once tiny turtle grew into a sovereign of the seas. The immense water sphere burst open. An even more magnificent aura emerged before Qin Feng. Roar. For colossal pillars struck the ground as Tongtian Xuanwu let out an exultant roar that resonated through the heavens. Consuming 1 Taiyin essence, the Tongtian Xuanwu's tribulation was successful. Current beast, Tongtian Xuanwu. Tier, ancient level. Tribulation, second tribulation. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 2, for 150,000. Exhaling slowly, Qin Feng released a breath of turbid air, suppressing his excitement as he glanced at the status. Current luck value, 5,000. Remaining time, 21 minutes. Was the tribulation process 9 minutes long? Qin Feng mused. The tribulation experience for the beast was akin to reliving a life, growing from infancy to dominion. For him, it was merely 9 minutes, yet for the Tongtian Xuanwu, it spanned countless epochs. Qin Feng's gaze softened as he floated in the air, gently stroking the top of the Tongtian Xuanwu's head. Nevertheless, the colossal creature, towering thousands of meters, rendered his touch akin to a tiny insect hopping lightly upon its immense head. Proceed. Qin Feng retracted his hand and spoke softly. With 20 minutes of luck value remaining, he could undertake 2 more tribulations. Regrettably, the beast's tribulation could not be conducted simultaneously with 2 creatures. Otherwise, he could have included the Deity Jinwu as well. He sighed softly, and as his words fell, the panel information reappeared. You have used 1 Taiyin essence. Your Tongtian Xuanwu begins the tribulation. Current luck value, 5,000. Success rate for the beast tribulation increased to 50%. The water element surged forth, and the massive water sphere re-emerged. Within the oceanic world, Tongtian Xuanwu transformed once more into a small sea turtle, swimming amidst the tumultuous waves. Time passed, and the little turtle grew day by day. However, this time, the small turtle faced an evident stroke of misfortune. Just as it began to grow, it was targeted by a monstrous shark. Despite its early warning and desperate attempt to flee, it was unable to escape. The shark's sharp teeth shattered its shell, swallowing it whole. Consuming one tiny essence, the Tongtian Xuanwu's tribulation failed. Roar! The water sphere shattered, and Tongtian Xuanwu let out a reluctant roar as it landed on the ground. Observing the panel prompt, Qin Feng's expression remained largely unchanged. He raised his hand to stroke the Tongtian Xuanwu's head, soothing its emotions. Then he spoke again, commenced the tribulation. With a splash, the sound of crashing waves returned. Soon, the water sphere burst apart. The colossal legs struck the ground once more, and Tongtian Xuanwu appeared before him, emanating an even more overwhelming aura. Consuming one tiny essence, the Tongtian Xuanwu's tribulation was successful. The Tongtian Xuanwu comprehended a new skill, Counterkill Shell. Current beast, Tongtian Xuanwu. Tier, Ancient level. Tribulation, Third Tribulation. Combat power, 3, 450,000. Skills, Tongtian Barrier, Deep Sea Tempest, Oceanic Tornado, Counterkill Shell. Chapter 95, the first stage of the National War, the Awakened Deity. Counterkill Shell? Qin Feng scrutinized the skill displayed on the Tongtian Xuanwu's panel and opened its description. Counterkill Shell. Skill effect. The Tongtian Xuanwu condenses killing intent within its shell. When receiving damage, it reflects 50% of the inflicted damage back to the attacker, lasting for half an hour. Cooldown, 1 hour. Damage reflection? Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. Although it only returned 50% of the damage taken, it could prove remarkably effective against certain high-output professions. Moreover, there was another point. Qin Feng opened the Tongtian Xuanwu's additional skills. Tongtian Barrier. Cooldown, 2 hours. Deep Sea Tempest. Cooldown, 1 hour. Oceanic Tornado. Cooldown, 1 hour. Gazing at the skill panel before him, Qin Feng felt a subtle shift in his gaze. He recalled that initially, the cooldown period for all his beast mastery skills was exceedingly lengthy, often spanning a day or two. Yet now, he observed a remarkable reduction. Could this be due to the effects of the tribulation? Qin Feng pondered. With this thought, he once again opened the skill panels of his other beasts for inspection. Zhuotian Shenhua. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Indeed, it appears so. Qin Feng's understanding deepened. Presently, aside from the Zhan Duan Ming of Chao Hua Qing Lian and the passive of Wang Xing Chao Hua, the cooldown periods for all other skills generally range between 1 to 2 hours. Even the passive of Wang Xing Chao Hua had diminished from 30 days to 10 days at this moment. Closing the skill panel, Qin Feng glanced at his luck status. Current luck value, 5,000. Remaining time, 2 minutes. Time was running short. A trace of regret flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. Once the beast mastery initiated the tribulation, everything occurring within the tribulation space was subject to change at any moment. If he were to commence the tribulation again, the disappearance of his luck value after 2 minutes would undoubtedly affect everything within the beast space. His materials for the tribulation were limited, necessitating prudent usage to avoid waste. The cooldown period for the luck dice was not long. It would be best to wait for the next opportunity to gain a significant luck boost before embarking on the tribulation again. Calming his thoughts, Qin Feng shifted his consciousness and exited the beast space. Within the imperial palace, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. The king of Deqin, upon noticing this, was about to inquire. Just then, a voice resonated in the minds of everyone present. The National War Mission has officially commenced. Mission Introduction, 1000-level Great Demon. The 9-turn Titan, the path of the profession has reached its end. Deqin has accumulated millennia of national fortune and seeks the path of the 10 turns. Yet, the accumulation of national fortune is merely a step away. Deqin looks down upon the nations and issues a decree. Today, Deqin desires to borrow the national fortunes of all nations to enact annihilation, to unify the land, and pave the way for our Deqin's 10 turns. Nations, heed the decree. Note, Deqin is ambitious, and all nations are urged to exert their utmost efforts to protect their homes and countries. Note, the starry path has been sealed. Extraterrestrial beings have been isolated, and nations may withdraw from the 9 turns and give their all. Phase 1 mission issued, Awakened Deities. Awakened Deities. Mission Introduction. Collect divine power, construct a divine altar, and summon the deities belonging to your own nation. Note, once the mission commences, world bosses will randomly descend around the globe every day. Defeating these world bosses will grant divine power. The final kill will not be counted. and damage will be calculated based on the nation. The higher the damage, the greater the divine power obtained. Mission start. Chapter 96. Enter my Buddhist teachings. Gaze upon eternal life. As this voice echoed, Bai Su's expression turned peculiar, unable to refrain from commenting. This national war mission truly incites animosity. Although the unification of Qin is indeed the goal of the Qin king, the presentation of the national war mission in this manner evokes a sense of being a grand antagonist. The king of Qin's expression grew grave as he spoke slowly. The starry path is sealed, and extraterrestrial beings have been isolated. The guardians of the starry sky have returned, and the 9 nations will gain 18 additional 9 turns. The first phase mission is a contest among top-tier professionals, with little opportunity for those below 8 turns to participate. Qin Feng nodded. The combined total of 8 and 9 turns across the 10 nations numbers in the hundreds, leaving little chance for those below 8 turns to intervene. Even if an opportunity arose, practitioners below 8 turns would likely struggle to breach the defenses of the world bosses. Bai Su, summon all practitioners above 8 turns into Qin to prepare for battle. After speaking, the king of Qin turned his gaze back to Qin Feng. For the first phase mission, your contributions will likely be minimal. Your treasury privileges have been granted, and you may freely utilize all items within the treasury. Focus on your growth as swiftly as possible. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng gently nodded in acknowledgement. Songhong City, the Qin family courtyard. Amidst the night, the courtyard was brightly lit. Tap, tap, tap. An elderly man with a pale complexion, clad in monk robes, gently tapped a wooden fish. His bald head reflected a faint glow under the lights. Suddenly, he paused, opening his eyes. A flicker of clarity passed through his murky gaze. Has the first phase mission commenced? The Qin King's decree? Oh. He leisurely stood up, slowly turning his head toward a nearby dark chamber. Then, with deliberate steps, he approached. The pitch-black staircase extended downward, a faint scent of blood wafting from within. The elderly man sniffed, took a deep breath, and a smile of delight spread across his face, the fine wrinkles appearing somewhat relaxed. Without further hesitation, he stepped onto the stairs, descending leisurely. The staircase was long, and in the pitch-black environment, he could see nothing. The elderly man was not in a hurry, merely walking at a slow pace. The scent of blood in the air grew more pungent with each step, and a deeper sense of delight spread across his features. Another minute passed. First, a faint flicker of firelight appeared. Then, the elderly man paused, finally reaching the bottom of the dark chamber. Before him lay a vast pool. The pool was filled with blood plasma, emitting a nauseating stench that almost formed a blinding blood mist above it. On the other side of the pool lay a haphazard pile of shriveled human skins, resembling torn rags piled together, indistinguishable in gender or appearance. Behind the blood pool stood a Buddha statue with a grin stretching from ear to ear. Its gaze lowered as if observing the pool of blood plasma, smiling gently. Compassion, compassion. The elderly man's lips curled into a similar grin, his expression radiating joy as he softly spoke. As his words fell, several figures seated on either side of the dark chamber simultaneously opened their eyes, revealing expressions of delight, murmuring, compassion, compassion. The elderly man nodded in satisfaction, stepping forward to the center of the blood pool, slowly sitting down and submerging his body completely in the plasma, leaving only his head exposed. A deep sense of pleasure washed over his face as he gulped down a large mouthful of blood plasma, his throat rolling. The downfall of Qin is imminent. Chaos is about to unfold. Enter my Buddhist teachings and glimpse eternal life. The elderly man's eyes suddenly widened, and he shouted loudly, erupting into fits of wild laughter. Following suit, the figures on either side of the dark chamber also widened their eyes, bloodshot and gasping for the blood-scented air. The downfall of Qin is imminent. Chaos is about to unfold. With a crack, amidst the laughter, a head, still somewhat recognizable, rolled down from the pile of withered corpses, landing in a corner. In the room, Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the floor, suddenly experiencing an inexplicable sharp pain in his heart, a rising agitation unsettling his thoughts, causing him to frown slightly. Chapter 97. The Path of the 9-Turn Deities, Part 3. Within the room, Qin Feng placed his hand over his heart, his brow furrowing slightly. Ever since returning from the imperial palace, he had been plagued by an indescribable sense of unease that lingered in his heart, making it difficult for him to find tranquility. Why does such an intense feeling of restlessness arise? He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the agitation within, his gaze filled with bewilderment. Is there an issue with the national war, or could it be something else? Qin Feng murmured to himself. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. He reached into his possession and retrieved a radiant large dan emitting a brilliant glow. He then gently placed it in his mouth. You have consumed an extreme experience dan and gained 100 million experience points. You have leveled up. You have reached level 120, and the fourth transfer quest has been issued. Your level has reached the limit for the third transfer, and you will no longer gain experience points. Exhaling, Qin Feng felt a sense of calm wash over him after experiencing the surge in level from consuming the experience Dan. The source of his inexplicable agitation was uncertain. Thus, it was unnecessary to dwell on it excessively. The pressing concern was to swiftly enhance his strength. His brow relaxed, and the quest panel unfolded before him. The Path of the Nine turns divine beings. 3. Quest requirement. Dominate 7 ancient grade beast companions. Quest duration, unlimited. 7 ancient grade beasts, he mused to himself. Currently, he possessed 5 ancient grade beasts. At level 120, he could contract 2 more beasts, relying on evolution points to elevate them to ancient grade. This task was not arduous, it merely required some time. He sat cross-legged on the ground, contemplating briefly, yet chose not to open the Qin National Treasury to select new beasts. Instead, with a slight mental command, a silvery, disc-shaped object appeared in the palm of his hand. Key to the ancient ruins of life. Description: can be used to enter the ancient ruins of life, where ancient-grade beasts may reside. Gazing at the silvery disc in his palm, the panel information caught his eye. If he were to select beasts from the National Treasury, given his current rate of evolution point acquisition, it would take approximately 6 days to evolve 2 beasts to ancient grade. However, if ancient grade beasts truly existed within the ancient ruins of life, it would save considerable time. Moreover, evolution points could also be utilized for tribulation, significantly enhancing the battle prowess of his beasts. Observing the silvery disc before him, Qin Feng did not rush to proceed. Instead, he checked the time and began to channel his internal energy. A die radiating 6 colors slowly emerged. The cooldown period for the Lucky Die skill is merely 1 hour, allowing for another use. For him, the tribulation of his beasts was evidently of greater significance, whether contracting new beasts or hastening his 4th transfer level. Neither compared to the importance of the tribulation, as acquiring his first stellar grade beast would yield immense benefits. Thus, he resolved not to squander any moment in seizing the opportunity to utilize the Lucky Die. Effective time management was essential. Qin Feng reached out, grasped it, and gently tossed it. The 6-colored light flickered as the Lucky Die spun rapidly through the air, the colors shifting swiftly. Moments later, the spinning gradually slowed. Soon, an orange glow shone brightly. Instantly, information appeared on the panel. You rolled the Lucky Die. Your luck is average, increasing your luck value by 200 points for 30 minutes. Chapter 98. The Ancient Ruins of Life. The 7th Tribulation of the Ancients. Observing the information before him, Qin Feng sighed. A 200-point increase in luck value was hardly sufficient to justify risking a tribulation. It was wiser to wait until he at least drew a blue luck grade, or at the very least, a green luck grade. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be a waste of materials for the tribulation. The die, shimmering with orange light, gradually faded away. Qin Feng closed his eyes, taking a moment to restore his focus. He then tightened his grip on the key to the ancient ruins of life and softly uttered, "Use." As his words fell, the silvery disc in his hand erupted with blinding light. Illuminated by the radiance, a silvery whirlpool slowly materialized. Qin Feng stood and stepped into it. As he entered, the silvery whirlpool swiftly closed. Space twisted and time shifted. Soon, a faint scent of decay wafted into Qin Feng's nostrils. He opened his eyes, his gaze momentarily shaken. Before him lay a desolate, decaying landscape. Directly in front of him was a colossal skeleton. This skeleton towered hundreds of meters high, seated upon a rotting throne, surrounded by 4 lifeless giant beasts quietly lurking. Fixating their gaze on the suddenly appeared Qin Feng. Had the Beastmaster perished? Qin Feng raised his eyes, a sense of contemplation welling within him. He could sense that among the beasts encircling this skeleton, only one was of the ancestral grade, while the other 3 were ancient. Despite their waning vitality, the aura they exuded was exceedingly terrifying, at least not weaker than his own, Tongtian Xuanwu, which was already at the 3rd tribulation. Such a figure, too, could not escape death? Qin Feng sighed softly, turning his gaze to the giant beasts on either side. Mountain-moving sacred ape, grade, ancient. Tribulation, 7th tribulation. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 7, 8 million. Status, near death. Invasive disaster, grade, ancient. Tribulation, 4th tribulation. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 4 million. Status, near death. Mother Tree of the Earth, grade, ancient. Tribulation, 4th tribulation. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 5 million. Status, near death. Great Water Filth Beast, grade, ancestral. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 80,000. Status, near death. 3 ancient and 1 ancestral. More importantly, One of the ancient grade beasts had already reached the 7th tribulation, boasting nearly 8 million combat power. If he were to add his own status boost, it would equate to the 8th tribulation. Viewed in this light, should he successfully contract, it is possible he could acquire his first stellar grade beast before the national war concluded. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with joy, excitement swelling within him. He bowed slightly to the skeleton, and after a few seconds, he straightened his posture. Before him lay merely a skeleton, yet to inherit what the predecessor left behind warranted such a gesture. Standing tall, Qin Feng no longer hesitated. His gaze first fixed upon the enormous, mountain-moving sacred ape. He then gently extended his hand, channeling his internal energy rapidly. The Life's Divine Edict was activated. Chapter 99. The 9 Tribulation Bone Corpse, Yu Changlong. Above in the sky, golden lights swiftly converged. In an instant, a massive golden edict took form. The edict spanned the horizon, descending upon the colossal, mountain-moving sacred ape. Bathed in golden light, a series of information instantaneously emerged. Target, mountain-moving sacred ape. Current status, near death. Success rate, 50%. Even in a state of near death, is the success rate still only 50%? Qin Feng murmured, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at the imposing and colossal Sheng Yuan. The mount-moving Sheng Yuan's parched fur quivered slightly as it lifted its gaze towards the golden decree descending from the sky. Before returning its attention to the skeletal remains beside it, it remained motionless, seemingly awaiting something. Qin Feng's expression revealed his bewilderment. Despite being on the brink of death, these beasts still possessed the strength to resist. They should not be so quietly awaiting their fate. Just as this puzzlement occupied his mind, the lifeless skeleton that had been seated on the throne suddenly trembled, and 2 flickering green flames ignited within its eye sockets. Qin Feng distinctly felt a powerful aura emanating from the skeleton, as if it were awakening. Is it still alive? Qin Feng was taken aback. As the golden decree in the sky halted, his expression filled with disbelief. Setting aside the issue of lifespan, the fact that this body was devoid of flesh, consisting solely of bones, made its revival seem improbable. Yet, how could the current situation be explained? Qin Feng's gaze intensified, and a layer of golden light enveloped his eyes as he activated. And information swiftly manifested. Name, Yu Changlong. Skeleton. Rank, Ancient level. Tribulation, 9th Tribulation. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 10 million. Status, near death. An ancient level skeleton? A beast. Qin Feng's complexion changed dramatically. The information before him left him astounded. A human skeleton had transformed into a fierce beast? Ancient 9th Tribulation, with a combat power of 10 million. Even though he sensed no malice emanating from this skeleton, it nevertheless caused Qin Feng's body to tense instantly. More importantly, this skeleton had a name. Yu Changlong? A shocking conjecture suddenly surfaced in Qin Feng's mind, and he stared, astonished, at the skeleton. At that moment, the skeleton appeared to have fully awakened, its head turning slightly to regard Qin Feng. The green flames in its eye sockets flickered as it slowly spoke, to those who come after. Its voice was ethereal, tinged with a hint of frailty. With its awakening, the parched fur of the mount-moving Sheng Yuan emitted a deep howl, while the other 3 beasts around it began to stir as well. The branches of the mother tree swayed gently, the fog surrounding the erosion calamity slightly shifted, and the water-dwelling beast lightly patted its round belly, producing muffled sounds. Each exhibited a distinct action, yet without exception, they all conveyed a peculiar sentiment of longing. Observing this, the skeleton extended its skeletal hand to gently caress and soothe the emotions of the beasts. At the same time, it seemed to sense something. Raising its gaze towards the golden decree stretching across the sky, as the flames within its eye sockets flickered. After a long pause, its voice resounded once more. The decree of sentient beings? Its tone was melancholic, as if reminiscing. How many years have passed? I have finally awaited this moment. It turned its gaze back to Qin Feng. Are you perplexed? Haha, you ought to be. For how could it not evoke curiosity that a former 9-turned sovereign of sentient beings has become such a form? It lowered its head to observe its own skeletal body, and its voice carried a trace of lamentation. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's heart raced as he fully confirmed the conjecture within him. A 9-turned sovereign of sentient beings. An ancient being who had reached the 9th turn had unexpectedly transformed into a beast within his beast space. Chapter 100. Deity, the Pretender. Qin Feng was astounded. Such a phenomenon was utterly inconceivable. After a lengthy silence, he managed to suppress his astonishment and slightly cupped his hands towards the enormous skeleton. Predecessor. Yu Changlong's skeletal hand waved gently, its skull devoid of expression. As it slowly began to speak, you must be quite curious as to why I have taken on this form, right? Haha. The path to the 10th turn is fraught with difficulty. I once contemplated alternative methods to attain it, yet ultimately to no avail. I devoted my entire life. Yet I could not even cultivate a single stellar-level beast. How tragic. It glanced at the water-dwelling beast beside it, gently stroking its round belly. As my lifespan waned, I was left with no choice but to resort to one method: to abandon the path of the practitioner, forsake my human form, and transform into a beast to forcefully prolong my existence, merely to survive in this manner while awaiting those who come after. Yu Changlong's voice was soft as it continued. Your entry here signifies that you and I share the same status as sovereigns of sentient beings. You will inevitably face the same predicaments I encountered. Ascending to the 10th turn is as difficult as reaching the heavens. They will sever the path of practitioners and will not allow you easy access. Moreover, the path to becoming a beast is even more arduous. Without cultivating a stellar-level beast, it is nearly impossible. You must understand that in this era, cultivating a stellar-level beast has become an entirely unfeasible endeavor. Upon hearing these words, Qin Feng slightly furrowed his brows. He did not concern himself with Yu Changlong's assertion regarding the cultivation of stellar-level beasts. For him, achieving stellar level was not difficult, it merely required time. However, the mention of those who sever the path of practitioners piqued his interest. Who are these beings that cut off the path of practitioners? He inquired. Yu Changlong raised its head, adopting a contemplative expression, and the flames in its eye sockets flickered violently. They are the deities. To us, they are indeed deities. Deities? Qin Feng's brow furrowed deeper. Yet he did not linger on this matter for long, and continued to ask, if one unifies within the stars, can they open the divine domain and reach the 10th turn? This was precisely what the current Qin Wang sought to accomplish. However, if what Yu Changlong claimed was true, that someone was severing the path of practitioners and prohibiting their entry into the 10th turn, then could the so-called opening of the divine domain truly pave the way to the 10th turn? Unifying within the stars? Opening the divine domain? Ha ha ha. Yu Changlong appeared to find this notion exceedingly amusing, erupting into laughter. After several minutes, his laughter gradually subsided, and the flames in his eye sockets flickered as he gazed at Qin Feng. Although the skull bore no expression, a hint of mockery could be discerned. As he spoke softly, when Shi Huang unified the realm, he never accomplished such a feat. How dare this generation's Qin Wang harbor such ambitions? Opening the divine domain is indeed feasible, but do you know of the pretender profession? Pretender? Qin Feng nodded slightly. While this profession was rare, he had indeed heard of it. Among the deities, there exists one who is a pretender, Yu Changlong stated. Qin Feng remained silent, furrowing his brow as he awaited Yu Changlong to continue. After a moment, Yu Changlong's voice resumed. The fact that you can inquire about this indicates that the national war mission has already been initiated. Unifying within the stars and opening the divine domain. These are the rules of this realm, and they can indeed pave the way to the 10th turn. Even deities cannot break the rules of the heavens and earth. However, at this point, Yu Changlong's tone abruptly shifted, its skeletal mouth slightly opening as it said, how can you ascertain that this national war mission is indeed decreed by the laws of heaven and earth? Upon hearing these words, Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. A gentle breeze stirred in the air, carrying a faint metallic scent that ignited a flicker of unease within him. Ah, the skull of Yu Changlong swayed, emitting a mocking sound. The principle of the Great Way is 50, while the laws of heaven and earth are 49. One must inevitably elude one of these. Regardless of their attempts to sever the path, there will inevitably be those who tread upon the method of the 10th transformation. Even deities cannot fully obscure this truth. However, complete concealment is unnecessary. It suffices that the method of the 10th transformation remains within their control. For that pretender, while they may not obscure the heavenly tasks, fabricating such a task for this realm is not an insurmountable challenge. Chapter 101. The contract with Yu Changlong. Has the ancient become a cabbage? As Yu Changlong's words fell, silence enveloped the cosmos. To sever the path of the practitioners and fabricate heavenly tasks? This implies that the national war mission could very well be a deception. The breeze caressed Qin Feng, causing his breath to quicken, his heart pounding like a drum. From Yu Changlong's utterances, he gleaned two vital pieces of information. Aside from the revelation of the fabricated heavenly task, the other pertained to the nature of deities. This suggests that these so-called deities are akin to them, both being practitioners, or perhaps one becomes a deity only after achieving the 10th transformation. Qin Feng pondered his own vocational tasks. According to his vocation, it indeed seemed plausible, yet he remained uncertain of what path lay beyond the 10th transformation. The rationale behind severing the paths of practitioners to prevent more from ascending to deityhood, was it due to a scarcity of resources or some other reason? As Qin Feng sifted through his thoughts, an extreme notion suddenly flickered across his mind. Could it be that, for the deities, all practitioners are inherently their resources? With each practitioner who steps into the 10th transformation, Does one resource become depleted? Might they even compete with one another? Hence, are they striving to sever the path to the 10th transformation to prevent practitioners from advancing? Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Although this hypothesis seemed somewhat extreme, it was not without merit. If this were the case, as he approached the 10th transformation, his journey would likely not be smooth. While he was still some distance from the 10th transformation, it would not be long before he could cultivate a stellar-level beast. At that time, he wondered if it would attract the attention of these so-called deities. As Qin Feng contemplated, he paused for a moment, shaking off the thoughts swirling in his mind to focus on the present. The ultimate goal of the National War Mission was the unification within the stars, to forge a divine realm. Thus, beneath the facade of a false National War Mission, it was clear that the deity would not genuinely allow Qin to establish a divine realm. Therefore, there were only two possible outcomes. First, the false National War Mission is an impossible task, leading to Qin's inevitable failure or even ruin. Second, the National War Mission succeeds, Qin unifies. But what awaits them is not the establishment of a divine realm, but some unknown catastrophe. Regardless of the outcome, it was evident that Qin's fate was perilously precarious. Qin Feng's expression grew grave as he turned to Yu Changlong and inquired, "What is it that you require of me?" In response, Yu Changlong picked up a decaying branch, the ghostly fire in his eye sockets flaring to life. He gently crushed the branch, reducing it to dust. Having said all this, my objective has always been singular, the 10th transformation. I forsake my humanity, abandon the path of practitioners, willingly transforming into a beast master. All for the sake of embarking on the path of the 10th transformation. Qin Feng, perplexed, asked, "To tread the path of the 10th transformation as a beast master?" Yu Changlong's enormous skull nodded. Indeed, practitioners at the 9th transformation, beast masters at the 9th tribulation, once they advance further and reach the stellar level, they are indistinguishable from the 10th transformation. Once I ascend to the stellar level, I will possess the means to return to the path of practitioners, truly becoming a deity of the 10th transformation. As he spoke, Yu Changlong's massive skeletal form slowly rose, the ghostly fire in his eye sockets burning ever more fiercely. He gazed at Qin Feng and said in a measured tone, "I require you to complete a contract with me, to assist me in reaching the stellar level. As I have stated, to ascend to the 10th transformation as a beast master, one must at least command a stellar-level beast. In this era, it is beyond your capabilities to cultivate a stellar-level beast. You cannot even manage an ancient level one. Thus, my existence is your sole opportunity to ascend to the 10th transformation in the future. Furthermore, once I reach the stellar level, I may even assist you in cultivating a true stellar-level beast of your own. In the future, even if I revert to my practitioner form and depart, you too could ascend to the 10th transformation. What say you?" As his words echoed, Yu Changlong fixed his gaze upon Qin Feng, awaiting his response. In his estimation, under such conditions, Qin Feng would have no grounds for refusal. The allure of the 10th transformation is undeniably profound for practitioners. It is not merely a pursuit of strength, but also the only path to genuine longevity. In truth, Qin Feng had no intention of declining. He had come here precisely to forge a contract with a beast master. Yu Changlong, despite being a mere ancient level 9 tribulation skeleton, would undoubtedly offer significant aid even before reaching the stellar level. This arrangement was evidently a lucrative venture. After a brief contemplation, Qin Feng resolutely nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Yu Changlong took a step forward, gazing at the golden decree that spanned the heavens, his skeletal mouth moving. "Let us commence." Qin Feng stepped forward, his thoughts coalescing. The life decree initially intended for was swiftly redirected towards colon. A series of information materialized before him. In the next instant, the life decree, radiant with golden light, enveloped Yu Changlong's skeletal form. The immense decree completely encased Yu Changlong, erupting in a blinding golden radiance. Soon, a cascade of information appeared before Qin Feng. LV-100. With the emergence of this information, Yu Changlong's vast form vanished from the realm, materializing within Qin Feng's Beastmaster space. Qin Feng gently closed his eyes, his consciousness instantly plunging into the Beastmaster space. Within this expansive realm, as Yu Changlong's colossal skeletal form materialized, he was immediately taken aback, surveying his surroundings with astonishment. Just this glance caused the ghostly green fire in his eye sockets to flicker wildly. 5 enormous beasts loomed, exuding a terrifying aura, the ancient level, the ancient level, the ancient level, the ancient level, and even an ancient level. His skeletal jaw trembled slightly, emitting a crisp sound. Were it not for the absence of a tongue, he might have bitten it off. It is worth noting that even in ancient times, after countless eons of effort, he had managed to cultivate only 3 ancient-level beasts. The category of Zhaohua Qinglian he had never even encountered. What era is this? Has the ancient level become as common as cabbage? Chapter 102. Do you mean to say that all ancient level beings that still exist are here with you? A hint of confusion surfaced on Yu Changlong's skeletal visage. He distinctly remembered that, as his life was waning, the ancient level had nearly become extinct. Why does reality seem so different from his expectations? Yu Changlong looked around, struggling to believe. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's consciousness descended into the beast space, hovering before Yu Changlong. Senior, he called out. Upon hearing the voice, Yu Changlong turned to Qin Feng, pausing for a moment. His bony hand gestured vaguely around him as he asked, "What era is it now? Is the ancient level this prevalent?" His voice was low, tinged with a sense of bewilderment. After cultivating beasts for tens of thousands of years, the changes of the times left him feeling estranged. You don't even have a single beast below the ancient level? His bony claws trembled, and for a fleeting moment, he felt as if he were the fool in this encounter. Qin Feng replied, momentarily taken aback. After some contemplation, he clarified, "Senior, you are mistaken. In this era, the ancient level has nearly become extinct." Extinct? Then what is this? Yu Changlong's skull rotated, glancing once more at the several massive beasts surrounding them. Upon closer inspection, he could indeed confirm they were of the ancient level. Qin Feng mused, stroking his chin as he pondered how to elucidate. After a few seconds, he spoke softly. "These may perhaps be the last remaining ancient-level beings in existence." Yu Changlong, do you mean to say that all ancient-level beings that exist today are here with you? Am I to be considered a simpleton? He stepped closer to Qin Feng, his enormous skeletal head looming near, the ghostly flames in his eye sockets flickering as he scrutinized him, seemingly attempting to peer into his very soul. Something feels amiss. It is exceedingly unsettling. This lad appears somewhat extraordinary. The claim that all ancient-level beings are here is almost ludicrous. The most concerning aspect is how extraordinarily young this individual is. He even harbored doubts that in his lifetime, this youth might cultivate a stellar-level beast without needing him. This youth already possessed 5 ancient-level beasts. While achieving a stellar level is challenging, it is not entirely impossible. Yet, this defies all logic. Yu Changlong shook his bony head, pondering if the times had truly improved and if ancient-level beasts were now commonplace. After all, this lad didn't he even possess a single ancestral-level beast. Yu Changlong's inner turmoil left him utterly perplexed. Qin Feng, sensing the fluctuations in Yu Changlong's emotions, allowed the scrutiny to continue. Before him, the last line of Yu Changlong's attribute panel revealed an intriguing piece of information. Evolution points required for evolution, 1 million. With just a glance, Qin Feng decisively closed the panel display. 1 million evolution points. Yu Changlong was already at the ancient 9th tribulation, and his next evolution would undoubtedly result in a stellar level. Currently, his evolution points were insufficient, and even if he had enough, he had no intention of using them to elevate Yu Changlong to that celestial tier. Though he yearned for a stellar-level beast, he was not foolish. If he were to directly evolve Yu Changlong to stellar level and then flee, he would suffer a significant loss. After all, according to his own words, ascending to stellar level would grant him a path back to being a professional and a way to escape his control. At that point, the loss would be secondary. More crucially, his greatest reliance, evolution points, would be laid bare before Yu Changlong. This was evidently unacceptable to him. Chapter 103, Playing the Divine, Feigning Authority? The flickering ghost flames in Yu Changlong's eye sockets gradually diminished. After a prolonged gaze at Qin Feng, he finally averted his eyes and inquired, "When shall we depart?" He initially intended to directly inform Qin Feng of the items required for his evolution to stellar level. However, he now found himself more intrigued to witness if this era truly was as he imagined, a magnificent epic. In response, Qin Feng slightly bowed his hands and replied, "Senior, please wait a moment. I still need to contract another beast." Yu Changlong nodded, pausing for 2 seconds before saying, "Then let us proceed. Though I have not cultivated a stellar-level beast, these few beasts are decent enough for your use." Understood, Qin Feng acknowledged. He then faded from view, disappearing into the beast space. Just in time, Qin Feng opened his eyes, gauging the cooldown period of the life mandate, muttering to himself. Since the mandate had stretched across the heavens, the cooldown had been counting down, and it had now fully completed. Gazing at the massive beasts before him, he resolved not to waste any more time. His mana surged instantly. A colossal golden mandate re-emerged, radiating an aura of authority. 3 ancient-level beasts and 1 ancestral-level beast. Qin Feng's gaze once again fell upon the Ban Mountain sacred ape. Although he already possessed sufficient offensive beasts, that enormous ancient tree would likely be more suitable for him. However, the Ban Mountain sacred ape was currently at the ancient 7th tribulation. In contrast, the Mother Earth tree was only at the 4th tribulation, making it far more advantageous to secure his first stellar-level beast swiftly. Having determined his target, the golden mandate illuminated brightly, and a series of information appeared before him. Target, Ban Mountain Sacred Ape. Status, near death, docile. Success rate, 80%. It appeared that due to Yu Changlong's influence, the current state of the Ban Mountain Sacred Ape had undergone some changes, resulting in a success rate that had risen to 80%. With a thought, Qin Feng summoned the Golden Mandate, swiftly enveloping the Ban Mountain Sacred Ape within it. A brilliant golden light erupted, and the ancient ape rapidly shrank, disappearing in mere moments. Simultaneously, a piece of information materialized before Qin Feng's eyes. Contract successful. Current beast, Ban Mountain Sacred Ape. Tier, Ancient level. Tribulation, 8th Tribulation. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 8,800,000. Status, near death. Next evolution requires evolution points, 1 million. It had advanced from the 7th to the 8th Tribulation. Qin Feng murmured, acknowledging that his own status had activated the tribulation mechanism. He needed only to complete one more tribulation to achieve evolution to stellar level. Given his current rate of accumulating evolution points, 6 days would suffice. At that time, he would be capable of easily subduing the 9 nations before a stellar level foe. The only caution required would be regarding the divine entity that Yu Changlong mentioned. While the combat power of stellar level beings is comparable to the 10th Tribulation, the true strength of that divine being remains uncertain. The ability to fabricate celestial missions, even at the stellar level, may not necessarily withstand their formidable authority. Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, yet did not linger on this matter. It was inevitable that he would face it. When soldiers come, one must resist, and when water flows, one must dam it. Solutions would eventually present themselves. He took a deep breath and opened his task panel. Current task, the path of the 9-turn divine, 3. Task requirement, master 7 ancient level beasts. Task duration, unlimited. Task status, completed. Submit. Submit, Qin Feng murmured. As his words fell, the familiar milky white light surged around him. Divine power filled his body, inducing a wave of comfort. Task completed. Profession, demigod. Level, 4 turns, 120 levels. Combat power, 500,000. Current status, tribulation, 1. Talent, limit break. Passive skills, divine disguise, symbiosis, absolute control. Skills, divine vision, divine edict, spirit command, life lock, lucky dice. Evolution points, 155, 555, 155, 560. Demigod? Observing the changes on his profession panel, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. His combat power had risen to 500,000, and his evolution points increased from 4 to 5 per second. Moreover, his skills had undergone significant transformations. The original, incorporeal, had now become divine disguise. Insight, transformed into divine vision, and fourfold control, morphed into divine edict. Divine disguise. Skill effect. You have mastered the art of disguise. To others, you appear no different from a deity. Divine vision. Skill effect. Under the gaze of the divine, past events and hidden deceptions are laid bare before you. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Divine edict. Skill effect. The decree of the divine. What is spoken is law, and none shall disobey under the divine. Cooldown, 24 hours. Note, the more targets selected, the stronger the effect, though the duration will be shorter. Gazing at the skill effects before him, Qin Feng felt a flicker of excitement. The potency of divine vision had escalated significantly compared to the previous insight, now granting the ability to perceive the past. Although the exact duration of this perception remained uncertain, its efficacy was undoubtedly formidable. The effect of divine edict was even more imposing. The phrase "none shall disobey under the divine" conveyed everything. Furthermore, with a cooldown of merely 24 hours, it was a qualitative leap compared to the weeks required for fourfold control. However, he was somewhat perplexed by the effect of divine disguise. You have mastered the art of disguise. To others, you appear no different from a deity. Qin Feng murmured. Did this imply the ability to pose as a god? To wield authority through illusion? Chapter 104. The wrath of the divine must be pacified. Qin Feng pondered this notion, contemplating its implications. Half a minute later, he shook his head, dismissing the thought for the moment. He raised his gaze to the 3 massive beasts before him, their energies waning. With a swift motion of his hand, a gleaming milky white elixir appeared in his palm. Supreme Experience Pill. Category, Elixir. Usable level, LV1. Description, an elixir containing 100 million experience points. Looking at the experience pill in his hand, Qin Feng decisively consumed it. You have used the Supreme Experience Pill, gaining 100 million experience points. You have leveled up. You are now at level 141. As the effects of the experience pill coursed through him, the panel information updated. Without hesitation, he produced another experience pill and consumed it. You have used the Supreme Experience Pill. You have leveled up to 150, and the 5-turn task has been issued. You have reached the upper limit of the 4 turns and will no longer gain experience points. With a deep breath, Qin Feng felt an immediate sense of relief. Compared to the exhausting grind of leveling through dungeons, the exhilaration of rapidly ascending levels through elixirs was truly delightful. Now at level 150, he was once again eligible to forge contracts with beasts. However, Spirit Command was still on cooldown, necessitating a brief wait. He stood still, his thoughts stirring. The task panel unfurled before him. The path of the 9-turn divine 4. Task introduction. You have attained a demigod's form. Sensing a thread of causal energy from the past, hearing a faint call. Task requirement. Journey to the source of the call. The wrath of the divine must be pacified. Task duration, unlimited. In contrast to the previous task's clear requirements, this new mission left him somewhat perplexed. However, this confusion was fleeting. The moment Qin Feng's gaze swept over the task panel, his heart began to race as if it had sensed something. An indescribable restlessness quickly spread within him. Simultaneously, a faint voice, tinged with regret and reluctance, unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Qin Feng. The voice was somewhat fragmented, imbued with complex emotions. The speaker seemed utterly exhausted, their words barely audible. Yet this minuscule voice resonated in Qin Feng's mind like a heavy hammer, momentarily rendering him speechless. Su Mingwe. Qin Feng's expression shifted abruptly. He recognized that voice all too well. After all, as an orphan, Su Mingwe had been the only one among his classmates to extend kindness toward him. Even now, he still wore the night cloak she had gifted him. What has happened? Qin Feng's face darkened with concern. The voice of Su Mingwe emanated from the past, already spent by that moment in time. And now his heart raced. Without a hint of hesitation, he abandoned the idea of continuing to forge contracts with beasts and promptly exited the spirit ancient ruins. As the space shifted, upon regaining his footing in the room, Qin Feng called out, Yanhuo. Boom. As his voice rang out, a blazing sun seemed to rise swiftly in the night, casting a brilliant red hue across the darkness. Qin Feng leaped onto the back of Yanhuo, his gaze fixed in a particular direction. Instantly, the great sunbird's wings trembled, transforming into a shooting star that vanished from sight. Chapter 105. A madman sharpening his blade in the night. In the imperial palace, the Emperor of Qin suddenly looked up, gazing at the golden red hue in the sky, his aged eyes narrowing slightly. Behind that golden red glow, he sensed a sense of urgency. Was something amiss? The Emperor of Qin murmured to himself. The great sunbird, akin to a colossal sun, traversed the sky. Its brilliance captivated all, and the onlookers were filled with awe. Qin Feng furrowed his brows, feeling an overwhelming restlessness surging within him. As the radiant sun, Yanhuo, traversed the sky, this agitation intensified, seemingly nearing its source. Soon, as the tumult within his heart reached its zenith, the magnificent Yanhuo halted midair. The scorching heat enveloped the surroundings, illuminating the night of Songhong City as if the sun itself had descended. Qin Feng lowered his gaze and beheld an opulent courtyard, ablaze with light. Above the courtyard, a unique array of runes shrouded it, and the moment he paused, several pairs of eyes turned towards him. Among them were those of the city's inhabitants and the piercing gazes from the Qin family estate. Who dares to intrude here? A voice suddenly echoed from afar. Shortly after, an elderly man descended from the heavens, standing before Yanhuo, scrutinizing Qin Feng. His aura flowed steadily, marked its 7 transitions. Yet, in the presence of the ancient Yanhuo, he exhibited no fear. I am Qian Hongan, the city lord of Songhong City. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, esteemed elder? He spoke, his expression growing solemn as he regarded the ancient beast. Although he felt a sense of shock at the sight of such a creature, he remained composed, for within the Qin family estate resided those of 9 transitions. A mere ancient beast of the first tribulation posed little threat. He summoned his power, directing his gaze toward Qin Feng atop the Yanhuo. In an instant, information materialized before him. Occupation, deity, level, combat power. Qian Hongan's expression shifted dramatically, his body trembling as his inner power nearly spiraled out of control. How could this be? His pupils widened in sheer horror, involuntarily taking a step back. A profound urge to kneel arose within him, yet he forcibly suppressed it. Qin Feng remained silent, attentively sensing the myriad auras below. He was certain the source of his summoning lay within the Qin family estate. However, he felt no trace of Su Mingyue's essence. Casting a glance at Qian Hongan, a surge of indescribable disgust welled up within Qin Feng. Suddenly, his eyes radiated with golden light, swiftly engulfing his entire gaze. Divine insight activated. At the moment the golden light enveloped his eyes, the world before Qin Feng transformed instantly. The aged figure of Qian Hongan emanated a dense bloodthirsty aura. An information unfolded before him. Qianhongyan. Occupation, Buddhist disciple. Level, 7 transitions, 231. Combat power, 830,000. Affiliation, Abyssal Buddhist Temple. The panel materialized in Qin Feng's vision. Simultaneously, beneath the gaze of his divine insight, an even more potent bloodthirst erupted within the Qin family estate. The crimson hue surged forth like a tidal wave, nearly taking on a tangible form. It could rival the searing golden light of Yanhuo, equally formidable. The sky and ground split into two distinct colors, emanating a terrifying aura. A thread of causality intertwined within the Qin family estate. Under divine insight, the past resurfaced. Compassion. In a pitch-black chamber, an elderly man with a pale complexion and no beard sat within a pool of blood, softly chanting. Behind him loomed a gigantic, eerie Buddha statue, its mouth twisted into a horrifying smile. Blood energy swirled, continuously flowing into the monk and the statue, gradually depleting the pool of blood. As the blood pool diminished by half, the monk's expression soured. At that moment, on one side of the dark chamber, dozens of figures lay sprawled on the ground. Unable to rise, their faces etched with terror. The monk gently waved his hand, and heads swiftly ascended. A deluge of fresh blood surged into the pool, replenishing its emptiness. Su Mingyue's eyes reflected despair, her body trembling slightly as her parched lips parted in vain, a single tear sliding down her cheek. Qin Feng. The fragmented words escaped her lips, and intense pain shot through her neck as her head was severed from her body, consciousness fading into darkness. Compassion. The blood pool replenished, the monk uttered a chant, his skin quivering, revealing a profound sense of pleasure as he closed his eyes. Boom. The heavens trembled. In the instant the recollection concluded, the power within Qin Feng surged violently. The agitation within him transformed into an inexhaustible ferocity, crashing against his chest. Never before had he felt such an urgent, uncontrollable desire to kill. The wrath within him roared like a tempest, wildly dictating his emotions. Black Dragon King, Celestial Turtle, War Queen Ant, Transcendent Blue Lotus, Mountain-Moving Sacred Ape, Bone Corpse. 6 ancient beings descended in an instant. Qin Feng gazed below, his skin twitching with a violent tremor. He craved bloodshed. He wanted the Qin family estate to pay the ultimate price. Chapter 106. Seeking accountability from the city lord of Songhong City. The air thickened with ferocity. 7 ancient beasts materialized, spanning the sky. Under the oppressive aura, the very fabric of space seemed on the verge of shattering. Had the ancient beasts not possessed the ability to traverse the skies, Songhong City would surely have been obliterated. Qin Feng's gaze turned icy as he faced Qianhongyan. Abyssal Buddhist Temple? He uttered coldly. The attribute panel revealed a change in this man's affiliation. What should have displayed the emblem of the great Qin Empire now bore the mark of the Abyssal Buddhist Temple, though he knew not the nature of this organization. The bloodthirst surrounding him, along with the monk in divine insight, who cultivated through a pool of blood, indicated that it was anything but a normal establishment. Betraying the great Qin to join the Abyssal Buddhist Temple, using the citizens of the great Qin as sustenance. He must be punished. Feeling the chill of Qin Feng's gaze and the terrifying aura emanating from the 7 colossal beings above, Qianhongyan's body stiffened. His countenance shifting drastically as everything before him surpassed his expectations. 7 ancient beasts stood before him, each exuding power equal to that of Yanhuo. Among them, one radiated such an extreme terror that it seemed on the cusp of entering the stellar realm. Ancient Ninth Tribulation. Qianhongyan stared at the bone corpse, fear gripping his heart. Moreover, the most pressing concern was why this individual could so easily name the Abyssal Buddhist Temple. In this era, aside from the Emperor of the Great Qin, no one should possess knowledge of the Abyssal Buddhist Temple. Qianhongyan's thoughts spiraled in confusion and terror. Just as he contemplated fleeing, the gigantic bone corpse reached out a claw, seizing his body, rendering his powers impotent. The tremendous force threatened to crush him entirely. Qianhongyan let out a wretched scream, blood vessels bursting upon his body. Within Songhong City, countless practitioners gazed skyward, their faces painted with fear. The city lord represented the great Qin Empire, yet now, he was grasped in the palm of a skeletal beast, devoid of any capacity for resistance. With war looming, had the enemy arrived? Many practitioners anxiously gripped their weapons, ready to fight. At this moment, a white-robed elder with eyebrows like dragon whiskers suddenly descended from the heavens. As he approached, he waved his hand. A pitch-black command medallion, engraved with the character D, instantly flew forth, expanding in the wind and emanating a dark radiance that enveloped the entire Songhong City. The decree of the Qin Wang. To the city lord of Songhong, Qianhongyan. I demand an explanation. All others shall remain still. Bai Su's voice resounded like a thunderclap, swiftly echoing through every corner of Songhong City. Upon hearing this, the once terrified and tense practitioners within the city collectively relaxed, their magical energies calming. That imperial decree signified the authority of the Qin imperial palace. Although they were unaware of the circumstances, it was clear that there was no need for action unless it was an enemy invasion. Moreover, with the Qin Wang's command in place, they dared not defy it. Everything would be handled by the imperial palace. Baisu approached Qin Feng's side, his gaze sweeping over the terrifying beings looming in the sky. His aged visage involuntarily twitched. 7 ancient-level entities. More importantly, the presence of 2 among them was even greater than his own. Incredible. How could such an enhancement occur at this pace? He sighed, slightly exasperated, and turned his attention to Qian Hongan, who was grasped by a massive skeletal hand, with only his head exposed. Baisu frowned slightly. In truth, the Qin Wang had not sent him here to demand an explanation. However, upon his arrival, Qian Hongan had already been injured by Qin Feng. Therefore, he had to align himself with Qin Feng, first stabilizing the populace under the Qin Wang's name. How could he ascertain guilt without an inquiry? He did not believe Qin Feng would strike without reason. Such a grand display and decisive actions undoubtedly had their motivations. Furthermore, as he gazed at Qian Hongan, a sense of inexplicable disdain welled within him. As a 9 transformation giant, he could not experience such feelings without cause. His eyes glimmered as he scrutinized Qian Hongan, and relevant information materialized. Occupation, Buddhist disciple. Level, 7 transformation, 231. Combat power, 830,000. Affiliation, Abyssal Buddhist Temple. Buddhist disciple? Abyssal Buddhist Temple? Baisu's aged countenance shifted as a fierce aura suddenly erupted forth. The gaze he directed at Qian Hongan was now filled with lethal intent. He did not know what the Abyssal Buddhist Temple was, but such an affiliation could only imply one possibility: treason, in the midst of a national conflict. Engaging in acts of betrayal, such actions warranted death. He then shifted his gaze towards the brightly lit Qin family estate. No wonder the Qin Wang's command was issued. Yet the Qin family's 9 transformation figure had remained unresponsive. So they had already committed acts of treason. How audacious the Qin family was. Baisu's eyes grew increasingly frigid, his entire being resembling a blade unsheathed from the heavens, white whiskers and brows billowing in the air. Just as he was about to take action and descend into the estate below, a hand suddenly grasped his arm. Qin Feng shook his head slightly at Baisu, remaining silent as he observed the eerily quiet Qin family estate below. Within his eyes, covered by golden radiance, the bloodthirsty aura surrounding the Qin family estate intensified. Faint Buddhist chants reverberating from within. The bloodthirsty essence was coalescing into a tangible form, revealing a grotesque visage resembling a demonic Buddha. Despite the presence of 7 ancient beast tamers, their terrifying aura filling the air, the Qin family estate remained utterly still, with no one emerging. Qin Feng let out a cold snort. Are you choosing to stay hidden? Then do not come out. He flicked his hand, casting a palm-sized obsidian tablet that immediately merged with the fabric of space. The area within the Qin family estate trembled, transforming into an impenetrable barrier, completely sealed off. Subsequently, Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, his thoughts stirring. A piercing cry erupted from the great sun golden crow. Golden red flames surged violently, its wings flapping. A torrential wave of divine fire descended, crashing into the Qin family estate. Scorching heavenly fire was unleashed. The explosive sound reverberated through every corner of the Qin family estate. All structures began to collapse and ignite, thick smoke billowing forth. Under the scorching heavenly fire, the entire Qin family estate was reduced to ruins. As the smoke dissipated, the ground's collapse revealed a pitch-black underground structure, exuding a dense bloodthirsty essence that assaulted the senses. Yu Changlong gazed down, his eye sockets ablaze with ghostly flames. A demonic Buddha? Abyssal Buddhist temple? He murmured. As an entity from ancient times, he sensed a familiar aura within. Having once preached into Qin, he had nearly faced extermination at the hands of the first emperor, only to retreat into the abyss. Now, was it attempting to stir chaos once more? His voice carried a hint of mockery amidst its coldness. However, despite his words, he felt an overwhelming sense of vigilance. The demonic Buddha of the Abyssal Buddhist temple was far from ordinary. Even the first emperor could only nearly eradicate it. During that era, the demonic Buddha had already reached the pinnacle of 9 transformations. A myriad of years had passed, and though that demonic Buddha could not manifest in person, even a fragment of its power could not be underestimated. Upon hearing this, Baisu's gaze shifted slightly towards the massive skeletal figure. The first emperor? The demonic Buddha? Was the Abyssal Buddhist temple an organization from ancient times? Such knowledge hinted that this skeletal being was also a remnant from that era, an ancient-level entity from the living being's ancient ruins. He began to form a vague conjecture. The living being's ancient ruins were indeed a remnant of ancient times, and it was not surprising to encounter knowledge of such matters there. He withdrew his gaze, turning towards the dark structure below. The scent of blood flooded his nostrils, causing his white brows to furrow. How many lives had the Qin family extinguished to emit such a potent stench? Engaging in treason and joining the abyssal Buddhist temple, slaughtering the citizens of Qin. Did the Qin family truly believe that amidst this national conflict, Qin would refrain from striking them down? Baisu's long dragon whiskers swayed in fury as he extended his hand, grasping at the night sky. In an instant, a fierce and sharp blade aura converged, forming a colossal heavenly blade in his palm. Still not emerging, Baisu's eyes widened in rage as he bellowed. Then, with a furious swing of the heavenly blade, it sliced through the night sky like a shimmering ribbon, crashing down. At that very moment, a deep Buddhist chant resonated from within the dark underground structure. Compassion, compassion. As the chant echoed, the bloodthirsty essence, which could only be glimpsed under Qin Feng's divine observation, fully materialized, coalescing into a massive scarlet Buddha head. The Buddha head's eyes were tightly shut, its mouth stretched into a sinister smile. The colossal heavenly blade struck the Buddha head, yet it shattered like fragile glass, dissolving into nothingness. Baisu's gaze trembled in disbelief. Yu Changlong's ghostly flames flickered. Even with prior anticipation, witnessing it firsthand still left him astonished. The demonic Buddha, he exclaimed in horror. This Buddha head, formed from the coagulated bloodthirst, was indeed derived from that demonic Buddha. Qin Feng's golden eyes turned, fixated upon the bloodthirsty Buddha head. Within the pitch-black chamber, the blood pool had entirely dried up, and the pale, beardless Qian Qingtsong slowly rose. He inhaled deeply, extending his tongue to lick away the last trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, before raising his gaze. The members of the Qin family in the dimly lit chamber also stood up, inhaling the final remnants of the metallic scent of blood, following Qian Qingtsong in looking upwards. In the next moment, the pitch-black edifice crumbled completely. Above the sky, 7 ancient colossal beasts soared, while 2 figures hovered in midair. On the ground, the members of the Qin family stood beneath the bloodthirsty Buddha's head, their gazes ignited with a crimson glint, locked in a distant stare. The pallid, beardless Qian Qingtsong grinned broadly, arms outstretched as if in celebration. The great Qin shall perish, chaos shall commence. Enter my Buddhist sect and glimpse eternity. As his words fell, dozens of Qin family members behind him simultaneously stretched their arms and broke into smiles. The great Qin shall perish, chaos shall commence. Enter my Buddhist sect and glimpse eternity. At the same time, Qian Hongan, who had nearly been crushed to a pulp by Yu Changlong, also bore a fervent expression, joining the chorus with a fervent shout, the great Qin shall. However, before he could finish his utterance, Qin Feng had already appeared before him, his expression devoid of emotion as he grasped the crown of his head, twisting it without hesitation, tearing with force. The sound abruptly ceased as his head was brutally wrenched off, clutched in Qin Feng's palm. Subsequently, he tossed it gently. The head was thrown directly before the members of the Qin family. Qian Qingtsong's grin twitched as he gazed at the youthful figure in the sky. Mercy, mercy, he murmured softly, as a crimson glow emerged in his eyes. On Qian Hongan's neck, a fleshy orb began to grow, transforming once more into a head. As this head materialized, Qian Hongan burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha, you cannot. Yet, before his words could fully escape, Qin Feng's grip once again seized his head. A wave of excruciating pain washed over him, fear reflecting in his eyes. With a forceful tug, his head was wrenched off again, thrown before the Qin family members. Shall I resurrect him again? Qin Feng's tone remained steady, devoid of any emotion. Chapter 108. Please. Demon Buddha, open your eyes. Qian Qingtsong's face twitched, his gaze falling to the wide-eyed severed head, which he fixed his stare upon for a long while, before slowly raising his gaze to Qin Feng. After a moment, the corners of his mouth curled slightly. There is no rush. Soon, he will personally pluck off your head. Qin Feng's lips curled upward. Is that so? The golden light remained in his eyes as he scanned Qian Qingtsong and the members of the Qian family behind him. Qian Qingtsong. Occupation, Buddhist disciple. Level, 9 transitions, level 300. Combat power, 10 million. Qin Zhou. Occupation, Buddhist disciple. Level, 7 transitions, level 210. Information surfaced before his eyes. Qin Feng lowered his gaze, lifting his palm slightly. A resurrection scroll appeared in his palm. The scroll unfurled, showering silver light. On Qian Hongan's neck, the fleshy orb began to grow once more. In an instant, it transformed into a head, granting him resurrection for the second time. Once revived. A lingering fear clouded Qian Hongan's eyes. Enduring 2 deaths in succession had instilled profound dread within him, diminishing his reverence for the demon Buddha significantly. "Father, save me." Suddenly, he cried out to Qin Feng below. Just as his words fell, Qin Feng's fingers once again enveloped his head, causing his eyes to widen in terror. "Do you still wish to maintain a facade of piety?" Qin Feng's voice was calm as he spoke. What he desired was this very emotion of terror. To perish silently would be too lenient for them. As his words resonated, he exerted his fingers with great force, the veins on his arms bulging. This time, he chose not to tear off Qian Hongyan's head, but instead, his fingers constricted with such strength that they deformed his head directly. As Qian Hongyan's agonizing screams echoed, a resounding pop sounded. His head exploded in an instant, blood and gore splattering, coating Qin Feng's palm and clothing. Yu Changlong glanced at the crimson and white substance smeared on his claws, sighing, "It's a bit nauseating." After all, he was a beast formed from a professional, not a true beast. This slick sensation of blood covering his hands was a first for him. The members of the Qian family stared at the shattered head, their crimson gazes quivering slightly. "Mercy, mercy." Qian Qingsong's expression was impassive, yet the crimson hue in his eyes intensified. He scanned the colossal beasts looming in the sky, his expression shifting slightly. It must be said, the presence of so many ancient beings, including one of the ancient Ninth Tribulation, was indeed beyond his expectations. However, they had ultimately arrived a tad too late. The power of the demon Buddha, even as a mere fragment, was not something that could be countered by mere 9 transitions. "Foolish mortals, repent." As Qian Qingsong's words fell, he looked up at the grotesque Buddha head above him. Then, extending his arms vigorously, he displayed fervor. "Please, demon Buddha, open your eyes. Please, demon Buddha, open your eyes." As his voice resonated, the members of the Qian family simultaneously raised their heads, extending their arms, fervently shouting. In an instant, an overwhelming bloodthirst surged forth from their bodies, flooding toward the Buddha head. The bloodthirst surrounding the Buddha's head began to writhe violently, rolling and surging like a tidal wave. An incomprehensibly terrifying force, imbued with an unnameable might, gradually descended. Bai Su's expression shifted dramatically, a wave of intense fear causing his hair to stand on end. Yu Changlong's eyes burned with ghostly flames, sensing a familiar aura approaching. The various beasts exhibited different signs of fear, while Qin Feng remained unperturbed, quietly awaiting. His eyes shimmered with golden light as the information regarding the bloodthirsty Buddha had materialized before him. Demon Buddha Incarnation. Level, Demigod. Current status, Approaching. A demigod? Qin Feng's gaze turned cold, as a skill panel gradually unfolded before him. Divine Mandate. Skill Effect. The decree of the divine, words manifest as law. None shall disobey under the divine. Cooldown, 24 hours. Note, the more targets selected, the stronger the effect, the shorter the duration. Not a true deity. Under the divine mandate, all are subject to my command. Chapter 109. The true God descends, observing all. The bloodthirst above the Buddha head surged with increasing intensity. Bai Su's countenance darkened, his long brows dancing wildly. He dared not hesitate for an instant. His internal magical energy surged violently, and he extended both hands, grasping at the void. Boom. In an instant, it was as if he had directly seized a vast canopy in his palm. "Flee! Await the arrival of the Qin King," he shouted hoarsely, exerting his arms with force, the night sky being directly lifted and hurled down toward the bloodthirsty Buddha head. Heavenly Reversal. This was his most powerful skill. With a single strike, it nearly drained all the magical energy from his body. The aura of the bloodthirsty Buddha had sent tremors through him, as an extremely terrifying presence descended. He had already used secret methods to notify the Qin King. Now, he must intercept for Qin Feng for a fleeting moment before that terrifying aura completely descends, seizing a sliver of hope. Yu Changlong slightly turned his head to glance at Qin Feng. His skeletal visage revealed no emotion. Yet the fiercely burning, ghostly flames in his eye sockets betrayed the gravity of his thoughts. This familiar aura has surpassed the past by an immeasurable magnitude. If he were still a professional, he would undoubtedly have fled without hesitation. However, he is now bound to Qin Feng, unable to escape. And everything is left to Qin Feng's discretion. At this moment, Qin Feng's gaze was indifferent, yet he made no move, seemingly awaiting the complete arrival of the ghostly Buddha. Yu Changlong hesitated and cautioned, "I am no match for this Buddha head." Qin Feng nodded slightly. "I know. A demigod, unless ascending to the stellar class, could never be an opponent." Upon hearing this, Yu Changlong was momentarily taken aback. "You know? Knowing this yet you do not flee?" He could not comprehend. In his view, Qin Feng's greatest reliance could only be himself. If even he was not a match, what was he waiting for? But since Qin Feng did not leave, he could only do his utmost. Yu Changlong ceased to hesitate. The ghostly fire in his eye sockets transformed into a vivid purple. and his skeletal frame became a ghastly white. An intense murderous intent spread, enveloping the space in an instant. Simultaneously, his bone claws extended, swelling in the wind. In a heartbeat, they expanded to 100 feet, the pale hue entwined with terrifying murderous intent, crashing down directly towards the bloodthirsty Buddha head. Ultimate murderous intent, tearing sky bone claw. Without any restraint, the bone claws descended, tearing through space inch by inch, almost simultaneously striking the Buddha head as the power of Baisua's celestial curtain. The tide of bloodthirsty energy surged violently, and in the instant the terrifying force descended, the bloodthirsty Buddha had suddenly opened its eyes. Boom! As the Buddha had opened its eyes, an extremely terrifying and imposing aura instantly descended. It was as if a mountain had plunged into the sea. The bloodthirsty energy rose like a furious ocean wave, spreading towards the entire Songhong city. Neither the spatial sealing effect of the Zhentian Bay nor the dark light reflecting down from the Imperial Command could prevent the spread of the bloodthirsty energy. The bloodthirsty aura transformed into a dense fog, completely engulfing the area. At this moment, Qian Hongan was trembling with excitement, his aged face filled with reverence. And he knelt down with a thud, crying out loudly, "I bow to my Buddha." Behind him, the members of the Qian family knelt in unison, their faces full of piety, trembling as they shouted, "We bow to our Buddha." Within Songhong City, numerous professionals gazed up in terror, unable to comprehend the power emanating from the eerie Buddha head. The overwhelming bloodthirsty energy had already infiltrated the city. Merely breathing seemed to flood their nostrils with a strong scent of blood, inducing nausea and nearly suffocating them. What on earth is this? Can even the Imperial Palace not handle it? Damn it! What has the Qin family done? How many people have they killed to summon such dense, bloodthirsty energy? Countless voices cried out in horror. Fear continued to spread, and the bloodthirsty aura grew even more intense. Suddenly, someone's eyes turned crimson, and with a thud, they knelt to the ground, piously lifting their gaze. "Buddha! We bow to our Buddha! We bow to our Buddha!" As one person knelt, more and more professionals fell victim to the crimson taint. "We bow to our Buddha! We bow to our Buddha!" Baisua's face twitched. Watching the increasing number of people in Songhong City, tainted by the bloodthirsty aura, kneeling, his eyes widening in rage. "To hell with your Buddha." He opened his mouth to swallow a large pill, gripping the night's curtain once more, preparing to strike back. Just then, he suddenly sensed something, abruptly turning his head. He saw a brilliant light shining like the sun, directly dispelling most of the bloodthirsty energy and illuminating the world. Qin Feng's gaze lowered, his expression as calm as a still pond. Disguising as a deity was deliberately activated, causing divine light to erupt around him, as if a true deity had descended to observe the world. What the hell? Baisua's aura dissipated, his mouth agape, eyes bulging. This is not merely a seed of a deity. This is clearly a deity. Yu Changlong's ghostly fire shrank to a pinpoint, nearly collapsing entirely. He could not comprehend, could not understand. A deity? How did it suddenly become a deity? I have not emerged for tens of thousands of years. How has the world developed to this point? It can transform directly. Chapter 110. The Arrival of the Qin King. Meanwhile, the great Qin King walked through the air, each step propelling him 1,000 miles. He had received information from Baisua. The Qian family of Songhong City has betrayed the nation, joining the abyssal Buddhist temple, using bloodthirsty power to communicate with the ghostly Buddha and summon its manifestation. Upon reading the message, the great Qin King's withered face became extremely solemn. The aura of the 9 revolutions unmasked, his speed reaching its peak. Baisua may not understand what the abyssal Buddhist temple represents, but he was acutely aware. The emergence of the abyssal Buddhist temple had only one reason. The ghostly Buddha's power had been restored, its lifespan dwindling, seeking the path to divinity once more. Long ago, when that ghostly Buddha reached the end of the 9 revolutions, it had infiltrated the great Qin to preach, even establishing a ghost temple at one point, seeking the path to divinity through the souls of sentient beings. However, it was ultimately detected by the first emperor, and the entire ghost temple was nearly exterminated, forcing the ghostly Buddha to escape into the abyss. According to the letters left by the first emperor, the reason the ghostly Buddha was able to survive under his hand was that, by the time the first emperor discovered it, the ghostly Buddha was already nearing demigod status. If it could digest the residual souls of sentient beings within, it would be sufficient to shatter the barrier of the 9 revolutions, cross into the void, ascend to demigod status, and be just a step away from becoming a 10-revolution deity. Now, after tens of thousands of years, the remaining souls within it had likely been fully digested. This means that what they are facing now is a true demigod. The great Qin King's gaze turned icy as he looked up. The distant crimson hue gradually came into view, swirling like a blood mist on the ground. rising towards the sky, seemingly ready to engulf it entirely. Has it already descended? The great Qin King spoke in a deep voice, taking another step forward. Simultaneously, he decisively reached out, grasping at the void. A torrential force surged, illuminating the dark night with a brilliant golden light. Then, as the great Qin King swung his arm, the radiant golden light erupted. The sound of dragon roars resounded through heaven and earth as a golden longsword appeared in his grasp, leaving a trail of golden light in his wake, parting the night. The divine sword Taiye. The great Qin King surged forward, approaching Songhong City, just in time to see the bloodthirsty Buddha head opening its eyes. Immediately, his black dragon robe billowed wildly, and the golden Taiye sword floated in the air. Just as he was about to take action, he suddenly sensed a more intense golden divine light erupting. Under the illumination of this golden divine light, even the brilliance of the divine sword Taiye was obscured. He was momentarily stunned, turning to look. There, amidst the colossal beasts, a tall figure erupted in divine light, dispelling the bloodthirsty energy, illuminating the heavens. Even the bloodthirsty mist within Songhong City was completely dispelled, and countless professionals knelt in reverence, gazing upwards in awe. Upon witnessing this extraordinary scene, the countenance of the aged king of Qin, Song Xiao, was overtaken by astonishment as a series of information materialized before his eyes. Deity. Level. Combat power. A deity. Gazing at the figure that radiated divine light, like a blazing sun, illuminating the heavens. The king found himself momentarily entranced. The resplendent figure was none other than Qin Feng. Yet, the pressing question remained. How could he have ascended from a mere seed of divinity to full godhood in such a brief span of time? Chapter 111. Ghost Buddha, Obey. Above the Qin family estate, the blood-fiend Buddha's head fixed its gaze upon Qin Feng's silhouette. Its previously wide grin slowly receded, revealing a hint of confusion in its eyes. A true god? It was perplexed, as the blood-fiend energy that had once surged around it was now confined to a mere tinjiang. The overwhelming golden divine light emanated a majestic and authoritative aura that even made it tremble in fear. How could this be possible? Below, Qian Qingsong's expression mirrored that of one who had seen a ghost, disbelief etched across his face as he stared at the imposing figure, exclaiming in shock. The members of the Qin family lifted their heads, their eyes betraying a newfound fear. Qin Feng stepped forward, casting a downward gaze upon the Buddha's head. His expression was strikingly calm. Under the full activation of disguise as a deity, even his own emotions seemed to be subtly influenced. To him, both the Buddha's head and the Qin family members appeared indistinguishable. Beneath the deity, all are mere mortals. The blood-fiend energy surrounding the Buddha fluctuated, its eyes shimmering with ghostly light. This realm should not possess the soil to harbor a deity. Even in ancient times, such a feat was unattainable. Otherwise, the first emperor would not have departed. It spoke slowly, its voice echoing as if from the depths of the underworld. So, are you deceiving this Buddha? The Buddha's eyes widened in fury, a wave of murderous intent flooding forth. Instantly, the blood-fiend energy surged, forcefully breaking through the divine light suppression, transforming into a colossal hand that descended directly upon Qin Feng. The might of my Buddha. Witnessing this, Qian Hongan fell to his knees, eyes filled with fervor. A false deity must be vanquished by my Buddha. He cried out with excitement, yet his voice abruptly faltered as though grasped by an unseen force. A calm voice resonated softly, Ghost Buddha, obey. Upon uttering these words, his expression changed drastically, fear washing over him. The massive hand that had just formed halted midair at Qin Feng's command, then turned to face the Qin family estate. What is happening? He looked up at the colossal Buddha's head in the sky, stunned once more. The previously menacing Buddha's head, which had been glaring at the heavens, had now shifted its gaze towards him. The murderous intent bore down upon him, rendering him icy and immobile. What have I done? He knelt, panic-stricken, unable to comprehend why his deity would direct its wrath towards its own follower. The gigantic hand loomed in the air, its malevolent aura threatening to crush him. In fact, the weaker members of the Qin family had already burst apart, transforming into a mist of blood. Bang, bang, bang. Qian Hongan and the others were gripped by terror, their foreheads touching the ground as they repeatedly prostrated themselves. They could not fathom how they had angered the ghost Buddha and could only pray frantically for forgiveness. Buddha, spare me. Buddha, spare me. The blood-fiend Buddha was frozen in place, disbelief written across its eyes as it lost control over its own body. The murderous intent within its gaze coalesced, subtly tinged with fear. It looked down at the prostrating followers, desperately trying to turn away, but despite its utmost effort, it was utterly powerless, even unable to part its lips. An invisible force seemed to bind it completely, rendering all its actions under the control of this unseen hand. transforming it into a mere puppet. No, no, a true god? Is it truly a real god that has descended? How can this be? How can this world possibly bear the might of a true deity? How could a genuine divine being exist? The Buddha's eyes were filled with terror as it helplessly watched the blood-fiend hand crash down from the skies, obliterating the Qin family into a cloud of crimson mist. In the heavens, Qin Feng observed with a calm demeanor. The effects of divine edict exceeded his expectations. Commanding a demigod seemed less challenging than he had imagined. Based on his assessment of the situation, he believed he could control this Buddha's head for at least 2 minutes. As the Qin family estate faced total annihilation, Qin Feng's gaze shifted, fixating on the Buddha's head. This Buddha had derived its power from blood fiend energy. He was uncertain how long it could remain. Once the effects of divine edict concluded, if it still existed, it would be exceedingly difficult to manage. After a moment of contemplation, a thought arose within him. Without hesitation, he unleashed his powers with great urgency. In the skies above, a magnificent golden decree suddenly unfurled. The decree was immense, radiating a brilliant divine glow that illuminated the heavens. Yu Changlong crushed the remnants of his half-body and instinctively looked up. The familiar golden decree entered his sight, causing a flicker of ghostly flames in his eyes as he gasped in surprise. Is he attempting to bind this Buddha as a beast of burden? He instinctively spoke, filled with dread, feeling his body tingle with apprehension. To contract a demigod is an act of unparalleled audacity. Such a notion is utterly insane. Chapter 112, Contracting the Beast of Burden, Remnant of the Ghost Buddha. The king of Deqin descended beside Baisu, his aged eyes harboring a glimmer of astonishment. Even faced with a demigod such as the Ghost Buddha, he possessed methods to resolve the matter within the realm of Deqin, albeit at a cost. However, the scene before him left him shaken. To command a demigod with a mere word? Such an occurrence was unprecedented, even for one of his esteemed rank as the Qin king. Nonetheless, he understood that Qin Feng was not yet a true deity. As a seed of divinity, he must possess some unique means of disguise. Otherwise, a genuine god would not need the Ghost Buddha's assistance to obliterate the Qin family. By divine power, even the Ghost Buddha is but a mortal beneath one's feet. Baisu's visage contorted, his mouth agape. Unlike the king of Deqin, he had witnessed such a commanding method from Qin Feng before. At that time, he recalled it was not nearly as terrifying, and even he could easily break free from Qin Feng's control. Yet now, could even a demigod be so effortlessly dominated? How much time had passed since then? His mind raced, memories flashing before him. Reflecting on the past, the events felt as if they had transpired only yesterday. Wait, no. Suddenly, Baisu's small eyes widened in realization. This was not a mere recollection. It had indeed occurred just yesterday. The golden decree in the sky grew ever larger. Qin Feng's gaze remained locked onto the blood fiend Buddha's head. Target, Ghost Buddha Incarnation. Level, Demigod. Status, Obedient. Success rate, 80%. Could the obedience effect induced by divine edict also enhance the success rate? An 80% success rate is already exceedingly high. Qin Feng murmured softly in his heart. He had but a singular opportunity, a half-divine Buddha head. Even if it were merely an avatar, successfully establishing a contract would undoubtedly provide immense assistance. With this thought, he cast aside his hesitations. With a mere flicker of intention, the golden decree descended with great haste. The great Qin king and Baisu looked on at Qin Feng's figure, their astonishment still lingering, when they once again beheld the golden decree plummeting from the heavens. What is this? The great Qin king's aged face trembled, his heart swelling with shock. He seeks to contract a half-divine being? Baisu gasped, gripping his long brows, unable to believe the unfolding scene. Just then, the golden decree had already descended. As the radiant golden light enveloped the skies, the Buddha head's eyes widened in an instant. Although it could not control its own being, the emotions within its gaze had turned utterly tumultuous. The bloodthirst within it surged, beginning a frantic struggle to escape its binding. It had determined that the person before it was no true deity. The controlling force was faltering, not that of a divine being. Once freed, it vowed to utterly obliterate this disrespectful individual. 10 seconds, just 10 seconds. As its resistance grew stronger, Qin Feng distinctly observed that the success rate of the living being's decree was dwindling. Target, Ghost Buddha Avatar. Success rate, 70%. With this display of information, the golden decree finally settled upon the Buddha head. The head was enveloped by the decree, the bloodthirsty aura completely suppressed, rendering it motionless. Qin Feng closed his eyes to cultivate his internal magical energy, patiently awaiting the outcome. Time passed, seconds ticking by, and 2 minutes swiftly elapsed. The golden decree upon the Buddha head erupted in blinding light, revealing a message. Contract successful. Current Beast Master, Ghost Buddha Remnant. Rank, Ancient. Tribulation, 9th Tribulation. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 30 million. Skills, Celestial Buddha Palm, Ghost Buddha S Wrath, Crimson Buddha Monastery, Soul-Subduing Buddha Chant. Status, damaged. In the Abyssal Realm. Within a temple constructed of crimson bloodthirst, a diminutive elder, his visage as parched as tree bark, sat quietly, trembling before abruptly opening his eyes. A strand of crimson essence detached from him, swiftly merging into the void. No. Return. Bring it back to this Buddha. The elder's face contorted in terror as he extended his arms, frantically waving in an attempt to seize this force, but to no avail. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I will kill you. This Buddha will assuredly slay you. His eyes widened, gasping for breath, blood vessels bursting in his eyes. The disappearance of this essence had directly diminished his power by a third. The path of beast mastery. To dare entertain the notion of contracting a divine being. He was merely an avatar, and to be chosen was already beyond comprehension. Ultimately, he had succeeded, forcibly stripping him of a third of his power. With mortal strength. To provoke a deity. This Buddha shall seek you out and consume you. Await this Buddha. Await this Buddha. A fierce visage of a Buddha emerged upon the elder's face, his corporeal form coalescing with bloodthirst as he let out a low growl. Chapter 113. Awaiting the right moment to devour this abomination. Above the ruins of the Qin family. Could it be? It actually succeeded? Yu Changlong swallowed hard. Attempting to make a swallowing motion, only to suddenly realize he possessed no physical form, devoid of saliva to swallow, and could only awkwardly abandon the act. He felt undeniably awkward in his current predicament. With Qin Feng possessing a ghost Buddha as his beast, what value did he hold? What reason did he have to assist him in seeking the evolution to stellar level, only to allow him to depart? Was he simply idle? He cast a glance at Qin Feng, deep in thought. At this moment, Qin Feng gently rubbed his forehead. At the instant the contract was completed, he vaguely perceived a series of fierce roars that momentarily disoriented him. The divine light surrounding him gradually receded as he closed his eyes, entering the beast space. Before him, the grotesque visage of the bloodthirsty Buddha had floated in the air. A series of information materialized before him. Damaged? Qin Feng murmured, a hint of confusion crossing his mind. He had merely attempted to see if a half-divine avatar could be successfully contracted, which was beyond his expectations. However, this notion of being damaged was unprecedented. Was it due to being merely an avatar that rendered it damaged? Qin Feng pondered slightly, harboring a degree of speculation. Seemingly perceiving the doubt in Qin Feng's gaze, the grotesque, bloodthirsty Buddha had regarded him and spoke in a muffled voice. My master, my form is incomplete. A significant portion of my power remains within the abyss. If I can consume the remaining avatar's power, I shall restore my half-divine body to better serve my master. Its gaze bore a hint of longing. After being contracted by Qin Feng, it had become a completely severed existence. In its view, the ghostly Buddha within the abyss was merely the avatar. While it was the true essence, though it possessed only a third of its power, consuming the avatar within the abyss would restore its full strength to serve its master. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng displayed a contemplative expression. The abyss? The Buddha had nodded in affirmation. The abyss is home to a gathering of frail beings, struggling to survive with no path forward. My master possesses unparalleled divine might. The path ahead is bright, and there is no need to enter. As it spoke, a flash of guilt suddenly appeared in its eyes. However, my master, I suspect that my avatar abomination may emerge from the abyss in search of you. My master may need to avoid its wrath for now, waiting for the opportune moment to devour this abomination. Qin Feng fell into deep thought once more. From the Buddha head's words, he could glean several pieces of information. Within the abyss, there should be more than one entity of the ninth turn's end, possibly possessing methods of prolonging life. Additionally, even if the ghostly Buddha within the abyss does not emerge, Qin Feng intended to seek it out. On one hand, it was to complete his Buddha head beast. On the other, he discovered that the causal thread connecting him to Su Mingwei had not vanished with the fall of the Qin family, but rather drifted further away. He slightly sensed it, perceiving a rather ethereal feeling, both elusive and unreal. The end of the causal thread seemed to exist beyond this world. The abyssal realm, then? Qin Feng murmured softly, contemplating the words of the Buddha head. Chapter 114. Divine Embryo, Golden Body, and Divine Powers. Qin Feng paused momentarily. Before the ghostly Buddha sought him out, he needed to elevate his own strength to a sufficient level to cope. The evolution points were still insufficient and would require some time. After a brief moment of contemplation, he transformed like smoke, exiting the beast space. Above the Qin family estate, Qin Feng opened his eyes, his gaze sharpening as the task panel gradually unfolded before him. Path of the Nine turns Divine Being 4. Task description. You have achieved a half-divine body. sensing a trace of causal energy from the past, hearing a faint call. Task requirement. Journey to the source of the call. The divine fury must be pacified. Task duration, unlimited. Task status, completed. Submission status? Submit. Qin Feng's thoughts stirred slightly. Immediately, the task panel transformed. A golden stream of light surged forth, merging into his being. In an instant, a resplendent golden radiance enveloped him. Even with the golden divine light of the disguise as a deity, state concealing him, the flowing golden light, akin to a swimming fish, was still distinctly visible. Qin Feng closed his eyes, attuning himself to the changes within. As the golden light flowed, a brilliant golden pearl gradually took shape inside him. Concurrently, an overwhelming sense of power filled his entire body, as if with a mere gesture, he could move mountains and fill seas. Upon opening his eyes, an air of indifference radiated from him. Even as the golden light generated by disguise as a deity receded, an inexplicable aura of authority still emanated. Yu Changlong's massive skeletal frame quivered slightly. Merely being swept by Qin Feng's gaze, he distinctly felt an intangible pressure. That sensation penetrated his soul, as if it stemmed from an innate hierarchical suppression. What a peculiar creature. The ghostly flames in Yu Changlong's eyes flickered gently. Logically, since Qin Feng was able to enter his ancient realm of beings, it meant they shared the same dominion over life, without a doubt. Yet, as one who had reached the end of this path, he could not comprehend Qin Feng's abilities at all, whether it was the myriad ancient levels, the sudden transformation that produced an overwhelming divine light, or the forceful command of a demigod, along with the now inexplicable soul pressure. Everything felt profoundly unfamiliar. Was this truly the power possessed by a dominator of beings? Then why did he not possess it? Task completed. Profession, divine embryo. Level, 5th transition, 150. Combat power, 1 million. Current state, calamity, 1. Talent, limit break. Passive skills, disguise as a deity, symbiosis, absolute control. Skills, divine observation, divine oracle, mandate of life, life lock. Lucky dice. Golden body, 1. Divine powers, none. Beast mastery, great sun golden crow, black dragon king. Evolution points, 200010200016. Observing the information displayed on the panel, Qin Feng's eyelids twitched, a frown creasing his brow. His profession shifted from demigod to divine embryo. The evolution points remained unchanged, having increased from 5 points per second to 6. However, the skills remarkably showed no alterations. Yet, there were 2 peculiar pieces of information added, golden body and divine powers. A hint of confusion arose within Qin Feng. Aside from these, he noticed that the exceedingly intricate memories within his mind had, with this growth, naturally detached a segment. It quietly floated in the depths of his consciousness, awaiting his touch. Chapter 115, Memory, Peach Blossom Festival. Qin Feng closed his eyes, gently reaching into the past. Boom. In an instant, a fog unfurled within his mind. Within his consciousness, the mist swirled, slowly revealing a scene. Crimson clouds shrouded the sky. Towering trees reached towards the heavens, their branches laden with numerous fruits. The fruits, plump and round, hung like stars, radiating a soft glow. A fierce tiger, its fur glistening and slick, covered in crimson pulp, sat as a human would beneath the mighty tree. After a moment, it lifted its head, surveying the fruits adorning the branches. Subsequently, it extended its paw, plucking a large, red fruit, and directly brought it to its mouth. With a single bite, juice splattered, staining its fangs and flowing down its chin, yet it paid no mind, its eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Soon after, the massive tiger reclined, gazing up at the sky, its eyes reflecting a hint of yearning. Qin Feng's body trembled slightly. Then, the mist swirled once more, and the scene shifted. Above the heavens hung a blood-red sun. A thick crimson hue enveloped the earth. Before him lay a colossal stone platform, as if a mountain had been hewn flat. Upon this platform rested several dismembered bodies, barely recognizable as human, with a dozen severed heads inverted atop it, filled with scarlet blood that overflowed and pooled, creating dark stains across the stone. Surrounding the platform were several towering, sleek-furred beastmen, standing upright, each clutching a piece of flesh and bone, leisurely gnawing at it, their barbed tongues licking the flesh clean, savoring it as if relishing a gourmet feast. The beasts consumed with utmost seriousness, only discarding the remaining pristine bones once they had licked all the flesh away, piling them into a mountain of bones. On the other side of the massive stone tablet, several crooked characters were engraved. It read, Peach Blossom Festival. Boom. The mist dissipated. Qin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, feeling as though struck by lightning, his body trembling uncontrollably. He gasped for air, his eyes reflecting profound shock. This memory was terrifying beyond belief, rendering him incredulous. The blood that covered the stone platform and the multitude of dismembered bodies left him profoundly shaken. Within that memory, he could even sense the stench of blood permeating his mind, along with the noxious odor of decaying flesh. Peach Blossom Festival? Peach Blossom Festival. Was that the heavenly court? His pupils dilated. The jagged characters on the stone tablet violently assaulted his psyche. As a traveler, he was well versed in the lore of the so-called Peach Blossom Festival. However, in his past life, the Peach Blossom Festival was a solemn celebration in the annals of mythology. Yet here it had transformed into a gruesome feast of flesh-eating beasts. Qin Feng's countenance darkened, the relentless images of dismembered bodies and the mountain of bones flooding his mind, causing an unsettling reaction within him, nearly inducing nausea. His heart raced violently, like a drumbeat. Chapter 116. Dare to change the sun and moon. It was not until a gentle night breeze brushed past that Qin Feng regained his composure, rubbing his temples to suppress the intense discomfort within. This memory had come so abruptly, so horrifyingly. The Peach Blossom Festival. The great beasts feasting on flesh. If the scenes depicted in the memory were indeed from this world, the so-called heavenly court, did it imply that the numerous dismembered bodies were those who had ascended to the 10th transition of divinity? Qin Feng's eyes fluttered shut, a chill running down his spine. This was evidently different from Yu Changlong's account of the divine path. That deity had severed the path to the 10th transition, obstructing practitioners from ascending to that divine realm. Perhaps it was not out of selfishness, but rather a warning to all. Above the 10th transition, the divine path merely led to becoming a delicacy on the table of those beasts. In this heavenly court, was it merely a gathering of well-fed, sleek-furred livestock? The so-called pursuit of strength, the ascension to divinity, and the quest for immortality merely represent the breeding methods of a herd of beasts. In the eyes of these creatures, deities are nothing more than livestock ready for slaughter. Qin Feng took a deep breath, feeling the golden orb within him tremble as he gazed at his profession panel. Profession, divine embryo. With a scoff, Qin Feng chuckled derisively, suddenly feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. In that fleeting moment, he found himself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to continue on his path. It had been less than a month since he became a professioner, and he was already nearly invincible in this world. Yet, this terrifyingly rapid growth, which shocked the populace, felt akin to that of a pig raised in captivity. The emergence of evolution points served as a kind of fast-acting growth drug. Whether this was a blessing or a curse, he could not discern. Qin Feng stood with his gaze lowered, remaining silent for a long while before making a slight gesture. The beasts that spanned the horizon vanished. All returned to the beast space, leaving only the golden crow at his feet. He then turned his attention to the Diqin Wang and Bai Su, his expression tinged with melancholy. Diqin Wang, Bai Lao. The Diqin Wang nodded slightly, his ancient eyes narrowing as he noticed the change in Qin Feng's demeanor. He did not inquire further, instead stating, "Thanks to your timely discovery of the Ghost Buddha incident, we do not know how many lives would have been lost otherwise. You may leave first. We will handle the aftermath." With that, the Diqin Wang's gaze shifted to Bai Su. "Arrange for someone to take over this area and search for any remnants." "Yes," Bai Su responded. Qin Feng nodded slightly, the golden crow beneath him suddenly flapping its wings and disappearing from sight. Back in his chamber, Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the carpet, memories of past scenes flooding his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he reopened his profession panel. The information before him gradually unfolded. Profession, divine embryo. Evolution points, 210111, 210117. Gazing at the pulsating evolution points, Qin Feng's expression remained calm, his silence profound. To him, these evolution points seemed like grim tokens marking the passage of time, heralding his growth with fervor. Before him stood several colossal demonic beasts, their slick fur glistening, muscles bulging, and fangs dripping with fresh crimson flesh. Grinning at him with ravenous eyes, an overwhelming stench assaulted his senses, as if a massive maw was poised to devour him whole. After an indeterminate time, Qin Feng suddenly raised his gaze, a feral glint surfacing in his eyes. What was he afraid of? As someone who had already experienced death and was reborn, every additional day of life was a gain. If a herd of beasts sought to place him on their dining table, then he might as well savor the flavor of these creatures. If the heavens above him were tainted and the celestial court filled with beasts, then he would attempt to exchange this world for a new sky. Chapter 117. The Shadow of the Eight-Headed Serpent. Qin Feng's gaze gradually morphed into a fierce glare, the golden orb within him humming with energy. He remained unaware of the true nature of the evolution points. Were they growth agents bestowed upon him by these beasts, or gifts from others? Regardless of which, it mattered not. Evolution points served as both growth agents and sharp blades. He would wield this blade to peel the skin from these beasts. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng calmed his mind and focused on the panel information before him. Profession, Divine Embryo. Golden Body 1. Divine Powers, none. He fixed his gaze on the golden body, a detailed description materializing before him. Golden Body, a divine body formed from the condensation of incense and faith, shedding mortal form to attain divine status. Current progress, 1. Incense and faith? Qin Feng murmured, closing his eyes to sense the golden orb within him. His consciousness sank into the orb, where he could distinctly feel a faint breath slowly drifting in. Merging with the orb, Qin Sheng? Just a brief moment of sensing, and he understood. Currently, the only one capable of providing him with faith was indeed Qin Sheng. However, the faith power from a single individual was far too meager. Achieving a complete golden body would take an indeterminate amount of time. He shook his head and redirected his gaze to the Divine Powers section. Divine Powers, Celestial Techniques, not yet mastered. The description was exceedingly brief. Devoid of any further information, Qin Feng furrowed his brow and closed the profession panel. After a moment of contemplation, he flipped his hand, producing a glowing orb. Contaminated Holy Light Orb. Type, Item. Usable Level, LV 100. Item Description, a token of illumination from the City of Holy Light. Usable to enter the stellar level secret realm of the City of Holy Light. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, sensing something amiss. He recalled that this Holy Light Orb was originally named Dull Holy Light Orb, and it should have been a product of a legendary level secret realm. How had it transformed into a stellar level item? Contaminated Holy Light Orb? Had something occurred within the secret realm, causing its level to rise? Pondering the name, Qin Feng contemplated the implications. A legendary level secret realm was already a small world. If extraordinary events transpired, it could indeed lead to a change in level. Yet, what could possibly elevate the City of Holy Light from legendary to stellar status? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, pausing for a moment. He did not rush to enter, but instead stowed it away in his personal space. Next, he felt his internal energy flow, and a six-colored die floated in midair. He decisively grasped it and tossed it casually. The die spun in the air, radiating 6 colors of light. Moments later, a burst of red light erupted. You have rolled the lucky die. Your luck is poor, gaining 100 luck points for 30 minutes. The information flashed before him, the die shimmering red before gradually fading away. Qin Feng remained largely unfazed, closing his eyes to restore his spirit. Time flowed slowly, every hour. After the lucky die cooled down, Qin Feng would resolutely open his eyes and roll again. Unfortunately, until dawn broke. The highest result from the lucky die was merely a burst of green light. As the earth trembled, a new piece of information appeared on his panel. Qin Feng finally relinquished his current plans, opening his eyes to look at the panel. National War Commencement. World Boss, Shadow of the Eight-Headed Serpent has descended upon the Guoguan Nation. All nations take heed. Chapter 118, Severing Fate, 500 million damage. Simultaneously, the same information echoed in the minds of every professioner. In the Great Hall of the Guoguan Nation, a tremendous tremor shook the air. The king, Gong Ben-Shur, abruptly lifted his head, hearing the sudden voice echoing in his mind. World Boss, Shadow of the Eight-Headed Serpent, he muttered to himself, stepping out of the hall and gazing up at the sky. In the sky, an incomprehensibly colossal serpentine creature, possessing 8 heads and 8 tails, manifested against the horizon. Its body was of immense proportions, stretching thousands of meters in length, with eyes resembling crimson lanterns, a back adorned with verdant moss, and a cloud of mist supporting its underbelly, exuding an astonishing aura. The Shadow of the Eight-Headed Serpent. World Boss. Level 1000. Health points, 1 billion. Combat power, 20 million. Time until arrival, 10 minutes. A terrifying presence swept across the realm, as the 8 heads gazed downwards, their cold eyes radiating an overwhelming pressure. 20 million in combat power. Gong Ben-Shur muttered to himself, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. It was not the combat power that astonished him, but rather that it was surprisingly lower than his expectations. With the combined strength of the 10 nations, there were countless 9 transformation and hundreds of 8 transformation warriors, each sovereign, bolstered by national fortune, possessed combat power surpassing the limits of 9 transformations. Even he, relying on the remnants of his nation's fortune, boasted a combat power of 12 million. The mightiest of them all, the king of Daqin, wielded a combat power of 20 million. This implied that this world boss could easily be taken down by the king of Daqin alone. What kind of world boss is this? Gong Ben-Shur pondered, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Nevertheless, despite his uncertainty, he showed no hesitation as he swiftly ascended into the air. Within Kukaku, several beams of light simultaneously soared, joining him at his side. The assault by the king of Daqin had been exceedingly ferocious. Although their ancestors had manifested, the nation was not annihilated. Yet several cities had crumbled, and countless 8 transformation warriors had perished. Currently, Kukaku was left with but one city remaining, and the Guardians of the Starry Sky had returned, leaving him with merely 4 9 transformation and 13 8 transformation warriors. At this moment, several hundred figures flew across the sky, gathering around the shadow of the 8-headed serpent. They were the forces of 8 nations, comprising 28 9 transformation leaders and hundreds of 8 transformation warriors. 20 million in combat power. The assembled kings raised their gazes, all expressing astonishment. Gongbin Shixian addressed the arriving 8 kings with a solemn tone. Prepare yourselves. Kukaku has paid a tremendous price, and we cannot allow Daqin any chance of resurgence. Upon hearing this, the 8 kings nodded slightly in agreement, without uttering a word, yet seamlessly designated 1 9 transformation and 10 8 transformation warriors to stand by. Observing this, Gongbin Shixian turned to his side, leading a 9 transformation powerhouse forward to join the forces of the 8 nations, all gazing towards the horizon. They were awaiting the arrival of Daqin. The 9 kings, accompanied by 9 9 transformation leaders and nearly 108 transformation warriors, had but one task: to prevent Daqin from making a move. Even if the king of Daqin possessed the ability to overturn the heavens, facing 9 kings alone, he would stand no chance of victory. They would not allow Daqin to gain even a sliver of divine power. As time elapsed, the immense shadow of the 8-headed serpent grew increasingly tangible. Gongbin Shixian's brow began to furrow. With only 1 minute remaining, the world boss was on the verge of complete emergence. Yet, even now, the figure of the king of Daqin had yet to appear. The kings exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of confusion in the other's eyes. Given the circumstances of the national war, Daqin should not have abandoned the endeavor. Why had he not shown himself until now? Roar. Just as they pondered, the gargantuan creature in the sky unleashed a thunderous roar, its 8 heads simultaneously opening their massive mouths. A terrifying pressure surged forth. The world boss had fully descended. The numerous 8 and 9 transformation warriors from each nation immediately unleashed their full power, a dazzling array of colors erupting forth. The 9 kings trembled, yet they did not turn back. Instead, their gazes were fixed on the dozens of figures swiftly approaching from the distant sky. They are coming. As the figures drew nearer, they became increasingly distinct. Suddenly, their expressions shifted dramatically. Among the incoming figures, there was no sign of the king of Daqin. Feng Shuanggu, Zhou Baisu, and others wore expressions of mockery as they regarded the 9 kings and the assembled 8 and 9 transformation warriors. Above the 8-headed serpent, a magnificent surge of power manifested, as a radiant edict rapidly unfurled. In the next moment, a figure clad in a black dragon robe stepped forth from the void with an air of indifference. The magnificent edict transformed into a colossal golden dragon that surged towards the 8-headed serpent. Golden Dragon Edict. The king of Daqin, with an expression of cold detachment, understood that he likely only had one opportunity to strike. The 9 kings would not grant him a second chance. Damn it. Gongbin Shixian turned back, his expression changing dramatically. His internal power surged, and a dark light suddenly emerged. The 8 kings also reacted, their powers igniting in unison, attempting to intercept the Golden Dragon Edict. At this moment, however, a glimmer of azure light appeared in the heavens. A blue lotus suddenly blossomed. The lotus leaves danced, emanating a profound vitality. In the next instant, the azure leaves gently waved. Within moments, the azure leaves sliced through the fabric of reality, a sharp azure beam piercing into the body of the 8-headed serpent, severing fate. Roar. Before the eyes of all, the 8-headed serpent let out a thunderous howl. Its previously extensive health points were abruptly halved. 8 billion. The health limit of the 8-headed serpent has been damaged. Current health limit, 500 million, lasting for 24 hours. As this information appeared, the blue lotus vanished instantaneously, as if it had never existed. What was that? What just happened? Where did the blue lotus come from? The 9 nations were struck with alarm. At this moment, the golden dragon also arrived, colliding directly with the 8-headed serpent. Bang, bang, bang. 3 explosive sounds echoed. 3 of the serpent's heads shattered under the impact of the golden dragon. 2 billion. The terrifying damage figure left the 9 nations utterly shocked. Although they were aware of the king of Daqin's formidable strength, this single blow, inflicting over 1 billion damage, was still staggering. Moreover, the inexplicable blue lotus had instilled a sense of dread within them. Reducing the health limit and directly causing nearly 5 billion damage was simply horrifying. There could be no more chances for Daqin. The 9 kings screamed in alarm, swiftly positioning themselves in front of the king of Daqin, their vigilance fixated upon the figure clad in the black dragon robe. Regardless of the origins of that blue lotus, the king of Daqin was far too formidable. If given the opportunity, he could likely slay this world boss in mere minutes. Chapter 119. I stand here. Will you make your move? The king of Daqin stood impassively, his black dragon robe billowing in the wind, seemingly unconcerned by the obstruction of the 9 kings. His gaze was directed towards the spot where the blue lotus had vanished, an expression of contemplation flickering in his eyes. Moments later, he cast a cold glance over the 9 kings, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. I stand here. Will you make your move? The king of Daqin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, taking a single step forward. In that instant, the 9 kings tensed, each taking a step back in unison. The pressure exerted by the king of Daqin upon them is undeniably immense. Even though all 9 are figures of royal caliber, under the auspices of national fortune, their combat prowess surpasses the limits of the 9th transformation. Yet, when faced with the king of Daqin, an unshakable sense of dread lingers in their hearts. While we may lack the capability to slay the Qin king, we can certainly unite our forces to thwart him. Gongbin Shixian of Kukaku spoke, his gaze fixed intently on the king of Daqin, clad in a robe adorned with black dragons. Indeed, Qin Wang, do not exert yourself in vain. We have no desire for direct confrontation. Today, Daqin has seized the advantageous position, and the king should be content. The various kings voiced their thoughts. Today's miscalculation, caused by that inexplicable blue lotus, has resulted in the world boss losing half of its vitality, with the king of Daqin claiming another fifth of what remained. The 9 nations are left to share the scant remainder, which amounts to less than half. In total, Daqin has secured 1/10 of the divine power that the world boss could bestow, whereas the 9 nations cannot even muster 1/20. They cannot afford to grant Daqin even the slightest opportunity to strike. The king of Daqin snorted coldly, remaining silent. He was naturally aware of the intentions of the 9 nations, yet retreat was not an option. As long as Daqin remains here, they must remain vigilant. With only a handful of 9th transformations and hundreds of 8th transformations available to confront the world boss. Facing a world boss with combat strength reaching 20 million, the cost will undoubtedly be exorbitant. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhan and Feng Shuangguang, along with Baisu and others, stood with their arms crossed, smirking coldly. The 9 nations dared not act, and they merely watched the unfolding drama. Their magical powers flowed continuously, ensuring the people of the 9 nations dared not lose focus. As time passed, for out of the 5 heads of the Yamada no Orochi exploded violently, leaving only the final head, which bore fierce crimson eyes. Roaring. A tremendous roar resonated as a grayish light radiated from the body of Yamada no Orochi, enveloping a vast area of 10,000 miles. At that moment, an 8th transformation expert was attempting to activate a resurrection scroll to revive a recently fallen 9th transformation giant. However, as the scroll unfurled, it was suddenly engulfed by the gray light. In an instant, the scroll decayed and disintegrated into a cloud of ash. Skill, forbidden life domain. The countenance of the kings from the 9 nations changed drastically. They had felt secure under the leadership of a dozen 9th transformation giants and hundreds of 8th transformation professionals against Yamada no Orochi because they had prepared ample resources, including numerous resurrection scrolls. They had no need to worry about the fall of their 9th transformation giants and 8th transformation professionals. But now, under the grayish light of forbidden life domain, the resurrection scrolls were rendered entirely ineffective. Gongbin Shixian was the first to lose composure, glancing towards Yamada no Orochi, his body beginning to stir. His nation had already suffered heavy casualties under the onslaught of the king of Daqin, with only a handful of 8th transformation experts remaining. If they suffered further losses, extinction would be imminent. However, just as he was about to act, the king of Daqin suddenly revealed a cold smile, stepping forward. Do you think I do not exist? Boom. The imperial dragon aura surged around the king of Daqin, his black dragon robe billowing as he stepped forth. Like the descent of heavenly might. Do not lose focus. A king quickly warned. Ingtian, you are being excessively tyrannical. Gongbin Shixian spun around in alarm, shouting in panic, simultaneously gathering his magical power to defend himself. At the same time, 8 kings unleashed their attacks, brilliant light filling the heavens. With a thunderous roar, the heavens and earth erupted with several spatial rifts. Gongbin Shixian felt his internal magic go awry, nearly spitting blood, his eyes reddening with fury. Were it not for the intervention of the 8 kings, the king of Daqin's single blow would have claimed his life. Gongbin Shixian was enraged beyond measure. Yet he dared not divert his attention, his gaze fixed intently on the king of Daqin, breathing heavily. The king of Daqin was truly terrifying. If even one of the 9 kings were absent, they would likely be unable to stop him. With Daqin's millennia-long national fortune, a staggering combat strength of 20 million, the king of Daqin possesses an invincible power among the 9th transformations. Chapter 120, The Divine Altar. The king of Daqin stood with hands clasped behind his back, his internal magic gradually calming. He shook his head in regret. Golden Dragon Edict, could not be cast again. In the fleeting moment that Gongbin Shixian was distracted, only Imperial Dragon Aura could maximize power instantaneously. However, being a figure of royal stature, combined with the cooperation of the 9 kings, they ultimately failed to inflict significant damage on Gongbin Shixian. Gongbin Shixian suppressed the turmoil within him, gradually finding his breath. His eyes gleamed with ferocity, wishing to rend the flesh of the king of Qin. Kukaku had already been nearly annihilated by the tyrannical actions of the king of Qin. Now, the king sought to extinguish the last flicker of hope for Kukaku. Gongbin Shixian took a deep breath, the sounds of wails echoing in his ears. Under the forbidden life domain, with no resurrection tools available, the loss of several professionals was inevitable. However, though he could not act, he found solace in the fact that Yamada no Orochi's vitality was nearly depleted, and it would not be long before it was completely vanquished. This should not result in excessive losses. With this thought, he felt slightly relieved. In the void, Qin Feng stood in silence. Although he was still some distance from the area where the world boss resided, under the effect of absolute control, he could completely command his beasts and cast skills even from thousands of miles away. Transcendent Blue Lotus returned to the beast control space. Qin Feng pondered. While he could not ascertain the authenticity of the current national war mission concerning Qin's national fortune, he could not afford to remain passive. Moreover, the national war mission consists of multiple stages, the first of which requires 10 days. By the time the national war mission concludes, he should be able to cultivate at least 2 stellar-grade beasts. Should this national war mission prove to be a false task, even if that deity harbored malice, he would possess sufficient capability to confront it. Conversely, if the national war mission is genuine, it could ultimately lead to the opening of the divine realm. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, his mind conjuring the image of the Peach Blossom Festival. In his recollection, prior to the Peach Blossom Festival, he saw a robust figure lying beneath a giant tree, gazing longingly at the heavens. Following that was the Peach Blossom Festival, illuminated by a blood-red sky. Thus, he surmised that even if the divine realm were truly opened, the entities he would face would not be the great demons from the Peach Blossom Festival. The Peach Blossom Festival should belong to an existence beyond the heavens. With this thought, Qin Feng's gaze shifted toward the distant Kukaku, under the forbidden life domain. With resurrection tools rendered useless, several professionals had already perished, and even a 9th transformation giant had fallen. A hint of a smile graced Qin Feng's lips as he withdrew his gaze. In his palm, a 6-colored die reappeared, which he tossed lightly. You have rolled the lucky die. Fortune flows like auspicious clouds from the east. Luck increased by 10,000 points, lasting for 30 minutes. The 6-colored die spun rapidly, a rich purple light bursting forth like a canopy of fortune, illuminating the world. Auspicious clouds from the east? Qin Feng's spirits soared with delight. The dense violet light fused with his being, and Fortune experienced a terrifying surge. Without the slightest hesitation, his consciousness plunged directly into the Beast Master space. I pay my respects to my lord. In the realm between heaven and earth, upon witnessing the ethereal shadow of Qin Feng, the immense Buddha head immediately spoke with reverence. Qin Feng nodded slightly and approached the Tongtian Xuanwu. As if sensing something, the colossal head of Tongtian Xuanwu excitedly rubbed against Qin Feng's palm. Qin Feng gently caressed it, his gaze sharpening. The Beast Master panel swiftly unfolded before him. Tongtian Xuanwu. Trial. 3rd trial. Consuming 1 piece of Taiyin essence will unlock the 4th trial. Commence the trial. Qin Feng subtly flipped his palm, causing the Taiyin essence to materialize in his hand, and decisively spoke. You have used 1 Taiyin essence. Your Tongtian Xuanwu begins the trial. Current luck value. 10,000. The success rate of the Beast trial is elevated to 75%. The panel information emerged before him. In the next moment, the water element surged, enveloping the Tongtian Xuanwu in a massive water sphere, transforming it into a palm-sized sea turtle. Within the oceanic world, the little sea turtle swam cautiously, alertly searching for food. The reefs and seaweeds served as its refuge during times of fatigue. In its youth, it was extraordinarily fortunate, managing to evade the gaze of formidable monsters every single time. Upon reaching maturity, it contended with great beasts for sustenance. The crimson blood staining the sea. Countless eons passed, until it raised its head and roared, a fierce aura sweeping across the land. No beast dared to approach thereafter. The colossal water sphere finally burst open, for immense legs bearing a vast aura returned, causing violent tremors within the Beast Master space. Consumed 1 Taiyin essence. Tongtian Xuanwu's trial succeeded. As the information flooded his mind, Qin Feng suppressed his inner joy, not lingering, as another Taiyin essence materialized in his palm. Continue. You have used 1 Taiyin essence. Your Tongtian Xuanwu begins the trial. Current luck value, 10,000. The success rate of the beast trial is elevated to 75%. The massive water sphere enveloped Tongtian Xuanwu once more, the oceanic world reappearing. Time passed until the third trial concluded. The panel information emerged before him. Current beast, Tongtian Xuanwu. Tier, ancient level. Trial, 6th trial. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 6 for 150,000. Joy illuminated Qin Feng's eyes. A 75% success rate, and not a single failure across 3 trials, genuinely astonished him. He still possessed 3 pieces of Tying essence, which should suffice until the Tongtian Xuanwu completes the 9th trial. My lord's divine might, unmatched in this world. The Buddha had opened its colossal mouth, appropriately flattering. The enormous skeletal figure that had been crouched on a small peak stood up, its eye sockets flickering with ghostly green flames, casting a glance at the Buddha head. The sycophantic demeanor of the Buddha had disgusted it. Yu Changlong even contemplated slapping the Buddha head. However, after some thought, it decided against it, realizing it could not win. Consciousness returned. Qin Feng's gaze shifted towards Kyokugu. At that moment, as a 9-turn giant wielded his sword, the final head of the Yamada no Orochi exploded with a thunderous crack. Instantly, a message appeared on the panel. World boss. The shadow of Yamada no Orochi has been slain. Qin has acquired 60 strands of divine power, and the divine altar has descended. A hum reverberated. The world trembled. Qin Feng distinctly sensed something descending upon Tianjing City. Simultaneously, his panel information automatically appeared before him. Golden Body 1. Note. Collect incense faith through the divine altar to forge the divine golden body. Chapter 121. He alone can face the gods of the 9 nations. The divine altar? Qin Feng gazed at the panel information before him. With the death of the world boss, a new description emerged for the golden body. Collecting incense faith through the divine altar to forge the divine golden body? Qin Feng mulled over these words, his mind filled with speculation. He looked into the distance, where the center of Tianjing City attracted everyone's attention with a tremendous tremor. An enormous circular altar, spanning several dozen feet, materialized from thin air. Rather than an altar, it resembled a platform inscribed with various divine runes. Upon this platform stood 3 bronze tablets in a protective formation, emanating a solemn aura. Concurrently, a golden divine light appeared in the sky, pouring into the altar. Subsequently, some runes glimmered with a golden hue, a faint divine might swirling about. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing a subtle force of attraction, as if it wished to draw him into the altar. However, this force was exceedingly weak. With a mere motion, he could easily break free from it. He furrowed his brow, contemplating the elusive divine might emanating from the distant altar. While incense faith can be utilized to forge the divine golden body, he had an inkling that entering would likely confine him to the divine altar, restricting his freedom, which would not bode well for him. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with determination as a sudden thought arose. To utilize some form of medium to absorb the incense faith in his stead, though uncertain of its feasibility, he was eager to attempt it. With a flicker of thought, a panel materialized before him. Current beasts, Heilong Wang, Tongtian Xuanwu, Bone Corpse, War Ant Queen, De Jin Wu. The only candidates capable of absorbing incense faith on his behalf, while still belonging to him, were undoubtedly his beasts. Thus, Qin Feng's lips curled into a smile, his thoughts subtly shifting. A rumble, a thunderous clap echoed. The sky was instantly engulfed in dark clouds, turbulent and fierce. Within Tianjing City, the professionals gazed up in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. As professionals, they could distinctly sense that this was no ordinary weather shift. It was a celestial disturbance invoked by a terrifying beast. The pervasive aura of dread was akin to a citywide catastrophe in some Tier 3 cities. However, this was Tianjing City. What formidable beast dared to descend upon a place teeming with countless strong individuals? Even in the absence of 8-turn and 9-turn giants, the sheer multitude of 7-turn beings rendered it unwise for any ordinary beast to act recklessly. The professionals stood still, gazing upwards. Among the crowd, Chun Sheng felt a slight stirring of divine power within, raising her head to gaze at the sky, a touch of reverence in her eyes. She took a deep breath, her short hair fluttering slightly, watching the heavens in silence. Just then, with a resounding roar, a massive, sinister black dragon head slowly emerged from the dark clouds. The terrifying dragon's might enveloped the surroundings. In the next moment, the black dragon spiraled within the dark clouds before unhesitatingly crashing into the divine altar. A hum. On the altar, some runes illuminated, and the faint divine might suddenly surged forth. A circle of pale golden ripples spread outward from the divine altar. In the void, the king of Qin stood with hands clasped behind his back, observing the unfolding scene. He had just returned and was met with a scene that left him somewhat bewildered. The purpose of the divine altar was to summon deities, and the presence of this black dragon within it was indeed unexpected. His initial intention was to use the altar to call forth Shi Huang. With Shi Huang and the might of Qin Feng, even if they could not unleash their full potential, they would still possess the strength to contend against the deities of the 9 nations. However, the sight before him completely disrupted his train of thought. The black dragon was presumably Qin Feng's beast, which explained its ability to enter the divine altar. He cast his gaze downwards, where a diminutive shadow of the black dragon appeared at the altar's center, swirling gracefully amidst divine power. Your Majesty, Bai Su stood beside the King of Qin, speaking with a hint of uncertainty. He was aware of the king's intentions, which were now evidently unattainable. The gathered giants of the 9 turns also looked towards the king with concern etched upon their faces. It is of no consequence. The King of Qin waved his hand gently, though he did not comprehend Qin Feng's motives. It was clear that there was a rationale behind placing his beast at the divine altar. Moreover, even without this turn of events, attempting to summon Shi Huang through the altar was fraught with uncertainty. It was merely a notion. At that moment, the Taoist of the heavenly book, cradling a luminescent tome, stepped forward with a gentle smile, saying, "There is no need for concern, for a single seed of divinity can confront the deities of the 9 nations alone." Indeed, it was feasible. Meanwhile, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, a flicker of delight igniting within him. By allowing his beast to enter the divine altar, he could absorb the incense and faith without constraining his own movements. This was an excellent choice for him. As the Black Dragon King entered the divine altar, he naturally bore the weight of all of Qin's hopes. Even in the absence of incense, a steady stream of faith flowed into him, coiling towards the golden pearl. Simultaneously, a panel materialized before him. Black Dragon King, current status, unable to summon, rank, ancient, trials, first trial, current divine power, 60 threads. Would you like to consume divine power and commence the trial? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. The divine power, originally intended for summoning deities, could be utilized for the Black Dragon King's trial? Was it because the Black Dragon King was not a deity, thus not requiring divine power to sustain its form, that it could be employed in this manner? He mused, focusing his thoughts on the panel, which presented further details. Consume 50 threads of divine power. Success rate of trial, 100%. Shall we begin? 100%. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Previously, he had needed special materials for the trial and relied on the luck of the purple chi eastward to barely achieve a 75% success rate. Now, merely by utilizing divine power, he could attain a full 100%. This revelation astonished him greatly. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng decisively declared, "Commence the trial." Consuming 50 threads of divine power, the Black Dragon King begins the trial. As this information appeared on the panel, several runes that had been illuminated by divine power within the altar quietly dimmed. A pale golden divine energy flowed into the body of the Black Dragon King. And in the blink of an eye, eons passed. Your Black Dragon King has successfully completed the trial. Current beast, Black Dragon King, rank, ancient, trials, second trial, combat power, 2, 550, 000, chapter 122. Within the realm of Qin, he is known as Qin Feng. Success. Gazing at the information displayed on the panel, Qin Feng's heart raced with exhilaration. Initially, he had merely intended to leverage the Black Dragon King to absorb incense and faith, yet he found himself unexpectedly blessed. The divine power generated by the world boss could be used for his beast's trials, and the success rate was astonishingly high at 100%. This meant that he only required 8 world bosses and 400 threads of divine power for the Black Dragon King to successfully complete 9 trials. If he could acquire more divine power from the world bosses, or even all of it, then only 4 world bosses would suffice. 4 world bosses would equate to merely 4 days' time. By then, his evolution points would be ample, allowing him to evolve directly to the stellar level. Organizing his thoughts, Qin Feng pondered for a moment before several beast panels unfolded before him. He possessed 4 beasts capable of rivaling the giants of the 9 turns. Tong Tian Xianwu. Combat power, 6, 450, 000. Bone Corpse. Combat power, 10, 000. Mountain Moving Sacred Ape. Combat power, 8, 800, 000. Blood Buddha Incarnation. Combat power, 30, 000. Among these, the Bone Corpse and Mountain Moving Sacred Ape could almost match the giants without facing the 9 kings, while the Blood Buddha Incarnation, with its combat power of 30 million, could easily suppress even a united front of the 9 rulers. The only concern was whether the Blood Buddha Incarnation would inadvertently summon the true Blood Buddha if it were to act. Currently, He lacked the strength to confront it directly. With a slight shift in his thoughts, the panel before him transformed. Profession, Divine Embryo, current evolution points, 473, 391, 473. 397. Given the current growth rate of his evolution points, he could accumulate 500,000 points within a single day. This meant that by roughly the same time tomorrow, his evolution points would reach 1,000,000. The Tong Tan Xianwu was at the 6th trial. For it to reach the 9th trial by tomorrow, it would require another stroke of luck akin to the purple chi eastward. Apart from that, only the Bone Corpse met the criteria for evolution to the stellar level. Although investing evolution points in the Bone Corpse seemed somewhat wasteful, it ultimately served as a safety net. With this in mind, Qin Feng no longer hesitated. He raised his gaze towards the borders of Deqin, a cold glimmer shining in his eyes. It was time for the 9 nations to feel dread. In the Hall of the 9 Nations, the 9 rulers gathered. Miyamoto Shixian gazed at the ancestral portrait before him, his eyelids twitching slightly. A sense of agitation rising within him. He turned to the diminutive elder beside him. Have you not yet found it? The elder, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, faced a star chart that seemed to churn like a stormy sea, rolling incessantly. His complexion was grim as he murmured, "It's impossible. It shouldn't be this way. If the Green Lotus exists, there should be no information that eludes us." As a 9 turns, astrology divine envoy, as long as he did not touch the 10th turn, it was virtually impossible for there to be information completely beyond his reach. Yet, amidst the battlefield of the world boss, the sudden appearance of the Green Lotus could not be traced, as if it simply did not exist. At these words, the 9 rulers furrowed their brows deeply. They had completely miscalculated regarding the first world boss. Collectively, the 9 nations had only acquired 40 threads of divine power. Averaged out, that was less than 5 threads per nation, with Deqin's 12 threads granting it a distinct advantage. More importantly, this loss is quite devastating, with even a 9-turn giant succumbing. If the upcoming world bosses all possess the Forbidden Life domain, then they will be utterly unable to allocate manpower to continue hindering Deqin, failing to gain a crushing advantage in the first round of the national war task. Even if they win the national war, it will likely be a Pyrrhic victory, which is entirely contrary to their expectations. When that Qinglian appeared, I sensed the aura of a professional emanating from it. It must belong to some beast master. However, given its terrifying damage, it cannot be controlled by any beast master of this era. Perhaps it originates from ancient times. The king of the Beiying kingdom spoke. The diminutive elder remained silent. After a moment, he slowly raised his head, as if he had made a resolution, his gaze fixed intently upon the star chart before him. He understood the intentions of the various kings. This beast master from ancient times likely does not belong to any one kingdom. If they could successfully recruit him, they would undoubtedly gain a crushing advantage in the first round of the national war. Thus, they needed information about this beast master, even if it was merely a description or a name. The elder exhaled a large breath, his arms raised weakly, and his expression instantly turned fierce, as tiny stars flickered in his small eyes. I am the star chart. Upon this invocation, the star chart before him expanded several times in an instant. Following that, a tremendous force surged forth from the star chart, drawing him directly into it. As the elder's body was absorbed into the star chart, it expanded once more, nearly filling the entire grand hall. Moreover, a brown celestial sphere, resembling an eyeball, appeared at the center of the star chart. The brown sphere slowly rotated, its light flickering like a blinking eye, observing everything. If someone were to observe from beyond the stars, they would discover that this brown sphere was pressed against the surface of the earth, peering inward. Information began to flash by, and soon the brown sphere seemed to have discovered something, directing its gaze toward it. As the view drew nearer, a valley emerged, followed by a line of information. Name, Qin Feng. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through. The star chart within the grand hall shattered with a resounding crash. The diminutive elder was ejected from within. The Tian Shu Daoren. The elder's complexion turned ashen, one eye bleeding profusely, and his entire being was utterly exhausted. He gasped for air, softly growling. The side effects of I am the star chart were already substantial, and now, with the ambush from the Tian Shu Daoren, he not only lost 100 years of life, but also sacrificed one of his eyes. However, fortunately, he had gleaned some information, so he did not leave empty-handed. The elder forced a smile, speaking with great effort. I did my best. The information is scant, only a rough location and a name. That is sufficient. Thank you for your hard work, divine envoy. Upon hearing this, Gongbin Shixian was overjoyed. With a location and a name, they could go search together, almost able to pinpoint their target. The 9 kings all looked expectantly at the elder. Seeing this, the elder struggled to stand upright and slowly uttered a few words. Within the territory of Deqin, a valley. Name, Qin Feng. Chapter 123. Does this mean the king of Qin is playing us for fools? Qin Feng. At these words, the grand hall fell into a profound silence. The 9 kings exchanged glances, frozen like statues. The reason was simple. They were far too familiar with this name. Had it not been just a few days since the death of the divine seed, the campaign against Qin was still vivid in their memories. Although they were certain that the individual was dead, the coincidence of the kingdom, name, and even profession was too uncanny, inevitably raising doubts within them. Noticing the somewhat stiff expressions of the kings, the elder cast a spell to staunch the bleeding from his eye. Scanning the crowd with one eye and asking, "What is it?" Gongbin Shixian took a deep breath. "Divine Envoy, do you not find this name somewhat familiar?" "Familiar?" The elder furrowed his brow, flipping his hand to pop a white pill into his mouth, clearing his somewhat muddled mind. Qin Feng, Qin Feng. Repeating the name. The elder suddenly seemed to recall something, exclaiming in surprise, "The divine seed from Qin? No, it cannot be." He quickly shook his head in denial. At that time, the star chart had clearly indicated that the divine seed had perished. There could be no unexpected turns. However, this was indeed too coincidental. The elder waved his hand, and the star chart reappeared before him. Gazing at the star chart, a flicker of hesitation arose in his heart, but he ultimately abandoned the idea of checking again. The Tian Shu Dao Ran had already taken note of his movements, and even if he were to expend his remaining lifespan, under the interference of the Tian Shu Dao Ran, it would be difficult to discern all of that individual's information. His expression shifted suddenly as a thought struck him. He reached into the stars and began to stir them rapidly. As his arm moved, the stars shifted continuously, waves of different constellations changing one after another. However, even after 2 full minutes, the elder's actions did not cease. Instead, they grew quicker and more frantic. "It cannot be. It should not be," he muttered repeatedly, his expression growing increasingly grim, blood vessels surging in his remaining eye. Time slipped away, and the elder's movements became more intense. With a loud crash, the star chart collapsed for the second time, causing the elder to stagger backward uncontrollably. Panic etched across his face as he fell to the ground. "It has vanished." His eyes widened in terror, disbelief flooding his mind. The star symbolizing the divine seed had completely disappeared from the star chart. This implies that the divine seed may still be alive. He murmured, his eyes wide yet vacant. "What?" Upon hearing this, the kings could no longer remain seated. "Are you saying that the divine seed did not die?" Gongbin Shixian's face shifted, instantly turning furious. "This means the king of Qin is playing us for fools. He deliberately pretended that the divine seed was dead, intending to perish together with us, while simultaneously annihilating a nation." His anger was overwhelming. The seemingly noble Tian turned out to be so treacherous. Damn it, how infuriating. He could hardly bear to imagine what Tian's expression would be like after returning that day. The so-called alliance of the 10 nations appeared to him as nothing more than a pack of fools. Gongbin Shixian's face flushed red, his eyes wide with rage. "Good, good, good." He scanned the 8 kings in turn, repeating the word "good" 3 times. At this moment, the expressions of the 8 kings were increasingly grim. If the divine seed had not perished, it meant their doom. With the ruthless methods of the king of Qin, the fate of the kingdom of Storm would likely be theirs as well. Even if they survived, they would become mere hounds of Qin. "What shall we do?" The king of being spoke with great difficulty, feeling an extreme dryness in his mouth. The gazes of several individuals were fixed upon Gongbin Shixian, for only Kukaku, with the support of its venerable ancestor, retained a glimmer of hope. After a lengthy silence with closed eyes, Gongbin Shixian opened them once more, a fierce glimmer flickering within. "Esteemed ones, have you ever heard of the Abyssal Buddha Temple?" He spoke with a calm demeanor, as if resolutely determined. Abyssal Buddha Temple. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others shifted slightly. As figures of royal stature, they were well aware of the existence of the Abyss and the Abyssal Buddha Temple. The mention by Gongbin Shixian prompted a palpable tension. "Have you encountered it? Do you seek to harness the power of that demon Buddha?" A shared glance among the kings revealed their inner turmoil. The very notion was perilous, rivaling the threat posed by Qin. Sensing their hesitation, Gongbin Shixian continued. 50 million practitioners' lifeblood can ensure the continuation of our national fortunes. Once the deed is done, it shall not linger but return to the abyss. Upon his words, one king suddenly looked up. "But can that demon Buddha be trusted? Whether it can be trusted or not, do you possess a superior alternative?" Gongbin Shixian countered. "What that demon Buddha seeks is ascension to divinity. In the current world, devoid of the soil to support deities, it has no reason to remain." His gaze swept across the assembly once more. "Esteemed ones, life or death hinges solely upon this course of action. 50 million practitioners. A mere fraction compared to the nation's annihilation is but a small sacrifice. Having spoken, he observed the subtle shifts in their expressions and could not help but smirk inwardly. He understood that the 8 kings would ultimately acquiesce, for they had no other recourse. In truth, although he had indeed encountered that demon Buddha, the price it demanded was merely 10 million lifeblood. By inflating the figure to 50 million, he intended to ensure that the 8 nations would suffer significant losses, requiring centuries to recuperate. Kukaku had already endured immense suffering. Should Daqin fall completely, the 9 nations would turn against each other, and Kukaku would inevitably become the next meal. He needed to act preemptively. Very well. At this moment, the kings resolved their indecision, nodding in agreement. Just as Gongbin Shixian had anticipated, they had no other options. In Daqin, within the valley, a young man sat cross-legged on the ground, his garments billowing in the cold wind. Before him, every hour, a 6-colored die materialized out of thin air, spinning rapidly. However, fortune was not on his side. Most times, a crimson radiance erupted, with orange appearing only rarely. As the moon ascended and the daylight faded, the young man finally ceased his actions and stood up. He let out a gentle sigh, shaking his head slightly, and savored the fresh air, calming his emotions. With a focused gaze, a panel slowly unfolded before him. Current evolution points: 9877779877783. Chapter 124, Beasts, Hasten Forth. As the evolution points continued to fluctuate, a new message appeared. World Boss, the Necromancer General has descended upon Beiying Kingdom. All nations, take heed. Qin Feng lifted his gaze, golden light shimmering in his eyes. In the distant firmament, a thick black mist obscured the sky, where a figure engulfed in green ghostly flames, resembling a malevolent spirit, hovered silently, wielding a ghostly blue halberd. Necromancer General, World Boss. Level 1000. Health 1 billion. Combat power 20 million. Skills: Necromancer Domain. Soul Reaping Halberd, Clone Technique, 10,000 Ghosts Worship. Time until arrival, 10 minutes. Qin Feng stood still, awaiting the arrival. Puzzled by the absence of any movement from the 9 nations, he observed the Daqin king alongside several 8th and 9th turn figures hovering above Beiying Kingdom, surrounding the Necromancer General. Yet, with only 2 minutes remaining until the arrival of the Necromancer General, none from the 9 nations had yet shown themselves. Had they surrendered? The thought crossed his mind. But Qin Feng shook his head decisively. He did not believe the 9 nations would yield so easily. There must be some scheme at play. While Qin Feng pondered, a sudden roar erupted. The Necromancer General raised its head, its ghastly visage revealing a pair of eyes that opened wide, fixing their gaze upon the king of Daqin and his entourage. It had arrived, Qin Feng murmured, standing in the void, calmly observing. In the absence of interference from the 9 nations, this mere world boss posed no significant threat. The silence from the 9 nations hinted at hidden plans. Meanwhile, the king of Daqin stood with hands clasped behind him, his gaze sweeping calmly across the scene. The world boss had fully descended, yet the 9 nations remained absent. Though unaware of the plots at hand, Daqin held no fear. Prepare for battle. The king of Daqin declared indifferently. A mere world boss was nothing he could not handle alone. Regardless of the methods employed by the 9 nations, in the face of several 9th turn titans from Daqin, they would struggle to inflict significant harm immediately. As he spoke, he stepped forward, the royal dragon aura swirling around him, his black dragon robe billowing wildly, ready to engage. However, at that very moment, behind the Necromancer General, a wave of crimson suddenly surged forth. This crimson spread with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it completely enveloped the heavens and the earth, even transforming the black mist of the Necromancer General into a deep red hue. What is this? Baisu exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. He was all too familiar with this scene. Yet, compared to the previous manifestation, this spectacle was even more horrifying. The crimson light, in mere seconds, blanketed the 10 nations, a sight terrifying in its magnitude. Under the illumination of this red light, an indescribable sense of weakness permeated his being. He and several 9th turn figures, including Feng Shuanggu, could still resist, but the 8th turn experts of Daqin trembled uncontrollably, barely able to maintain their footing in the sky. Was this the power of demigods? Baisu's heart quaked in fear. The true form of the demon Buddha. The king of Daqin cast a cold glance downwards. He saw in a grand hall within Beiying Kingdom, torrents of blood shooting skyward. Simultaneously, in the other 7 nations, crimson blood surged like waves into the heavens. 8 streams of blood converged, forming a vast sea of blood suspended in the air. From within this blood sea, a withered old man slowly emerged. In the next moment, his eyes slowly opened, a smile curling upon his lips. This Buddha has arrived. Retreat. The instant the blood sea ascended, the king of Daqin issued his command without hesitation, urging everyone to flee back towards Daqin. However, The manifestation of the demon Buddha was alarmingly swift. From the eruption of red light to the ascension of the blood sea, the demon Buddha's descent occurred in less than a minute. The distance the king of Qin and his party covered was barely half, when a thick blood mist gathered before them, blocking their path. Turning back, they beheld the withered old man standing ominously behind them. King of Qin, what a delightful aroma. This Buddha shall savor you all. The Giffo revealed a sinister grin, his gaze shimmering with a crimson glow. Upon uttering his words, he extended his hand, and a colossal scarlet hand materialized from the heavens, reaching towards the Qin Wang and his companions. To indulge? A mere mouse, cowering in the abyss, dares to covet Qin. Does it truly believe I cannot vanquish you? The Qin Wang snorted coldly, a fierce expression overtaking his withered visage. In the next moment, a scroll appeared in his grasp and unfurled abruptly. A resonating vibration echoed throughout the Qin territory, as if the entire nation trembled, signaling the mobilization of its national fortune. Even the Qin Wang, faced with a genuine demigod, had but one recourse. Although this method would deplete the national fortune amassed over millennia, there was no alternative. Qin Wang, Bai Su and the others sensed the turmoil in the national fortune, their expressions betraying reluctance as they gasped in alarm. The depletion of national fortune would mean that even with victory in this war, Qin would have no hope of ascension to divinity. More critically, the Qin Wang's lifespan had reached its end, sustained solely by the nation's fortune. Should the fortune diminish, his life would also extinguish, leading to his ultimate demise. Yet, in the face of a demigod, they found themselves with no options. Bai Su and the others displayed sorrowful expressions. A vision of a young man manifested before them, only to shake his head. Alas, time was lacking. The Qin Wang's solemn countenance remained unyielding, and without responding, he stepped forward, declaring, "Commence." Boom. Just as he began to speak, the scarlet claw before him suddenly disintegrated. Following this, a massive, grotesque visage of a Buddha abruptly appeared before the crowd. The Giffo paused momentarily, and soon, a grin stretched across his gaunt face, reaching his ears. He sensed a surge of power. Despite the replenishment from blood offerings, regaining his original strength remained exceedingly arduous. However, should he consume this incarnation before him, his power would be fully restored, perhaps even enhanced. He gazed at the grotesque visage of the Buddha, slightly parting his lips. Sin, as the word escaped his lips. The fearsome visage of the Buddha also spoke. "You wretched beast, come forth at once." The thunderous roar reverberated like rolling thunder, unleashing chaos. This command even utilized the Yanhuo Buddha chant, causing the crimson blood mist in the heavens to swirl and roar. The Giffo was taken aback, blinking in disbelief, utterly astonished at the Buddha's countenance. Chapter 125, Consuming 1 million evolution points. Bone Corpse evolution completed. With the emergence of the grotesque Buddha visage, amidst the enveloping crimson light, a golden-red radiance surged forth simultaneously. Qin Feng, standing upon the great sun's golden crow, regarded the Giffo with an expression of calm. Before him, the information pertaining to the Giffo clearly materialized. Giffo, level, demigod, combat power, 80 million. The information presented before him did not alter Qin Feng's demeanor significantly. With a tranquil gaze, he spoke indifferently. A mere demigod dares to challenge the heavens? Humph. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's arrival, the Giffo suddenly scoffed, his skin twitching slightly. "I find you quite intriguing. The path of beast mastery can even bind deities? Though this is merely an incarnation of mine, it has indeed exceeded my expectations." He scrutinized Qin Feng, a smirk spreading across his lips. "How intriguing to encounter a disguise even I cannot see through. A deity? Humph." The Giffo's expression turned mocking, his crimson aura intensifying. "I shall consume you. You will truly comprehend the might of divinity." With that, his form became entirely enveloped in crimson light. Subsequently, his previously withered flesh began to swell rapidly, as the sea of blood from the heavens cascaded down like a waterfall, pouring into his being. An unfathomably terrifying aura began to spread. Until the celestial blood sea was entirely depleted, a much larger and more grotesque visage of the Buddha manifested in the sky. Before this visage, the Giffo incarnation appeared as a mere child, not even half its size. Outrageous! Outrageous! The Giffo incarnation wore a menacing expression, nearly beside itself with rage. It was merely its own incarnation. How could it not obediently return? Now it dared to act against its master. Truly outrageous. It opened its massive maw, desperately attempting to draw the blood sea into itself, but despite its utmost effort, only a drop of blood the size of a fingertip floated toward it, barely moistening its lips. Wretched beast! Wretched beast! Its already fearsome visage twisted further, its crimson eyes glaring furiously. The surging blood sea in the sky should have belonged to its power, Yet this incarnation dared to consume it entirely, allowing it only to taste a single drop. Boom. Even before Qin Feng could issue a command, a gigantic scarlet Buddha palm had manifested, descending directly upon the Gifo. Simultaneously, Qin Feng did not hesitate. Aside from the Bone Corpse and Black Dragon King, all his beasts were summoned forth. Heaven-reaching Xuanwu, Great Sun Golden Crow, Mountain-moving Holy Ape, War Ant Queen, Creation Green Lotus, various skills cascaded one after another. The Great Sun Golden Crow let out a triumphant cry as a golden sun ascended into the sky. The heaven-reaching Xuanwu, with legs like colossal pillars, stomped down, conjuring a terrifying water vortex that connected heaven and earth. The mountain-moving Holy Ape exhaled, its form swelling several times, as it raised its arms to conjure a mountain of immense height from thin air. The War Ant Queen unleashed a fierce glare, and an endless stream of ant beasts surged forth. The Creation Green Lotus swayed its leaves, enveloping the area in life energy, while its leaves sliced through the air like blades, creating spatial distortions and causing fissures to erupt. The Gifo turned, the blood mist condensing as if regarding a swarm of rodents. As the attacks descended, he prepared to retaliate, only to suddenly stiffen, his body completely losing control, forced to watch as various skills rained down upon him. Divine Oracle activated. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying skills descended, momentarily creating a blank void amidst the sea of crimson light. However, such formidable skills, when unleashed upon the Buddha visage, proved as ineffective as an ant attempting to shake a tree, inflicting minimal damage. Blasphemy against the divine. The Buddha visage opened its mouth, glaring furiously. This familiar technique incited its wrath, causing the blood mist surrounding it to surge violently. In the next moment, a resounding crack echoed as invisible shackles were shattered. The crimson light in the heavens surged explosively, thick enough to appear as if it would drip blood. It is over. I shall relish you thoroughly. The Buddha visage opened its mouth, and a massive scarlet hand coalesced instantaneously, reaching straight for Qin Feng. Retreat. The Qin Wang's expression shifted drastically as he stepped forward, seizing Qin Feng and hurling him behind himself. Simultaneously, Bai Su and the other Jiao Zhuan stepped forward, positioning themselves before Qin Feng. They were barely hanging on, with no further possibility of advancement in their lifetimes. Yet, as long as the seed of divinity remained alive, there was hope for Qin. Bai Su and the others bore expressions of self-sacrifice, shielding Qin Feng behind them. At that moment, the numerous Bajuan of Qin also ceased their hesitation, their expressions fierce as the blood within them ignited, forcibly stabilizing their faltering bodies, standing shoulder to shoulder with Bai Su and the others, ready to fight to the death. However, at this moment, Qin Feng, however, did not retreat in the face of adversity. Instead, he waved his hand to summon all his beasts. Amidst the astonished gazes of the people of Qin, he gently pushed aside their obstruction and stepped lightly past Bai Su, approaching the Qin king. A faint smile graced his lips as his indifferent voice resonated. You are right. It is time to conclude this. As these words fell, an information panel emerged before him, consuming 1 million evolution points. Bone Corpse evolution complete. Chapter 126. The first stellar level. Yin Chao Di Fu. A peculiar tremor seemed to ripple through the heavens and the earth. This tremor was not forceful, yet it instilled a profound sense of discomfort within every heart, as if a power completely foreign to this world was awakening, forcefully intruding into it. The ghastly visage of the ghost Buddha revealed an expression of disbelief. The blood mist coalesced into a palm that suddenly shattered, and the crimson light began to dissipate, giving way to an indescribable grayish death aura that enveloped the sky. If one were to gaze from the starry expanse, they would find that the Earth star was now entirely shrouded in this gray death aura, transforming into a gray sphere. With a hiss, as the death aura surged, a colossal being, measuring 10,000 meters in length, adorned with 8 heads and 8 tails, eyes resembling scarlet lanterns, covered in green moss, emerged from the void above Kugu. This entity, wreathed in death aura, opened its 8 pairs of eyes to scan its surroundings with indifference. It was the shadow of the 8-headed serpent. Outside the grand hall, Gong Ben Shixian raised his head in horror, staring at the gigantic being that should have perished. What is happening? What is this situation? The diminutive astrological envoy, filled with disbelief, felt an even greater dread. Unlike Gong Ben Shixian, he, as a prophecy practitioner, experienced a more profound terror. He did not gaze at the resurrected shadow of the 8-headed serpent, but instead ascended into the air, surveying the vicinity of Kugu. In the next moment, his mouth fell agape in shock. Countless figures began to materialize above the surrounding ocean. They stood expressionless, exuding a grayish pallor. Silently hovering above the water's surface, emanating an aura of deathly stillness. This is my Yugu's deceased subjects? Gong Ben Shixian's complexion changed drastically, disbelief etched across his face. Beside him, an elder stood rigid, slowly turning his head to gaze in another direction. There lay a nation that had already perished. Yet now, in that direction, countless gray figures emerged, one of which bore a familiar countenance. Staring back at them expressionlessly, it was the king of the Storm Nation, Feng Shan. At this moment, not only Gong Ben Shixian, but the other 8 kings also exited the Grand Hall. The confidence that had once assured them of victory, anticipating Deqin's demise, vanished entirely, leaving their faces pale with trepidation. They looked up to find Feng Shan's lifeless eyes slowly scanning over them. What struck them with even greater fear was the sight within their own nation, where the 600,000 souls they had buried were now resurrecting in a deathly stance. 600,000 figures stood there, expressionless, gazing at them. What on earth has transpired? Gong Ben Shixian's expression was bitter, his voice hoarse. He even witnessed the Buddha head quaking, the blood mist trembling. Could it be that even the ghost Buddha was gripped by fear? Could a demigod truly be powerless against him? Gong Ben Shixian inhaled deeply, yet the air was filled with a stench of decay and desolation. The gray aura had permeated every corner of the Earth star, altering even the atmosphere. He gazed at the youth standing calmly before the ghost Buddha, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. By what means, he wondered, could he achieve such a feat? With a hiss, an astrological chart suddenly appeared, but it was entirely grayish-white, void of any stars. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the chart before him, tears streamed from the elder's remaining eye as he laughed helplessly, his face marred by despair. If I am not mistaken, this place can no longer be considered the Earth star. Stellar level, this is truly the stellar level. He opened his mouth wide, silently weeping, collapsing into the void. Your Majesty, we are finished. We are finished. As the voice of the astrological envoy faded, as if to corroborate his words, an eerie portal brimming with deathly aura quietly materialized amidst the gray mist spanning the horizon. This portal connected heaven and earth, exuding a chilling aura. Upon it, 4 distorted characters were inscribed, Yin Chao Di Fu, and before Qin Feng, the information regarding his summoned beasts finally appeared. Bone Corpse evolution complete. Current summoned beast, Yin Chao Di Fu. Grade, stellar level. Combat power, max. Chapter 127, Yin Chao Di Fu, The Path of Godly Beasts. Yin Chao Di Fu. The ghastly visage of the ghost Buddha began to manifest intense unease. Impossible. How could this be? He gazed incredulously at the colossal portal before him. The surrounding atmosphere filled him with profound terror. Within that portal, teeming with deathly aura, lay the power he had always yearned for. It was the true essence of divine power, a force he could never hope to contend with. With a hiss, the ghastly visage of the ghost Buddha began to dissolve, transforming under the glow of the gray light back into the form of a withered old man. Then, his knees buckled, and he collapsed into the void. Spare my life. I am willing to merge with my true form. He bowed his head and spoke softly. Not only was he incapable of resistance, but even the thought of escape did not cross his mind. The gray light illuminated the heavens and the earth, saturating every corner. Rather than being the Earth Star, this place had become the realm of Yin Chao Di Fu. The Deqin king's eyes reflected shock as he slowly retracted the scroll in his hand. Bai Su and the others gazed at the deathly portal of Yin Chao Di Fu with unparalleled astonishment. Though they could not comprehend the nature of such power, they understood that the moment they witnessed the ghost Buddha kneeling, it was evident that beyond demigods lay divine power. Qin Feng nodded slightly, raising his hand. A blood-red, fearsome Buddha had appeared in the void. Consume it. Qin Feng spoke indifferently. Thank you for the gift, my lord. The ghastly visage of the Buddha had revealed a look of surprise, and it opened its mouth wide, drawing in the ghost Buddha's entire form. The red light surged from the Buddha head, its crimson hue deepening, with attributes undergoing a transformation. Current summoned beast, Ghost Buddha. Grade, Ancient level. Tribulation, 9th Tribulation. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 110 million. Skills. Evolution requires a value of 1 million. As the broken state dissipated, the information regarding the evolution became apparent. Gazing at the panel before him, Qin Feng waved his hand, reinserting it into the Beast Master space. Subsequently, his gaze turned toward the Necromancer General in the sky. In the next instant, without any warning, merely through eye contact, the form of the Necromancer General disintegrated. Its life force reduced to 0, and then it reappeared in a gray hue amidst the world. World Boss. Necromancer General has perished. Deqin receives 100 strands of divine power. As the panel information emerged, a golden divine light surged forth, pouring into the Deqin altar. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged as he gently closed his eyes. Under the reflection of the underworld, he could distinctly feel a causal thread buried deep within a certain place. Yet, even with the divine power of the underworld, he could not entirely trace the origin of that causal thread. Although it resided within the Earth star, it felt more like a separate space. The abyss, perhaps? Qin Feng recalled the tales told by the ghost Buddha. It was said to be a gathering place for those professionals with no path forward, indicating that within the abyss, there might exist the ability to prolong the lives of those on the brink of death. Moreover, there could be more than one demigod residing therein. This power, capable of accommodating demigods and staving off life, and preventing the divine power of the underworld from fully penetrating, truly astonished him. Furrowing his brows slightly, Qin Feng reopened his eyes. Originally, he intended to delve into the abyss using the power of the underworld to trace the origin of the causal thread and retrieve Su Minghue's soul. However, it now seemed that he would have to personally step into the abyss to accomplish this task. Setting aside this plan, Qin Feng's gaze finally settled upon the massive portal of the underworld, an evolution from ancient to stellar level, transforming from bone corpse to underworld. His combat power had directly reached max. The scale of transformation exceeded his expectations, even instilling within him a sense of anticipation for the stellar forms of his other beasts. Yet, more astonishingly, his panel had also undergone a transformation. Profession, Divine Beastmaster. Level, 5th transition, 150. Combat power, 1 million. Current state, Calamity 1. Talent, Limit Break. Passive skills, Divine Disguise, Symbiosis. Skills, Divine Vision, Divine Oracle. Golden Body, 9. Divine Powers, Book of Life and Death. Beasts, Underworld, Great Sun Golden Crow. Black Dragon King. Chapter 128. This world is about to end. Cocoa Kingdom, Great Hall. Miyamoto Shirshian stood before the portrait of his ancestors, his eyes vacant, his face ashen. Beside him, the diminutive astrologer similarly hung his head, despair evident in his gaze. Miyamoto Shirshian looked at the ancestral portrait, his knees buckling as he collapsed to the ground, tears streaming as he gazed at the image. "Ancestor, please save me," he cried out, utterly devoid of options. Stellar level, divine power. This was an absolutely insurmountable force. For him, even if he exhausted the fortunes of Cocoa Kingdom or united the 9 nations, there was only the path of death. Thud, thud, thud. Within the great hall, Miyamoto Shirshian repeatedly knocked his forehead against the ground, the sound echoing throughout. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. Sigh. Suddenly, a faint sigh emanated from the portrait. Following this, a spectral figure slowly emerged from within. "Ancestor." The moment the phantom appeared, Miyamoto Shirshian called out, bowing deeply once more. "Ancestor, please save Cocoa Kingdom," he pleaded. Su Fu's weary visage revealed a hint of exhaustion. Even he had not anticipated that divine power would genuinely manifest in this era. His expression grew serious as he gazed towards the underworld in the sky. After a long silence, he finally spoke, "Prepare to flee into the abyss. This world is about to end." Su Fu's slightly fatigued voice drifted forth as he raised his gaze to the heavens. Though the sky was obscured by gray light, his eyes seemed capable of piercing through the gloom, revealing a trace of fear. Moments later, he sighed once more, his figure gradually vanishing from sight. "Divine Beastmaster?" Qin Feng surveyed the profession panel before him, narrowing his eyes slightly. This was the first instance of a profession change occurring without the 9 transitions of Divine Being's quest. Transitioning from Divine Embryo to Divine Beastmaster, he speculated that the evolution from ancient to stellar level itself represented a qualitative transformation. Compared to the ancient level, Bone Corpse, the underworld embodied true divine power. The term Divine Beastmaster likely referred to the ability to wield and command divine beings. Contemplating this, Qin Feng shifted his gaze towards the divine power information on the panel. At that moment, the panel revealed the first divine power, the Book of Life and Death. Qin Feng muttered to himself. The connection between Underworld and Book of Life and Death felt almost natural. Thus, this divine power must be a gift from the Underworld. He harbored a few speculations. Merely from the name, Book of Life and Death, he could surmise its general function. In his past life, the Book of Life and Death governed the lifespan of the living. Yet in this life, being termed a divine power, it should encompass more than merely adjusting lifespan. With this thought, his gaze sharpened, fixating on the divine power, Book of Life and Death. In an instant, detailed information gradually unfolded, and at that very moment, an overwhelming sense of dread suddenly enveloped Qin Feng's entire being. The massive portal of the underworld trembled violently, and the gray light that blanketed the world abruptly split open a chasm. Following this, in the heavens, an eye slowly opened. Chapter 129. The World Crumbles, Parallel Dimensions. Qin Feng's body tensed abruptly, feeling an unprecedented sense of oppression. Even with the presence of the underworld, that oppressive sensation nearly caused his pores to burst. The eye bore no discernible emotion, continually observing with an unsettling calmness. Yet both Qin Feng and the Qin King, Bai Su, and others sensed an indescribable fear. This fear arose from the depths of their hearts, as if it were an instinctual response. The Qin King's ancient visage trembled as a roll of parchment reappeared in his palm. However, he clenched his hands tightly, devoid of any desire to unfurl it. In fact, even if he did, he had no confidence of victory. The underworld hummed and vibrated, gray light continuously surging forth, attempting to obscure that eye. However, under the influence of that eye, the gray light covering the heavens was torn wider and wider until the sky became clear, filled entirely by that eye. Crack! A shattering sound pierced the air, soon followed by a series of incessant cracks. Across the expanse of heaven and earth, an intricate web of fissures began to spread, gradually enveloping the world. In that moment, the entire planet appeared akin to a porcelain vessel, marred with cracks, seemingly on the verge of complete disintegration. The onlookers raised their gazes in horror, their eyes trembling. Under the gaze of that singular eye, the multitude of fissures continued to proliferate until terror gripped all who beheld them. With a sharp crack resounding in their ears, the heavens and earth shattered, and the world commenced its collapse. Each individual felt their bodies gradually disintegrating, beginning from their feet, turning to dust. Within the planet, consciousness itself began to fade away. Qin Feng widened his eyes, fixated on the eye in the sky. The Yin Shao Di Fu had been summoned to its utmost limit. The surging gray light striving to stabilize this realm, yet it proved utterly ineffectual. Every effort was akin to a mayfly shaking a tree, a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Even the Yin Shao Di Fu now showed signs of dissipating. Could even a stellar being not prevail? Qin Feng's form had already begun to disintegrate, his consciousness growing increasingly blurred, a bitter smile gracing his lips, until his head too crumbled into grains of dust. His awareness plunged into chaos. The heavens and earth collapsed, the world perished. That eye slowly closed, then vanished into the void. Concurrently, a dignified figure clad in a black dragon robe materialized, standing in the emptiness. His gaze was tranquil, and after a long pause, he spoke. Xianqin Siju. Merely one step away. Gu, I await your return. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, his eyes calm, as his form gradually faded. Darkness, boundless darkness. Time passed, though its measure was unknown, when a glimmer of light emerged, and a cacophony of sounds flooded his ears. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly at all before him. In his mind, a buzzing sound echoed incessantly, rendering the surrounding noise indistinct. He pressed his knuckles forcefully against his temples, attempting to alleviate the buzzing in his head, only to suddenly feel a wave of fatigue and a dry, wrinkled sensation. Qin Feng paused, his hands outstretched, lowering his gaze. Before him lay a pair of aged, shriveled hands. He was momentarily stunned, and at that moment, the buzzing in his mind gradually diminished. The surrounding clamor began to sharpen into focus. In the square before him, a voice reached his ears. Qin Feng, profession, Beastmaster. Chapter 130, Parallel Dimensions. Qin Wang. Qin Feng slowly raised his head, confusion evident in his gaze. Job transfer square, profession awakening, Qin Feng. Everything felt strikingly familiar. So much so that he struggled to comprehend his current state. Time reversal? But Qin Feng looked towards the center of the square, where a youth, mocked by the crowd, walked down with his head bowed. If he was Qin Feng, then who am I? His head spun with dizziness, and the fatigue in his body intensified. Slowly, Qin Feng straightened himself, glancing down at his form. Beneath tattered garments lay an aged, emaciated body. He took a few steps towards a pool of water. Through the surface, a gaunt and exceedingly aged visage reflected back at him. He raised a hand to touch his withered face, and the memories of a crumbling world echoed in his mind. What is happening? He could not discern. Merely staring vacantly at the youth in the center of the square, who descended step by step amidst the scornful and pitying gazes of the crowd, then walked away. The youth kept his head down until he passed by him, gradually receding into the distance. Qin Feng hesitated, his body swaying, before following closely behind. His mind was muddled, the exhaustion growing more acute. Yet, he felt a pressing need to understand the situation swiftly. Was all of this merely a dream, or something else? The youth walked briskly until he halted before a grand structure. Qin Feng looked up, and the characters, Wan Shou Lu caught his eye. Wan Shou Lu? He murmured, standing outside, waiting quietly. Shortly after, the youth exited, his expression tinged with vexation. He stood still for a moment in contemplation, then turned to walk in a specific direction. No, Qin Feng was taken aback. The direction the youth chose was not towards He Shui Zhaoze. He lifted his feet, intending to follow. However, as he turned his gaze, he unexpectedly spotted another figure that surprised him. This person also bore an aged appearance, clad in tattered clothing, squatting on the ground as his eyes scanned the surroundings. His withered skin and hair resembled a withered tree, embodying a dying weed. A familiar sensation welled up in his heart, causing his breath to quicken. He hurried a few steps to stand before the elder, his gaze fixed intently upon him. And after a prolonged silence, he tentatively called out, "Qin Feng?" The moment the words left his lips, the elder visibly trembled, his pupils dilating, breath quickening. "You." "Qin Feng." The elder's skin quivered as he spoke uncertainly. "Qin Feng, what is happening here?" Qin Feng's voice was faint as he surveyed the bustling crowd, inquiring, "Is it a reversal of time, or have we already perished?" The Qin Feng, still squatting on the ground, took a deep breath, struggling slightly to rise. After a moment of silence, he gently shook his head. "No, it is not a reversal of time. This place, while belonging to the Qin's Lin'an city, possesses certain differences. To describe it as a time reversal would not be entirely accurate. If one must insist, perhaps another explanation would be more fitting. Parallel dimensions." Chapter 131. The Corpse of Qin Feng, The Path of the Emperor and Gods. Parallel dimensions? Qin Feng swallowed hard, whispering in disbelief. "Indeed." The Qin Feng nodded, stating, "Every moment in this world births countless parallel dimensions. Different choices and thoughts lead to various transformations in these dimensions, whether good or ill, strong or weak. And in this dimension of Qin." He lifted his gaze to the sky, his voice suddenly growing grave. "It is far more terrifying than I had imagined." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng followed the Qin Feng's gaze upward. In an instant, his heart raced violently, and his aged visage twitched uncontrollably. In the sky lay a corpse. Connected to it was a magnificent, ancient-feeling starry wall. The corpse was bound by numerous black chains, as if it bore the weight of the starry wall upon its back. More astonishingly, the corpse donned a black dragon robe, though the figure remained bowed and motionless. An overwhelming aura emanated from it, cascading downwards into the void. The unfathomable terror of this presence was something even the Qin Feng at his peak could hardly compare to. "That is the great Qin King of this timeline." Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment, feeling a chill seep into his very blood. He found it difficult to fathom why the esteemed great Qin King would appear in such a manner. The path of the Emperor and God. Within the ancient eyes of the great Qin King, thoughts surged forth. He parted his lips, his voice laden with gravity. "This is the 10 transformations path left by the first emperor. Though I did not tread this path, I had not anticipated that the great Qin King of this timeline would make such a choice. The path of the Emperor and God." Qin Feng's voice carried a hint of confusion as he gazed at the great Qin King. He recalled his own vocation, Yushandao, which seemed to bear some resemblance to this Dishandao. The great Qin King inhaled deeply and slowly spoke. "This is the 10 transformations technique bequeathed by the first emperor. The path he traversed. I once contemplated it, but ultimately abandoned the idea." At this juncture, the great Qin King paused, casting his gaze again to the vast figure bearing the starry sky great wall. Every thought and intention gives rise to action. To choose to abandon leads to another great Qin King choosing acceptance. The great Qin King's gaze was complex as he sighed and continued. "The so-called Dishandao is to unify the entire great Qin with oneself, forcibly breaking through the barriers of the 9 transformations. Upon entering this path, I am the great Qin, and the great Qin is me. Henceforth, he draws upon the energy of heaven and earth to nurture great Qin, while the people of great Qin draw upon his essence to enhance themselves. In other words, at this moment, the realm of great Qin becomes his flesh and blood, and its billions of living beings become his cells. The power of the entire realm is at his command. As long as great Qin endures, so shall he." As the great Qin King's voice fell, Qin Feng's breath quickened. His eyes fixed on the aura cascading from that body, a sense of dread welling within him. This was his first in-depth understanding of the 10 transformations and the so-called divinity. It is no wonder that the 10 transformations path is deemed divine. Such a method transcends mere practitioners, stepping into an entirely different echelon. He inhaled deeply, poised to speak, when the great Qin King's tone abruptly shifted. "However, even having ascended to the 10 transformations and entered Dishandao, must he still bear the weight of the starry sky great wall to fend off extraterrestrial beings?" Chapter 132. Replacement, becoming the sole entity of this timeline. The great Qin King's voice was grave, his gaze flickering with various hues. "The starry sky great wall obstructs foreign beings. Having ascended to the 10 transformations and entered Dishandao, he believed it should suffice to clear the extraterrestrial threat. Yet, the scene before him was completely contrary to his expectations. This great Qin King, despite having entered Dishandao, was still being compelled by extraterrestrial entities. forced to bear the starry sky Great Wall to sever the foreign incursions? Were the extraterrestrial beings of this timeline truly this formidable? Extraterrestrial beings? Qin Feng's voice was hoarse as he looked skyward, the weight of the situation evident in his aged eyes. To compel a great Qin king who had already entered Dishindao to bear the starry sky Great Wall for defense speaks volumes of the terror these extraterrestrial beings possess. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng averted his gaze, gradually calming the tempest within, and turned to the great Qin king with a furrowed brow. Great Qin king, why have we appeared here? Upon hearing this, the great Qin king gently shook his head. I am uncertain as well. The collapse of heaven and earth should have left us with no means of survival. To forcibly draw us into another parallel timeline requires a power that only exists beyond the 10 transformations in the realm of divinity. Upon stating this, Qin Feng's expression shifted, murmuring, divine power? Indeed, he had entertained similar conjectures. Perhaps a stellar-level Inchao Difu could wield such power. However, since awakening, he had completely lost sensory connection with Inchao Difu. Moreover, even his Beastmaster space had severed all ties. It seemed that everything had vanished along with the collapse of that timeline. He had become a frail old man, nearing the end of his days. Qin Feng's wrinkled visage twisted into a bittersweet smile. At this moment, he could not even sense his occupational panel. He was indistinguishable from an ordinary elder. Aside from awaiting death, he had nothing else to occupy his time. Everything had faded. He let out a soft sigh, raising his gaze to sweep wearily across the street before him, until the words Wanshou Lu caught his eye, causing him to freeze momentarily. No, this is incorrect. There remains one thing I can still sense. His thoughts flickered. In the next instant, a translucent light curtain unfurled before him, revealing information that gradually materialized. Current evolution points, 1206-1212. Evolution points. Qin Feng's eyes brightened, a glimmer of excitement finally breaking through his expression. Yet, this thrill was short-lived. Soon, his gaze dimmed once more. His beast master had completely vanished, and his inner mana had dissipated entirely. No matter how hard he tried, he was utterly incapable of summoning his occupational panel. This signified that he had unequivocally transformed into an ordinary person. In such circumstances, even with the existence of evolution points, he possessed no means to utilize them. Great Qin King. Qin Feng opened his mouth. No rush. As soon as his words escaped, the great Qin King seemed to perceive his intent, directly interrupting him. You must have seen that in this parallel timeline, there exists not only another version of myself, but also another version of you. Although we have survived, we fundamentally do not belong to this timeline. Two identical individuals cannot coexist within a single parallel timeline. We are merely adrift beyond the rules of heaven and earth, temporarily unnoticed by this realm. However, should we take any action, no matter how minuscule the impact, we will inevitably be detected and subsequently eliminated by this timeline. To survive and regain our powers, there exists but one method. That is to replace our current selves within this timeline, allowing us to become the sole entity of this realm. Chapter 133, Disturbing My Slumber, Deserving of Execution. To replace and become the sole entity of this timeline? Qin Feng's expression shifted subtly, murmuring softly. Precisely so. The great Qin King nodded gently, his gaze fixed upon the celestial expanse, on that towering figure burdened with the starry sky Great Wall. Given our current state, even if we escape the notice of this timeline, it is unlikely we can survive beyond 7 days. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, it won't be long before this timeline collapses. Even though he has entered Dishindao, he cannot avert this outcome. The great Qin King's voice was somber. The collapse of a parallel timeline will inevitably trigger a chain reaction, impacting other timelines. This is an unavoidable result, unless this timeline can give birth to sufficiently powerful beings to halt the collapse of heaven and earth. However, since Qin Feng's stellar-level beast master could not alter the outcome of the collapse, it stands to reason that the great Qin King, having ascended to Dishindao, cannot change this fate either. This timeline will also collapse. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was taken aback, but soon grasped the underlying reason. Parallel timelines are inherently interconnected. When one timeline perishes, it leads to the demise of others as well. Qin Feng's gaze gradually sharpened as he assessed his own condition. As the great Qin King had stated, his body had deteriorated to the utmost extent. Within a mere 7 days, he would surely meet his end. Moreover, even if he managed to survive, once this space-time collapsed, demise would be but a fleeting outcome. He did not believe that after the collapse of space-time, there would be another chance for him to live again. Suddenly, Qin Feng's pupils quivered as he lifted his gaze. On the street, a figure was slowly approaching from afar. The individual appeared despondent, head bowed, with visibly soiled clothing, their trembling palms clenched tightly, lost in thought. Qin Feng remained silent. The youth before him was the version of himself from this time and space. However, compared to his past life, this version seemed utterly different. The boy halted, gazing skyward. After a lengthy pause, he inhaled deeply, forcing a smile as he stepped towards the nearby tea house. Soon, a pot of hot tea was placed before him on the table. He cradled the teacup, his eyes somewhat vacant. Qin Feng, a melodious call echoed from a distance, akin to a clear spring's flow. Following this, a maiden clad in white, her hair styled high at the back, with a visage exuding a hint of heroism, stood at the tea table. Su Mingwei. Qin Feng's aged countenance quivered uncontrollably. Upon seeing her once more, an indescribable emotion surged within him. He raised a hand, his lips moving, wishing to speak. Yet, after a moment, he stilled his motion, lowering his withered arm and quietly observing the scene before him. Inside the tea house, the boy lifted his teacup and took a sip, shaking his head slightly. It's nothing, I'm fine. Su Mingwei opened her mouth, her gaze towards Qin Feng tinged with pity. Qin Feng, please don't give up so easily. Though your beast has perished, you can still contract another once you reach level 20. I can assist you. Another beast? Level 20? The boy forced a bitter smile, shaking his head. Forget it. With that, he drained the cup of tea and looked at Su Mingwei, smiling lightly. In truth, being an ordinary person isn't so bad. I am not someone with grand aspirations. Perhaps this is not a bad thing after all. Although he smiled, a faint melancholy lingered in his eyes. Su Mingwei bit her lip, contemplating for a moment before swiftly retrieving a union card from her spatial pouch and somewhat brusquely thrusting it into Qin Feng's hand. This is 100,000 union coins. If you have made up your mind, I will respect your choice. With that, she quickly turned and departed from the tea house, leaving the youth in a daze, staring at the union card in his hand. In this space-time, does my existence lack evolution points? Qin Feng murmured softly, gazing at the somewhat desolate figure within the tea house. Without the aid of evolution points, this version of him was doomed to mediocrity. The great Qin King. Qin Feng sighed, glancing to his side, intending to speak. Yet, he was suddenly struck by a tremor that shook the heavens and the earth. Boom. At that moment, the celestial wall of stars, which separated heaven and earth, seemed to have been violently impacted, quaking fiercely. Subsequently, it appeared as if countless terrifying beings were pressing against the starry wall, their pairs of eerie green eyes proliferating until they filled the entire sky. Simultaneously, the figure clad in the black dragon robe, bearing the celestial wall, rose to an upright position, their eyes, radiating an aura of indifference, slowly opened. Disturbing my slumber. You shall face annihilation. Chapter 134, Bewitching the Divine Path. Your scent, I find quite appealing. Disturbing my slumber, you shall face annihilation. The figure in the black dragon robe, bearing the celestial wall, stood upright, their cold eyes suddenly snapping open. The myriad streams of black energy that had been cascading downwards abruptly ceased, beginning to flow back into their body. With a rustling sound, the black chains entwined around that figure tightened in response to its movement. The great Qin King cast a sidelong glance at the malevolent beings pressing against the celestial wall, then grasped the black chains and pressed them into the void. Bang! The chains tightened, and the celestial wall shuddered violently. The black chains bound the celestial wall, nailing it firmly into the void. At that moment, the figure in the black dragon robe finally took a step forward, breaking free from the chains that bound it, and slowly turned to gaze beyond the heavens. Half-divine beings from beyond? Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Despite his current state of ordinariness, he could still discern that each being lying against the celestial wall was of half-divine caliber, existing on the same tier as the ghostly Buddha. Not just that, the aged voice of the great Qin King interjected. In truth, even without the great Qin King's words, Qin Feng had already noted this. At that moment, upon the celestial wall, amidst countless pairs of eerie green eyes, a grand throne materialized. Upon the throne sat a man draped in dark golden robes, leisurely observing the great Qin King. I am quite hungry, the man declared. The great Qin King's gaze deepened as the myriad streams of black energy fully flowed back into his body. I am quite hungry as well. With a scoff, the figure in dark golden robes chuckled. How much longer can the celestial wall hold? Once it shatters completely, I shall pluck the fruit of the divine path. If you willingly sever a piece of yourself, shedding your divinity and voluntarily retreating into the abyss, you may survive. Otherwise, you will be assimilated with the myriad beings of this star, consumed by me. Or do you still hope for the return of the first emperor? The figure in dark golden robes shook his head. To be entangled with the immortal, even the first emperor would find no path to life. With that, he gently raised his hand. In the next instant, a humming sound resonated. The half-divine beings with eerie green eyes seemed to have received some command, beginning to violently ram against the celestial wall. Boom, boom, boom. The celestial wall trembled violently. Yet, the great Qin King's gaze remained unchanged as he sneered. Consume me? Huh. Before that, should I step into the second phase? I hope you can fill my belly. He paid no mind to the half-divine beings colliding against the celestial wall. Having borne the celestial wall for so long, he had essentially become one with it. A single impact from a half-divine being would result in its immediate annihilation, transforming into black energy that surged into his body. Though the violent collisions of the outer beings caused the celestial wall to tremble and fissures to appear, they also served as a substantial nourishment, which he continuously devoured. The black energy flowed into the great Qin King like a torrential river, enhancing his presence. The figure in dark golden robes regarded the great Qin King with cold eyes, surveying the fine cracks that had begun to emerge upon the celestial wall. What you cannot surpass, the celestial wall cannot endure much longer. When the mother worm awakens again, I shall return to feast upon you. As soon as he finished speaking, the space suddenly quaked, and a colossal hand materialized out of nowhere, seizing him within its grasp. Without a trace of hesitation, the colossal hand seized him and forcefully pressed him towards the Earth star. Immediately, it seemed as though a vast maw had opened wide above the Earth star, consuming him whole. A wisp of dark energy surged into his being, but it was so feeble that it could not even be compared to an extraterrestrial creature. The Qin Feng lifted his gaze, as if he had anticipated this moment. Beyond the starry Great Wall, all extraterrestrial beings had been annihilated. Yet, the throne remained, with the figure clad in dark golden robes seated upon it. Wangji, your essence is quite to my liking, the Qin Feng remarked, a hint of reminiscence in his voice. Ah, Qin Feng, without taking a second step, you cannot devour me. The figure in dark golden robes rose slowly, his expression darkening. Next time, when the mother worm awakens, the starry Great Wall shall surely shatter, and I shall come to seize the divine fruit. Consider whether to take your own life and descend into the abyss, or to be consumed by me. Chapter 135. Is this she from another time and space? As his final words faded, the figure in dark golden robes rippled like water before vanishing completely. I await your return. The Qin Feng regarded the figure's disappearance in the void with an indifferent gaze. After a moment, he turned and surveyed the area below. With a clatter, black chains emerged from the void, intertwining once more around the Qin Feng. Millions of strands of black energy cascaded downward, falling to the ground. He closed his eyes, his breath fading, as if he had once again slipped into slumber. Wang Ji Yilongqiu, the Qin Feng suddenly spoke, a glimmer of light flickering in his aged eyes. Yilongqiu? Qin Feng turned, a hint of confusion in his voice. The Qin Feng nodded gently. An impersonator from ancient times, who, through masquerading as the Tao of Heaven, gained insight into the 10 transformations, thus stepping into the divine path. He even surpassed Shi Huang, entering the divine path before him. The Qin Feng's eyes glimmered with memories, within the letters left by Shi Huang. Yilongqiu was noted as the first individual to break the constraints of a profession and ascend to the divine path. Qin Feng contemplated this, recalling the words of Yu Changlong. As a figure from the ancient era, Yu Changlong had also mentioned this person to him, though he had not named him. The title of impersonator fit perfectly. Yet, the fact that he advanced to the divine path even before Shi Huang left him utterly astonished. Qin Feng's eyes widened in surprise, his brow furrowing slightly. To step into the divine path ahead of Shi Huang, and to surpass the Qin Feng by an entire era, did the Qin Feng truly stand a chance? After all, there was a gap of 10,000 years between them, separated by an entire epoch. Just as Qin Feng pondered, the Qin Feng suddenly turned to him and said, "Let us go." "Where to?" Qin Feng inquired, puzzled. "To meet this Qin Feng. He has already sensed our presence. The Imperial Divine Path is one with this realm, and he became aware of us the moment he awakened." The Qin Feng stepped forward, taking the lead. "Where shall we meet him?" Qin Feng followed closely, asking. "This realm is his corporeal form. He can manifest anywhere. We need only find a quiet place." After speaking, the two moved forward until they reached a secluded corner, where they finally halted. Meanwhile, above in the heavens, dark energy continued to cascade down, landing directly before the two of them. Suddenly, the dark energy dispersed, transforming into a tall figure clad in a black dragon robe, exuding an imposing presence. This figure bore a resemblance to the Qin Feng, yet appeared significantly younger. In contrast to the Qin Feng's frail demeanor, this figure was brimming with vitality, in the prime of life. As soon as the figure materialized, it disregarded Qin Feng's existence, fixing its gaze upon the Qin Feng, and strode forward. It halted just 4 or 5 steps away from the Qin Feng, narrowing its eyes slightly. After a lengthy pause, it finally spoke. "Is this she from another time and space?" It had already surmised much. Stepping into the Imperial Divine Path, its understanding of parallel dimensions surpassed that of the Qin Feng at the end of the 9 transformations. In fact, it even possessed the fleeting ability to open parallel dimensions. Chapter 136, The Celestial Canvas, Mastering this Space-Time. I had presumed I would need to wait a while longer. The figure in the black dragon robe observed calmly, revealing no surprise, as if it had anticipated everything. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed the Qin Feng's aged features. You knew we would come? The figure in the black dragon robe nodded slightly. I have seen the first emperor. I received his decree and have awaited your arrival for some time. Although the first emperor is bound by celestial restrictions and unable to manifest, he left behind an item. As it spoke, the figure in the black dragon robe gestured, and a scroll imbued with an aura of the extraordinary gradually unfurled in its palm. The scroll bore no information, resembling a blank sheet freshly torn from a book. Yet, to Qin Feng's eyes, this blank canvas caused him to tremble, as if he beheld innumerable phenomena and countless beings swirling within it. A world, 10 worlds, infinite worlds. What appeared to be a blank scroll now seemed to contain the grandeur of countless realms. What is this? Qin Feng inquired, astonishment etching his weathered features. The figure in the black dragon robe regarded him and replied, the celestial canvas. The first emperor instructed me to deliver it to you. Handing the scroll to Qin Feng. It continued, the shattering of the original space-time will inevitably impact the current realm. The cause is merely a matter of time. Though I have stepped into the imperial divine path, I am still at the first step of the 3 stages of the divine path, unable to alter this outcome. The only way to change the result is to master this space-time. Only the Yushin Dao can accomplish this. As the figure in the black dragon robe spoke, its gaze remained fixed on Qin Feng, adding, I will do my utmost to delay until your return. To master this space-time? Qin Feng momentarily paused, inhaling deeply as he murmured. He reached out for the scroll, instantly feeling a potent pulling force, as if countless hands were attempting to draw him into the canvas. The celestial canvas? Before him, scenes began to materialize, akin to a celestial tome caught in a tempest, its pages flipping at an astonishing speed. A surge of exhilaration welled within him. Concurrently, an intense sense of crisis emerged. He sensed his body becoming ethereal, as if repelled, a force striving to expel him completely. Upon witnessing this, the figure in the black dragon robe narrowed its eyes, gently waving its sleeve. From the heavens, a streak of black light descended from the massive form bearing the starry Great Wall, landing upon Qin Feng. Instantaneously, as if recognized by the heavens, the sensation of repulsion dissipated. Though I am one with the Earth star, I am ultimately beneath the Tao of heaven. I can only obscure the Tao of heaven temporarily. Not for long. Hearing this, Qin Feng felt the changes within his body and nodded gently. Though he still bore the signs of age, the fatigue and weakness that had once plagued him vanished, replaced by a sense of renewed vitality. More importantly, at the moment he was acknowledged by this realm, several unique connections emerged. He gently closed his eyes, deeply attuning himself to the sensations around him. In the vast, formless darkness, flickers of light began to shimmer, evoking a sense of familiarity. Beast Taming, perhaps? Qin Feng inhaled deeply, a flicker of hope igniting within him. To be relegated to the mundane, to witness the disappearance of Beast Taming, had truly unsettled him. Now, feeling the breath of Beast Taming once more stirred a warmth in his heart. Though it was but a fragment of information, it was enough to rekindle hope. At that moment, the aged figure of the Qin Feng stepped forward, his body beginning to waver, repelled by the fabric of time and space. Time was running short. Before the shattering of the world could be obstructed, the primary task was to avoid being devoured by Yilongxiu. Consume me, and you will step into the second phase. Chapter 137, Infinite Numbers, United as One. Qin Feng suddenly lifted his gaze towards the Qin Feng. The silhouette clad in black dragon robes met the Qin Feng's calm stare, unperturbed by the encounter. He and the Qin Feng were, after all, one entity, merely hailing from different temporal realms. Rather than consuming the Qin Feng, it was more accurate to say that 2 timelines were converging. This was not an advancement in strength, but rather a profound elevation of the spirit. He was but a thread away from the second step of the divine path, and this would be sufficient for him to leap across that threshold. As for the Qin Feng, this temporal realm had already achieved complete unity within the stars. What followed was beyond his control. The Qin Feng before him needed to be more resolute, for he was better suited to the task at hand. The figure in black dragon robes remained silent for a long while before sweeping his sleeve. The ancient figure of the Qin Feng vanished from sight, transforming into a stream of black light that surged into the heavens, racing towards the celestial body above. His eyes revealed no discernible emotion, appearing indifferent to everything. For him, there were only 2 matters of significance in this world: the people of Qin and the ascent of beings under the ambitions of the first emperor. The celestial Qin shrouded in the skies. Furthermore, this Qin Feng did not belong to this temporal realm. His removal by the flow of time was merely a matter of time. Rather than that, it would be better to assist the beings of this temporal realm in making one last stand. Once the stream of black light had fully merged into the heavens, the figure in black dragon robes redirected his gaze towards Qin Feng. Time was of the essence. They needed to act swiftly. With that declaration, the figure did not linger, transforming into a stream of black light that soared into the celestial expanse. Qin Feng stood still, his hands gently lowered, looking up towards the heavens. Although the figure in black dragon robes and the Diqin Wang were fundamentally the same person, originating from different temporal realms, it still stirred emotions within him. An unusual expression flitted across the withered visage, only to quickly be masked. Ultimately, he was still too weak. He spread his palm, and the scroll of the celestial void unfurled slowly within his grasp. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng no longer hesitated, retracting his hand as the blank scroll hovered in the void. Subsequently, he stepped forward, directly entering the celestial void scroll. With a whoosh, as he crossed the threshold, the scroll abruptly rolled up and vanished. The sound of pages turning echoed. Qin Feng opened his eyes, silently observing. The scene before him was exceedingly familiar. From the awakening of his profession to the contract with the Xianxi, and then to the first evolution, culminating in the emergence of the first ancient tier. The memories of your replayed vividly, until the first stellar tier appeared, an eye opening in the celestial expanse. A subtle change flickered across his expression as he scrutinized the eye. From its edge he discerned curling, writhing red tendrils. Boom! The heavens and earth shattered, plunging into darkness. Qin Feng closed his eyes, keenly sensing the peculiar transformation surging within him. He was uncertain of the specific effects of the celestial void scroll or how to command this temporal realm. He could only rely on his own gradual understanding. Yet, the unfolding scene led him to a faint speculation. Observing this life, just as the thought emerged, the world reassembled, and the imagery reappeared. The same professional awakening commenced. But this time, the narrative shifted. In this life, he lacked the assistance of evolution points, and his contract with the Black Iron Tier beast perished during the first instance. Without the aid of the beast, he sat in the night for an entire day. The following day, however, he resolutely picked up a broken blade and ventured towards the instance. Even without the beast's support, he was determined to carve a path as a professional through sheer effort. He indeed possessed lofty aspirations, yet imagination could not compare to the harshness of reality. A broken blade was, after all, merely a broken blade. He lifted his weary gaze, tiredly observing the fierce wolf king before him, and slowly closed his eyes once more. The world plunged into darkness again. Another wave of peculiar sensations surged within Qin Feng's heart. He recalled the boy he had seen, the reflection of himself in this temporal realm. Buzz. The world reshaped once more, and the story shifted again. Suddenly, Qin Feng understood. The celestial void scroll might be meant for him to witness every parallel timeline, infinite numbers. All were facets of himself. To unite the infinite numbers as one, thereby mastering the variables. This was not about controlling this temporal realm as the Diqin Wang had spoken, but rather about mastering the variables, mastering the parallel timelines. Chapter 138. What is it? Divine Being? Starry Sky Great Wall. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. A silhouette in a black dragon robe, formed from a stream of black light, sat upon it. The once cracked Starry Sky Great Wall was now enveloped in black radiance, slowly mending itself. The Diqin Wang absorbed memories from another parallel temporal realm. His gaze sharpened. At that moment, before him sat an elderly man, sharing a silent exchange, neither speaking. The Diqin Wang, clad in the black dragon robe, lifted his eyelids and cast a cold glance. Su Fu, is it not better for you to remain securely in the abyssal tomb, clinging to life? Did you think I could not slay you? Su Fu shook his head, his expression unchanged. I am ultimately no match for you. The path to divinity is far too arduous. With the fall of the legacy nation, I cannot break through the barriers with national fortune. Should you step into the second phase of divinity, whether it be you or the first emperor, once you withdraw your hand, I shall have no escape. I do have some regrets. I never anticipated the first emperor could entangle with that immortal for so long, even being but a step away from solidifying the foundation of the celestial Qin. Alas, there is no turning back in this world. You cannot surpass the second step of divinity. As he finished speaking, Su Fu abruptly lifted his head, a terrifying demonic energy surging around him. Behind him, a crimson demonic aura spread out. Amidst that demonic energy, red clouds swirled. Several fearsome demonic figures rose, coldly regarding the Diqin Wang. The path of the demon god. The second step? The Diqin Wang's eyes narrowed slightly, perceiving the aura emanating from them. He still required some time to fully step into the second phase. Originally, he had prepared for Yi Longqiu's next arrival, yet unexpectedly, Su Fu had come knocking first. He remained still, quietly seated, calling out, Zhou Zhan. Present. With that, Atop the starry sky great wall, a figure with flowing white hair, wielding a long spear, suddenly appeared. Feng Xingong. Present. Once again, a voice resonated. Atop the great wall of stars, where a towering figure with a visage akin to that of a golden warrior emerged. An aura of terror enveloped both him and his companion, far surpassing the mere ninth transformation, standing but a step away from the divine path. Su Fu. If my conjecture holds true, you dare not unleash your full might, do you? Even if the first emperor cannot intervene, your timid heart would never gamble. Among the 81 demon gods of the demon path, how many can you summon? The king of Qin scoffed derisively. Rising to his feet, Su Fu faced the king's taunt with a hint of disdain etched upon his aged countenance. Merely a display of verbal prowess, with just two beneath the divine realm. Do you think you can thwart me? Absurd. Su Fu's ancient voice echoed forth. In the next moment, amidst the swirling crimson demonic energy, a colossal figure suddenly stepped forth. What is it, my god? Within the celestial scroll, in the outside world, a day passes, yet here, a millennium unfolds. Qin Feng sat in meditation, oblivious to the countless parallel timelines unfolding before him. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes had closed, and everything around him no longer required his sight. The fluctuations of parallel timelines began to manifest within his mind. Though his body remained frail, a unique aura enveloped him, as if various beings were converging upon him. Suddenly, Qin Feng opened his eyes, a hint of furrowed brows upon his ancient visage. Reflected within his pupils lay a great wall of stars. Su Fu. He murmured softly. Raising his hand gently, two luminous points emerged in the void before him. Two. He pondered, astonished. It would require some time to fully grasp the essence of parallel timelines. Among his summoned beasts, only Yinxiao Di Fu stood as a stellar grade entity. Only a stellar grade could survive amidst the cataclysm of existence. But what might the other be? Qin Feng reached out. In an instant, a dragon's roar resounded within his mind, swiftly followed by an eerie silence, as if all sounds in the universe had been absorbed into oblivion. Current summoned beast, black hole. Grade, stellar. Combat power, max. Chapter 139, stellar grade. Black hole, black dragon god. Qin Feng's gaze flickered as he touched the luminous point. A torrent of information surged into his mind. Images flashed through his consciousness like a rapid slideshow. After a considerable time, Qin Feng squinted, astonishment evident in his expression, muttering to himself. The world shattered, and the Black Dragon King actively absorbed all divine power, consuming the divine altar entirely, completing its evolution. Furthermore, upon completing its evolution, it roamed the cosmos, devouring several dead stars, its power once again reaching a critical juncture. Qin Feng contemplated, reaching for the luminous point once more. In an instant, a starry expanse materialized before him. Within the cosmos, a black hole radiating an aura of terrifying gravity floated silently. More significantly, fissures began to appear upon the surface of the black hole, as if some dreadful entity was about to emerge. Alas, I could not attend the peach banquet and am left ravenous. Though you are but a meager offering, a light snack shall suffice. Upon the great wall of stars, a muscular, lion-headed demon, its fur glistening, stepped forward, its cold gaze sweeping over the two below, letting out a disdainful snort. In the next moment, its claws extended, reaching for the silver-haired Zhou. Beast. Zhou eyes turned icy as he tightened his grip on his spear. Concurrently, a wave of dark energy surged into his being, causing his aura to swell dramatically. Feeling the divine energy of the King of Qin infuse him, he, who had been on the brink, suddenly crossed that threshold. His spear erupted with brilliant golden light, piercing unhesitatingly toward the lion demon. I shall assist you. Feng Shuangguang roared, dark energy flooding into him as he crossed the divine threshold, stepping forth to charge at the lion demon. However, just as he made a move, a colossal foot descended from above. Boom! The great wall of stars trembled violently, revealing yet another massive stone demon, its body covered in stone skin. Does my presence not matter? It thundered, its voice akin to a mountain's rumble. The crimson demonic energy swirled as Su Fu's aged gaze fell upon the King of Qin. Is this your reliance, creating merely two divine beings? He chuckled. King of Qin, do not presume that just two false gods, even if they were true initiates of the divine path, could contend against the celestial demon gods. The King of Qin cast a sidelong glance at Su Fu, slowly closing his eyes. His expression remained eerily calm, devoid of any words. Stalling for time, Su Fu shook his head. To hope for time to fully digest the power within and ascend to the second step of the divine path? How naive, since he dared to come here. He had calculated everything. At the second step of the demon path, he could summon 10 celestial demon gods. Each of them possessed the capability to vanquish those at the first step of the divine path. His narrow eyes scanned the surroundings, in just under a minute. Amid a scant few clashes, Zhou Zhan's golden spear had already shattered, leaving him with numerous wounds. Feng Shuangguang was nearly obliterated, held in the stone demon's grasp, on the verge of being consumed. The disparity was too great. The two could not even delay for a minute. Just then, a surge of crimson demonic energy stirred behind Su Fu, and yet another colossal figure emerged. The third demon god. The king of Qin's eyelids twitched as he slowly opened his eyes. He was not one to waver, nor would he allow the lives of the two to sway him. Yet, even sacrificing their lives would only grant him a few more seconds, insufficient to allow him to ascend to the second step of the divine path. Su Fu, I owe a man a favor. I will do my utmost to buy him time. 3 days? Not enough. The king of Qin fixed his cold gaze upon Su Fu. With those words, the sound of clanking chains resonated. The massive figure supporting the great wall of stars gradually turned, casting its gaze upon the scene. Dark currents poured forth, surging into that body, unleashing an overwhelming aura. Su Fu beheld the unfolding spectacle, remaining unperturbed. Behind him, the crimson energy surged once more. As two demon gods stepped forth from the depths. King of Qin, the imperial divine path is indeed tyrannical, but alas. Before Su Fu could finish, a beastly roar erupted from above. Alas, the voice bore with it a terrifying ferocity, startling him into raising his gaze. In that instant, Su Fu's heart raced, and his aged eyes widened in shock. Before him loomed a dragon of colossal proportions, its body as vast as a planet, enveloped in an oppressive darkness. The immense black dragon coiled atop a colossal black hole, its formidable head fixated upon him. The dragon's whiskers undulated like a great python, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread that rendered his blood icy in an instant. He stood transfixed, his body numb. The aura exuded by this black dragon was undeniably that of a monstrous deity surpassing the second step of the divine path, heavenly dragon god. In chapter 140, this sky belongs to the heavenly court. Su Fu felt a lump in his throat and instinctively took a step back. His aged eyes were filled with profound disbelief. His breath nearly halted. The terrifying presence emanating from this black dragon was far more formidable than any of the monstrous deities he had summoned, causing the 5 he had called forth to involuntarily cease their movements. Zhou Zhan was drenched in blood, clutching the shattered golden spear with a look of shock as he gazed upwards. Feng Shuangguang tumbled from the grasp of a massive stone monster. Half of his body already vanished, struggling to maintain his stance. Even having briefly entered the divine path, he found himself utterly powerless against the monstrous deities before him, unable to even buy himself time. As he raised his gaze, the monstrous deities he could not hope to challenge were effortlessly subdued by merely a breath from the black dragon, which loomed over the obsidian celestial body. Was it a pity? At that moment, the enormous dragon had leaned closer to Su Fu, its cold eyes scrutinizing him, exhaling 2 streams of white vapor, its voice resounding like thunder. Su Fu did not respond to the black dragon's words, instead murmuring in disbelief, a flicker of unusual emotion crossing his eyes. The divine path. The monstrous deities? He sensed a unique aura emanating from the black dragon, one that belonged to the beast tamers. Almost instantaneously, he surmised its origin. However, it was too swift. More importantly, why had the original deity from the Yin Shao Di Fu transformed into the heavenly dragon god before him? He distinctly remembered that the deity from Yin Shao Di Fu was merely in the early stages of divinity, barely comparable to the first step of the divine path, easily subdued by any monstrous deity he summoned. Yet, the present heavenly dragon god was entirely different. It had shed its shell, having ascended to a realm equivalent to the second step of the divine path, perhaps even beyond. With the presence of the great Qin King, he had completely lost all hope. The great Qin King's gaze lingered on the black dragon for a long while, astonishment flickering in his eyes as well. A monstrous deity surpassing the second step of the divine path could effortlessly obliterate the 5 formidable monsters before them. Had the individual already begun to grasp the power of time and space within just 3 days? The great Qin King lowered his gaze, astonished. At that moment, the black dragon coiled upon the obsidian celestial body suddenly surged, its claws unhesitatingly seizing the heads of 2 monstrous deities. It coldly announced, "My master demands your demise." It roared as it focused on Su Fu, its claws exerting tremendous force. With a series of explosive sounds, the heads of the 2 monstrous deities were crushed. And as the dragon's maw opened, it devoured their flesh and blood entirely, leaving no remnants. Unlike humans, battles between 2 monstrous beings were typically straightforward and brutally fierce, characterized by physical confrontations. Under the claws of the heavenly dragon god, the monstrous deities before them had no capacity for resistance and were swiftly annihilated. This was the suppression of realms, as well as the dominance of monstrous physiques. In that moment, Su Fu finally lifted his eyelids. The scarlet demonic aura behind him beginning to surge violently. He glanced at the fallen monstrous deities, the skin of his aging face tautening as he spoke. The path of the monstrous deities connects to the heavenly court. Ultimately, this sky belongs to the heavenly court, a mere wild demon. Consuming the righteous deities of the heavenly court, does it not fear retribution from the heavens? In chapter 141, the mountain-moving sacred ape begins to evolve. The heavenly court? In the celestial scroll, Qin Feng murmured softly. A sinister glint emerged in his aged eyes as images of crimson flashed beneath the blood clouds, his expression growing colder. The notion of the heavenly court was indeed somewhat ironic. Gently shaking his head, he felt a stirring in his consciousness. Instantly, several faint points of light appeared before him, though they were exceedingly dim, as if all fluctuations of aura had diminished to the utmost degree. These were his original beasts, and as his mastery over parallel dimensions deepened, their information gradually re-emerged. Ordinarily, with the collapse of the heavens and earth, beasts below the stellar level would have no hope of survival. However, the existence of the creation Azure Lotus had yielded a different outcome. It did not bestow life force upon a singular beast, but rather applied its effects within the beast realm. Under the overwhelming surge of life energy, the skills rebirth, creation, and source of life withstood the disintegration of the beast realm. Although the beast realm had been shattered, it had not completely perished. As Qin Feng delved into the parallel dimension, the beast realm was stripped from him, lost amidst the cosmos. Regrettably, he could no longer regain control over the beast realm. Qin Feng shook his head, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. The beast realm was on the verge of collapse. Even if he could regain mastery, it was no longer necessary. Yet, without the beast realm, how could he reassert command over these beasts? To summon them back, he required a new beast realm. Deep in thought, Qin Feng's weary body caused his eyes to narrow slightly, an idea gradually forming in his mind. To contain the beasts within his own body? His eyes sparkled with brilliance. The thought had barely crossed his mind when he resolutely decided upon it. With no other options, he had no choice but to pursue this method. Without hesitation, Qin Feng reached for one of the faint light points, establishing a connection and beginning to accept it. As his consciousness linked, a tremendous force began to surge into his body. Gradually, a large demonic tattoo resembling a golden ape began to take shape upon his back. In an instant, the information of the beast materialized. Mountain-moving sacred ape. Rank, ancient level. Level, LV 100. Tribulation, 9th tribulation. Evolution points required for evolution, 1 million. The 9th tribulation was it? Qin Feng sensed the unusualness within his body, feeling no significant discomfort, but rather a sensation of indescribable strength coursing through him. He gazed at the information of the mountain-moving sacred ape, his heart filled with little surprise. The shattering of the heavens was indeed a monumental tribulation, and the changes in tribulations were entirely reasonable. Perhaps a single stellar-level beast was insufficient. He would summon another stellar-level one. His gaze slightly lowered, and a panel suddenly materialized before him. Current evolution points, 187666618766672. Commence evolution. Qin Feng spoke decisively. Consuming 1 million evolution points, the mountain-moving sacred ape begins to evolve. Boom. Within Qin Feng's mind, a robust golden-furred ape struck its fists against its chest. Golden light erupted from its body, enveloping it entirely. Within the golden radiance, it appeared as though stars were flickering in and out of existence, a terrifying aura pulsating. Amidst the fierce turbulence, it seemed as if some dreadful creature was about to emerge, the golden glow illuminating the world. In just under a minute, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, his eyes slightly opening. In an instant, a golden radiance burst forth from his gaze, and his mind gradually settled into tranquility. Concurrently, a piece of information materialized before him. The evolution of the mountain-moving sacred ape is complete. Current beast, Dinghai Shun Zhentai. Chapter 142, Stellar Level, Dinghai Shun Zhentai. Current beast, Dinghai Shun Zhentai. Rank, Stellar Level. Combat Power, Max. Dinghai Shun Zhentai. As the golden light in Qin Feng's eyes gradually receded, a peculiar expression appeared on his countenance. As a transmigrator, this name resonated profoundly with him. It was all too familiar. In his mind, as the golden light dissipated, a celestial golden staff revealed its true form. The staff was adorned with golden bands on either side, its shaft dark as ebony, seemingly embellished with countless stars, and inscribed with ancient characters. Rui Jingu Bang. Qin Feng inhaled deeply, instantly conjuring an image of a formidable figure in his mind. He could sense that within the Dinghai Shinjintai, a demon ape was also gestating, faintly discernible. Above the starry great wall, the black dragon god coiled around the dark celestial body. and a hint of mockery flickered in its dragon eyes as it gazed at Su Fu. The heavenly court? It slightly parted its jaws, its dragon whiskers swaying gently. My master commands, shatter the heavenly court. With that, it lunged forward, its claws ruthlessly reaching for Su Fu. In a heartbeat, Su Fu's face quivered violently, and in alarm, the crimson clouds behind him began to roil fiercely. He dared not hold back any longer and commenced channeling the demonic god path with all his might. Instantly, within the tumultuous crimson clouds behind him, 5 figures gradually emerged, poised to step forth. Not enough. I beseech the demonic gods for aid. Su Fu roared, his eyes bloodshot. Simultaneously, within the crimson clouds, several more figures slowly revealed themselves, an aura of terror permeating the air. Huh. Su Fu knelt down, gasping for breath. The dragon claws of the black dragon god had already been seized by 3 demonic gods. He had exhausted all potential of the demonic god path, and the first emperor would surely take notice. He must now obstruct this black dragon and the king of Qin, swiftly retreating into the abyssal tomb to devise another plan. A total of 20 demonic gods, even if they could not annihilate the black dragon before him, would suffice to stall it, allowing him to escape. Boom. At this moment, the 3 demonic gods were directly crushed by the claws of the black dragon, devoured whole. The dragon's eyes radiated a cold, indifferent light as it raised its claws once more. Meanwhile, the 15 demonic gods within the crimson clouds also gazed over apathetically. Su Fu's heart leaped with joy. The black dragon god's focus on him was waning, its dragon eyes glancing toward the crimson clouds. Once the 15 demonic gods stepped forth, the black dragon god's attention would be entirely diverted, enabling him to flee. The heavenly court will annihilate you. A fierce determination crossed Su Fu's aged face, his form becoming increasingly ethereal. He had already seen the 15 demonic gods within the crimson clouds lift their feet, preparing to step out. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, at that moment, buzz. In the starry expanse, it seemed as though some force descended with overwhelming might. Boom. The next moment, the earth trembled. Su Fu's eyes widened in shock. He beheld a golden staff resembling a celestial pillar plummeting directly into the sea of crimson clouds. This staff possessed an astounding force, within which the apparition of a demon ape manifested, dispersing the crimson clouds entirely. Amidst the remnants of the crimson clouds, the figures of the 15 demonic gods vanished, leaving only the golden staff standing tall, obscuring all sight and severing the sole connection between the demonic god path and the outside world. Su Fu's pupils quivered with fear. He did not dare to hesitate. Even lacking the time to inspect the golden staff closely, he immediately urged the demonic god path. Open. Let it open. Su Fu's face twitched, his body trembling as he desperately attempted to expand the crimson clouds. Yet, no matter how much he endeavored to enlarge them, the golden staff seemed to grow in tandem, until the crimson clouds enveloped the starry expanse. Only brilliant golden light erupted forth, resembling a golden canopy. Su Fu collapsed to the ground, his frail body utterly depleted of strength, staring blankly at the golden staff, his face twitching as he muttered, stellar level. Dinghai Shinjintai? Chapter 143, The Sinner Su Fu, Accepting the Edict. The eyes of the king of Qin also reflected a hint of astonishment as he fixed his gaze upon the resplendent golden staff that cast a golden canopy. Dinghai Shinjintai? It was rumored to be the true celestial weapon endowed with the merits of controlling the seas. The immortal you, the great sage, truly exist? The king of Qin's heart could not conceal its shock, his eyes narrowing slightly. He too sensed the elusive aura of the divine beast path emanating from the golden staff. However, he had never heard of any beast capable of evolving into such a celestial artifact as the Dinghai Shinjintai. What was once merely a myth had now manifested in reality. The king of Qin's gaze flickered, the image of Qin Feng appearing in his mind. The evolution of beasts was not a singular path. The further one proceeded, the more convoluted the evolution would become. Even at the stellar level, there were distinctions in superiority. And within the stellar level, the Dinghai Shinjintai undoubtedly stood as the pinnacle. Even without undergoing transformation, by his estimation, it was at least comparable to the second step of the divine path. And if it were to undergo transformation, the king of Qin's pupils trembled slightly as he inhaled deeply. He gazed intently at the golden canopy within the towering golden staff. The shadow of a demon ape flickered in and out of sight. After transformation, the demon ape would take form. Even if it were not a true great sage, the power it possessed would likely be unimaginably terrifying. The third step of the divine path, perhaps even on par with the immortals? His gaze shifted to the massive black dragon coiled upon the dark, celestial body. The words it had spat forth echoed in his mind. Shatter the heavenly court? Perhaps it truly possessed the power to utterly dismantle that realm. Clang. The sound of chains clashing echoed. The king of Qin, burdened by the starry Great Wall, cast off his chains and pressed them back into the void. He then stepped onto the starry Great Wall, advancing step by step towards Su Fu. Upon reaching Su Fu, his black dragon robe billowed in the wind as he spoke indifferently. Su Fu, come, follow me to meet the first emperor. His gaze swept down upon Su Fu, as if regarding a mere insect. Su Fu's aged eyes held no glimmer of spirit. As a powerful figure at the second step of the divine path, he could have attempted to escape, even had a chance for a final struggle. Yet, upon witnessing the Dinghai Shinjin Tai, he had lost all interest. After hiding for half a lifetime, waiting for the opportune moment for the first emperor's demise, it had ultimately come to naught. The emergence of the Dinghai Shinjin Tai signified that the foundation of Immortal Qin would be thoroughly solidified. Immortal Qin would no longer face collapse. It was merely a matter of time until the fourth pillar of Immortal Qin took shape, allowing the first emperor to break free from any constraints and embark upon the path of the Immortal Emperor. With the first emperor's ambition, he would not only incorporate Great Qin into the Immortal Emperor path, but also the heavens, the myriad stars, and the abyssal tomb would all be drawn into his domain. Even, if possible, he would dare to challenge the heavenly court. At that moment, no matter where he hid, even if he were to flee to the celestial realm and transform into a demon, it would be of no consequence. Under the vast heavens, everything lay within the gaze of Shi Huang. Aligned with the heavens, he sought eternal life. Beneath the sky, all was the territory of the king. The crimson clouds above the firmament dissipated completely, transforming into countless specks of red light that vanished into the starry void. Su Fu's skin trembled as he adjusted his posture, rising to kneel once more, his head touching the ground, revealing a glimmer of regret in his aged eyes. Criminal Su Fu, receive the edict. Chapter 144. The Demon Buddha begins its evolution. As Su Fu knelt on the ground, the Emperor of Qin, clad in a black dragon robe, flicked his sleeve. Instantly, several fissures tore through the void. From within these rifts, dark chains surged forth like great pythons, racing towards Su Fu and binding him tightly. Su Fu remained prostrate, his head bowed, not daring to lift it even slightly as the black chains ensnared his entire being. Subsequently, the chains emitted a brilliant luster and constricted violently, embedding themselves into Su Fu's flesh, transforming into runes that etched into his body, merging with him entirely. In an instant, Su Fu's essence was entirely sealed, leaving only a frail body with but a trace of vitality. The Emperor of Qin raised his gaze towards the black dragon coiled upon the dark celestial body. Offering a gentle bow, just as he was about to speak, the black dragon cast a fleeting glance, its massive form suddenly twisting and darting towards the last flicker of red light in the starry expanse. The great black dragon then slowly coiled upon the golden staff. As the crimson glow completely faded, it too vanished into the celestial dome. Within the celestial scroll, Qin Feng opened his eyes. The reason he allowed the black dragon god and the Dinghai divine iron to enter the realm of the demon gods was that he had comprehended the means of ascension beyond the stellar level. With a mere thought, a panel materialized before him. Black dragon god. Tier, stellar. Combat power, max. Divine path, rebirth. The Black Dragon King had consumed divine power and completed its evolution at the divine altar, and then the black hole devoured several planets to grow once more, transforming into the Black Dragon God. From black hole to Black Dragon God, while the tier remained unchanged, the power was vastly different. Rebirth. Qin Feng gazed at this suddenly appearing term and grasped its significance. The so-called stellar level, whether it be black hole, Dinghai divine iron, or Yin Chao Di Fu, essentially represented a divine embryo nurturing beast tamers. Considering the state of the black hole, it became evident that in order to achieve rebirth, one needed to feed it. With food that was both abundant and potent, divine food was the optimal choice. It appeared that such nourishment was plentiful within the celestial realm of the demon gods. For Dinghai divine iron and Black Dragon God to grow once more, devouring the demon gods of the celestial court should suffice. At the very least, it should be enough for Dinghai divine iron to complete its rebirth. Qin Feng's eyelids lifted slightly, a smile finally gracing his face. Although he had lost the beast taming space, the experience of controlling the beasts through his own body offered him a new sensation. Compared to keeping them in the beast taming space, this method seemed to grant him complete access to the power of the beasts. Clenching his fist and feeling the surge of power, another array of light points appeared before Qin Feng. Dinghai divine iron and Black Dragon God had entered the celestial realm connected to the demon gods. He needed to first integrate the remaining beasts into his body. Thus, he softly murmured, "I choose you." As his thoughts brushed against a light point, information instantly materialized before him. Demon Buddha. Tier. Ancient. Trial. 9th trial. Combat power. 100 million. As Qin Feng's thoughts connected, he drew the demon Buddha into his being. A crimson Buddha head began to manifest upon his back, vivid and lifelike, accompanied by an overwhelming sensation of power. I pay my respects, my lord. The voice of the demon Buddha resonated in Qin Feng's mind. Without responding, Qin Feng closed his eyes, attuning himself to the capacity of his body, awaiting the passage of time. Only when a line of data emerged did he slowly open his eyes. Current evolution value, 100000110000007. Observing the evolution points amassed once more, Qin Feng took a deep breath and spoke softly. The demon Buddha begins its evolution. Chapter 145, Evolution Complete. Stellar Level, Thunder Sound Temple. Consuming 1 million evolution points. The demon Buddha begins its evolution. The information appeared, and the evolution points on the panel transformed into white light, vanishing. With a soft sound, Qin Feng closed his eyes, and the Buddha head tattoo on his back erupted into a crimson mist, obscuring the Buddha head, as if an eraser had wiped it away, leaving behind a red mark. Simultaneously, within his mind, the grotesque Buddha head's eyes, ears, and mouth became engulfed in crimson mist. As though the Buddha head was evaporating into blood mist, its form gradually fading, until it completely transformed into red fog. The Buddha head vanished entirely. At that moment, Qin Feng's consciousness was enveloped in a world of red mist, where everything appeared bathed in scarlet. As time passed, the red mist surged, growing denser. Suddenly, the sound of a wooden fish began to resonate. Initially faint, the rhythmic sounds quickly filled the surroundings. As the wooden fish rang out, the crimson blood mist writhed violently. Figures of monks clad in robes formed from the blood mist came into view. These monks bowed their heads, each holding a wooden fish, striking it rapidly, their lips moving as they chanted. Gradually, the sound of the wooden fish transformed into deep, resonant mantras. The mantras reverberated in Qin Feng's consciousness, causing waves of vibration throughout his soul. Amidst the echoing mantras, the monks, with their sincere expressions, sat upon the ground, prostrating in devotion. Buzz! The light of Buddha surged forth. In an instant, amidst the crimson blood mist, a grand and magnificent structure began to take form. It was a temple resembling a pagoda, where the resounding mantras echoed, and the essence of Buddha surged like a torrent, with 3 characters inscribed upon its plaque: Thunder Sound Temple. Boom! The mantras resonated, and the red mist dissipated entirely. An influx of information then surfaced in Qin Feng's mind. Demon Buddha, evolution complete. Current beast, Thunder Sound Temple. Tier, stellar level. Combat power, max. Qin Feng's eyelids twitched, and he opened his eyes. With several previous beasts as reference, he had mentally prepared himself. However, upon witnessing Thunder Sound Temple, he still experienced a profound emotional surge. Thunder Sound Temple, the abode of the Buddha, and based on the transformation of the Black Dragon God. The initial stage of a stellar-level beast existed as a shell. Once Thunder Sound Temple completed its rebirth, did it signify the emergence of the Buddha? Even if it were not the true Buddha, the power it possessed would likely be unfathomably terrifying. Qin Feng's fingers trembled slightly as he inhaled deeply. After half a minute, he suppressed the tumultuous emotions within him, raised his finger, and sensed the changes within his body. After the demon Buddha evolved into Thunder Sound Temple, the tattoo of a Buddha's head on his back has now transformed into a magnificent Buddhist temple. Beside the temple stands a towering golden staff, emanating an overwhelming aura of power. These are the 2 majestic beasts he commands, Dinghai Shinjintai and Leiyin Si. Although Hei Long Shun remains under his influence, it has evolved into more of a spiritual connection and is no longer entirely subject to his will. He could reassert control over it within his body, yet he perceives no necessity to do so. The growth of Hei Long Shun has exceeded his expectations, having independently ascended to the stellar level. Its willingness to accept his commands after undergoing transformation speaks volumes. He realizes that forcefully controlling it would be unjust, as the points of evolution have lost their significance for it. With this thought, Qin Feng dismisses his concerns and glances down at his aged skin, where fine lines have begun to appear. While harnessing new beasts brings forth a surge of power within him, it simultaneously adds strain to his body. Qin Feng senses that his physical capacity is nearing its limit. At most, he can control 1 more beast before reaching the threshold of his corporeal form. Nevertheless, he feels no urgency. His evolution points are entirely consumed, necessitating time for accumulation. Beasts below the stellar level no longer provide significant assistance to him. As he contemplates this, a sudden thought strikes him. He reaches out, and a myriad of luminous points reappear before him. Upon closer inspection, however, he frowns slightly. He does not detect the presence of Yin Chao Di Fu. As his first stellar-level beast, Yin Chao Di Fu, seems to have vanished. After a moment of reflection, a glimmer of realization dawns upon Qin Feng. Yin Chao Di Fu evolved from bones and corpses. He recalls that Yu Changlong once mentioned that after reaching the stellar level, there exists a method for returning to the realm of practitioners. Could it be that after aiding him in traversing parallel dimensions, it has detached itself and become a practitioner on the path of divinity? Chapter 146, City of Holy Light, Ghost Buddha, Kill. Qin Feng raised his head, gently shaking it. If that were the case, while he would feel a twinge of reluctance, it ultimately bodes well for Yu Changlong, and there is no need for excessive sorrow. The sense of weakness within his body has dissipated completely, and he rises, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding space. Before him, various images overlap and intertwine. Countless parallel dimensions stack upon one another, reflecting scenes from different timelines. Standing still, Qin Feng raises his hand and grips it. In an instant, innumerable parallel dimensions converge into a single point, forming an empty space within the void. Qin Feng's brow arches slightly. This empty area appears devoid of substance. Yet it contains infinite possibilities. He reaches out, making contact with that space. Immediately, a sphere emanating a faint phosphorescence rests in his palm. Contaminated Holy Light Sphere. Type, Item. Usable level, LV 100. Item description, a luminous token from the City of Holy Light. Usable for entering the stellar level secret realm, the City of Holy Light. The fragmentation of the original timeline has caused everything within the world to collapse. Only items that have reached the divine level can persist. And the contaminated Holy Light Sphere is one of them. Originally, the secret realm of City of Holy Light was merely a legendary level domain, but for reasons unknown. It underwent evolution, ascending from legendary to stellar level, thus surviving the shattering of the world. Now, with a preliminary grasp of parallel dimensions, although he cannot reconstruct the shattered timelines, he possesses the ability to extract remnants from the original timeline. Gazing at the Holy Light Sphere in his hand, Qin Feng slowly tightens his grip. There is no longer any need for him to remain seated in the Xian Kong Huawan, nor does it hold much significance. Henceforth, he simply needs to await the passage of time, allowing his body to deepen its mastery of the parallel dimensions until it fully integrates. In the meantime, he has two destinations to visit, City of Holy Light and Abyss. For a beast to reach the stellar level and continue to grow, it must consume vast amounts of resources to complete its transformation. The stellar level secret realm, the City of Holy Light, is evidently an excellent choice. As for the Abyss, Su Fu's appearance has instilled a sense of caution within him. There may well be another divine-level powerhouse lurking within the Abyss. It would be ill-advised for him to venture there at this moment. Before Yi Longqiu arrives, he wishes to complete the transformation of another beast, just in case. According to Su Fu's words, what lies ahead for him is not merely Yi Longqiu, but also the celestial realm. After arriving in this parallel dimension, the influx of information has been overwhelming, and Qin Feng painstakingly organizes the fragmented data in his mind, striving to clarify his current situation. Strictly speaking, his adversaries at present, aside from Yi Longqiu, should include three others, the celestial being entangled with the first emperor, as mentioned by Yi Longqiu, and the celestial realm referred to by Su Fu. Additionally, there is the creature with tentacles that caused the collapse of the original timeline. Based on his assessment, disregarding the celestial being and the celestial realm, that eye is at least equivalent to He Long Shun, if not surpassing it. With only one completed transformation of He Long Shun, he is evidently insufficiently prepared. He must at least ensure that another beast undergoes its divine transformation. The Daqing King is likely to soon ascend to the second step of divinity, making him capable of confronting Yi Longqiu without issue. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng gazes at the sphere in his palm, radiating a shimmering glow, and squeezes it tightly. With a hiss, blinding white light erupts, forming a milky white portal. Yet, within this white portal, hints of black light flicker, betraying a trace of malevolence. Qin Feng's expression shifts slightly, but he does not hesitate, stepping directly through the portal. The City of Holy Light. Qin Feng feels the damp earth beneath his feet and furrows his brow. On the ground lie countless white wings, stained with blood, scattered across the mud. The sky is shrouded in a yellowish haze, exuding an aura of death. Not far in front of Qin Feng stands a colossal tree, its roots delving deep into every corner of this world. However, unlike its roots, the branches of the giant tree are riddled with wounds. Countless hollow spaces are scattered throughout, with black insects crawling in and out, incessantly gnawing away. At the center of the tree's trunk sits a humanoid figure with 12 wings, gazing down at Qin Feng. You have entered my domain. What is your intent? Its gaze is remarkably calm, and as it speaks, it leans forward slightly, sniffing the air. There is no scent, even less than that of my subjects. I am quite hungry. It leaps down from the giant tree, revealing the same multitude of wounds across its 12 wings. The wings unfurl, allowing it to hover in front of Qin Feng. Its eyes remain tranquil, devoid of divine radiance, as it extends a hand, presenting it before Qin Feng. A multitude of luminous orbs, each exuding a faint glow, collided in his hands before rolling down to the ground with a soft thud. Would you be so kind as to assist me? I assure you, I mean no harm. Please help me find some food. With that, it extended another hand towards Qin Feng, revealing a skeletal hand, grotesquely marred, which bore only half of a corpse. It cast the glowing orbs onto the earth and forcefully tore off the remaining half of the arm from the skeletal figure, presenting it to Qin Feng. Eat. I shall reward you. Its gaze was devoid of life, and its voice carried a monotone timbre as it fixed its empty stare upon Qin Feng. Qin Feng remained motionless. His eyes locked onto the skeletal remains that consisted solely of a torso and a head, his eyelids fluttering slightly. At that moment, the corpse seemed to sense something. As the flickering ghostly fire within its eye sockets danced for a brief instant, its head turning. Are you my master? The voice was faint, akin to a whispering breeze. Quickly dissipated into the air. Qin Feng offered no response, his pupils shifting as he inhaled deeply to quell the turmoil within him. He then gently closed his eyes and uttered, Spirit Buddha, kill. Chapter 147, Indulgence? Kneel before your master. Boom. A magnificent Buddhist temple suddenly descended amidst the astonished gaze of the 12-winged angel. In that moment, a deep, resonant chant emanated from within. An overwhelming radiance of Buddhist light cascading forth. The angel lifted its gaze to behold the towering temple, momentarily frozen in place, before a sinister grin revealed its sharp teeth. Is this your gift to me? The angel's voice was low as it carelessly discarded the skeletal remains onto the ground, its eyes greedily fixating on Lin'an. The essence of divinity, how delightful. It leaned forward, flaring its nostrils. However, Qin Feng remained silent, the surging Buddhist light expanding tumultuously, illuminating the angel. The star-level beast, yet to fully transcend, possessed a singularly simple method of attack. Lin'an was merely a husk, and the Buddhist sound and light were its only means of offense. Under the radiance, the angel's form began to dissolve, its already tattered wings melting away in mere moments. Yet, the angel remained unfazed, stepping forward towards the temple. Flee cautiously. Came the weak voice of Yu Changlong, his attempts to move thwarted by his inability to control his body. He understood the terror of this angel. It was far beyond what an incomplete star-level beast could contend with. The temple before him was indistinguishable from his own experience, both having just entered the star level. Transformed into the essence of divinity. It was this very angel that had once violently torn apart his divine embryo. Qin Feng heard Yu Changlong's voice but maintained a calm demeanor, revealing little emotion. He had anticipated this. Newly ascended star-level beasts were merely husks. And aside from their innate divine light, they possessed no residual combat capabilities. The surging Buddhist radiance, though causing varying degrees of dissolution to the 12-winged angel, still found it standing defiantly before him, its gaze locked onto the majestic temple behind Qin Feng. I shall indulge thoroughly. The angel's gaze fell upon Qin Feng, a smirk creeping across its face. In the next moment, its eyes glimmered with greed as it unhesitatingly reached out its claws towards Lin'an, intent on tearing it apart as if it were a mere fade of the underworld. However, just as its claws were poised to grasp the temple, a deep, cold dragon roar resounded from behind it. Indulge. The voice carried an air of terrifying authority. In an instant, the void twisted and collapsed, as if a portion of space-time had been devoured, forming a black hole. The very next moment, a fearsome black dragon claw emerged from the abyss. Before the 12-winged angel could react, the claw seized its head without hesitation. Then, without a hint of reluctance, the claw slammed its head down onto the ground. Kneel before your master. Boom. Under the immense force, the 12-winged angel could not resist in the slightest, collapsing to its knees before Qin Feng. Its head nearly embedded into the earth, cracking upon impact. Simultaneously, the black hole in the sky began to expand. A dragon of terrifying might emerged from within, coiling slowly around the black void, its cold eyes gazing down upon the angel below. Chapter 148, Star Level, the World Mother Tree. Insect. The claw of the black dragon god penetrated the head of the 12-winged angel, forcing it into the ground as if it were bowing before Qin Feng. The overwhelming power fractured the earth, cracks spreading across the surface, appearing upon the angel's head as well. Tear it apart. Qin Feng's gaze was icy as he issued the command. Without sparing a glance at the angel beneath him, he strode forth, approaching the skeletal remains lying on the ground. Though the angel possessed strength, it was merely slightly superior to Lin'an. The completed divine transcendence of the black dragon god was more than sufficient to handle the angel. My master, Yu Changlong's voice was weak, the flickering ghost fire in his eyes seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. Upon entering the star level and comprehending the realm of divinity, he had effectively relinquished the choice to return to the path of a professional. The emergence of that had only solidified his resolve. The 3 steps of divinity. Even if he were to return to the path of a professional, the first step of divinity would likely be his limit. He lacked the capability to advance further, and could only follow Qin Feng to glimpse the future. Qin Feng approached and knelt beside Yu Changlong's head. He remained silent, gently placing his hand upon Yu Changlong's crown. In an instant, marks began to rapidly appear upon Qin Feng's body, as though an invisible artist was painting with fervor. Faint streams of blood began to surface on his form, and he slightly closed his eyes, his expression largely unchanged. Although his body was nearing its limit, it still bore the capacity to accommodate a beast. As time passed, the marks upon him grew clearer until they solidified entirely. The skeletal remains on the ground vanished, merging into Qin Feng's being. My master, Yu Changlong's voice rang out, still weak, yet devoid of the previous sense of despair. Why are you here? The original space-time collapsed, causing unrest here. This angel possesses the ability to infiltrate parallel space-time. It seeks to enter the new space-time through the connection of the secret realm key. Once it enters, it would pose a tremendous threat to the new space-time. I intended to attempt to subdue it, but I failed. Ultimately, I relied on the communication with the beasts from the ancient ruins of sentient beings, compelling the mother tree to consume all beasts, along with half of my divine embryo. Barely managing to seal this space, his words were calm, yet tinged with an undercurrent of sorrow. Within the ancient ruins of sentient beings lay all the beasts he had once commanded, coexisting for eons, only to be sent to their graves by his own hand, leaving only the mother tree of the earth to exist. However, by that time, he had already been torn apart by the 12-winged angel, leaving him with no other options. The angel consumed nearly half of his divine shell, and he had no choice but to feed all his summoned beasts to the mother tree of earth, allowing it to devour the remaining fragments of his divine shell in order to temporarily seal this space, and by some time. Qin Feng lifted his gaze towards the colossal tree before him, as information manifested in his mind. World Mother Tree. Rank, Stellar. Combat Power, Max. Although it was also of the stellar rank, Qin Feng could sense that the World Mother Tree before him was significantly weaker than the Thunder Sound Temple. After all, it had merely consumed half of the divine shell and barely reached the stellar rank, so the disparity in strength was understandable. Nevertheless, it could still manage to lock this space and delay for a while. The roots of the World Mother Tree almost permeated every corner of this space. Had it not been familiar with his aura, he might have found it difficult to enter here. However, the World Mother Tree could not hold out for much longer. Its trunk was riddled with wounds, and its collapse was imminent. My lord, there is one more thing. That angel is actually dead. The true controller is a parasitic worm within its body. The voice of Yu Changlong echoed once more. A worm? Qin Feng's gaze flickered over the trunk of the World Mother Tree, where a writhing worm was burrowing incessantly. He then slowly turned his head to the 12-winged angel, which had been brutally torn apart by the claws of the black dragon god. At this moment, the 12 wings of the angel had completely vanished, and its body was covered in massive gashes. Within those wounds, no blood flowed, but instead, swathes of writhing white worms were exposed. As the angel fell silent, the multitude of white worms collectively ceased their movement, raising the upper halves of their bodies to gaze at the black dragon god. Chapter 149 now. I command you to heed my decree. Not only did the white worms within the body of the 12-winged angel rise, but even the countless white worms on the trunk of the World Mother Tree lifted their upper halves, collectively turning their attention towards the black dragon god. In an instant, an indescribable aura of terror pervaded the atmosphere, and the world seemed to darken momentarily. Qin Feng's eyes flickered, and he murmured, a parasitic worm? Indeed. It has infested the angel's body, consuming its flesh and blood, and subsequently compelled it to devour all living beings in this realm. Furthermore, this worm likely possesses the ability to forcibly elevate the strength of its host. This angel was not originally endowed with divine stature. Yu Changlong's voice continued. So, does that mean the true entity wishing to escape is this worm? A creature with parasitic abilities? Qin Feng's voice was low, his thoughts deepening. He gazed at the cracks on the body of the 12-winged angel and stepped closer. Standing beside the angel's body, he focused on a worm entwined with black patterns among the mass of white worms. The worm bent slightly, as if in fear, exuding a faint aura of danger. Yet, Qin Feng paid it no heed. He slowly crouched down, observing the creature. Shall we make a deal? He spoke softly, his eyes calm. I will take you out and provide you with a host. The starry sky great wall. The pitch-black chains tightened in the void. The great Qin King stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the figure seated upon the throne, clad in a dark golden robe. Behind him, countless ominous, blue-black extraterrestrial beings filled the starry expanse. The path of divine emperors. The second step? The figure in the dark golden robe, Yi Longqiu, appeared momentarily stunned. Sensing the divine aura emanating from the great Qin King, seemingly taken aback. In just a few days, you have truly stepped into the second stage? His voice held a hint of surprise, yet no trace of fear. What a pity. Whether in the first or second stage of the divine path, it now holds little significance. Even if you were to enter the third stage, it would be futile. Yi Longqiu shook his head. The immortals can reboot once more, and everything will begin anew. Before that, the immortals will personally eliminate that variable. An existence that does not belong to this world has disturbed the slumber of the immortals. The fact that the immortals are compelled to act means it can finally find peace. Yi Longqiu's gaze swept over the scene as he rose from his seat. In the eyes of the immortals, everything is merely a game. We are all mere playthings. Before the world is rebooted, let us first indulge in one final game. As his words fell, the dark golden robe of Yi Longqiu billowed as he stepped forward. Kill. With that final command, the countless blue-black extraterrestrial beings surged forth like a torrent, cascading from the starry expanse towards the starry sky great wall. Boom. Wave after wave, an unending tide. The dark dragon robe of the great Qin King swayed violently as he lifted his head, his gaze penetrating into the depths of the starry sky. Moments later, as cracks began to proliferate across the starry sky great wall, he finally withdrew his gaze. Countless streams of black energy began to surge back, converging into his body. The path of divine emperors was pushed to its limits, and at that moment, all beings within the great Qin were rendered mortal, their power completely siphoned away. As the figure in the dark golden robe approached, a hint of pride flickered in the eyes of the great Qin King. The next moment, he slowly raised his palm and suddenly clenched it in the void. Instantly, the figure clad in dark golden robe froze, as if grasped by an invisible hand. Even within this game, in this moment, I shall protect the people of the great Qin. I once proclaimed that the second step of the divine path would allow you to fill my vital organs. Now, I command you to heed my decree. Chapter 150. There is no need for formalities. I merely wish for this blood to ignite once more. The words of the great Qin King were cold, laced with evident anger. As his voice fell, his hands suddenly tightened, as if he sought to crush the figure in the dark golden robe entirely. The dark golden robe enveloping Yi Longqiu was pressed tightly against him, with streams of black energy continually seeping out towards the great Qin King. Yet, his expression remained unchanged. He merely lifted his eyelids slightly. In an instant, the starry expanse transformed into a vast black abyss, a curtain of darkness obscuring the heavens. Simultaneously, everything else began to vanish, until only the great Qin King and Yi Longqiu remained. The heavenly veil technique. The gaze of the great Qin King shifted slightly. Yi Longqiu shook his head, effortlessly breaking free from the great Qin King's grasp with a gentle movement. He sighed, his expression gradually turning serious. The heavenly veil technique is too trivial. What I have performed is but a false heaven. Great Qin King, you must understand. I have existed for 10,000 years before you, even stepping into the divine path earlier than the first emperor. Though I may not possess the elegance of the first emperor, seeking to establish the immortal Qin and govern this realm, I still hold my own pride. This false heaven is my trump card. After I ascended to the divine path, I already perceived the changes in the rules of this world. That immortal was merely a wild beast who accidentally stepped into the third stage of the divine path and attained immortality. However, ultimately it is the sole entity, fearful of being supplanted, thus altering the rules. From that moment on, within the realm of divine pathways, the only means to ascend was to absorb the power of others, thereby strengthening oneself. It subsequently established the heavenly court, nurturing wild entities of the divine, consuming those of the human race who ventured into the divine realms. I initially believed that I merely needed to navigate between the first emperor and the immortals, awaiting the time when the first emperor would truly seize dominion over this realm, enabling me to leverage the false heavens to vie for a position among the immortals. At this juncture, Yi Longqiu lifted his gaze towards the sky obscured by darkness and continued, yet unexpectedly, this immortal, sensing a crisis, intends to overturn the table. Even immortals remain under the overarching principle of the great Tao. Once the world is restarted, they too will be reset. Although they may retain a fraction of their power, it would be exceedingly feeble, rendering them unlikely to reclaim their status as an immortal. Beasts are indeed beasts. Even upon ascending to immortality, they remain timid as mice, not daring to confront the first emperor directly. A trace of disdain flickered in Yi Longqiu's eyes. Despite his words, he understood that for that immortal, this was the strategy with the greatest likelihood of success. Initially, it had disregarded the first emperor, failing to anticipate his terrifying rate of growth. By the time it took notice, the first emperor had already established the foundation of the immortal Qin, leaving it without assurance of total victory. Therefore, before the first emperor posed a complete threat to its immortal status, it was ultimately unwilling to gamble. However, now, the emergence of the one who commands the divine pathway has left it with no alternative. Once the four pillars of the immortal Qin are gathered, and the first emperor embarks on his celestial endeavor, the likelihood of its failure would be exceedingly high. Moreover, if the world is restarted, it too would be reset. Yet, the possibility of retaining some strength and ascending to immortality again is not negligible. The prerequisite for all this is to first eliminate that intruder. He hails from another world, and even the immortal cannot fully perceive him, representing an unknown variable. Thus, it must be eradicated to prevent, after the restart, that outsider from aiding the first emperor in completing the last pillar of the immortal Qin. The king of Qin listened quietly, his expression shifting subtly. He sensed the aura surrounding Yi Longqiu surging dramatically, reaching the pinnacle of divine pathways before finally halting. The third step of the divine pathway. So you have been concealing your prowess? Yi Longqiu spread his hands. I had intended to conceal it indefinitely, to profit from the struggle between the first emperor and the immortals, relying on the false heavens to secure a measure of true dominion. Alas, this is no longer feasible. The first emperor's strength now surpasses mine, and after the restart, he will enter the divine realm before I can, leaving me without the capacity to contend for a piece of heaven. Yet, I am ultimately of the human race, and I cannot bear to see a wild beast wholly seize the heavens in the future. Therefore, I wish to employ this final trump card to obscure that variable. This false heaven is constructed from all my divine power, and perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope. As he spoke, Yi Longqiu suddenly squinted, gazing into the distance. Is it coming? The king of Qin turned to see a figure striding towards them, Qin Feng. He sighed softly, remaining silent. Possessing the celestial scroll and initially grasping the concept of parallel timelines, Qin Feng could effortlessly sense the changes within Qin, making his arrival here anticipated. Even after he had informed Qin Feng through the imperial divine path of the immortal's intent to eliminate him, he still came. However, hiding was ultimately futile. One could not evade the gaze of that immortal. The only hope now lay in this false heaven, which might shield them from the immortal's scrutiny. Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings with a hint of curiosity. After emerging from the city of holy light and arriving at the starry sky, he had been directly pulled into this place. With the starry sky vanished and the surroundings enveloped in darkness, it felt as though he had entered another world. As he approached the two before him, his steps halted abruptly. Suddenly, a colossal tear appeared in the obscured sky, revealing the boundless starry expanse once more. Through that gash, a blood-red eye gradually emerged, with countless crimson tendrils gently swaying at its edges. Do you dare betray this immortal? A deep voice resonated. Simultaneously, one blood-red eye after another opened in the starry sky, soon blanketing the entire expanse, densely packed and boundless. Yi Longqiu's expression changed drastically, his body tensing instantaneously. The false heaven he had prepared had not even managed to conceal them for a moment before being ruthlessly torn apart. He gazed at the sky before him, the corners of his mouth twitching as he opened his mouth, but uttered no words. Indeed, the false heaven was merely a false heaven. How naive to think it could obscure an immortal. He listened to that voice, his hands dropping, fingers quivering slightly. Moments later, he suddenly let out a derisive laugh. Betrayal? I am not aligned with any faction. How can there be talk of betrayal? After waiting in silence for tens of thousands of years, his once proud spirit had been worn down. After such a long time, he had still failed to witness the moment of a fisherman reaping the rewards. It was all too tedious, too monotonous. Yi Longqiu shook his head with a sneer, stepping forward, his feet treading upon the void, ascending step by step towards the heavens. No need for justification. I merely wish to test the power of the immortals, to reignite this blood within me. Not to waste the name of the celestial prodigy I once possessed. His gaze grew increasingly proud, his blood boiling, until his momentum reached its zenith, causing the starry sky beneath him to shatter suddenly, as his dark golden robe billowed, infused with a fierce murderous intent, surging towards the heavens. Chapter 151, Collapse. Restart. Yi Longqiu's figure soared into the heavens, and in an instant, the previously torn false heaven reappeared. A shroud of darkness spread rapidly from him, enveloping the starry sky in all directions. Bewilder the immortals, he muttered to himself. In the next moment, within that black shroud, one eye after another, identical to those in the starry sky, emerged, simultaneously gazing towards the eyes of the starry sky. The ability to bewilder the divine pathways, replication. However, at the moment the replicated eyes opened, the eyes within the starry sky also turned to look back. The immortal did not respond with a single word, nor did it pay any heed to Yi Longqiu's movements. Humph. In that fleeting moment of observation, the countless false eyes within the black shroud collapsed, dissipating into crimson mist. Yet at that moment, Yi Longqiu's ascending figure had already drawn near to a blood-red eye. He grinned widely, arms outstretched, and suddenly embraced that eye. 3 seconds. I will only live for 3 seconds. But before I die, if I can injure an immortal, it will be worth it. As his words fell, the power of the third step of the divine pathway ignited completely, enveloping him as if in golden flames, while his arms exerted tremendous force. The power at the pinnacle of the divine pathway burned to its utmost limit, his body beginning to turn to ash from his feet up, and within 3 seconds, he would be entirely consumed. Yet simultaneously, it bestowed upon him strength that brought him infinitesimally closer to that of an immortal. Boom. Under that force, an eye burst apart into a mist of blood, splattering upon his face. Ha ha. Yi Longqiu's body had been nearly entirely consumed by flames, leaving only his head. Yet his eyes shone with divine light as he laughed maniacally, until even his head was completely incinerated, his breath vanishing entirely. On the other side, the shattering of an eye did not evoke the slightest emotion from the celestial being. It did not even spare a glance at Yanhuo, as all gazes converged upon Qin Feng and the great Qin King. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, not only was Qin Feng immobilized, but even the great Qin King found himself paralyzed, his form gradually disintegrating. A flicker of terror surfaced in Qin Feng's eyes as his body began to vanish, dissolving into nothingness until he was entirely reduced to the void, and the starry expanse fell into silence. In that vast celestial realm, the multitude of eyes paused for a moment, then all closed, transforming into crimson spheres that twisted violently, converging towards the center. In an instant, the blood-red mass coalesced, forming an even larger scarlet eye within the starry sky. This enormous scarlet eye appeared to cleave the boundless cosmos, immense and unfathomable. It then opened wide, a tide of rich red light, cascading over the entire celestial expanse. As myriad stars withered, a new beginning commenced. Hey, Qin Feng, what are you thinking about? In a classroom, by the window, a girl with a ponytail nudged the shoulder of the boy who was lost in thought, gazing outside. Graduation is approaching. And they say graduation leads to unemployment. Have you secured a job for after graduation? Turning his gaze from the window, Qin Feng smiled at the girl. I found one. I'm planning to traverse to another world. The girl could not hold back her laughter. Ha ha ha, really? You must take me with you. I also wish to see the world beyond. I don't want to be a mere cog in the machine after graduation. Absolutely. Qin Feng readily agreed, his eyes still sparkling with mirth. Then when shall we embark? I can hardly wait, the girl said, beaming at Qin Feng. When shall we go? Qin Feng glanced at the sky outside, noticing that the previously clear weather had turned ominous, with dark clouds gathering. Let us go now. As he stood up, the girl was momentarily taken aback, about to protest when she froze in surprise. Above, the sky had become thick with dark clouds, and amidst the rumbling thunder, a terrifying black dragon's head slowly emerged. My lord. Within the black clouds, a colossal dragon writhed, its head reaching down towards the classroom. The students and teachers alike were paralyzed with fear, staring blankly at the unfolding scene, their bodies trembling. Only Qin Feng wore a smile as he grasped the girl's hand. Let us go, Mju. On that very day, a news report surged to the top of trending topics. Shocking. A true dragon appears. 2 orphans about to graduate from the welfare orphanage have vanished, and officials are making every effort to locate them. In DQN, at the starry Great Wall, a gigantic scarlet eye opened in the celestial dome, its tendrils gently swaying, coldly observing the First Emperor. Ultimately, I have taken the first step onto the divine path. First Emperor, I shall not repeat the same mistake. The starry Great Wall cannot obstruct me. A deep voice emanated from the scarlet eye. The First Emperor, clad in a black dragon robe, remained remarkably composed, his gaze tranquil. I am well aware. Yet, my reliance does not lie with the starry Great Wall. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, his robe fluttering in the wind. As his words faded, dark clouds suddenly began to gather in the heavens. In the next instant, a massive black dragon's head emerged. Exhaling a breath that sent chills through the air, its cold eyes fixed upon the scarlet orb. Divine Path Rebirth, Black Dragon God. The pupil of the scarlet eye constricted in shock. How is this possible? It beheld the 2 figures atop the immense dragon's head, one of whom was the variable. How can you possibly exist? Qin Feng did not respond, but merely raised an eyebrow, regarding the eye with scorn. He had struck a deal with the white insect, surrendering his corporeal form for its parasitism, re-establishing a contract with the spirit through his soul. And after being cast into the abyss by the First Emperor, he returned to his original world, reborn as an infant. It seemed that the threads of fate intertwined, allowing SMJ to return alongside him, creating a subtle connection. The reason he remained undetected by the celestial being, aside from the first emperor's influence, was that Enki had sacrificed himself to shatter one of the celestial being's eyes, rendering it incapable of fully perceiving the world, leading to an oversight. However, he had no intention of answering the celestial being. It would serve no purpose. Am I worthy? Qin Feng inquired with a smile, noticing the eye's silence. Not enough. Shall we summon a few more? As he spoke, he gently raised his hand. Beneath the blazing golden light, a great sun slowly ascended. From within that sun, 3 golden-footed firebirds emitted a resounding cry, their flames scattering in all directions. Divine Path Rebirth, 3-legged golden crow. Boom. A colossal golden staff descended from the starry expanse, and a giant monkey radiating fierce energy emerged, effortlessly hefting the staff and gazing intently. Divine Path Rebirth, Demon Ape Great Sage. Buzz. A radiant Buddhist light enveloped the area, and a towering pagoda-like temple materialized, where an ancient Buddha sat, opening his eyes. Divine Path Rebirth, Golden Buddha. A myriad of radiant manifestations appeared successively, as various summoned beasts emerged in the sky, each one embodying Divine Path Rebirth. Su NW, Starry Ant Queen, Pure World Green Lotus, Wanlu. This was the culmination of Qin Feng's 2 decades of accumulated essence from living a new life, now unveiled in its entirety, marking a conclusion. Then, please embrace your demise. Qin Feng grinned. Amidst the fearful gaze of the Scarlet Eye, the multitude of summoned beasts turned their attention towards it. The story has reached its end.